Chapter 1251, For Reincarnation Imprints. In the darkness, Shirhao felt as if his head, torso, and 4 limbs were divided, falling into the magma, burned until only bones were left. He felt incomparable pain. However, he believed firmly that this was only him losing his mind, not something that was truly happening. What underworld, what heavenly devils and gods weeping and howling, true immortal having its body torn apart. All of it was fake, all illusions. He believed firmly that he was standing in the same place, just that he was immersed in a type of spiritual world, and that was why all of these things were happening. He couldn't help but feel shocked towards the Yellow Springs fruit's medicinal effects. It was because everything was too real, with almost no holes in these scenes, as if he was truly experiencing cruel torment, not like it was fake at all. He roared loudly, wishing to regain his consciousness in this nightmare, completely wake up and grasp everything. Even if this was a form of tempering for the mind, an essential tribulation he had to face for strengthening his spiritual force, he still wanted to be on the initiative to throw himself in, not be passively trapped like this. The darkness was endless, surrounding this place. Shirhao's will became more and more blurry, as if he was about to disappear, enter an eternal nothingness. Everything here is fake. Why aren't you waking up yet? Shirhao roared at himself. Only when he opened his mouth, blazing magma poured in, but then it flowed back out from his throat. He felt as if he didn't have any flesh, only his skull and bones of his 4 limbs floated in the red liquid. Why was it this real? Why couldn't he wake up? Shirhao tried again and again to wake up, using all types of methods to stimulate himself, but his will instead became more and more blurry, about to disappear. This won't work. If I fall into darkness like this, will I never be able to wake again? Shirhao's consciousness thought within this weakness, feeling a bit frightened. His suffering really was too great, his experiences extremely strange. If he sunk into the sea of magma and entered a thorough muddleheadedness, was something unexpected going to happen? Even if it was the will of the world, in a dreamland, if he suffered damage here, would it affect his cultivation? Laughable, this is a true hell. The Yellow Springs fruit is able to link up the 2 worlds. There's a set of bizarre symbols within them that could open the void and serve as a shaft, dragging you into the underworld. In the darkness, there was this type of cold voice that sounded ruthless and without any fluctuations, as if it was an arbiter speaking. Why is it called the Yellow Springs fruit? It is because it contains the coordinates of hell, able to open up the realm gate and bring you straight into the underworld. If you die here, then your life will come to an end. If you live, then your mind will be tempered. That person didn't display joy or worry as he spoke like this. Shirhao was perplexed. His will was extremely powerful, but just now, the pain was unendurable, his body torn apart by chains, and then magma that could burn gods and devils to death poured down onto him, too difficult to bear. Right now, he began to develop doubts. Wasn't this a dream produced by the Yellow Springs fruit? Could it be a true experience, the so-called divine fruit symbols really able to open up a gate in the void? Shirhao was frightened. All of this was just too terrifying. However, he still didn't believe it too much. That type of fruit would be just too heaven-defying. He couldn't lose consciousness now. Regardless of whether what he was experiencing was real or fake, it would be beneficial for him to remain clear-headed. Otherwise, he would be in huge trouble. Then, he felt as if his bones were shattering, completely burned down. His primordial spirit also began to break apart, splitting into several pieces, and then it quickly dimmed. Why does it feel this real? Am I going to die? Shirhao still wasn't willing to believe this. However, the intense pain of his primordial spirit splitting apart and the feeling that he was dying was just too real. In the end, he couldn't hold on anymore. Endless darkness surrounded him, his spiritual awareness scattering. He felt like he was starting to fade away from existence, about to disappear forever. Right now, he didn't even have the ability to think anymore. He really couldn't hold on any longer, about to return to the earth and dust, forever extinguished. In the end, with a hung sound, he lost consciousness. Endless darkness drowned out this place. Just too strange. In the final instant, Shirhao released a weak strand of consciousness. If it was fake, then it was too realistic, simply impossible to distinguish from reality. If Ti was true, then he was definitely dead. After who knew how much time had passed, a white bone island rose from the magma, rising from the scarlet-red ocean surface. It was as if many years had already passed, a bit of phosphorescence flickering about. A strand of soul flame appeared from within this radiance, extremely bright and brilliant, somewhat standing out from the masses. Who am I? He released this type of vague consciousness. Then, he saw a dark sword core, a tattered skeleton, and even a rust-filled lightning emperor armor. It was just this familiar. I have some impression. When looking at these things, it's as if I experienced a person's entire life. That soul flame released a low voice, and then it couldn't help but cry out, as if it was in extreme pain, frantically trying to recall something. Just like that, many years passed. On this white bone mountain, a few soul flames emerged, and then went out again. There was only that one strand that was the most special, moving around a sword core, armor, and other things. Only this day did he obtain new memories from those objects. He saw two pieces of white bones that were different. True primordial record, 10,000 spirit diagram. He recalled these two things with difficulty. Then, he struggled fiercely, filled with unwillingness, as well as a type of despair. I am someone called Huang, I am a heavenly emperor, or I am sure how? He seemed to be talking about himself, yet was also questioning this soul's intrinsic quality. Only, he couldn't recall any details, only a vague and rough impression. He was suffering greatly, wishing to know what exactly happened in the past. Just like that, he thought bitterly every day, struggling. When facing these remains that were not destroyed, some memories arose from time to time, spiritual light fragments flickering occasionally, allowing him to recall many things of the past. Year after year passed. In this place, time was the least valuable, continuously flowing on. In an instant, several decades passed. This soul hovered around these objects, recalling more and more things. His past gradually became clearer. I am sure how I ate a yellow springs fruit, fell into the underworld, but couldn't stick it through, dying here. When he learned the truth, this soul was stupefied. The past happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, the various things of the mortal world, his past close friends, everything was now far away. He couldn't help but release a cry, screaming like a malicious spirit, the sound echoing for a long time in this place. When he recalled what happened of his life, he was full of unwillingness, carrying too many regrets. Did he really die just like that? He already parted from those he was close to, silently being buried alone here. This isn't real. He held out. Time flowed on. He felt the years elapse one after another, all the way until a century passed. Only then did his wounded heart start to calm down. Time is ruthless, 100 years passed. My experiences were actually real. When he recalled the events of the past, Shurha was stunned. The last hope he carried in the depths of his heart no longer existed either. 100 years passed, time wasn't fake, so what else was there to say? It was too cruel. I still want to return to the human world to see my loved ones, see those who I am close to. This soul flame throbbed, releasing powerful energy fluctuations. When your desire is powerful enough, it is possible to reincarnate you. Within that sea of magma, a heartless voice sounded once more. Soon afterwards, a disc appeared, full of reincarnation power. It emerged from the magma, continuously rotating. There were several areas, displaying the world that needed to be reincarnated into. With a shio sound, that soul flame was sucked into that disc, and then it fell into the black hole that it opened up, thus sent out to be reborn. The various things that happened in the previous life appeared in his mind one after another. Within the joys and sorrows of life, there were a few people's faces that appeared, the happiness and sadness of life now truly reflected. Shurha released a sigh. Did this life pass just like this? He really found this hard to accept. What is the outside world like? I wanted to go back and give that world a look, see how those people are all doing. He carried bitterness and regret. After he was devoured by the black hole, he was reduced to a pure soul consciousness, and now, he was sent out to be reincarnated. Then, he felt as if he became an infant that wasn't even born yet, still in the mother's womb, nurtured by the natural essence of the world, not absorbing the mortal world's turbid energy yet. A reincarnation while retaining memories? Shurha silently thought to himself. He operated the true primordial record, the willow deity technique he cultivated and other things, absorbing wisps of natural essence from this world. He wanted to use this to strengthen himself and nurture the mother body, but he discovered that it was extremely difficult. The yellow springs fruit really is strange. After who knew how much time had passed, when the infant was about to be born, Shurha suddenly gained a flash of enlightenment, as if he completely understood something. He firmly believed that this type of reincarnation didn't exist. Even though I don't understand how 100 years passed just like that, how everything was that lifelike, even my mind unable to distinguish reality from illusion, I strongly believe that this is a great dream. What I experienced is not real. I am Huang, I am sure how, I want to wake up. Unfortunately, there was no so-called waking up. In the following years, he experienced the fate of mankind. This world did not have abundant essence energy, long entering its last days. Only the essence energy he acquired in the mother's womb was effective. After he was born, it was extremely difficult to acquire more. Eventually, he lived to the age of 160, becoming someone of considerable age. However, compared to his previous generation, this declining era was too poverty-stricken, not allowing for cultivation. Then, Shirhao was reincarnated once more, being transmigrated again. He didn't say a single thing during this entire process, carrying his memories as he was reincarnated, experiencing the weakening of age and death. He remained silent most of the time, not uttering a sentence. Only when he reached this world, when he entered that underworld again, did he hear that emotionless voice. After reincarnating several times, what kind of fond memories have you gained? Yellow Springs fruit, you really are strange. Shirhao spoke this sentence. Finally, the world became chaotic, heaven and earth breaking apart, magma surging, sending Shirhao out from this hell. Shirhao woke up, now standing before 3 stalks of golden and resplendent plants. Holy multicolored light poured out, brilliant and divine, several Yellow Springs fruits hanging from them. A GR. Eat dream. Shirhao sighed with admiration, at the same time filled with joy inside. It was because his primordial spirit force had been substantially strengthened, becoming a lot stronger. How could someone have this type of primordial spirit while in the heavenly deity realm? He was greatly satisfied. However, soon afterwards, divine light erupted from his eyes, and then his pupils rapidly contracted, his breathing immediately becoming rushed. The moment he lowered his head, he saw a few diagrams in his palm. They were small, but they were quite real. For diagrams, all of them reincarnation imprints. What was going on? Shirhao cried out. These were exactly the same as the imprints that were applied in the land of reincarnation before he was transmigrated, each time one imprint applied. Now, there were 4 of them in total at the center of his palm, and in that realistic dream, he had previously reincarnated 4 times. There was a faint recording in a bone book of this great era, and in the jade, heavenly books of Immortal Ancient, there were even more so some explanations. There were people who said that there was reincarnation, only it wasn't something everyone could carry out, only a select few exceptional heavenly talents had a chance of reincarnating, and that this was proved by those individuals who had reincarnation imprints. Only, very few people could imitate and carve down those types of imprints. Chapter 1252, The Land Where Heroic Spirits Rest for All of Eternity. The 4 imprints at the center of his palm weren't that large, but they were extremely complex, like deep starry skies, but also like a condensed reincarnation life and death disk. For reincarnation imprints, all of them extremely indistinct, but all real. Shirhao was stumped. What was going on? What he experienced was real. But why was it that he was standing perfectly fine here, his body unchanged? In that instant, he thought of many things, not moving at all here, as if he had remained petrified throughout the years. He recalled that when he cultivated his second strand of immortal energy, his body and Tao were almost erased, his primordial spirit leaving his body, entering a cage of darkness. He saw many mysterious primordial spirits that were locked up there in that place. It was to the extent where he vaguely saw reincarnation in that land of darkness. The instant of return to the body, the moment of concentration, was a reincarnation of life. Shirhao said softly, great waves stirring in his mind. Reincarnation, this was an extremely serious topic that left countless individuals blessed by the heavens at a loss, a problem that remained unsolved throughout all of time, no one able to explain it distinctly. It was easy to confuse ordinary people. Some people believed in superstitions themselves, believing that there was definitely heaven and hell, that previous incarnations existed in this life. But how could cultivators believe in these NGS? The more powerful one became, the more they believed in themselves, and not the so-called mandate of heaven, the so-called gloomy foreordained. Cultivators walked against the world, precisely practicing the Tao to twist karma, go against their own fate. Otherwise, how could cultivators achieve long life, achieve lifespans that far exceeded ordinary people's? Only, after endless time passed, thousands of eras passed, no one was able to decipher the true meaning of reincarnation, unsure whether or not it truly existed. If one said that it didn't exist at times, there were individuals whose soul seeds would revive. For example, Qing Yi, as well as other heavenly talents who had reincarnation imprints appear on them, like the current Shirhao. If one said that there was no direct proof. Who could say for certain that anyone was a true reincarnated immortal from the ancient eras who had died? Perhaps reincarnation were only brandings of certain periods of time, a wondrous experience when one went on a mental journey into the great nothingness, a piece of imaginary experience when the primordial spirit left the body. Shirhao thought to himself, pondering over this. He didn't really wish to think about the true meanings of the past, present, and future, because these went against his own notions. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did he raise his head, waking up from this state of silence. Just now, when I was absent-minded for a while, heart unable to calm, I felt like everything I experienced now already happened in the past. Could that also be considered a type of reincarnation? Shirhao laughed self-mockingly. Sometimes, he felt like what he was currently doing had already happened, like déjà vu. Should this be considered a type of reincarnation? He shook his head. These weren't the mysteries he should be trying to look into right now. This was the domain true immortals set foot in. Only when he could exist for a long time in this world would he then touch upon the cycle of life and death, only then would it have any significance. Right now, all he needed to do was become stronger. Primordial spirit force truly is astonishing, Shirhao said to himself. Even he was astonished. How could the primordial spirit of a normal heavenly deity be this frightening? Shirhao stood in his original location without moving. The space between his brows shone, a small figure walking out from his frontal bone, divine radiance shining in 10,000 streaks, releasing endless strands of multicolored light, auspicious energy swirling about, incomparably divine and exceptional. It was right before Shirhao's brows, shining like a small sun. It was definitely a supreme being in the heavenly deity realm. From past to present, not many individuals' primordial spirits in this cultivation realm able to compare. There was a type of imperceptible great might exuding from it. Apart from this, above this fist-sized primordial spirit were all types of bone texts, densely packed, forming a set of natural armor, protecting it within. True primordial record, Shirhao said to himself. These patterns were the bone texts of the true primordial record. Now, they became one with his primordial spirit, becoming an unmatched set of armor. The primordial spirit returned to his head. Shirhao was full of vital energy, reaching the greatest peak of his entire life up until now. Regardless of whether it was his flesh or his primordial spirit, Shirhao already stood at the peak of his martial Dao career. If he encountered the 9 Netherworlds AO again, he had confidence that the battle wouldn't be as difficult. Now, he had faith in sweeping through all enemies. Was there anyone in the heavenly deity realm who could still face him? Shirhao produced a fine white little cauldron, storing the other Yellow Springs fruits. The first tree already had all of its fruits eaten by the Yellow Springs bugs. The second tree originally had 3, but he already ate 1, and the third had 5 golden fruits. The 7 fruits were golden and sparkling, carrying an intoxicating fragrance, but it was also extremely dangerous. Who would have expected that eating a single one would bring about reincarnation? A single mistake would make one pass into oblivion, forever unable to free oneself, unable to wake up. Even now, Shirhao was still in doubt. Was it a dream or was it real? It was because the 4 reincarnation imprints on his hand were too glaring, constantly reminding him. He didn't eat a second one, because the Great Elder had instructed him that eating 1 Yellow Springs fruit was already enough. Eating more wouldn't produce any effects. The last 7 can be given to others. However, I have to watch over them, or else there might easily be problems, Shirhao said. He then turned around, leaving this place. He didn't dig up the 3 fruit trees, because they couldn't live even if he removed them. He had previously heard that places where the Yellow Springs fruit grew were areas of extreme, terrifying to the extreme. This meant that they were definitely places where endless corpses remained. Meanwhile, the reason why this place was sacred and holy was because the bones here weren't of ordinary creatures, but likely immortal corpses. Even though there weren't many, they possessed miraculous effects. Regardless of whether it is this place or the depths of the ravine, there are several remains that seem to be from true immortals. With my current ability, it is too difficult for me to approach them, Shirhao said. Otherwise, he didn't mind becoming a grave robber, checking those supreme creatures' bodies for immortal Dao treasures. He followed the path from which he came for a bit, and then changed his path, looking around this hilly region, to see if there were other opportunities. After all, this place was known as Immortal Mound. Soon afterwards, he arrived in a stone forest. Region, rocks everywhere, some like heavenly swords that pointed straight towards the sky, some like old bulls, blocking the path ahead, some like kunpangs spreading their wings, standing upright and motionless there. In addition, there were strands of immortal mists here, making one couldn't help but want to get closer. Shirhao walked inside, relying on his own feelings to make his way forward. In the end, he arrived in the depths of the stone forest. There was a stone forest here that wasn't that tall, but there was a vigorous aura. It's that old farmer again. Shirhao saw the old farmer he saw previously. He was pacing about here, but this time, the other party didn't say anything, as if he was listening to some type of Dao sound, comprehending the Dao here. Shirhao also heard it. There were waves of scripture sounds here. In addition, it wasn't a single person that was chanting, the sound mixed, even quite noisy, scripture sounds unending. The entire mountain was covered in a layer of bizarre radiance. With a schwa sound, Shirhao rose into the air, arriving on the mountain, surveying the area behind the mountain. His scalp immediately became numb, his body quickly moving backwards. The scene behind the stone mountain was shrouded in mists, dusky, but also having strand after strand of immortal mists mixed in. Ghost-like figures were everywhere, of all types of creatures. In the darkness and duskiness, they released low roars, crying out. At the same time, a few extraordinary creatures were seated there, unmoving, chanting scriptures. There were many followers around these creatures, these followers sitting down as well, comprehending the scriptures' meanings. Heroic spirits. There were so many heroic spirits, covering this place densely, as if there was a sea of corpses, a mountain of bones concentrated here. Most of the heroic spirits were damaged, only the powerful heroic spirits that were seated and chanting scriptures complete. Instead of saying that they were chanting scriptures, it was better to say that they were displaying great divine abilities, subduing and gaining subordinates. This is an extremely great power. Shirhao was greatly moved. If these heroic spirits were released one day, even heaven and earth would change color. Watch carefully, the few heroic spirits furthest back have all become golden, no longer carrying energy, not that much weaker than when they were still alive. The old farmer appeared, speaking at Shirhao's side. Shirhao opened his heavenly eyes. As expected, he saw that within the Yin mist, there were a few specks of golden light within the depths of the concentrated heroic spirits, dazzling and brilliant like blazing suns in the night sky. This greatly stirred up his mind, his soul about to become rigid. Those creatures were too powerful, unprecedentedly so. They carried immortal Dao aura and not death energy. These heroic spirits are too strong. If they leave this place, who could stop them? Shirhao broke out into a cold shiver. Forget about those heroic spirits who carried golden light. Even if those others that had badly damaged limbs rushed over, they would still be difficult to defeat. Not only might Shirhao die here, this world itself might end up in chaos. The old farmer opened his mouth, saying, "This place is called Immortal Mound, but it is actually an ancient burial ground. After the Great War, too many creatures were buried here, no lack of true immortals among them. There are some that have turned into heroic spirits, displaying the terrifying scene of this place. However, there is one thing you don't have to worry about, which is that they temporarily cannot break free, because there are seals in place here." Shirhao soared even higher up, and as expected, he saw a sheet of paper on the other side of the stone mountain that was turning yellow. On it was an immortal ancient character, seal. This was an old-fashioned piece of paper that was windswept and battered by rain, already turned yellow, but it still had such great power, suppressing endless heroic spirits, no one able to take a step beyond it. If I recall correctly, there seems to be someone who has said that those who have karma in later generations can come and undo the seal, bring these heroic spirits to battle. Only, they need to be careful. A single mistake, and it will be hard to distinguish friend and foe, the heroic spirits ultimately bringing great suffering to the world. This old farmer was drawn on a stone wall by someone, and only later on did he develop spiritual wisdom, moreover able to completely understand past events. However, the things that he revealed to Shirhao were already sufficiently world-shocking. Shirhao stood there in a daze. He looked at the endless creatures, a few golden spheres of light, incomparably terrifying. If those things appeared in the world, they would definitely be exceptionally frightening. Aside from this, I seem to have heard a voice tell me to pass this on to those who come later. There is an even more terrifying supreme being sleeping under this ancient land. The old farmer further said. Shirhao suddenly turned around, looking at him, finding it even more difficult to calm down. It is rumored to be an unmatched expert among heroic spirits, already a supreme being heroic spirit in immortal ancient great era. Its previous body is ancient beyond belief. The old farmer's expression became grave, telling him that the heroic spirits here were double-edged swords. "I will keep this in mind," Shirhao said. If he had a choice, he wouldn't be willing to come here. However, if the day truly came when he had no choice, he would come back and undo the seal. Shirhao turned around and left, no longer trying to listen to those messy scriptures. They didn't carry too much meanings for him. "Goodbye, I am going to cultivate. Using the body as the seed, I have to succeed." Shirhao decisively turned round to return to Heavenly Deity Institution, leaving Immortal Mound. He was going to start his own path of nirvana. Chapter 1253, Era of Chaos. The return path went extremely smoothly. Along the way, Shirhao met a few acquaintances, for example, Xian Kuan, Yao Yu, as well as other powerful cultivators from the two academies. He already came back. There is still so much time left. Don't tell me he already obtained the evil warding divine bamboo in Immortal Mound. A genius from Immortal Academy said quietly, his eyes flickering with light. The others all looked over, all of them feeling restless. They all used up a great deal of effort, and only then did they manage to all break through the mountain gate together. Meanwhile, the other party was actually this easygoing, about to leave already. "Dao brother, did you obtain any harvest?" Someone from Sacred Academy asked with a smile. Shirhao gave him a look, replying, "A bit." "Don't tell me you really found evil warding divine bamboo?" Princess Yaoyu's eyes swirled with radiance. She was originally lucid and elegant like an immortal, but now, she was a bit mischievous. Shirhao smiled, but didn't say anything, not replying. However, this instead stirred up everyone's suspicions, all of them revealing strange looks, finding it difficult to calm down. Don't tell me you really did discover evil warding divine bamboo, moreover obtaining it? A young man from Immortal Academy asked with a serious expression. Shirhao didn't respond, turning around to leave. There was no need for him to tell everyone about his experiences. Halt! After being ignored, that male from Immortal Academy became a bit angry, loudly berating out. Shirhao didn't pay him any attention, continuing forward, about to walk out from the mountain gate. That young man raised his hand, a streak of sword energy released from his palm that was divided into 5 colors, carrying metal, wood, water, fire, earth auras. This was 5 elements divine sword, a type of ancient divine ability. However, the 5-colored sword energy didn't blast towards Shirhao, but on a giant rock beside him. It first hacked it into 2 pieces, and then that boulder then turned into powder. The sword energy was like a rainbow, able to split the heavens. What is the meaning of this? Shirhao turned around, looking at him and asking indifferently. Everyone's minds jumped, because Shirhao's battle accomplishments were too astonishing. After defeating the 9 netherworlds AO, he vaguely had the might of number 1 in the heavenly deity realm. How many people dared provoke him? The more powerful geniuses had long broken through, now at the sect master level, waiting for Huang. Now, there weren't many heavenly deities who dared provoke him. Dao friend, do not misunderstand. This Dao brother's temperament is too straightforward. He was a bit agitated just now. Someone else from Immortal Academy hurriedly explained. That youngster also woke up, S body becoming a bit cold, feeling like he had acted too rashly. Normally, Immortal Academy's disciples were high up above, receiving the respect of everyone no matter where they went. However, this person was different. He was simply a demon. This Huang could clearly enter either Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy, but because the 2 academies' elders weren't able to grant him enough benefits, under discontent, he decided to give up on both. Towards this type of figure who could overlook all of Immortal and Sacred Academy's heaven-warping figures, he really didn't have the courage to provoke him, not daring to speak disrespectfully before him. That was why when this youngster woke up, he felt a wave of fear. Shirhao took action. A sword streaked across the sky, inconceivably fast, striking the gold crest that held the youngster's hair in place. There was also a lock of hair that scattered down. That youngster's face turned white. He wanted to say something, but his arm was grabbed by that person next to him, and then he directly shut his mouth, not saying anymore. Don't carelessly aim your sword at others, or else I might misunderstand it for you declaring war against me. Shirhao gave him a glance, and then turned around to leave. The group of people remained silent for a long time. Huang's style still never changed, not caring about the 2 academies' dignity at all. If anyone provoked him, even if it was the 2 academies' elders' direct disciples, they would still be taught a lesson. You should just stop here. The fact that he didn't directly take action against you is already not bad. Someone advised from the side. The youngster's face was pale. He released a cold snort, really daring to show anger, but not daring to speak out. Even though his 3 strands of immortal energy were created after the elders of the Long Life family exhausted endless efforts to create them, bestowed upon him, regardless, he was still someone with 3 strands of immortal energy. However, all of his dignity and prestige were trampled on by another just like that. I refuse to believe that without a perfect seed, his future accomplishments will still be that astonishing. The youngster said with a sneer. Right now, everyone knew that Huang needed a perfect ancient seed, and only then would it match his heaven-warping aptitude. However, the 2 academies didn't prepare one for him. His current situation was quite awkward. Once he merged with a normal seed, his future accomplishments would become limited, and he himself wouldn't receive that much attention. No matter how arrogant, how conceited you act, it will only be in the heavenly deity realm. I'll be waiting for you at a higher cultivation realm. When we are both sect master level figures, I want to see what you'll bring out to show off. The youngster's voice was extremely cold, but he spoke it extremely joyously. Of course, the main reason was because Shirhao had already gone ROA, breaking through the mountain gate's energy screen, already leaving. However, everyone nodded as well. Forget about obtaining a yin-yang seed, world tree sapling, and other things. Huang couldn't even take out a slightly inferior Dao seed. If he wanted to compete with the top-level figures, it would be just too difficult. Regardless of whether it was Little Sky King or the few others, they had all merged with unmatched ancient seeds. They originally looked down on their peers, undefeated, but now, they were even more so perfect, truly becoming one with the Dao, none able to face them in the heavens above or the earth below. What a pity he didn't choose to side with the Long Life family. Perhaps he might just become a part of the masses. Wang Shi also spoke out. She felt like Shirhao's future looked bleak, losing the qualifications to compete for number 1 among the younger generation. It was because since he chose the ancient method, he needed the most precious seed, but he didn't have one. Who knows, Heavenly Deity Institution might have an ancient seed as well. Someone said quietly. From the past until now, extremely few perfect seeds have appeared, pretty much a fixed amount. Several ancient seeds were excavated one after another. Where would he even go to look for them? It really is a pity. Princess Yao Yu also spoke like this. Right now, everyone believed that Shirhao's path ahead would definitely be rough, losing all of his former brilliance, unable to become a future miracle. Everyone knew that he was at his entire life's most critical point right now, but it would be difficult for there to be any suspense in his situation. If nothing unexpected happened, from today on, it would be a downhill road for him. Even if he obtained the evil warding divine bamboo, it still wouldn't be too useful. Even if he refined the most powerful golden body under the heavens, he still wouldn't be able to stop a light brush from an immortal method. Those who have truly merged with perfect immortal seeds will have unmatched Dao methods that can destroy all body methods. Someone said with a sneer. No one thought that Shirhao's future was good. Even though they all felt restraining fear towards him, once the heavenly deity realm was broken through, everything would be changed. We're going. They continued forward, wishing to find the evil warding divine bamboo and other heaven-defying opportunities. On the road back, Shirhao saw a few old friends. He discovered that Chao Yuxing was the most relaxed. When he woke up from the state of dealing with heroic spirits, he took the initiative to seek out those ancient war souls, actually trying to steal from masters. He used a strange method that allowed him to search the heroic spirits' memories, learn their ancient methods. So this is the Yellow Springs fruit? Chao Yuxing didn't dare eat it, because after he heard Shirhao's experiences, he shivered all over. Mysteriously undergoing four reincarnations, everything just that vivid, this was just too shocking. He decided to put this fruit away first, and then ask Sacred Academy's old monsters in the future for guidance or show it to his master in the lower realm, and eat it then. I'll eat it. The lunar jade rabbit just happened to be here. She didn't hear their conversation before, only believing it to be a divine fruit. She seized it, and then with a kongqi sound, ate it in a single mouthful. This really is a delicacy. I love eating non-meat things the most. The little rabbit widened her large ruby-like eyes, her head of long silver hair flying everywhere, her fine porcelain-like little face filled with joy and happiness. However, immediately afterwards, she entered an absent-minded state, not moving at all, entering a state of blankness. Where is her consciousness? Why did it disappear? Chao Yuxing cried out. The young Qilin beast in her arms cried out with AOAO sounds, clearly also frightened. Even the primordial spirit vanished. This could signify a person's death. Too domineering. Shirhao's expression was serious. This was the first time he saw what happened after someone ate a Yellow Springs fruit. In that instant just now, he vaguely felt that a corner of the void had been torn apart, as if there was a dark region that flashed past. However, he wasn't sure if what he saw was real or fake. Regardless, the little rabbit's primordial spirit disappeared. This was extremely serious. Could it be that the Yellow Springs fruit really can bring one into reincarnation? Shirhao said to himself. He and Chao Yuxing guarded this place, not daring to take half a step from here, to the extent where they didn't even dare touch the little rabbit out of fear of something unexpected happening. Just like that, one day and night passed. The lunar jade hair was like a young lady sculpture, fine and beautiful, her white skin like snow-white porcelain. However, there was no spiritual aura, unable to move at all. Finally, around noon, when yang energy was at its greatest, a transformation happened. In that instant, darkness surrounded this place. The little rabbit's flesh became indistinct, and then she disappeared. Shirhao and Chao Yuxing wanted to stop it, but they were too late. They were actually pushed out by a wave of mysterious power, the little rabbit thus disappearing. Where did she go? Chao Yuxing shouted. Soon afterwards, the darkness disappeared. The little rabbit's beautiful body reappeared, still standing in her original spot. Moreover, her long eyelashes moved, and then she opened her eyes. She looked extremely perplexed, a bit lost. She stood there, not knowing what to do. Wake up! Shirhao called out, dragging her out from some type of state, restoring her divine consciousness. What did you end up experiencing? What did you see? Chao Yuxing immediately asked. The little rabbit looked at the two individuals before her, still looking a bit stupef. IED. Her experiences just now clearly frightened her quite badly. She opened her mouth, and then with a AO sound cried out loudly, saying, I was scared to death. A damn disc seemed to be sending me through rebirths, so strange, why don't I remember any of it? I only have some blurry impressions. Shirhao hurriedly grabbed one of her arms, checking to see if there were reincarnation symbols. However, in the end, he discovered that it was completely blank. Examine yourself, see if there was an imprint added anywhere. Shirhao said. Over here. The little rabbit pointed at her calf, pulling up her dress. On her small leg that was pure white like jade, there was a scar, looking like a burn, but it was quite indistinct. The lunar jade rabbit shouted angrily, "Who plotted against me, trying to disfigure my beauty?" Shirhao was shocked. This was an injury, as if something was forcefully scrubbed off, and that was why one couldn't see if there really was a reincarnation imprint. There was a strange wave of power there, removing everything. "What exactly did you experience?" Shirhao asked. "There seemed to be reincarnation. On that road of reincarnation, I remember I saw a cauldron that was cast from all types of immortal gold, flickering with 9-colored brilliance. There was also an all-life source energy flowing about. The cauldron was full of blood, the blood continuously trickling down. It broke free from the shackles of space and time. I seem to have seen some scenes, all of them of great battles, terrifying and unimaginable. Also, I seem to have seen a blurry figure in the cauldron that was seemingly familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere, but I just can't recall where right now." The little rabbit spoke about many things in one breath, leaving Shirhao shocked and alarmed. This was all too strange, the little rabbit's reincarnation a bit different from his. The cauldron she saw made Shirhao's mind tremble. It was because he knew that cauldron, the cauldron that didn't belong to the present or past. He concluded that this great era was too strange, involving too many things. There were things from the past immortal ancient, as well as later generations, involving too many powers, everything tangling together, making this entire heaven and earth become chaotic. "Replay everything to me clearly through divine will. Let me take a look," Shirhao said. He wanted to see the little rabbit's experiences. Chapter 1254. Drawing Attention. There was an enormous cauldron, incredibly massive, chaotic energy surging within it, making it appear exceptionally deep, as if it contained a boundless universe of its own. Correct, within it, there were all types of stellar rivers and great stars flickering about, adorning that area, deeply buried within that cauldron's primal chaos, making it seem increasingly grand and boundless. This cauldron, Shirhao's eyes erupted with divine light. This was the scene he saw through the little rabbit's divine consciousness. It was that cauldron he had previously seen before, only, right now, it was even more astonishing. It displayed its original form, submerging itself in the cosmos, as if it could devour endless stellar systems. Every time he saw this cauldron, it would always be difficult for Shirhao to calm down. He always felt like there was something extraordinary that would happen between them, the two of them sharing great karma. That woman. Shirhao suddenly discovered a white-clothed woman behind that great cauldron, style exceptional, her hands currently forming imprints, striking the great cauldron over. Her body was a bit indistinct, on her face a bronze mask that carried tears and traces of blood. It left others just that deep of an impression, even making one's heart tremble. Shirhao previously followed Heavenly Deity Institution's people to immortal battlefield remains, at that time entering a strange land. In that place, he had seen a giant seated in the endless past who wished to kill present world geniuses, but in the end, a woman with exceptional charm took action from the lower reaches of the River of Time, stopping him. It was precisely the woman from behind the great cauldron, actually her who was moving this cauldron. There are others. Shirhao saw 3 more indistinct figures, all of them male. One of them even stood on a great bell, releasing sound waves. Time rippled outwards, surging like a great sea, entering the cauldron ahead. It was them who struck this cauldron, making it quickly arrive. With one last blow, the great cauldron disappeared. The little rabbit woke up. Shirhao didn't see that woman seated within that cauldron from the little rabbit's divine consciousness, but instead saw the individuals who took action behind the cauldron. It was extremely strange, difficult to explain clearly. These were clearly scenes the little rabbit's divine consciousness seized, yet in the end, what Shirhao saw was different from her. This doesn't make any sense. The little rabbit cried out strangely, because what Shirhao described was different from what she saw. Think a bit more, what else did you see and hear? Shirhao asked. This matter was definitely not normal. What the two witnessed was different, leaving one in confusion. I forgot everything already. The little rabbit was quite embarrassed. What exactly did she experience? She already forgot it all. Even though her primordial spirit had previously undergone something similar to reincarnation, experiencing a great dream, she couldn't remember any of it. Try to think a bit more. Shirhao's expression was serious. There are some sounds, and then this great cauldron flew over. It shone, the noise it released was faint and drawn out, as if it sounded from the ends of the world, as if the little rabbit tried her best to remember, her brows locked together, the process painful. She was searching with the deep layers of her sea of Kansai. Usness. It seems to be trying to communicate with me, saying that there was one who has been buried in endless corpses, stepped through the remains of endless realms, traveled through the dark domain alone, drifted through the realm sea, neutralized the ominous and inauspicious of endless ancients, a lonesome and desolate journey, fighting a bloody war alone, they wanted to ask that about all of that persons. The little rabbit unexpectedly began to cry when she spoke up to hear. I should be able to remember some of this. Back then, I felt extremely brokenhearted. I clearly heard something extremely important, but now, I actually don't have any impressions of it left. The more she struggled, wishing to see something from the depths of her sea of consciousness, the more futile it was. Eventually, everything was covered in clouds, nothing visible anymore. Shirhao tried to enter her sea of consciousness to carefully examine those experiences, but it was still useless. It was because that place was covered in mist, carrying the power of time. Chao Yuxing also tried, helping Shirhao. Forget it. Shirhao shook his head. He released a light sigh, saying, when the universe is overturned, yin and yang disturbed, time and chaos, these imprints cannot remain. We won't be able to capture them. The most important thing was that it went against the flow of time, contradicting it, which was why those imprints no longer existed. Are you all going to enter Immortal Mound? Shirhao asked. Forget it, since the opportunities have already been brought out by you. What are we going to do inside? Chao Yuxing's skin was extremely thick. Shirhao gave some of the evil warding divine bamboo's precious liquid to them, gave Chao Yuxing a yellow springs fruit, and then they went back together. During this period of time, they saw Chang Gong'en and others, also giving them a bit of divine liquid. That's Huang. After leaving Immortal Mound and arriving at the peak of the Great Mountain, many people cried out in alarm. They naturally all recognized him. Right now, the golden ancient temple suspended on the mountain top had already disappeared, all of the war deities' imprints scattering, no traces to be seen. Youngster, are you truly not going to consider joining my Immortal Academy? That is the land of natural luck where you can transform. An elder from Immortal Academy said. If there are no perfect ancient seeds, then there won't be much meaning in me going. Shirhao replied. Then come to my Sacred Academy. An old monster from Sacred Academy called out. Shirhao smiled, feeling a bit bitter, but also rather helpless. Sacred Academy's elders long came to a decision. The heavenly horned ant's extreme strength blood and other vicious 10 essence blood long divvied up. What was the point in him going? There was no share of great natural luck for him, the few world-shaking geniuses the two academies fostered already occupying all of the Natura. Luck. Even if he went, they still wouldn't give him more resources. The last of the immortal opportunities left behind by the two academies was only enough for 2 or 3 people, but it was already decided beforehand to be given to long-life family successors. Seniors, goodbye. Shirhao descended the mountain without any hesitation, his speed extremely fast, gradually disappearing. Formidable, this mountain has 100,000 steps, the great pressure able to crush a heavenly deity to death, yet he can descend so carefreely like this. Just how powerful is his body? An old monster sucked in a cold breath of air. They believed that when they were young themselves, they were far from having this type of skill. Compared to Shirhao, the difference was tremendous. A few people felt regret. If they let this type of genius go, leaving him in heavenly deity institution, allowing him to emerge and perish on his own, advancing casually, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Those who made the decisions will likely feel regret. I have a premonition that Huang has far greater potential than what we have imagined, might be even more formidable than the seeds that have been specially fostered. An old monster spoke quietly, his expression grave. Shirhao used many days to ascend the mountain, but going down was a breeze, quickly arriving at the foot of the mountain. It was because after experiencing the evil warding divine bamboo's pure white liquid's baptism, as well as comprehending the Tao there, his flesh became even more sturdy. The symbols and pressure released by the mountain were ineffective on him. Shirhao left into the distance, leaving this area, heading straight back to Heavenly Deity Institution. On the mountain, a group of people were discussing among themselves. A few young geniuses already returned, arriving at the top of the mountain. Sigh, it is a pity. Forget about the most ancient evil warding divine bamboo, not even a normal stalk was found. Forget it, don't be like this. There are only those few stalks of evil warding divine bamboo, the youngest all several tens of thousand years of age. Never were there any ordinary ones. Did Huang really obtain the most ancient evil warding divine bamboo? It truly is unimaginable. Just how great of a natural luck is that? It was rumored that from the past until now, not many have seen that bamboo. They felt that it was a pity, all of them feeling regretful. Of course, they were also full of envy and jealousy towards Shirhao, truly a bit unable to accept this. No harm, even if Huang obtained the most ancient evil warding divine bamboo liquid, so what? He is unmatched at the heavenly deity realm, but that doesn't mean that he can continue to remain invincible in higher levels. You have to understand that if one wants to become the most powerful figure in the next level, a precious seed is needed to break through. Does he have one? You're right. He will not play the lead. ing role in the future under the sky can only make those others look even more unapproachable. Without a perfect heavenly seed, he won't have any extraordinary accomplishments. His figure will most likely be missing from the competition for most powerful among sect masters. The conclusion has already been decided. I want to see if he can still look down on everyone in the next great cultivation realm. If he cannot, then he should just know his limits and lay low. Otherwise, there will be many who will look for him for revenge. Many people sneered, because Shirhao had previously oppressed them until they couldn't even breathe. This was especially the case for a few people who had previously stood against him, now even more so feeling pleased. Shirhao was in the distance. He didn't even have to think too much to know that there were people waiting for him to become a laughingstock. They all knew that he didn't find a suitable Dao seed. Using the body as the seed, everything will start soon, he said to himself. Many days later, he returned to Heavenly Deity Institution, visiting the Great Elder. The academy was now much quieter, because the outstanding individuals have all left, either entering Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy. Only a group of cultivators who didn't have the qualifications to enter either remained. There weren't that many left. Now, no matter where one went in the massive Heavenly Deity Institution, it was extremely quiet, a somewhat desolate scenery. You've done very well. The Great Elder gave Shirhao recognition for his tempering this time. Below a spiritual mountain, the Great Elder had long prepared several medicinal pools. He was working at the arrangements himself, beside him a few large cauldrons that were cooking old medicines, full of brilliant lights and overflowing color. A wave of fragrant and strong medicinal smell wafted over. It will be difficult to say how much time it will take now, the shortest a few months, the longest perhaps more than 10 years. The Great Elder said with an incredibly serious expression. I understand. Shirhao nodded. He already completed all preparations, wishing to break through now. He produced the evil-warding divine bamboo and yellow springs fruit, because the Great Elder might need to use a bit when refining medicinal herbs. How are you feeling? Many people outside are paying close attention, wanting to see how you are going to merge with a Dao seed. See if you can take that step. The Great Elder said in a solemn and serious manner. This was reality. One could well imagine that when Shirhao entered seclusion, it will be difficult for the academy to keep the secret even if they wanted to. The disciples who remained behind will definitely leak the news out. Shirhao was now at the very forefront, few people able to compare to him. Many people knew that he didn't have a perfect precious seed. What kind of choice was he going to make? What kind of accomplishments would he have? Quite a few people were waiting to see him become a laughingstock. In reality, that very day when Shirhao began to make preparations, news already leaked out. A few long-life families and geniuses from the two academies received news. Huang is going to enter seclusion. Woo, I really want to see if he can stir up any disturbance. He is unmatched in the Heavenly Deity realm, but what about the next level? How will he continue from here? It's finally starting. Will it be the beginning of his decline, or will it be a sudden rise to glory? We will have to wait and see. Chapter 1255, Scalp-Numbing Path of Transformation. Shirhao still hadn't truly entered seclusion, yet he already drew everyone's attention. I am waiting for you to come out of seclusion. Will you still be able to act that domineering? Please don't fall behind now, or else it will be quite miserable for you. You'll have a taste of what it feels like to be defeated with just a raise of another's hand. Someone said through clenched teeth. Huang, you don't have an unmatched ancient seed, no world-shaking heavenly horned ant blood, so what will you bring out to compete? I want to see just how you will maintain your glory. I've finally waited until this day. After we all make it through the Heavenly Deity realm and meet again at the Sect Master level, let's see who will be the one who laughs last. I really am looking forward to it. Already can't wait. There were some people who bore hostility against Shirhao, right now all of them waiting for the result. The Heavenly Deity realm Shirhao was like a great mountain that weighed down on their minds, not many people able to match him. They were hoping that the situation could be turned around at a higher realm. When that time came, it wouldn't be Shirhao's world, perhaps it might be them who looked down on Shirhao instead. Many people knew that Shirhao's seclusion this time was going to be incredibly rough. In reality, many people were curious as well. Why would Huang, while not having an unmatched heavenly seed, dare break through? Wasn't this destroying his own path? One had to understand that once you shot the arrow, there's no getting it back. Once he made the choice, there was no way out. He either succeeded, or he became half-crippled, or he might even die. Shirhao, just what kind of path did you end up choosing? I hope everything goes well for you. There were people who felt worry for Shirhao as well, for example, Qingyi. They all felt worry. Shirhao went into seclusion so abruptly, just like that. Without an ancient seed, how was he supposed to proceed? He shouldn't die from this. I feel like he is quite similar to that person my master who is always muddle-headed or sleeping talked about. Qiao Yusheng said quietly. In the outside world, Everyone was discussing spiritedly, but Heavenly Deity Institution was extremely quiet. Shurhao had long completed all of his preparation. Adjusting himself to the greatest state. Every inch of his flesh was sparkling and shining, releasing auspicious multicolored light. He was full of vigor, his primordial spirits flourishing life force, forming a silver blaze, emerging from the space between his brows, extremely brilliant. In the end, this wave of spiritual flame condensed into a small figure, floating there. The Great Elder was quite shocked, saying, "The flame that leaks out from your primordial spirit is already like this, simply able to forge another primordial spirit." At this time, the several medicinal pools on the ground all released ripples, within them all different types of rare divine medicines and ores, for example, Heavenly Deity Tree's leaves, Octatic Treasure Unicorn, Immortal Blood Star Sand. Every one of them was priceless. If they were in the outside world, many people's eyes would become red, experts from all directions coming to fight over them. "Enter the first medicinal pool first," the Great Elder said. Shurhao sat down. A medicinal fragrance wafted out, all of his pores relaxing. The scalding medicinal liquid stimulated his body until it trembled. This really wasn't a normal type of heat, but similar to molten iron, making even Shurhao grimace in pain. With his present flesh shell, it was difficult for even the sharp edges of divine weapons to injure his body. "It is the Immortal Blood Star Sand." Shurhao was a bit dizzy. This wasn't a normal type of medicinal liquid, but the product of a type of sand after it melted. When it landed on his body, the temperature was even greater than that of magma. It was rumored that this type of star sand was extremely rarely seen in this world. After the blood of immortals who had been killed in battle was scattered across the cosmos, they would dye a few star fragments red. As time went out, only a bit of essence remained, becoming specks of sparkling and translucent sand. This sand was completely melted into a large cyan cauldron by the Great Elder. Right now, it was poured down like soup straight onto Shurhao's head, leaving him speechless. This was just too forceful. If it was an ordinary deity, they would have long been burned to ruin, turning into bones. After the sparkling and translucent sand melted, turning into scarlet red liquid, it released sky-reaching brilliance, truly as if the blood of an immortal was flowing. It carried a faint bloody smell, as well as a type of fragrance. It seems like the rumors were true, this sand indeed created after being soaked in the blood of immortals. The Great Elder said to himself. Shurhao grimaced. This really didn't feel that good. Having liquid that was who knew how many times hotter than magma poured right on his head, wasn't this simply suicide? From this, one could see just how sturdy his flesh was, not even his flesh melting, still sparkling and shining, his body swirling with brilliant colors, absorbing the essence of the Immortal Blood Star Sand. If it truly is immortal blood, pouring it over your body would have immediately turned you into a thick puddle of blood, nothing left behind. Fortunately, after transforming into star sand, as well as the nurturing of endless years, the murderous energy has been removed, only a bit of essence left behind, which is why you can now make use of it. The Great Elder released a sigh. This type of thing was just too precious. Once it was used up, that was that, there wasn't much left in this world. It was quite amazing. Even under this type of great temperature, when the red star sand liquid entered the medicinal pool, it didn't destroy the other medicinal goods, instead blending inside, everything becoming even more fragrant. Shurhao began to suspect if it was the high temperature that made him feel intense pain, or if it was actually the bit of essence left from the immortal blood remains hacking at his body. Just like that, he endured the intense pain, rising and falling in the first medicinal pool. His body felt as if it was being cut by blades, continuously tempered. Eventually, the Great Elder even produced a large blade, starting to cut at his body. Shurhao's face was about to turn green. What kind of skills did the Great Elder have? If this blade descended, wouldn't his body and spirit be erased? Don't worry, I will properly control my strength. Hurry and use the bone tempering method, the Great Elder reminded. Immediately afterwards, Shurhao knew what was called pain seeping into the bone marrow. When the Great Elder's blade descended, blade energy poured out endlessly, brilliant as if a silver river descended, pouring down from above. However, this didn't injure his skin, all of it cutting into his bones. This type of control of strength and technique really made one gasp in amazement. Shurhao immediately released a muffled groan. He really was in great pain, unknown just how many bones were hacked apart, exposing the bone marrow within, making him directly break out into cold sweat. The suffering he went through not too long ago and by the evil warding divine bamboo reappeared. I am examining your achievements, see if your gains from Immortal Mount have been sufficient, inspecting for deficiencies to help complete you, the Great Elder said. Could he still be imperfect? Even the Heavenly Deity Tree's leaves, Octatic Treasure Unicorn, Immortal Blood Star Sand, These things were used to refine his body. His body would be sturdy even if he didn't want it to be. Shirhao's suffering only began. His body was being reforged again. At first, he didn't utter a sound, but later on, as the Great Elder hacked at his bone marrow with blade energy, snapping his muscles and veins, destroying them 100 times over, the medicinal liquid continuously refining him, in the end, he couldn't hold it back anymore, releasing a low roar. This continued for 10 days. Then, the Great Elder had him sit inside of a cauldron, scattering some evil, warding divine bamboo liquid onto him. A day and night later, Shirhao felt as if he had the spirit of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. After this round of tempering, his body became even a bit stronger than before. Was this to allow a heavenly deity fight a sect master? Shirhao really had a type of powerful self-confidence. Even though he was still in the heavenly deity realm right now, he felt the urge to challenge an even stronger opponent. Enter the second medicinal pool. The Great Elder didn't even give him the chance to take a breather, pointing at the second sparkling pool. White mists were rising from it. Shirhao entered. His fine hairs immediately all stood on end. There weren't only many types of medicinal goods inside, there were also all types of bugs, all of them variant species across the Great Wasteland that were extremely toxic. Below the white mist, even though that liquid was brilliant, one could tell with a single look that it was extremely frightening, not sacred and holy. This place was brightly colored, a strong smell wafting out, the bugs that filled this pool truly horrifying. At the same time, there was a cauldron on the side that was already boiling, the liquid inside continuously splashing out. The various divine bugs within it were even more rarely seen, some still alive, needing to be refined by a divine cauldron. Shirhao's scalp even felt a bit numb, but he silently remained inside. With a hua sound, the Great Elder poured all of the liquid and bugs over his body, into the second medicinal pool. They're living. Shirhao could sense that not a single one of the bugs that were poured into the great cauldron were dead, all of them attaching themselves to his body, starting to chew at him. The moment they opened their eyes, the white scorpions all over him stabbed their tails into Shirhao's skin, the hooked stinger terrifyingly sharp, even tougher than divine weapons. The Great Elder shouted, "Don't resist. Let them pierce in. You absolutely must not kill them. These are white jade scorpions, rare and precious, all noble-blooded rare creatures." Shirhao was speechless. He actually had to take the initiative to go along with this, allowing these scorpions to sting him. Immediately afterwards, his entire body relaxed, or else he might end up killing these white jade scorpions. Even though quite a few of these reached the deity level, they still might be blasted apart by the heavenly deity realm Shirhao's flesh. Shirhao released a miserable scream. These scorpions' venom was highly toxic. His entire body, aside from his eyes, was completely covered by these white scorpions, unknown just how many scorpion tails pierced his skin. There were scorpions all over him, stinging him. They hung from his body, moving about, leaving one horrified. If it was a female going through this, they would have long screamed, immediately vomit. Fortunately, Shirhao was a thick-skinned person, not minding it too much. It was because he had even eaten scorpion flesh before. Only, that type of intense pain and messy feeling still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The main thing was the pain. This was definitely enough to kill a normal heavenly deity. It was because these were deity-level venomous bugs, and with so many of them together, it was just too horrifying. Soon afterwards, the white jade scorpions changed from white to scarlet red, dyed this color from Shirhao's blood. In the end, the venomous blood returned to Shirhao's body. He couldn't help but move his body, releasing a muffled groan. In the end, he screamed out. Being nailed by endless venomous scorpion tails like this was just too hard to endure. When the venomous blood returned, it was about to completely corrode all of his flesh and inner organs. In the end, after a day and night passed, this type of suffering finally ended. All of the heavenly scorpions died, the venom's essence scattering. However, immediately afterwards, Shirhao felt the world before him go dark. It was because endless centipedes appeared, all of them golden with wings. They poured down from a large cauldron, scattering down on his body. With so many centipedes moving about, crawling over every inch of his body, Shirhao's skin went cold. Then, the intense pain returned. "Elder, is there a need to refine the physical body like this?" He felt like he was about to fall apart. Of course there is a need. Refining the muscles, bones, and skin, something like this needs all types of fierce methods. Only after experiencing all types of tribulations will it be clear if you are the genuine article. The future does not need bean sprouts from greenhouses. Reality will be 10,000 times worse than this. The Great Elder spoke extremely calmly. Just like that, after 10 whole days and nights, Shirhao was tormented by 10 types of the most frightening venomous insects, lingering between life and death. In the end, he soaked in divine liquid, his flesh being recovered. Sure enough, the effects were amazing. The 10 types of poisonous bugs were wondrous treasures of this world to begin with, heavenly materials of the highest grade for refining the body. Now that it was paired with all types of divine medicines, they displayed astonishing effects as expected. Elder, when can I use the body as the seed? Shirhao felt like he had already completed enough preparations, ready to carry out a transformation at any time. You are already in the process. Even though you still haven't carried out the crucial step, you are already on the path. To use the flesh as the seed, one naturally needs to rise to the highest level on all aspects, becoming the most powerful in the heavenly deity realm. Otherwise, what hope will there be in succeeding? The great elder was extremely serious. In these 20-something days, a few astonishing things happened in the outside world. Huge news, an exceptional genius from immortal Akkad. Might broke through, merged with a perfect ancient seed, carrying out a higher biological level rebirth. He succeeded, the transformation said to be perfect without any flaw, his unmatched disposition world-shocking. Wu, there is someone from Sacred Academy who has also successfully merged with the Heavenly Horned Ant's Extreme Strength Blood and Phoenix Rebirth Essence Blood. In addition, he surpassed the ancients, merging 10 heavenly passages to one, carving a natural primal chaos-killing formation in his body, undergoing an inherent sublimation on the biological level. In the outside world, a few shocking pieces of news sounded. People broke through the heavenly deity realm one after another, reaching an even greater domain, undergoing perfect transformations, shocking the world. Meanwhile, what was Huang doing? Everyone was waiting for news about him. Quite a few people sneered. Without an unmatched heavenly seed, how was he supposed to compare to those people? He was destined for defeat. Chapter 1256, 1000 Strikes 100 Refinement. A month had already passed, but there was still no news about Huang. He still didn't emerge from seclusion. 2 months. That area in Heavenly Deity Institution was shrouded in a great formation, not displaying any changes, no news coming out. In the outside world, the corners of a few people's lips curled up. They couldn't help but smile, feeling like Huang was likely in trouble, the chances of failure greater than success. 2 months have passed, but he still hasn't emerged from seclusion. What is he doing? Is he giving birth or something? Haha. Immortal Academy has people with unmatched seeds, these people undergoing great rebirths one after the other, walking out from trials of life and death. Huang doesn't have a perfect seed, but is still in seclusion, still trying so hard. Now that I am saying this out loud, it really is hilarious. 2 months had passed, but there was still no news of Huang. This type of silence produced a bit of disturbance in the outside world, some people ridiculing him. There were many people who believed that this type of continued seclusion meant that he failed. Without a Dao seed that matched his talent, and no opportunity to defy his own fate, what was he going to use to break through? There was simply no way of rising up. With his aptitude, becoming a powerful sect master shouldn't be a problem, but everyone knew that he wouldn't be satisfied with just this. There was long news that went out that he had been preparing all this time, wishing to become the most powerful in one move. 3 months passed. There was still no news of Shirhao. In the depths of Heavenly Deity Institution, weeds were even growing tall in the Great Elder's residence. Under the nourishment of spiritual essence, they could be said to be frantically growing, now already about the height of a person. This place was full of weeds, lacking traces of inhabitation. It looked somewhat wild. And abandoned. No one came to disturb this place, because the Great Elder had ordered that no one was permitted to approach to avoid disturbing Shirhao, who was currently cultivating in seclusion. Will Huang really be able to make an astonishing breakthrough? He'll definitely be stronger than ordinary people, but without a suitable seed, it is already impossible for him to compare to those exceptional freaks. What a pity it is that he wasn't able to draw the attention of the 2 academies. Huang is destined to fall, difficult for him to tread a path of extreme glory. In the future, he will be much stronger than us, far greater than ordinary geniuses, but he already lost the qualifications to compete with the best geniuses from the 2 academies. Even the students who remained in Heavenly Deity Institution thought this way, no longer viewing him in a favorable light. It was because this was the cruel reality. Without the assistance of the 2 academies, there were no bright prospects ahead. Even those from this academy were already like this, so there was even less of a need to talk about the outside world. Those people's faces had long been covered in smiles, already seeing a dim path waiting after Shirhao's defeat. Haha, we are waiting for him to appear, truly looking forward to the day when we can see that Huang again. Someone snickered, the expression on his face quite calm, as well as a bit cold. While everyone was making their guesses, under all of this hostility, Shirhao continued to remain in seclusion. Right now, at the foot of a spiritual mountain, Shirhao had already lost track of how many medicinal pools he soaked in. He had endured torment of every means possible, continuously having his body tempered, from medicinal baths to soaking in extreme poison, and then having blades added to his body. It continued without end. For example, the Great Elder had previously ruthlessly raised a bronze war spear, the edge leaving injuries all over his body, his flesh full of holes, a truly miserable sight. Then, he was baptized in medicinal liquid. During this process, Shirhao endured the intense pain, operated the bone hammering method, cultivating in a hell-like circumstance. According to what the Great Elder said, Shirhao's generation looked like they experienced a lot, but they were actually too lacking. The amount of suffering and torment was limited, far from enough, all flowers grown in greenhouses. When the true turmoil began, that would be hell on earth. Great battles would continue endlessly, wounds and sickness everywhere. If one didn't have an unbreakable physique that had been refined 100 times over, just that scene alone would leave one frightened beyond their wits. The Great Elder wasn't trying to torment him for no reason, but was truly refining his muscles, bones, and skin, forging an imperishable golden body, helping him reach the most ideal state. If one wishes to use the body as the seed, without a perfect body, there is no need to keep fooling yourself. Your body would just break apart halfway, exploding on its own. During this period of time, Shirhao had been blasted by divine mountains until his body broke apart, almost turning into a puddle of bloody paste, even more so hacked and broken down by 10,000 blades, slicked down into white bones. Despite this, the Great Elder continuously had Shirhao operate the bone tempering method. Even Shirhao with his powerful mind almost collapsed. He clenched his teeth, holding on, not complaining or howling out. He could only take this path to its end. It was because the Great Elder had said that all of the suffering now was for the great transformation that was to follow, for the sake of a perfect rebirth. The Great Elder had previously walked this path as well, but it was a pity, he ultimately failed. That was why he applied 1,000 strikes, hundreds of types of refinement to Shirhao's body, turning him into a piece of precious iron. He wanted to polish a piece of immortal gold, had to succeed. During the 3rd month, Shirhao already went from a grinding of the flesh to a tempering of the mind. The latter was clearly even more dangerous. During this process, the Great Elder's methods fully appeared, inciting his mind, smelting his primordial spirit, continuously pressuring it, squeezing out his potential. Second primordial spirit. The Great Elder had great expectations, forcing him to forge a second primordial spirit. It was because his primordial spirit force was extremely powerful, long exceeding other heavenly deities at his level. Silver's spiritual flames raged. Shirhao's second primordial spirit was growing, eventually becoming vivid and lifelike, identical to Shirhao's first primordial spirit, just that it was a bit smaller. This, the Great Elder was inwardly shocked. He just wanted to try something with this youth, but never expected to truly produce a rough core. He wanted to use this method to refine his soul and spirit, not expecting that it would actually succeed. Right now, Shirhao felt a strange sensation. There was 2 of him, one mind able to be used on different things. It was extremely strange, yet also wonderful. It could completely be called an unconventional rebirth. Like this, wouldn't he be able to do many things? Only, the Great Elder's following words shattered this thought. The Great Tao has to be returned to the most simple, the intrinsic essence must be one. What external spiritual bodies, puppet primordial spirit, second magical body, 3 immeasurable bodies. These are all the wrong way, short-term glory. In the end, they will all be shattered and broken. Only one's origin is true, from one to the Tao. The so-called Tao returning to the most simple wasn't just hot air. The second primordial spirit, external bodies and other things were just methods on the path of cultivation, not the unmatched path to take. By being born in this heaven and earth, we ourselves are also a part of this world. A piece of nascent cosmos is already equipped with everything. All we need to do is to evolve, to continue improving ourselves and transcend above, reach great heights, forge our true selves, not to draw legs on a snake, adding external limbs or souls to our bodies. The Great Elder spoke extremely bluntly. What he spoke wasn't absolute logic, but there was indeed some reasoning behind what he said. Perhaps because he wasn't on the level of the most powerful ancient immortals yet, what he said might contain some errors, but for the most part, it was precious truth. Soon afterwards, Shirhao's second primordial spirit was turned into a divine flame, used to burn his first primordial spirit. Fiery light surged, continuously jumping about, entering his main primordial spirit. The second primordial spirit became nourishment, strengthening his main primordial spirit. It could be said that after forming a second primordial spirit and then smelting them back into one, this type of forging process was a great refinement, perfecting something that was already outstanding. The primordial spirit was treated like a piece of iron core. It was continuously refined, the impurities within the divine soul erased, making it pure and perfect, turning it into repeatedly refined essence steel, immortal gold that had been tempered 10,000 times. This wasn't the end, but the beginning. The mind-tempering method originated from Immortal Academy. The exceptional talents there definitely undergoing this type of transformation as well. Only, you have to strive to do even better, do even more. The Great Elder warned. In the end, the Great Elder passed on a few even stranger ancient methods, not only those secret methods limited to Immortal Academy. He had sure how forge his primordial spirit into a weapon, and not like a second primordial spirit or other things. This was extremely dangerous, but it would greatly sharpen his will. This was a path of transcendence. If one was defeated, they would die on the spot, leaving behind a flesh shell without a consciousness. However, if they succeeded, their vital energy would be gradually strengthened. At first, the main primordial spirit was still there, holding the weapon formed from primordial spirit force, brandishing it about, the scene astonishing. Later on, even the main primordial spirit disappeared, turning into a sword core itself, becoming a golden war spear, producing an unstoppable heavenly blade and other things. This was extremely astonishing, remolding 1,000 times over, refined 10,000 times, repeatedly forging the primordial spirit, removing all of the so-called impurities within, only leaving behind the essence, strengthening it further. Sure, how couldn't help but say with a trembling voice, isn't this the chaos calming art? That type of great method known as one of the 3 great extreme sword arts from the ancient times had PR. Eviously unleashed a bloodbath against the foreign intruders, corpses piling up into mountains, calming an entire era. Meanwhile, this method was to turn the primordial spirit into a sword core, its power boundless. Wherever it passed, mountains would collapse and seas would roar, stars destroyed, nothing able to stop its strike. Just a damaged sword art, still passable when used to refine the primordial spirit. If you want to use it for attack, it is still far from enough. This type of mysterious great method was enigmatic even in immortal ancient great era. If one wanted to obtain it for themselves, it is just too difficult. Shirhao's primordial spirit was continuously sharpened, becoming more and more pure, now extremely powerful. This was a soul weapon, one forged to destroy an enemy's primordial spirit. One could well imagine how frightening Shirhao's following experiences were. Using his primordial spirit to resist a soul weapon, this was just dangerous to the extreme. There was a chance that he might just directly die here. Your body can compare to divine weapons, extremely powerful, currently transforming towards an unbreakable golden body, so the primordial spirit should also be like this, able to face soul weapons. The Great Elder told him directly that there were many extremely frightening soul weapons on the other side. Back then, the reason why this world suffered a great defeat during Immortal Ancient's last days was because the other side used many soul weapons, and that was why the creatures of the 9 heavens 10 earths suffered such great losses. Among them, there were a few unmatched soul weapons that even more so cut down true immortals, wiping out the primordial spirits of some existences on that level, shocking this realm. When Shirhao heard this, he gasped. He was momentarily silent, and then he had the Great Elder continuously use the pure golden staff to attack his primordial spirit. He defended himself with his naked primordial spirit, resisting it barehandedly. It seems like the chaos calming art is even more valuable than what I had thought. The day will come when not only my flesh is unbreakable, even my primordial spirit will be cultivated to that step so that I won't fear any type of attacks. Shirhao's expression was serious. It was clear that since the chaos calming art could turn the primordial spirit into a weapon, kill countless enemies, wipe out everything in its path, then it could definitely strengthen the primordial spirit to the extreme. If even its offensive potential was penetrating and unmatched, there was less of a need to talk about passively defending against soul weapons. It was definitely an unmatched ancient method. For months past, Shirhao still didn't emerge from seclusion. 5 months passed. Heavenly Deity Institution was still quiet. Half a year passed. Some people in the outside world shook their heads. A genius who didn't have any hope had been locked up for so long. Already, what kind of pleasant surprises could there be? Wu, 4 geniuses from Immortal Academy came out of seclusion. The most powerful few from Sacred Academy have pretty much all appeared, all of them achieving perfection, yet Huang is still nowhere to be seen. Can I say that he is putting on quite the airs? Haha. Someone laughed loudly. Those young supreme beings have perfect ancient seeds, yet they didn't use up that much time. Meanwhile, Huang is so reserved, not willing to come out. He really is bashful and adorable, haha. A few people laughed coldly, not concealing their mockery and ridicule at all. Quite a few people were waiting for Shirhao to make a fool of himself. Chapter 1257, Wind and Clouds Stirring Up the 9 Heavens. 6 months of torment. From the flesh to primordial spirit, Shirhao underwent severe tempering. This was already no longer a seclusion at the heavenly deity level, simply training on the sect master level. The Great Elder was incomparably harsh, different from his usual amiable bearing. He didn't let a single thing go. If there was a bit of dissatisfaction, he would immediately restart the process. The deep blue soul weapon carried biting cold killing intent, hacking down from the front, striking at Shirhao's primordial spirit. If there were any outsiders here, their expressions would definitely change greatly. It was just too easy for those fluctuations to kill heavenly deities. A blue war spear flew out, releasing brilliance that illuminated mountains and rivers, streaking across the sky. How could normal heavenly deities resist this? Even sect masters' faces would turn pale. They definitely wouldn't think of this as a type of sharpening, but simply slaughter. If someone in the heavenly deity realm faced this type of attack, they would undoubtedly die. Right at this time, before the space between Shirhao's brows, that fist-height little figure rushed into the sky, taking the initiative to face it. The immortal mists and brilliant multicolored radiance it released were unexpectedly restrained, becoming a bit simple and unadorned, becoming dim. He formed a first imprint, and the moment he shifted sideways, the fist imprint smashed into the blue war spear's shaft, releasing a clear dang sound. Fiery light rushed into the heavens, dazzling to the extreme. This little figure looked plain and without decorations, just like a secluded Taoist. However, at the crucial moment, it displayed its abilities. This strike was world-shaking. He unexpectedly barehandedly resisted a soul weapon. Shirhao had already remained in seclusion for a long time, enduring a hell-like torment. It was now already the later stages, a verification of his abilities. With a wang sound, the blue war spear was too resplendent, struck flying by that fist imprint. Not bad. The Great Elder nodded. It was far from just not bad. If it was anyone else, forget about sending a blue spear flying, even if they slightly touched. A soul weapon, they would be blasted into scattered ashes, unable to face it head-on. It was because this type of thing was made specially for killing primordial spirits. Go! The Great Elder released a light shout. After he spoke, a sparkling long blade hacked over, erupting with brilliance that even made the heavenly sun grow dim. It streaked across the sky, hacking down on heaven and earth. It was another soul weapon. A sparkling long blade hacked apart the void, trying to cut down the mind, descending with an unsurpassed stance. Shirhao's primordial spirit was as fast as lightning. It turned into a divine sword, still without any radiance, but it was terrifyingly sturdy. It directly rushed forward, unexpectedly about to face it head-on. Right now, even the Great Elder felt a bit nervous. This was too risky. A single mishap and Shirhao's primordial spirit would be completely wiped out. A sharp and clear noise sounded in the air. The sword and blade clashed, sparks flying in all directions. Then, the two competed intensely, continuously hacking at each other. Good, very good, excellent. Even the Great Elder, who had remained serious this entire time, praised him 3 times in succession, happy and excited. After cultivating bitterly for so many days, they now received great results. In the end, the purple and sparkling long blade tore through the sky, no longer continuing. That divine sword turned into a fist-sized little figure, sturdy and astonishing. Not even a soul weapon could cut through it. This level of primordial spirit was rarely seen in this world. It was too sturdy. With a schwa sound, Shirhao's primordial spirit returned to his flesh. He also felt a bit of regret that he wasn't able to obtain the perfect chaos-calming art, the damaged art only enough to train his primordial spirit, unable to truly release a powerful and unmatched attack. Shirhao's body was well-proportioned, tall and slender. Even though he didn't look all that robust, he was healthy and handsome, a physique that was sturdy and powerful, already basically a human-shaped divine weapon. It was because his current body could already directly destroy heavenly deity magical artifacts, able to face sect master level precious treasures, powerful and astonishing. Apart from this, his forehead bone shone, primordial spirit light receding. This was the embodiment of his vital energy flourishing to the extreme. It long exceeded the power that a heavenly deity ought to have. He already finished his preparations, using up many medicinal pools. The octatic treasure unicorn, heavenly deity tree, soul guiding lotus, evil warding divine bamboo, yellow springs fruit, and other types of heavenly materials have all been absorbed, raising him to a perfect state. In my many years in this world, you are the most powerful heavenly deity I have ever seen. The Great Elder was generous with his praise, releasing a heartfelt sigh of admiration. There was a feeling of being gratified as well as happiness, but also some frustration and bitterness. It was because he finally nurtured an ideal disciple, just as powerful as he had imagined, reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly deity realm, or to be more precise, exceeding the heavenly deity realm. At the same time, he also thought back to his past. When he was on this path, it was also incredibly bumpy, also using the body as the seed, but he failed, almost having his body and Dao wiped out in the process. Whether or not he would succeed would all depend on the final step. Thank you, Senior, for everything you have done. Shirhao spoke from his heart. The Great Elder had invested greatly in him, all types of divine bugs, precious techniques, and other things all used up without any consideration for their cost, even more so spending a larger half of a year refining his body and divine senses. Your present body has exceeded my past self, unmatched in heavenly deity realm. Your chances of success are greater than mine, the Great Elder said. He was an exceptional genius in the past, no one able to compare to him when he was in his youth. He then added, saying, also, you have a strange seed that is still growing. Right now, it is like a heaven and earth placenta. If you occupy this, your chances of success will be greatly improved. Shirhao completely all of his preparations, now only lacking the final trial. Only, how is he going to enter this strange seed and occupy it, becoming the immortal core that was being nurtured? The seed was hazy and indistinct, surrounded by mist. Primal chaos surged, the most primitive aura released from it. One could vaguely hear sounds of the heavens 10,000 Dao. Back then, nearby Fire Province, Shirhao seized this strange seed from Celestial Clan's mine. This seed was constantly changing in size, no set shape. He had never made use of it, only today did it display the brilliance it ought to have. Using the body as the seed, you are destined to succeed, the Great Elder said, encouraging Shirhao and also himself. This was the only disciple he had fostered with such care, as well as the disciple he had entrusted all of his hopes onto in this life. Back then, he had failed on this path, so all of his hopes were now entrusted onto Shirhao. A hazy radiance flickered within the Great Elder's pupils, his expression serious as he said, we don't have an unmatched ancient seed, unable to carry out the so-called perfect merging and transformation. Since that is the case, then the body will be used as the seed, a heaven and earth reformed, transcending above. Understood. Shirhao nodded. From now on, there is only the issue of you entering the seed. Just focus on your comprehension, transcending above, inspect and verify the body as Dao path and technique to its end. Do not worry about anything regarding the outside world, the Great Elder said. Then, the Great Elder took Shirhao's everlasting immortal sword core, Infus. Ing endless divine force into it, making it release radiance that was dazzling to the extreme. The mountains and rivers were immediately illuminated, making the sun and moon grow dim. He fiercely brandished the sword, hacking it down. Then, a strand of Shirhao's heart blood flowed out, and the seed that fluctuated in size split apart. Divine multicolored light overflowed, Dao sounds endless. It was as if heavenly gods and devils were chanting. He drew a bit of heart blood from Shirhao, and at the same time opened up that seed, letting the blood scatter inside, using it as a blood sacrifice. That seed was opened up like that, cut through by the Great Elder with the sword core. Shirhao didn't hesitate at all, immediately leaping into the seed, taking its place, becoming the unmatched divine core that was being nurtured within. The most difficult step had arrived. How is this heaven and earth placenta going to be closed? In reality, the instant the sword opened it, it was the same as this placental being exposed. It would gradually wither up and then lose its purpose. This is heaven-mending medicine, something I obtained from the heaven-mending Dao, able to seal up this placenta, the Great Elder said. When Shirhao heard this, his body trembled, great waves stirring in his mind. The lower realm had the heaven-mending pavilion, 3,000 provinces had heaven-mending sect, while the 9 heavens above had heaven-mending Dao. These were what he knew about. At the same time, there was also a sky-severing Dao in the 9 heavens above. From pavilion to sect, then to Dao, it was just as the names implied. There was a legend in the 9 heavens above that heaven-mending Dao had a type of long-life medicine. Perhaps it couldn't be called a medicine, perhaps an immortal stone, immortal core, but it could mend the heavens, able to nurture all living things. Right now, what the Great Elder required was precisely a portion of this type of item. Shirhao saw some sparkling liquid flow down, making the Dao seed that was cut open start to heal, not leaving behind the slightest flaw. Then, he was sealed within. There were other methods to seal the seed as well, but it definitely would make it lose a set amount of essence. However, this way, it didn't lose anything to the point where it was even nurtured. From here on out, I am going to a place of natural luck to bury the seed, wait for you to come out of seclusion. These were the Great Elder's final words for him. Then, Shirhao couldn't hear anything. He was about to change and transform above, display a transformation on a biological level, win or lose, everything was going to end here. It was clear that as Shirhao went into hibernation, not appearing this whole time, the outside world had long been stirring with commotion. This was especially the case when he didn't show himself after half a year passed, things becoming even more noisy. 8 months passed. There was still no sign of Shirhao. 9 months passed, Shirhao nowhere to be seen. A year passed. Huang seemed to have disappeared. A year passed. Heavenly Deity Institution's great elder's residence was completely overgrown, wild grass everywhere, vines covering this place densely. Wu, 10 Crown King Tianzi used up 12 months of time to merge with the World Tree sapling and fully rise up. The day he came out of seclusion, a giant tree supported the heavens, towering into the world beyond, irregular scenes astonishing. That day news spread, shocking all under the heavens. 10 Crown King, his name Tianzi, remained in seclusion for a long time, news about him now finally appearing. He had undergone the most perfect evolution, his intrinsic life quality increased limitlessly. That day, all types of irregular scenes all appeared. In Immortal Academy, a divine spring surged from the earth, sweet dew pouring down from the heavens, great Tao golden lotuses blooming in the void one after another. True dragons even appeared, circling his place of seclusion, Tao sounds rumbling, resonating with this place. Word tree, just how astonishing of a thing was this? Even true immortals would gasp when they saw this, yet he had the luck of merging it into himself. This transformation could be considered perfect without any flaws. What kind of name did he have? He was previously known as 10 Crown King, his name Tianzi, literally meaning the child of heaven, his courage and strength exceptional. The day he came out of seclusion, a dragon fist ruptured the sky. A few days afterwards, another disturbance was raised. In Immortal Academy, purple energy rose from the east, large amounts of purple energy rising into the heavens above, seeping into the earth below, broad and powerful as it spread out 30,000 li. Heavens, what kind of astonishing irregular scene is this? Who came out of seclusion? Why is it this grand and vast? I know what it is. This is Great Mist Purple Energy, one of the legendary unmatched ancient seeds. It had previously displayed extraordinary prowess in Immortal Ancient Great Era, known as a perfect precious seed. It actually appeared in this world again. Everyone knew that someone from Immortal Academy had successfully merged with the Great Mist Purple Seed, carrying out an extreme evolution. Now, this person came out of seclusion. Another heaven-warping genius appeared, moreover clearly a young supreme being in the truest of meanings. It was rumored that the creatures who could successfully merge with this type of unmatched ancient seed would definitely enjoy endless glory in their life, having the quality to sweep through the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was too difficult for others to face them. A glorious age had arrived, wind and clouds stirring once more. Chapter 1258. Spring is when seeds are planted. A great era descended. Even though they might have reached the end stage of a great era, to the extent where it could be called the final days, they had also reached the most brilliant era. A world tree sapling merged with someone. Just how heaven-shocking was this? Then, the Great Mist Purple Energy Seed also appeared. This was an unmatched seed. Purple energy rose from the east, sweeping out 30,000 li. This was the reflection of incomparable divine might. That day, in the 9 heavens above, all great clans trembled, the true meaning of young supreme beings appearing one after the other, rising up in this chaotic world, leaving everyone's minds shaken. It's actually that type of ancient seed. One has to understand that, even if it was in the era where true immortals existed, that is still a perfect seed. It would leave even long-life beings in shock. Regardless of whether it was ordinary Tao inheritances or undying families, many experts were discussing. Everyone had a feeling that his was just the start, that there would be world-shocking young geniuses who would appear. Perhaps the best ancient seeds were going to gather in this world. It wasn't for any other sake, only for true glory, to alter the regrets of the past, for the sake of defeating the foreign powerful enemies. The perfect ancient seeds have all appeared, who is number one under heaven, who is truly unmatched and will display their prowess in this generation. Back then, there were a few seeds that withered away without the chance to even mature. I believe in this world, they should be able to display great brilliance. Everyone was looking forward to this clash at the peak between young supreme beings. Of course, the people of this world still didn't wish for everyone to massacre one another, but rather to go head-to-head for the sake of resisting the foreign enemies. I hope to see great stars rise up one after another, move through the sky like great suns, produce dazzling sparks when they clash, but when doomsday truly arrives, for everyone to aim everything against the enemy in unity. There were people who were looking forward to this, wishing to see a glorious era. There was no one who wanted to see a great era ultimately wither away, become a dilapidated world filled with death and coldness. The 9 heavens 10 earths suffered an extremely heavy loss in the previous war. The entire great world left in ruins, turned into 9 heavens and 10 ancient earths. Now, they were all hoping they could change the situation. Even though everyone knew that that was extremely difficult, feeling that this was impossible to accomplish, they still carried hope. Who is the overlord? Who is number one under the sky? Which ancient seed is the most powerful? Everything is going to be revealed soon. This was what many people were thinking. Revering the strong was an instinctive and innate tendency. Even the big names and ancient figures wanted to know which seed exactly was worthy of being known as an unmatched seed, regardless of whether it was an ordinary mountain gate or a long life. Families that towered for endless years, they were all waiting to see the most dazzling radiance erupt in this great world. As the outside world was clamoring about, sighing with astonishment towards the unmatched ancient seeds, heavenly deity institution was still quiet. In reality, Shirhao was already no longer here, silently brought away by the Great Elder. Spring is when seeds are planted, fall is when they are harvested. This was the Great Elder's voice. In addition, this really was what he did. He buried Shirhao, covering him in earth, and then didn't bother with him any longer. This wasn't heavenly deity institution. The heavy earth energy was like liquid, tangling together strand after strand, and then forming a paste-like state. However, this place didn't irritate the nose that bad, not true dust, but a type of energy, a type of earth energy formed from heaven and earth essence. This place already didn't belong to a measurable heaven, but another heaven in the 9 heavens called Clear Profound Heaven. This was an ancient land, nothing else visible, only earth energy filling everything, creating a yellow expanse. It was as if endless beasts were moving about, sending yellow sand into the sky. In reality, this ancient land was originally like this, earth energy resplendent like smoke and light, extremely thick. This was a type of innate essence energy. Now, the Great Elder brought Shirhao here, burying him here precisely to have him nourished by this type of innate essence energy, helping the seed nurture the divine core within easier. Shirhao really was like a seed, planted underground. They were actually waiting for him to sprout roots and germinate. Right now this place wasn't peaceful. That strange seed was being nurtured, releasing a type of sound, perfectly merging into one. In reality, it was extremely peaceful to begin with, harmonizing and sharing a type of unified pulse with the entire world, and even stars in the cosmos, resonating with them. In the ears of cultivators, this was like the sound of immortal Tao, as if the most ancient scripture sounds were transmitted from the heavens beyond, so loud even the deaf could hear. It could allow one to comprehend the Tao. This was the most precious aspect of the seed. It was like a heaven and earth placenta, the produce of this heaven and earth's transferring process, connected to the heavens, harmonizing with the world. Right now, all different types of natural laws were condensing and gathering here. A heaven and earth placenta, it naturally intertwined with this world, enjoying the baptism of endless Tao. Strand after strand of natural laws, streak after streak of chains winded about the placenta, including the visible and the invisible, everything linking up together to form a cocoon. This was precisely what made up the outer shell of the seed right now. This was especially the case when it was buried in this type of place with rich earth energy, which was He's so-called origin land, making the effects even more clear. It was because this made the seed and the world even closer, intertwining together. Shirhao wasn't unfamiliar with this. Back then, Qi Daolin had suggested to him before that he could borrow the seed to cultivate immortal energy, only, at that time, he didn't end up using it like this. Shirhao remained in these Tao laws, wrapped around by all types of natural principles. He now truly saw the intrinsic nature of this world, seeing the most primitive and simple natural Tao. He was like an arid desert that greedily absorbed rain, observing, emulating, comprehending everything, and then added his own reflections. He was close to the great Tao, comprehending it. This was what one needed to do when trying to break through the heavenly deity realm. If there was a chance to merge together with the great Tao, instantly becoming one with it, then the achievement would benefit one for the rest of their lives. This was the main reason why many geniuses wished to find a perfect ancient seed. A perfect Tao seed contained too much of this world. If one could instantly merge with it, then it will be as if the cultivator saw many intrinsic qualities of this world, comprehending the real meanings. One could well imagine the results of this type of achievement. That was why everyone was searching for a perfect Tao seed. It was precisely because they wanted to borrow this to comprehend the truths of heaven and earth. Moreover, that type of seed was different from normal Tao seeds. Once one merged with it, it might just be forever, not like other seeds where it was merely a flash of realization. Merging forever meant that there would be many chances in one's life to merge with the world through the seed, able to continuously rise up on the path of cultivation. Having a perfect seed was equivalent to grasping one's own fate. These were words of wisdom from the last great era. Shirhao didn't have this type of seed, so he naturally needed a different wondrous path. Now, he saw these natural laws through the heaven and earth placenta, understanding the intrinsic quality of many things. Using the body as a seed, I won't merge with a seed from the outside world, but rather link up to this heaven and earth with myself, thus witness all profound meanings. Shirhao said to himself, experiencing everything within the scripture sounds. It was because according to the theory of using one's body as the seed, one would hold the most basic Tao principles of heaven and earth in his flesh, activate the world within his body by observing heaven and earth. When one merged with a perfect seed, regardless of how it would rely on this great world, relying on this great cosmos. It was because he was a part of it himself, living within it. Meanwhile, using the body as a seed, this was to be side by side with it, be at the same level as the cosmos, not residing beneath it. Correct, using the body as the Tao was to place oneself at the same level as the cosmos, making oneself a world as well, a heavenly dome of its own. By examining the world, studying it, one would then activate oneself. On this path of making the body as the Tao, in theory, the creature would not be an insignificant entity on this great world, not a member of those who took up residence within it and absorbed its nourishment, but rather rising far above. Using the body as the seed, what one developed was oneself. There was no fake external objects, not acquiring what one needed from the great cosmos, but instead having immortal gates within oneself that one could open. Power continuously released his potential, boundless divine might pouring out from within. When one reached the end of this route, power wouldn't be compared through how large one's body was. Even if the human body was less than a speck of dust compared to the star domain, it could similarly tear apart the entire cosmos, transcend above, rise far above. Some words from the great elder rang by his ears, carrying dejectedness, as well as hiding many regrets. We were defeated in the last great era all because there were a few unmatched ancient seeds that were powerful beyond limit on our side, but when they entered the undying being side, they couldn't adapt as well, thus being at a disadvantage. Using the body as the seed, the reason why there were people who began researching this from the last great era was because of this extremely serious backdrop. At first, even though they still weren't a match when facing the foreign side, there wasn't too great of a disparity. The main reason for this was because the creatures of the other side had the undying realm gates opened. The original energy of that realm was released, two realms merging together, causing the powerful individuals of this world to feel uncomfortable. There were some extremely powerful creatures whose Tao became unstable. After heaven and earth changed, they were unable to adapt. It was because they were used to merging with the original heaven and earth, becoming one, harmonizing heaven with man, merging Tao and self, as well as even further derivations of this path. Even though that type of situation could be overcome, methods developed later on, it was still clear that having a perfect seed didn't mean that it was without flaws. That was why some wanted to walk the path of self as seed. The great elder's words sounded in Shirhao's mind, making him feel extremely cautious. Observing the regulations of the heavens, witnessing the intrinsic qualities of the universe, comprehending the true self, opening up immortal gates within one's body one after another, this was what Shirhao needed to do. Only, this seemed like a path that could be taken, but it contained tremendous dangers, to the extent where it could be said every step was a crisis. First, without a perfect seed to merge with, prying into the world's innate profound mist. Rise like this was a type of taboo, it would suffer the wrath of heaven. This was not something that received the approval of the heavens. The perfect ancient seeds were opportunities the great world left for the creatures of the world. These were what was acknowledged. These were the opportunities for examining many of the world's innate qualities. Meanwhile, when one did what Shirhao did, hiding within a heaven and earth placenta, it was as if he was stealing the mysteries of heaven, already considered a taboo. Everyone's understanding was different. This could be considered as angering the heavens, natural laws will descend to punish him, and this could also be considered as a turtle dove occupying a magpie nest. Seizing the opportunities the heaven and earth placenta was originally going to bestow upon immortal treasures, and so there was going to be a retaliation. Shirhao was more inclined towards the latter. He definitely wasn't one who believed in any so-called punishment of heaven, but instead felt like he was retrieving lost ground. Correct, when this path had just been opened, he already encountered great danger. While residing within the placenta, there was a mysterious wave of power that winded about various natural laws of heaven and earth, this power currently targeting him. What is this? Shirhao was shocked, feeling extreme danger. This strange seed changed between large and small, forming an heaven and earth placenta. When it was large, it still wasn't bigger than a zhang in length. Only, no one would have expected the inside to be so empty, as if it was an expansive void. It would be fine for even several dozen or over 100 people to sit in. Immortal mist spread, the holy aura here becoming more and more rich. All types of heaven and earth order interweaved. Shirhao was in the middle of it all, discovering with shock that there was a creature's aura, and it wanted to kill him. Previously, when he was in the 3,000 Dao provinces, Qi Daolin had believed that this seed contained a type of immortal gold, just that it still hadn't formed, not being designed. He told him that it would be conveniently forged into an unmatched immortal weapon after Shirhao borrowed this for his rebirth. Meanwhile, in the 9 heavens above, the great elder believed that it was some other type of immortal Dao good that was currently maturing. However, Now that Shirha was truly inside of it, moreover stabilizing, he discovered with alarm that this was a creature, a powerful living creature. The retaliation began. Shirha wanted to turn the body into the seed, but in the end, he immediately incurred the wrath of heaven. That is, when a streak of immortal light flashed past, an expansive chaotic energy surged, Shirha saw the creature inside. It was a woman whose long hair scattered over her shoulders, perfect and flawless, beautiful like something out of a dream. She sat in the void, her eyes suddenly opening. Chapter 1259. Meet in the next great era. There was actually a woman inside of the seed, one who was gorgeous and astonishing. Shirha really was surprised. He never would have thought that he would find a living creature in this so-called heaven and earth wondrous seed, let alone one who was this beautiful. It was precisely her who was releasing the killing intent, wishing to destroy him. Waves of spiritual essence wafted out, that area becoming more and more clear, no longer blurry. That woman displayed her true body from within the mist. She sat in the void, her eyes like lightning. This woman was different from all of the women Shirha had met in his life, not carrying a type of otherworldly, fairy-like aura. Her beautiful eyes were extremely large, moreover incredibly sharp. Even though they were extremely pretty, they weren't gentle, the two eyes like immortal pools that contained sword radiance. This type of deep divine light would make even the giants of an area lower their heads, not willing to face it head-on. Under its radiance, one would feel like they were far too inferior. Meanwhile, her brows were extremely beautiful, slender and long, but they were about to reach her temples, giving off a rather unique feeling. This was an extremely beautiful woman who was full of essence energy and imposing might. Her forehead was wide, snow-white like jade, her beautiful eyes releasing essence energy, fine nose straight and tall. She truly had cherry lips that were moist and bright, her teeth like jade. Even though she was sitting, her body was definitely tall and slender, her curves astonishing. If she stood up, she would be half a head taller than ordinary men. At this moment, she had already gotten up, standing in the void, surrounded by chaotic energy, using it like clothes, white mists blocking a few of her crucial areas. However, this type of hazy beauty only made her appear even more astonishing, full of irresistible temptation. It had to be said that this woman was different from everyone else. If one only looked at her exterior appearance, she really was too outstanding. She had a head of purple hair that scattered down to her waist, some in front of her chest, blocking her tall chest. Her waist was small, a pair of slender, beautiful legs pure white like jade, astonishingly long. Even Shirha, who had seen many astonishing beauties, couldn't help but reveal a shocked appearance now. This woman was beautiful to the point of being a bit unreal, could be considered perfect, moreover carrying a unique style. A person like you needs to be punished. She transmitted divine consciousness fluctuations, not speaking. It was because she had never appeared in the outside world, not knowing the language of the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, she had her own thoughts and spirit, able to completely express her own mood. This was extremely astonishing, having wisdom at birth. This really was divine, grasping everything even without learning. Shirha got over his initial shock, now becoming much more calm. What did he even do? He entered a seed, discovered a living creature. This really was inconceivable, world-shocking news. Even though he had heard of similar rumors, they were just rumors after all. Not many had personally seen it happen. Now, he really did experience it. An immortal core that was being nurtured by heaven and earth had now been seen by him by accident. Moreover, he already violated it, could even be said to have completely harmed this woman. By rashly barging into the world that nurtured her, it was the same as seizing her everything. There was no way they could remain on friendly terms. This matter wouldn't end until one side's death. The other party wouldn't let him go. I'm sorry. The first thing Shirha did after he calmed down wasn't to throw himself over murderously to settle this problem, but rather apologize from deep down. Thinking from another perspective, if they switched sides, he would be even more angry. Someone was trying to seize her everything, destroying the process in which one achieved immortality. This would definitely incur the greatest hatred. Do you think that everything will be fine just by you speaking these words? That woman spoke, her voice pleasant to listen to, as if the words she spoke were sounds of nature. Shirha was immediately shocked. This time, the other party didn't use divine will fluctuations, but rather directly released sound, using the words of the 9 heavens 10 earths to interact with him. Born under the heavens, nurtured by the earth, the moment you entered, I sensed too much information about the world, from this learning all of this. The woman said incredibly coldly, her eyes bright like lightning. I did not know that you were cultivating in seclusion here. I thought that this was only a heaven and earth wondrous seed that contains immortal gold and other things. Shirha said. However, he felt like no amount of explaining would do much. However, even though he felt like he wronged this creature, that didn't mean that he would let the other party kill him. He had to protect himself. He wouldn't just sit and wait for his death. You're even going to take the initiative to attack me? That woman's brows jumped slightly, her phoenix eyes flickering with brilliant purple light. More primal chaos surged in front of her. I will not be the first to attack you, but I won't wait helplessly for death either, Shirhao said. Soon afterwards, Shirhao verified that her cultivation was higher than his, but as for just how much higher exactly it wasn't something he could measure. Purely in terms of cultivation, this was definitely an extremely frightening woman. It was just like the legends, a spirit nurtured by heaven and earth, immortal core born from the earth, every single one unimaginably powerful, exceeding supreme beings, destined to become immortals. Why did they call them immortal cores? It was because as soon as they were born, they would directly ascend to immortality soon afterwards. There were people who previously said that they were children of heaven, that these creatures would only make a trip around the mortal world, their starting point destined to be higher than everyone else's and more powerful than everyone. Only, this type of immortal core was rarely seen since ancient times, not many from the past until now. Once they appeared, great winds would stir, the world lose color, these individuals difficult to stop. Of course, their process of birth was also extremely slow, several millions of years at every turn, perhaps even longer. There were previously people who recorded in immortal ancient times an immortal core that took 10 million years to be born. This creature achieved immortality the moment it emerged in this world, and its cultivation only began to rise. However, these creatures had one weakness, which was that once someone disturbed them while they were being born, they would stop, unable to continue their ascent. This meant that once the heaven and earth placenta was broken open, she would stop her growth here, because she was not perfectly nurtured, losing all hope of advancing in the immortal Tao. The woman took action. With a wave of her hand, a magical imprint took form, the void immediately warping, everything changing there. Shirhao's expression immediately changed. Needless to say, this woman was powerful beyond belief, just a randomly produced magical imprint already like this. She didn't attack with everything she had. Shirhao felt like if it wasn't a true supreme being who came, they would definitely all die. Sure enough, with a move of her body, everything there became indistinct, and then space split apart. Soon afterwards, she scattered the magical imprint, extremely careful not to break the seed, because that would completely ruin all of her hopes. Just now, she was only testing, moreover extremely carefully and simply trying things out. However, it still carried such great power. Shirhao couldn't help but develop suspicions. Could it be that this creature had long been nurtured, about to come into the world? In that case, her true cultivation was simply impossible to measure. The woman's eyes were shining, releasing strands of purple multicolored light, making the void tremble. Then, this place was immediately restricted, making everything freeze in place. Even time seemed to have stopped. This scene was too frightening. In that instant, it was as if endless years passed. Shirhao felt like even if he put up resistance, there was no meaning. Unless the Great Elder was here to join the battle, there was no hope to be seen at all. However, the Great Elder was outside, unable to know what was happening inside at all. This strange seed was completely secluded from everything else, impossible to see through. Otherwise, he would have been able to see inside a long time ago, not having to go this far. There was no meaning in competing against an immortal core in the heavenly deity realm. The void quickly calmed down, all of the natural laws disappearing. The multicolored light in the woman's eyes restraining, becoming calm. What kind of object did you use to make the seed heal? She asked. This was the issue she had been preoccupied with the whole time. It was a heaven-mending wondrous object obtained from heaven-mending Tao, can also be considered a type of long-life medicine. Perhaps it might even be a type of wondrous stone, the type of material itself unclear. Shirhao replied, inwardly startled. Is there more? The woman asked, her eyes immediately becoming even more brilliant than a sun, piercing into his mind. There is. Shirhao replied decisively. Then fine. I will lend this heaven and earth placenta for you to cultivate. Once you separate and leave, use the heaven-mending medicine to reseal the seed. Can you do this? She didn't threaten him, but rather spoke in a consulting voice, moreover just this generous. Shirhao never expected her to be this easy to deal with, not angering her. She was just this gentle, not matching her imposing bearing. I can do this. He gave a firm response. The heaven-mending medicine actually had this type of miraculous effects. Shirhao was sure that as long as that medicine reclosed the seed, there wouldn't be any effects on it, the same as leaving it as good as before. While examining the natural laws of heaven and earth, I have long faintly sensed that a calamity was coming. However, I never expected it to arrive this fast. The woman said to herself. Natural laws interweaved around her, the aura of the heavens and 10,000 realms rushing over. This was the result of the seed interacting and resonating with the outside world, divine chains of order that linked up the universe's Tao. Then, she raised her head, her sparkling purple hair scattering about, revealing a perfect face. She gazed into the void. Her entire body shone, space between her brows splitting apart, producing a vertical eye, this eye seemingly able to peer into the everlasting. All types of symbols interweaved in her surroundings, these characters unchanged since time immemorial. It was because this was the product of the great Tao condensing, turning into symbols and wrapping around him. Scripture sounds immediately rang out, as if it was going to shake up the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, in reality, it only sounded in this space, absolutely deafening. Streak after streak of time fragments fluttered by, strange scenes flowing past one after another, almost as if it was all a dream. Shirhao was stunned. This woman was deriving, measuring his future, examining his destiny. These were simply omniscient and unmatched methods. I have seen from your body in this world scenes of blood splashing into the heavens, bones piling up into mountains. This world is full of slaughter, the war. LD destroyed, everything too bitter. If I come into the world, I will likely be just like many great figures, falling in the darkest and most chaotic times. She muttered to herself, almost as if she was mumbling deliriously. Shirhao's mind trembled. If you come into the world, you will definitely become an immortal. Would you still die then? Not even immortals are going to be enough. It is just too frightening. The darkest of times in all of history are coming, no one able to stop this great flood. The woman calmly replied. Then, the scene beside her disappeared, those symbols also gone. This is the will of heaven. You have entered my heaven and earth placenta to cultivate, and when the time comes, you will face the calamity in my place. The woman directly said. If I can take your place, then that is not a problem. Shirhao didn't mind at all. I will not appear in this great era. If you can live, then we will meet in the next great era. The woman said like this. Fine, we will meet in the next great era. Shirhao nodded, his expression extremely serious. He was shouting inside that he had to continue living. He wouldn't die, he still had to change the fates of many people. Then, with a flash, that woman withdrew to the side, giving him the innermost position. There was actually a stone slab there that was extremely smooth and ancient. If one didn't search carefully, it would be easily overlooked, almost one with this place. She walked over to a corner, letting Shirhao sit on it. When Shirhao walked over and sat on it, he was immediately shocked. This smooth stone slab was less than 3 foot in length, but it carried all types of simple and unadorned patterns, mysterious and unfathomable. This was the essence of this Tao seed. Sure enough, as soon as he sat down, the endless Tao of heaven immediately poured down, surging over from all directions, submerging Shirhao within, mysterious scripture sounds shaking up his mind. Chapter 1260, Comprehending the Tao in the Seed. It really was strange. When he arrived in this central position, everything became different. Scriptures like waves, like ripples, spreading here, covering everything. The noise was so loud even the deaf could hear, completely waking one up. In that instant, Shirhao was about to comprehend the Tao, drowned out by heavenly natural laws. While immersed in the sea of great Tao, his mind gained limitless realizations. In this place, he was like a stalk of withered plant that obtained the nourishment of rain, receiving the illumination of sunlight, about to revive and grow vigorously. This was what he needed, replenishment for the soul, transcending on a biological level, a sublimation of the self. The path of cultivation was precisely to evolve, carry out an advancement on the biological level, and thus break through all shackles, shine with the sun and moon, coexist with heaven and earth, truly undying. This was the ultimate path for many people, the final destination for cultivators. I want to obtain long life, to continue living, but not to coexist with heaven and earth, shine with the sun and moon, because in this world, the day would come when everything becomes gloomy and bleak. When Shirhao was comprehending the Tao, he wasn't completely engrossed, but was rather moved inwardly, continuously gaining enlightenment. It was because he knew that his own path was different, that he had to exceed all those before him, that he had to open up a miraculous path. It was clear that obtaining a perfect seed, obtaining the great world's recognition, coexisting with this world wasn't his path, because he didn't have that kind of ancient seed. He never obtained the opportunity, couldn't be considered to be doted on by the heavens, and as such, he had no choice but to step on this path researched by the great elder and himself. A curtain descended from the sky, crashing down, just too shocking. Streak after streak of divine chains fell like a great waterfall, pouring down from beyond the sky. This type of majestic scene was something he wouldn't forget for the rest of his life. This was the beginning of his transformation. He wasn't blindly imitating and carving down 10,000 Tao symbols, but rather seriously studying, comparing it to the world within his body, verifying the two. He wanted to be right beside the great world, or even surpass it. A speck of dust could fill a sea, a stalk of grass able to hack down the sun, moon, and stars. Shirhao said to himself. This was his deepest and most fundamental realization. This wasn't a sigh with sorrow, but rather truly a type of experience. Even though he was insignificant, like dust compared to the stars, negligible when compared to the star system, nothing when compared to the great cosmos, all individuals were perfect, all having realm treasuries waiting to be opened. Or perhaps they could be called immortal gates. The more commonplace meaning was that there were treasuries within the human body, and they could be continuously opened. The human body was like a speck of dust, even though it was insignificant. Once the realm treasury within one's body was opened, then he would become boundless, vast, unmatched. This was on the premise that one was able to open these, comprehensively and endlessly open them. Shirhao was tangled by endless divine chains of order, as if he was bound here, turning into an immortal inscribed steel, not moving at all. He sat on the stone slab, receiving this baptism. This was like borrowing as a reference, even more so a comprehension by analogy. If one wanted to be alongside the great world, they couldn't blindly imitate. Only when the light of enlightenment truly flickered, one obtaining their own Tao and opening up the immortal gates in their bodies, would there be meaning. The chains of order were extremely beautiful, extending out along the void like the tail feathers of a phoenix, divine lig. Within its brilliance, so dazzling one couldn't open their eyes. Shirhao gently caressed them with his hand. They were gentle, not explosive and wild, but rather gentle, everything because of the stone slab he was sitting on. This was the embodiment of him receiving approval, treating him like the creature that was being nurtured. It was because right now, he was the immortal core, nurtured by the heaven and earth placenta. The most basic order, the simplest and most ancient natural laws were fully displayed without any restraint before Shirhao, not really any secrets left. His eyes were clear, gradually becoming brilliant, hunger for knowledge as he observed these most fundamental chains. Normally, how could he obtain these things so easily? Of course, this wasn't some precious technique, wasn't an omnipotent great divine ability, all the most basic and simple natural laws. However, it was precisely because of these chains' existence that they could continuously combine together, becoming the most complex, profound mysteries. Shirhao was intoxicated. Right now, he gained some insights. This was a bit similar to the true primordial record, containing the most basic things. Shirhao was a bit stupefied. Then, he was inwardly shocked. What was the reason for this? Each time, he felt like he completely comprehended the true primordial record, but when he looked back, he would find that there were new discoveries, different understandings. Correct, he was now comprehending the Tao, once again gaining enlightenment through the true primordial record. In that instant, his primordial spirit shone. Previously, the symbols formed from the true primordial record were engraved in his primordial spirit. It was as if a layer of armor covered him, and right now, it was resonating. Immediately afterwards, the natural laws of the heavens and endless chains descended, resplendent like divine rainbows, dazzling like divine swords, merging with his primordial spirit, making their way towards the true primordial record symbols. Light continuously flickered about between the two. In the end, they actually mutually verified each other, interweaving and shining upon each other. Amazing! Shirhao couldn't help but cry out, greatly stirred up. This was what he needed. He wanted to understand the primitive, profound mysteries of the world, figure out the ultimate nature of the great heaven and earth. Without a doubt, right now, the true primordial record was resonating with the most simple natural laws, allowing him to see even more clearly, much more deeply. Then, his primordial spirit shone. The true primordial record scriptures covering its surface became incomparably brilliant, characters flickering one after another, resonating with heaven and earth. Then, the laws of the heavens and divine chains of order pouring down seemed to crumble apart. Shirhao reached out his hand, carefully sensing this, touching these soft natural laws and order, and then he tried to truly break them down, turn them into the most basic particles. He succeeded. Divine chains of order appeared one after another, turned into golden granules, these granules like miniature suns. Shirhao's mind was greatly shaken. He was seizing the factors of the natural laws, trying to make contact with the intrinsic nature of this world and observe it from this close of a distance. In the distance, in a corner, that woman who was beautiful like an illusion was quietly observing. At first, she still remained calm, but eventually, she revealed a look of astonishment, all the way until she became fearful. She never expected that such a young man would make contact with the essence of the world so quickly, the starting point terrifyingly high, able to research the greatest wisdoms of martial Tao. Even though Shirhao was completely infatuated, he didn't lose himself, remaining extremely clear-headed. He lingered around these natural law factors, researching them, the divine chains of order broken down into sun-like granules one after the other, glistening and bright. Shirhao took action, using his divine will to control these granules, trying to piece them together once more. However, due to a bit of inattentiveness, they smashed together, immediately producing frightening consequences. The void collapsed, and then it was destroyed. Not far out, that woman was alarmed. If this place was destroyed, then her path of illumination would also come to an end. However, disaster didn't descend, because the stone slab beneath Shirhao shone, simple and ancient patterns spreading out, stopping everything, calming the explosions of natural laws. This stone slab could calm everything, because it was the center of the heaven and earth placenta, the product of heaven and earth's intersection. It didn't receive any punishment, and it could obtain protection. There was no backlash, nor was there any wrath of heaven. Shirhao said to himself inwardly. That creature didn't attack him, and when the danger first appeared, it was easily neutralized by the stone slab. This really was going smoothly, but at the same time, it also made him feel uneasy. It was because this was stealing the mysteries of heaven. There was no way the great Tao would tolerate this. He was going to incur punishment. This wasn't like Ten Crown King or the others who obtained a perfect seed, obtaining the acknowledgement of the heavens. When one had those types of seeds, it was equivalent to being in agreement with the great world, obtaining its protection. There wouldn't be any more dangers. Right now, Shirhao's actions completely went against this. He was forcefully seizing the intrinsic secrets of this heaven and earth without being acknowledged. The reason why it was so peaceful, the dangers neutralized, was because he seized the nest of another, temporarily deceiving the mysteries of heaven, not discovered yet. Once it got out, he might be in great danger. See, calling it a hidden destiny was fine, calling it the backlash of the heaven and earth placenta was also acceptable, they were all the same thing. However, Shirhao believed in the latter, not believing that there was any hidden predestined fate. Just like that, time unknowingly elapsed. He couldn't sense its flow, only sitting there alone, seeking the Tao, breaking down the granules of order. Gradually, Shirhao immersed himself within, forgetting all other things. All of his thoughts were concentrated in the sea of Tao laws. Rumbling sounds rang unendingly through this place, scripture sounds incessant. These were natural laws, these laws forming light, becoming vast bodies of water that surrounded him, glorious and exceptional. Shirhao's primordial spirit was dazzling to the extreme. The true primordial spirit was trembling, releasing sounds on its own, scripture sounds shaking the world. After the scriptures resonated, the natural laws of the heavens also began to respond. The golden granules seemed to have instantly become larger, becoming clearer, seen through by Shirhao. Then, Shirhao arranged them. These factors began to spin around, unexpectedly truly becoming like a stellar stream, spinning, forming a star system. In that instant, he felt as if his body was shaking as well. In a daze, he felt like a few immortal gates within him had been opened. Those intrinsic factors then also began to pulse. Shirhao recombined them again and again, arranging those factors based on the true primordial record symbols. Then, he derived the Willow Deity's technique, not directly displaying the precious technique like in the past, but rather putting his own hands to work, starting from the most fundamental, personally constructing natural laws and forging precious techniques. As a result, he became engrossed, entering a wonderful state. The most basic things constructed the most complex, the most powerful divine abilities. This process allowed him to understand much more. Then, the other methods, other precious techniques were also like this, derived again and again. Eventually, with the true primordial record's resonance, these shining golden granules were actually also broken down, further differentiated. They were like granules, like arcs of light, difficult to capture, even with heavenly eyes. However, when Shirhao used a Tao-seeking heart to see it, he covered everything with a single glance, everything appearing in his sea of consciousness. Shirhao was immersed within, completely wrapped up in this, long forgetting everything else. Right now, it was as if he was drunk and obsessed, feeling incredibly great. Suddenly, a golden hammer descended from above, smashing into Shirhao's body. He immediately vomited blood, almost blasted to pieces. Fortunately, he didn't fly out from the stone slab. He immediately became clear-headed. What was going on? Did the punishment of the world begin? This didn't make sense either, because it was made natural laws. This was the embodiment of the great Tao, producing a tangible weapon that struck his body. He lowered his head, looking out. The stone slab below him shone, just now condensing a shield to stop a large portion of the golden hammer's attacks. Otherwise, his body would be in pieces right now. I was fully immersed in the analysis of divine chains of order, losing myself in the research of those miniature golden granules, overlooking the greater situation. To be more precise, I overlooked the greatest understanding of the great Tao. Shirhao woke up, suddenly seeing the light. When one was too focused on one corner, it was easy to overlook the entire sky. The massive Tao was the root of all. Sometimes, when one grasped the grand power, there was no need for specific small methods. Under the influence of the grand power, everything would be crushed underneath. Shirhao gained a flash of insight, further comprehending the Tao. Inside this strange seed, in this heaven and earth placenta, it was as if he was absorbing nutrients, strengthening his indestructible golden body, obtaining the fruits of the Tao. This was a path of transformation. He was becoming stronger, breaking through, on a journey of rebirth that would affect him for the rest of his life. Chapter 1261, Inner Tao. The great Tao of heaven and earth was vast and extensive. It was formless and without substance, no concrete scope, let alone a true body. It was unmatched, too high to reach. Then, a streak of powerful fluctuations crushed down, making the world tremble, shaking up Shirhao's biological core, his soul even about to collapse. If not for the stone slab below protecting him, he would have definitely been blasted to scattered ashes. He wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth, gazing into the void. He experienced that vastness, even though he couldn't see a definite great Tao. There was a great rain of light, and there was that formless loftiness that was enough to leave one terrified. Grand power, great Tao. Shirhao closed his eyes, retracting all of his attention from his research of the fine factors, temporarily stopping his analysis of those granules' basic composition, instead focusing on the most simple Tao. This so-called grand power, so-called Tao, was something completely abstract. It wasn't like the divine chains of order, needing to be constructed. If one really was going to try and create it, then it would be the intersection of endless divine chains or order, these chains affecting each other, numerous and close together, producing an invisible domain in this world. Meanwhile, this type of Tao, how is one supposed to go and develop it? How were they supposed to interpret this? It was almost impossible to understand. It was full of countless changes. If one wanted to imitate it, or even directly copy it, it was simply impossible to complete. The so-called Tao comprehension, grasping the Tao laws, these were actually all concrete small regulations. There was no way any of them could become the ultimate profound mysteries of the great Tao. Perhaps it could be said that creatures acquired a corner of the world's great Tao. They obtained fragments, comprehended a piece, not fully grasping it. If one understood all of the great Tao, then they would truly transcend above. Not only would they achieve immortality, they would likely soar even above the heavens. Shirhao suspected that not even true immortals necessarily fully comprehended the Tao, understanding everything. The so-called heavens Tao should be referring to the boundless great Tao, countless types of great Tao, right? If that is so, how will I be able to fully comprehend everything? Shirhao said to himself. In the distance, that beautiful and perfect woman had a head of purple hair, sparkling and shining, brilliant multicolored light flashing past her eyes. She was extremely shocked. This was just a young man. His cultivation realm couldn't be considered that high, yet he was already about to step foot into this type of domain. Soon afterwards, Shirhao shook his head. He immediately understood something. The so-called heavens Tao was too definite. This was a type of misconception. Tao, there was only one, just Tao. There was no need to divide it into all different types, breaking it down. This was wrong. He understood that higher realm cultivators should all know that the great Tao was formless. There was no fixed description. It wasn't something that could be grasped, aloof, and remote. Only, from past until now, when everyone comprehended the Tao, they would occasionally remove a small piece of Tao law fragment. They would then feel as if they comprehended a type of Tao, understanding a type of reasoning. That was why this so-called partitioning appeared. What 3,000 Tao, what heaven's 10,000 Tao, what 10 great holy Tao, they were all defined under these types of situations. All things start from nothing, and then from something back to nothing. The Tao was formless, without a body. The Tao couldn't be described definitely, it was grand and everywhere unfathomable. Shirhao understood. The so-called 3,000 great Tao, so-called heaven's 10,000 Tao, they were all laws, couldn't be called the Tao. They were just things that past generations meticulously divided up, a portion of Tao's imprints. Perhaps only by piecing all of the laws together could one have a chance at describing the true Tao. In the past, Shirhao had also talked about the heaven's 10,000 Tao, hoping to rise up above, wishing to fully comprehend it, from this transcend. Should I also grasp several thousand laws first just like those before me, and then piece them together to produce a vague appearance of the great Tao? Shirhao said to himself. The reason he entered the seed was precisely to come into contact with the laws of the heavens, and then study them definitively, fully understand them, bring himself close to the true single Tao. Shirhao reached out his hand, allowing the order, laws, and other things descending from above to wind around his fingertips. His eyes flickered about, staring at them. How was he going to piece together the simple and most primitive single Tao? Time went on. One day, 2 days, 3 days. The fragments of time scattered, one unable to sense it pass by, flowing alone by itself. Meanwhile, the Tao Seeker was petrified, not moving, as if he had passed on. Many days, perhaps several weeks, perhaps hundreds of days later, only then did Shirhao revive. For him, it was as if only an instant passed, not really aware of the past time. He began to piece together all types of laws, wishing to express that grand power, reveal the might of the great Tao, but he suddenly discovered that these types of portrayals didn't do much. He displayed a type of great power, but it was still a portion of the Tao. He had indeed fully comprehended it, but it was still a fragment of the simple and ancient great Tao's imprints, only acquiring a small amount. We can only explain and name things based on concrete things we have experienced. The abstract and things beyond our experience are too difficult to express. None of this can be grasped. Everything belonging to the nature of the world. Force is useless. One must let things take their own course. Shirhao sighed, feeling a bit helpless. If he was just trying to become a powerful individual, then he had long accomplished this. It was already enough. It was because when he comprehended the Tao from time to time, continuously capturing the mysterious natural law paths, it would also be a type of Tao law in its true meaning. However, that really could only be considered law and order, not a reflection of the single Tao. He thought about many things, because he knew that researching the 3,000 Tao, or to be more precise, the 3,000 natural laws and other things, was not enough. That was merely the form of the Tao those before him were trying to figure out. Meanwhile, how frightening would the enemies be? They were definitely going to be stronger than those predecessors, or else why did they suffer such a great defeat? Surpassing the heavens 10,000 Tao, is this that crazy of an idea? Perhaps it is a bit reckless, but I have to at least sound somewhat heroic. Shirhao said self-mockingly. He knew that only by rising above all natural laws would one have a chance of fully comprehending the great Tao. However, in reality, this didn't hold that much meaning. More of it was to confront all types of order and natural laws, and not the Tao. Tao! Shirhao sat down, his hands holding the stone slab. His eyes were deep, his insides surging. He thought of a few things. He had already searched greatly externally, doing pretty much all he could, so perhaps now, only by starting from within himself would there be any progress. Tao, formless, without a definitive explanation. All things in this world, a single stalk of grass, a single tree, everything is under Tao laws, within the encirclement of Tao. Shirhao thought out loud. Then, he examined his own body, treating himself as a world. I am the body, precisely the world. My spirit, my blood, my inner being are all Tao, all of this internalized. All things start from nothing, and then from something back to nothing. Isn't this contradicting? He was going to make his own body truly stand side by side with the great world. Shirhao felt that he really was a bit reckless. However, only by overestimating his own abilities, viewing his own body like a great world, being equal to the great cosmos would one dare to make this type of comparison. My very form and structure is a universe. Even though it is as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to the star domain, my mind is the Tao within the body. Shirhao's black hair scattered about, his eyes burning brilliantly. If one always felt fear, always focused on the heavens 10,000 Tao, examining the laws of heaven and earth, then it would be difficult for one to feel this type of craziness. He sought the self, temporarily forgetting about everything external. This is the essence of my Tao comprehension. I already had these types of thoughts a long time ago, so this is just how I will continue. Guide the heavens laws into the body, verify the self with the Tao, compare the two, only then will I be able to see and understand the Tao of my own body. What I seek is the Tao of self. He acknowledged that there was a simple and ancient Tao that represented the cosmos, but he also knew that there was no way to completely seize that type of grand power. There was no way he could completely portray it. Then, that meant that he could only truly seek it from within. All things natural, a speck of dust, a world, and even one's body, were a universe in itself. It was perfect, completely capable of forming that unmatched, unfathomable Tao. Of course, for the self, it was also the soul Tao. The stone slab shook. Shirhao really did continue like this, the process extremely dangerous, guiding all types of divine chains of order into his body, transforming them, seeking and comparing them with his own body. Natural laws shone resplendently like stellar streams, covering his body densely streak after streak. They were endless, simply about to make him explode. Of course, the stone slab displayed its effects, protecting Shirhao the entire time, not allowing him to be destroyed. It was because this was within a seed, a heaven and earth placenta. This was a place that received the protection of the world, receiving the doting of heaven and earth. Right now, Shirhao replaced the original host, sitting in this position, so he naturally also enjoyed this treatment. This was an unimaginable chance to observe 10,000 Tao laws extend and interweave endlessly. As his flesh broke down, all types of divine chains brilliantly transformed. Then, his flesh began to quickly recover under the stone slab's effects. This was extremely frightening, as well as extremely cruel. However, it was incomparably magnificent. Shirhao's blood flowed, resonating with these natural laws, extending towards the bones of his forelimbs. These were Dao laws that were spreading, making his body's muscles and vessels shake, continuously shine. Dao fragments were agitated, resonating here. His bones released Kongchang sounds, the various framework that made up his body's great Dao a part of the main body. His flesh also moved rhythmically, shaking and releasing hua-hua sounds like countless leaves. This was the form of Dao, making up all of the deficiencies, perfecting him. After who knew how much time had passed, Shirhao woke up. He was almost burned into charred coke under the endless external laws. It was the stone slab that revived him. The bones, blood, and flesh in my body, are these the inner Dao? Shirhao's face was pale. This looked a bit absurd. If others heard this, they would think that it was extremely laughable. The Dao is formless, no set form. It could be anything, yet it could also be nothing. Shirhao's eyes gradually became resplendent, becoming firm and unswerving. Correct, the Dao in my body, it can be whatever I want it to be. My form is the universe, everything in the body is the Dao. Shirhao was completely serious. In the distance, that beautiful woman was shocked. She felt like this youngster might have gone mad, starting to wonder if she should provide assistance. I haven't gone mad. It is precisely this path, seeking the Dao within the self. A speck of dust can fill a sea, it can open a great universe. Meanwhile, my body, even though it is insignificant, it can also unveil the Dao of the great universe. Immediately afterwards, Shirhao became quiet, no longer moving. The laws of the heavens descended, moving around him. He continued to immerse himself in this, comprehend everything. To match the great universe through his own form, the Dao within his body correspond with the outer world's unmatched Dao. He first comprehended the components of the divine chains of order, precisely those insignificant granules, and then analyzed the grand great Dao. Shirhao entered the deepest state of nirvana. Right now, he was like a dead person. After who knew how much time had passed, those regulations, endless law chains that poured down from the sky all wound around his body, forming a web. Then, they continued to weave about, continuing to wind about him. Eventually, when all of the laws were tangled about each other, they formed a cocoon. It was extremely simple and unadorned, without any luster, restricting Shirhao within. With my form as heaven and earth, the inside the foundation for Dao. An extremely quiet voice transmitted from the cocoon, but it made the woman who wasn't too far Yuti tremble, break into a cold shiver. She felt like something was about to happen. Immediately afterwards, a blast of flames rushed out. It was fist-sized, first turning into a mirror, illuminating endless profound mysteries, and then turned into immortal flames, releasing chaotic light, starting to burn that cocoon. He lost track of time, it was as if 1,000 generations passed. That flame burned the cocoon, scripture sounds unending. The silk of the cocoon bound Shirhao's body tighter and tighter, entering his body, eventually disappearing. Finally, they collapsed and snapped, flying out. In the end, that place was scorched black, the cocoon destroyed. Cocoon of Dao? The only observer, that woman, was horrified. It was actually a cocoon of Dao, wrapped around oneself. He sought the internal Dao, seeking a transformation, breaking out, wishing to turn into a butterfly. This woman felt like this young man was a lunatic, absolutely unreasonable, completely mad, actually daring to do this. Was he really going to force out the Dao within his flesh? Soon afterwards, she sucked in a cold breath of air. She saw the portion of his body that was revealed from that scorched black cocoon. It was without luster, but it wasn't completely burned into ashes. She felt like this youth might have succeeded. Chapter 1262, Seed Complete. The damaged cocoon gradually peeled off, the scene strange and astonishing. The cocoon formed from Dao laws was damaged. It looked like it was burned through, gradually breaking apart, revealing the person within. His skin was dim, within the Dao laws actually carrying a type of simple and unadorned energy, not like a biological body, but instead like an artifact. The scorched black cocoon suddenly became brilliant, blazing viciously. Those were regulations, order that flourished to the peak, submerging Shirhao within. It wasn't even this blinding when the cocoon was burned by that fist-sized mysterious fiery light before. Right now, it actually burned to its greatest state, brilliant to the extreme. At the same time, this was also terrifying. It signified the collision and destruction of heaven's laws, so how was Shirhao within supposed to deal with this? Not far out, that beautiful woman released a cry of alarm. When she thought that Shirhao might have succeeded, there was actually this type of transformation that happened, truly unexpected. Shirhao was definitely in huge trouble. His dull-colored skin was immediately set aflame, brilliant to the peak, because he was turned into a torch, surrounded by all types of regulations, burning together with that cocoon. This was Dao Flame, flames produced by the heaven's 10,000 Dao, the most terrifying type. It could burn anything, able to turn anything into ashes. Dao, there was only one in the great heaven and earth. However, it could be divided into over 10,000 natural laws, and right now, this was precisely a flame produced by them, a flame that could wipe out everything. Shihao's body was full of holes, instantly blasted beyond recognition. However, there was no blood, only wounds everywhere, his body incredibly dark. He was like a piece of damaged charcoal, a piece that was then smashed by a giant rock until it became ragged. Right now, he was already standing at the edge of destruction, his body and soul about to be extinguished at any moment. Shihao sighed. He just knew that there was no way things could go so smoothly. If he really succeeded just that easily, there would have been someone who accomplished this way before him. Why would it wait until today? Until now, no one has successfully completed this path. At the same time, not far out, that fist-sized mysterious ball of fire continued to jump about. It was surrounded by immortal energy and chaotic light, incredibly misty and mysterious. Shihao had previously suspected that this fire might be an immortal flame, chaotic flame, a type of flame from the 9 heavens 10 earths. However now, he began to doubt himself, hard to say just what kind of thing this was exactly. It could turn into a mirror, illuminate the most profound great Dao, and could even become a flame, burn all things. Just now, it completely burned through the cocoon formed from natural laws. And now, it was no longer moving, watching without lifting a finger, only observing, as if it was quietly waiting for a result. Shihao was in danger, his life might very well be lost at any moment. He was burned until he was like a lamp without fuel, his skin dried up, bones about to break. Grease was released from his scorched body, releasing ZZ sounds, this scene truly making one's scalp go numb. At the very least, the female creature not far out even felt a bit terrified, having the urge to stop and assist him. However, she didn't know if there was a need or not. It was because Shihao was still alive, still resisting, still pursuing the Dao. She now began to feel that this young man might be crazy. Shihao was indeed in a state of Dao comprehension. It was as if he thought of many things at once, to the extent where when his divine consciousness was perplexed, he still thought of many things, the events of the past emerging in his head one after another. This type of impasse, he had experienced this before. When he cultivated immortal energy in the past, he had been burned by great Dao flames, could be considered 9 deaths 1 life, almost completely destroyed. Now, he was cooked through by 10,000 streaks of Dao flames, seeing the most fundamental symbol essence, peering into the essential fundamentals of the great universe, observing its constituents. On one hand, he was greedily studying everything, comparing it to himself, using it to activate his inner Dao, compare and verify the two, but on the other hand, he also had misgivings towards his own life. If he ended up directly dying here, then everything would be lost. Shihao's body W. As almost burned rotten, his flesh almost completely gone, only having a dried-up skeleton wrapped in a layer of skin left. Only, he didn't die. There was a type of resistance within him that stopped the corrosion of 10,000 Dao's flames. It was because back then, he had already been burned, previously experiencing something similar. There was fiery light resonating within his body. Back then, I already treaded on this path, my past self surviving a miracle in itself. However, that was equivalent to already activating the inner Dao. This is what is stopping, resisting the great cosmos Dao. Shihao understood, immediately figuring out many things. Only, at this time, the flames became even more intense, even more resplendent than the heavens' 10,000 Dao of the past, even more terrifying. In the past, he only used the 10,000 flames to forge himself, create immortal energy through the burning, only starting to ignite his true self. However now, natural laws filled the sky, pouring down like a waterfall. This was the complete Dao, not holding back anything. This type of power was simply impossible to contend against. He might be turned into ashes at any time. Even though the stone slab was shining right now, protecting and assisting him with everything it had, the effects were no longer that prominent. There was a chance that Shihao might be scorched black and wiped out at any moment. In the end, a streak of clear light rushed out from Shihao's body. It wasn't extremely bright, but it was extremely distinct, released from a gate. He opened his flesh treasury, as if he opened up an immortal gate. The human body might have many gates, and now, he was starting to dig them up, opening this type of thing. Meanwhile, this was precisely the so-called inner Dao, what could stand side by side with the great heaven and earth. A speck of dust could fill the sea, it was precisely this type of profound meaning. Even though the human body was insignificant, unable to compare to the star system, once the gates, within one's body were opened, then one could indeed transcend. The heavens' 10,000 flames turned into a strange diagram, and then it smashed downwards. It was no longer in the shape of a flame, but rather wanted to completely crush Shirhao. At the same time, his body was also like this. Bundles of clear light appeared one after another, all of them extremely mysterious. They merged together, forming a diagram, resisting the force of the outside world. That is, not far away, that woman was extremely shocked. The clear light released bundle after bundle. They came from gates one after another. In that instant, many Dao gates appeared from within Shirhao's body, all of them opening up a crack, releasing a glimmer of radiance, resisting the pressure of the outside world. Shirhao was greatly moved. This was the inner Dao, the power of the human body. It verified the validity of this path. As expected, the human body itself could stand side by side with the great universe, the inner Dao able to contend against the external great Dao, neck and neck. The crucial point was how to make it appear. Outside of his body, the heavens' 10,000 flames all appeared, pressing downwards. Eventually, the diagram that was formed actually produced a Yin fish, crushing Shirhao's muscles and bones until they were about to snap, warping into a curved figure. Meanwhile, inside Shirhao, clear light was released. It gathered together, forming a Yang fish, rushing out, pressing forward from his body's other direction. That woman's eyes were wide open, feeling extremely shocked. She was the only one who saw this scene. Could it be that this was precisely this youth's path? This left her extremely shocked. That was definitely an interpretation of the Dao, an embodiment of the Dao. The great universe's Dao crushed down, combining with a person and his inner Dao, thus producing a yin-yang symbol. If someone made this drawing to explain the world's profound mysteries, then that was one thing, not all that special, but right now, it formed under this type of state. One had to understand that right now, that youth was currently suffering, about to die at any time, so there was no way he intentionally produced this type of situation. This was formed completely naturally. This type of pain and suffering, this type of torment experience, right now actually formed this kind of unmatched Dao diagram. Right now, everything stopped, all things freezing. Regardless of whether it was space or time, it all seemed to have entered an eternal silence. Time stopped, completely frozen. In that instant, Shirhao seemed to have attained the imperishable. This type of stagnation, this type of halting of time, made him feel a type of deep void, one that was incredibly distant and ancient. In that instant of concentration, he seemed to have crossed 10,000 generations. There was a feeling of great changes, heaviness, as well as a type of boundless darkness. It was as if he was experiencing a reincarnation. Finally, the stillness was broken, everything returning to normal. Shirhao's body was in tatters. All of the so-called clear light scattered, entering his body. At the same time, the 10,000 flames of the heavens were also extinguished, thus disappearing. Is that your path? Not far out, that woman asked with a trembling voice. It is not. Shirhao denied. That was just a coincidence, a moment on his journey, not the end. The great universe wasn't him, and he wasn't willing to become one with the great cosmos either. Perhaps one day, he might leave it. What he relied on was only himself, his own flesh, as well as his own spirit. Only by making himself stronger could he face anything that came at him. Within his body, it was as if heaven fell and earth split apart. Immortal gates were opened one after another, these gates like volcanoes, releasing Jing potential and power. He was submerged within this type of light, everything incredibly brilliant. If I wanted to, I could produce that type of diagram, countless types of those diagrams. Shirhao said. Then, within his body and outside of his body, it was unknown just how many yin-yang divine diagrams appeared. They flowed within his blood, imprinting themselves on his bones. There were also some that enlarged, appearing outside his body, wrapping him within, distorting his body once more into that graceful and powerful yin-yang curve. However, in the end, they scattered again. His Dao, what he sought, was the inner Dao. He didn't have to use this type of diagram to explain it. Shirhao was truly comprehending the Dao, seeking great power. Perhaps the word seeking couldn't be used, because he wouldn't seek it. This was something that already existed in his body, something that was his to begin with. This was on the premise that he truly comprehended the true self, understood his own existence. In that instant not too long ago, the world froze, time stopped. He seemed to have crossed through endless time, millions and millions of years passing by with a single glance back. That instant had left too great of an impact on him, and from this, he gained enlightenment, opening up many gates within himself. The gates, amount of time they can be opened, is very limited, because you have yet to reach that step. Right at this moment, a voice sounded, broken and interrupted, like a candle flame in the wind. In addition, it was just that ancient, carrying a type of weariness, tiredness, a dying aura. That was a flame, a fist-sized flame. It was surrounded by immortal energy, wrapped within chaotic light, its existence seeming more and more mysterious. The fist-sized flame was still that big, not enlarging. However, he clearly saw countless figures fighting, roaring, howling, as well as endless bloody light. Millions and millions creatures howled, countless soul figures clashing. In the end, everything before him became peaceful once more. The voice by his ears disappeared, that flame seemingly returning to normal. What exactly is this flame? Shirhao's voice was bitter. Then, Shirhao examined the inside of his body. Those were gates, one after the other, just that brilliant, displaying the boundless Tao laws for him, currently releasing the most profound and mysterious chains. This was the inner Tao, his Tao. Meanwhile, right now, he was only trying to break through a cultivation realm, to become a sect-level expert, not standing at the peak of his life. The release was only momentary, he had to truly open up all of the gates in the future. Using the body as the seed, it is just like what I had imagined. Shirhao said to himself. He was walking his own path, similar to what Great Elder had passed down to him. Seeking the inner Tao, relying on himself, not seeking the great universe's Tao, this was his path. Using the bee. Odi as the seed was precisely to open up the gates within his own body, release his own Tao. This was the start of his path. Only now was it really like as if a seed had just been planted. Within his body, the countless gates weren't really fully opened. They were slowly closing, and then in the end, only a small crack remained, releasing a strand of clear light. Then, this light interweaved together, forming a seed, condensing within his body, obtaining the recognition of the great world. This was like the seed of heaven. Meanwhile, this type of seed of heaven would naturally receive the blessing of the great heaven and earth's various laws, able to display the power of the world, its divine might immeasurable. Only, this all still relied on this universe. Shirhao used the body as a seed, this was completely different. Right now, the seed he condensed was precisely himself. In the future, what he was going to rely on was also himself. Chapter 1263, Deceiving the Heavens. The seed was already complete. There were many gates in Shirhao's body, emerging one after another, all of them not fully closing, leaving behind a crack. They all released a strand of clear light, these lights converging into a seed. This looked extremely magical. There were many gates, but right now, they weren't all that real, but this made them seem more mysterious. These gates were like Tao scriptures, as if they were connected to an imperishable ancient land, releasing unmatched energy. Shirhao really had an urge to reach out his hand and open one of these gates, see what exactly was behind them. Only, this was impossible for him right now. The power of the flesh. In the distance, that woman said to herself. She really was shocked greatly. He succeeded just like that? She saw a miracle, someone stepping on a path that was completely different right in front of her. It was extremely unique and mysterious, the process full of suspense. He almost died, but in the end, he still succeeded. In the short moment of peacefulness, it was as if there was a streak of lightning that cut through her mind. With a honglong noise, her soul shook in response. She knew that this was a huge matter. A path that didn't exist before had now been walked by someone. Shirhao didn't feel happiness or worry. He closed his eyes, silently experiencing it all. The experience just now really was dangerous. It looked like it went smoothly, but a single mishap would result in his very existence going up in flames. Moreover, even now, he still couldn't calm down, feeling a sense of uneasiness, his skin involuntarily trembling. Why was it like this? He wanted to fully comprehend the seed. His Tao had now started to form, body as the seed truly taking form. A single seed suspended within the depths of his body, releasing a clear light, merging with his flesh and spirit, no distinction between the two. There was a rich and full sensation. With an urge from Shirhao's consciousness, the S.E.D. shone, gates of self transferring over power. He felt the inside of his body surge with power, filled with clear light, as if he could cut down all gods and devils. This type of feeling was extremely wonderful. He felt a strong urge to raise his head towards the sky and roar out. His flesh and spirit were both powerful to the extreme, as if he could pick stars and seize the moon from the sky with a raise of his hand. However, his mind still felt a bit uneasy, unable to fully relax. Shirhao opened his eyes, light swirling within them. He wanted to make himself even stronger. Using his body as the seed had succeeded without a doubt. If he used it together with his own precious techniques and heavenly art, operating them together, they would become even more astonishing, completely stand out from the masses. Where should I start from? Shirhao hesitated. Should he start from raising his attack power or his defense? Soon afterwards, he made his decision. He relied on a type of intuition, choosing Willow Deity's method first. He always felt like he had to ensure self-preservation first. It was because his skin felt incredibly taut, making him feel more and more uneasy. This type of experience was too strange. Was this a warning from his body itself? Shirhao was shocked and frightened. By opening up the gates within, his flesh shell also became more mysterious. Willow Deity's method attached importance to the cultivation of life essence energy. The endpoint was precisely long life. In that instant, tens of millions of divine chains shot out from Shirhao's body. That seed was also shining, and when it made contact with those divine chains, they resonated with each other. When he examined these golden chains, Shirhao's eyes became incredibly deep, as if he could see through every manifestation of nature, the source of all. He was breaking down this method. In that instant, he began to braid those chains with the clear light released from the seed. They were still golden, but they became a bit different, changes happening to the patterns. This was breaking a code, carrying out a reorganization, and then using one's own Dao patterns to explain, restore Willow Deity's method. He was comprehending this method from the most fundamental level. This was, without a doubt, a grand project. Shirhao now truly broke it down. If he used his inner Dao's patterns to reconstruct this method, it really would be extremely astonishing, to the extent where it could be said to be world-shaking. Right now, he immersed himself in a type of wonderful state. His entire body released clear light, deducing Willow Deity's great life method. In a daze, everything became blurry, disappearing. Time was drawn out, heaven and earth boundless. He felt like he himself had turned into a willow catkin, carrying a seed as he fluttered about, eventually landing in the earth. At first, this place was extremely dry, lacking water, broiled by the sun for a long time. As the years went on, the seed, which was also himself, was on the verge of death. Finally, a bit of rain mist appeared. It frantically absorbed it, and then it displayed shocking life force, starting to produce roots and germinate, struggling free from its withering state. What a tremendous power! While in this type of wonderful state, Shirhao's true body also couldn't help but cry out. It was because a small seed planted itself into the soil, and over the years, the world above it had long been sealed by giant rocks. However, after the seed germinated, it instead forced open the boulder, even making its way out from between the cracks, ultimately breaking that rock itself. This was the power of life. It looked tender and weak when it was born, but it contained the most vigorous energy. Shirhao was greatly moved. In the past, he had also seen streets and pavements that were completely sealed, yet there were plants that produced soft shoots, forcibly tearing apart the solid stone ground. Now, while in a state of Dao comprehension, his viewpoint became even more profound. The newborn aura was rich and boundless. Then, he turned into a young sprout, growing strong and healthily. He received the baptism of wind and rain, gradually becoming stronger. Finally, the day came when it flourished too exuberantly, reaching into the heavens, towering on the earth. Lightning was drawn down, hacking the treetop apart, the entire tree covered in fiery light. However, it still lived. Afterwards, it experienced endless suffering. The tree developed spirituality. It was because this was a plant, representing life to begin with. Meanwhile, its experience was even more so different from the others, drawing the punishment of heaven and earth. Lightning tribulation crashed down from the 9 heavens above, turning it into ashes, only leaving behind a broken root. After who knew how many years had passed, it revived again, germinating once more. Then, it became stronger and stronger, surging with life essence energy. Were these the Willow Deity's experiences? It actually existed in the source of its precious technique. Then, Shirhao went even deeper. He already lost track of the number of times the willow tree was destroyed by lightning, eventually rising to the point where it faced the execution of immortal blades and other things. Moreover, in the later stages, it had the power of a guardian spirit, immortal Dao aura, and other things. Profound, difficult, this was a long life path of 9 deaths 1 life, as well as the extreme path of life. I want to see what Willow Deity experienced in Immortal Ancient, and I also want to understand why it descended into Stone Village back then. Unfortunately, the life imprint was too complex. Even though he was able to break through the precious technique's original qualities, there were some things there was no way he could truly see clearly. After who knew how much time had passed, Shirhao immersed himself in a sea of life aura, wrapped within rich green radiance, enveloped in golden light, the 2 colors interweaving. One was a nascent energy, the other created through the endless baptisms and accumulation of strength. Shirhao finally fully woke up. He used the patterns of his inner Dao to interpret Willow Deity's great life technique, infer what laid in its core. As for just how deep it reached right now, there was no way he could know. You should leave. There is a seed within you, so you can gain realization no matter where you are, no need for you to continue and remain in my seat. The woman not too far out said. Shirhao nodded. He stood up. With a bang sound, the bit of broken cocoon on him fell off, fully disappearing, revealing his strong and fine skin. It wasn't brilliant with luster, but it was quite flexible, carrying a luster of vitality, returning to the natural state. I should go out. Has a few months passed, or has it been a few years? Shirhao really didn't know. While cultivating, he had no sense of time, forgetting everything else. Shirhao was horrified. At this moment, his fine hairs all stood on end. The instant he stood up, he felt like doomsday arrived. The uneasiness and alarm he previously felt became real. A streak of sword light hacked over, descending from above, about to cut open his skull. Where did this attack come from? It was definitely not that woman, because she was also in shock, currently seated not too far away. Shirhao opened his mouth, releasing an expanse of clear light. This was released by the seed within him, the radiance condensing into a sword just now, smashing into that brilliance, sparks flying in all directions. So strong. Shirhao shivered inwardly. It was because that sword light was too sharp, could definitely easily remove the heads of a group of heavenly deities, ridiculously powerful. Then, great bell sounds rang out, long and drawn out. Several of them sounded at the same time, dropping from the sky, forming divine bells of order. Ripples of sound were released, about to blast him to pieces. This was too frightening, simply as if it could wipe out groups of gods and devils, eradicate all living things, impossible to resist. What was this? It left one stupefied. World's punishment. At this moment, Shirhao knew what it was, immediately understanding what was going on. His uneasiness and restlessness actually originated from this. When he entered the Dao Seed, sat on the heaven and earth placenta, he didn't receive backlash. That woman was easy to deal with, so he originally thought that things were going smoothly. However, who would have thought that the true danger was waiting at the very end? Large expanses of blade radiance hacked over, snow-white and blinding, directly connecting heaven with earth, too grand and astonishing. Great bell sounds echoed, divine pagodas emerging one after another. All types of weapons appeared, descending from above, all of them sup. Racing towards Shirhao. This was a disaster that had never happened before, terrifyingly shocking, more serious than anything Shirhao had suffered so far. It was trying to wipe him out. In the distance, that woman was stupefied, light swirling within her eyes. Not even she had foresaw this type of conclusion. She had tried to infer what would happen, but she didn't see the scene. This was a broken path. There wasn't even a bit of hope left behind, because right now, all types of light rushed over, all types of weapons, any one of them able to destroy powerful sect master level figures. It was a cruel eradication, one that wished to wipe out all traces. This was the punishment of heaven and earth. It was because Shirhao occupied the nest of another, seizing natural luck, and now, the most severe response was given, wishing to completely eradicate him. His path was going against the world to begin with, going against the will of heaven. The reason why using the body as a seed all resulted in failure was precisely because of this. These individuals would all be wiped out by heaven. The others found perfect seeds, merging them into themselves, so they obtained acknowledgement, received protection. It was because they received orders from the will of the world, displaying the power of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, using the body as a seed was completely different. He was trying to gradually strengthen himself, eventually be neck to neck with the great universe, ultimately even exceed it and transcend above. Even though it was only a seed right now, the first signs had already appeared, which was why he now faced this ruthless obliteration. Divine weapons and sharp blades were everywhere. They were too many, too concentrated, all of them striking over, smashing into Shirhao's body. Now, that stone slab withdrew on its own, no longer offering him protection. It was because it already couldn't endure anymore. If it helped Shirhao withstand anymore, help hide him any longer, even it would be dragged in and destroyed. Even as a heaven and earth placenta, it was still not enough. There were some things that were insurmountable, it couldn't get involved too deeply. Divine pagodas, great bells, heavenly blades, immortal swords, they were everywhere, covering Shirhao beneath. There was no way to avoid them, nor was there any way to withdraw. He could only face them head-on, receive everything. Lightning radiance appeared streak after streak, electrical arcs like a sea. That woman was stunned. This was like the anger of the heavens, about to destroy her heaven and earth placenta as well. If this happened, then her path would also be cut short. In that instant, her face became as pale as snow. Shirhao was powerful to this extent, but he was instantly blasted until his flesh flew everywhere, bright red divine blood dyeing the void. This scene was incomparably bleak and bitter. The only fortunate thing was that his strength had long erupted now. No longer suppressing himself. He broke through the heavenly deity realm, becoming a sect master level powerful figure. This was a great life and death confrontation, the wrath of heaven. This was Shirhao's struggle, power reaching a higher cultivation realm, yet he still couldn't resist it. Without a doubt, for a Dao seeker, someone who had just risen up, this was a serious mental blow. He was going to be destroyed after he believed himself to be the most powerful. All of the weapons were produced from lightning, no exceptions to this, no matter how realistic they looked. Otherwise, how could these weapons appear within the seed? Eventually, the lightning exceeded what those at the peak of the sect master level could endure, reaching an even greater cultivation realm, fully suppressing down, impossible to resist. In the distance, that woman sighed. This youth was finished. From past until now, no one could contend against lightning that was an entire great cultivation realm higher. It was to the extent where the might of the lightning might not be just a single great cultivation realm higher. It was because the heavens were angry, the great universe revealing murderous intent, wishing to wipe out the life of this individual who seized heaven and earth natural laws and had no respect for its restrictions. After experiencing an extremely terrifying confrontation, Shirhao was blasted apart by unimaginable heavenly might. His body was erased, this scene extremely cruel and also extremely regretful, leaving the woman in the distance horrified. Was he still destroyed in the end? Even though that youth confronted everything bitterly, unyielding to the end, his figure still disappeared. There were only ashes and bloody mist that remained. However, the heaven and earth tribulation didn't stop here, instead continuously hacking down, pouring onto this place like a silver stream. It was as if a boundless sea crashed down, surrounding this place. It continuously crushed down, continuously exploding. That woman was alarmed. After the world dealt the final blow, it still didn't let up, the universe ruthless. Was it going to destroy her land of illumination as well? The woman was originally a pure spirit raised by heaven and earth, receiving its protection. Was she going to be abandoned now? This left her frightened. She wanted to resist it, but she was also scared of incurring even greater lightning tribulation, and this greater tribulation would blast her to ashes, not leaving anything behind. After who knew how much time had passed, the lightning finally disappeared, this place becoming peaceful once more. The heaven and earth placenta was preserved, not destroyed. That woman released a deep sigh. Suddenly, her eyes focused on those ashes, staring at the space next to the stone slab. In the ashes of destruction, within the ruined scorched bones, a sphere of clear light emerged. That was a seed. It slowly rose, wrapping around a lump of essence blood and a primordial spirit. Deceived the heavens. The woman's breathing became rushed. This was fooling the heavens. He made it through, bluffed through. That seed seemed to sprout roots and germinate, slowly changing, reborn in the ashes, gaining new life from death. Shirhao's primordial spirit struggled out, that lump of blood squirming and wriggling about, his body continuously being regenerated. One could already regrow limbs in the heavenly deity realm, so it was naturally not an issue at even higher cultivation realms. This was especially the case when Shirhao saw through and deciphered the Willow deity's great life technique at the critical moment, using his own inner Dao to infer its meaning, his understanding incomparably deep. And that was why he was able to survive under lightning that far exceeded his cultivation realm. This was a miracle, something that couldn't be duplicated. There had never been someone who made it through heaven's wrath that was a whole great cultivation realm higher. Shirhao released a light sigh. Back then when Willow deity landed in Stone Village, it likely had to do this as well, right? After suffering a great disaster, it was reborn from despair, gaining life once more. He now experienced a similar situation. He couldn't contend against the punishment of heaven, but he still ultimately revived. A nascent aura pervaded the air, all things growing. Right now, an exuberant life aura scattered out from him. His body was regenerated, primordial spirit deep, gaze calm. The seed merged together with the flesh and primordial spirit. Using the body as the seed, its terrifying nature was now starting to show itself. He could live even from this type of situation. Thank you. Shirhao expressed a heartfelt and sincere gratitude towards that woman. Then, he left. He opened this heaven and earth placenta, about to leave. He didn't know how long he had remained in seclusion for, what had happened in the outside world. Perhaps the geniuses of the outside world had long risen up, right? He already didn't show himself for too long, it was time to go out. Chapter 1264. Fire Cave. Remember your promise. A voice sounded. That woman got up and then sat back down on the stone slab. Her style was exceptional, dazzling light wrapping around her exquisite and wonderful body. At this time, the natural law of the heavens surged once more, surrounding her, making her look like an exceptional fairy. Shirhao nodded, understanding what she was saying. He was still full of gratitude towards this woman. If she had taken action against him, then he wouldn't have this great reward, likely just dying inside. Before coming in, he never expected to find a creature within. Please do not worry. He only spoke these words. At the same time, he looked at this woman, his eyes carrying gratefulness, expressing his gratitude. This strange seed was opened, a crack opened. The light of the outside world poured in, pow. Urful's spiritual energy of the Great Earth also poured over. Shirhao was stunned. The Great Elder found this type of place, this location's essence energy actually not much less than the seed itself, incredibly powerful, rippling like water. With a schwa sound, he arrived in the outside world. What followed was scorching heat, extremely unpleasant to the eyes. A wave of flames poured over, about to set him aflame. There was an intense pain that transmitted into his body. He was actually inside of fiery light, great yang essence everywhere, fiery light overflowing into the heavens. Shirhao even suspected that he might be inside of a sun itself. He remembered Great Elder previously saying that the first place was going to be a land of earth attribute, burying him deep into the earth to nurture the seed. Why did he now end up in a fire cave? Blistering heat poured over, Shirhao's hair about to go on fire, his skin feeling like it was going to split apart. This was too shocking. Now, he was already a sect-level individual, yet he was injured by the flames of fiery light. Soon afterwards, he knew where he was. This was an ancient cave, one that was extremely massive and also extremely deep. The cave was full of incomparably resplendent fiery light. Shirhao definitely didn't doubt that if he was still in the heavenly deity realm, he would have definitely been burnt into ashes, nothing remaining. Right now, he could only barely hold on. This really was shocking. If an ordinary sect master came in, they would undoubtedly die, be burned into ashes without any suspense. Within Shirhao's body, a seed shone, releasing clear light that spread to his four limbs' bones. This was his body's gates releasing power, the inner Tao displaying might. A wave of refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. Shirhao's flesh and bones shook at the same time, releasing Kung Cheng sounds. He no longer felt pain, now completely resisting the fiery light. The ancient cave was deep, fiery light jumping about. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the terrain was complex. Not too far out, there were many forks in the road, extending outwards like a spiderweb. This was an underground palace. It was an ancient cave, within it another world. Great Elder, Shirhao called out, a bit anxious. It was because he promised the woman in the heaven and earth placenta, so he couldn't let her down. Over here. Within the depths of the ancient cave, someone responded. A blurry figure on a praying mat opened his eyes. In the fiery light, it was still penetrating like lightning, forcing back all of the flames. It was precisely Great Elder. Child, you succeeded? The normally calm and steady Great Elder who wouldn't blink even if a great mountain collapsed now looked like he was staring at a ghost. He immediately grabbed Shirhao's arm. His voice was shaking, incomparably excited. His mind was trembling, wanting to roar straight into the heavens. I succeed. Ed, Shirhao declared loudly. He didn't hold back his joy, sharing it with Great Elder. Haha, Great Elder roared with laughter, his voice rumbling through the entire ancient cave, making it seem like it was going to collapse. Many giant rocks tumbled down. At the same time, fiery light overflowed, becoming even more dazzling, burning the stone walls until they were entirely red, about to melt into liquid. Shirhao was shocked. He recognized the stone material. It was a heaven and earth wonder stone that was difficult to refine, known to not even be damaged when tossed into the sun. This was a rarely seen type of divine material. No wonder it didn't suffer much damage even after enduring such great flames, still remaining as an intact cave. There really was someone who succeeded. This day is worth recording in the annals of history. Great Elder's chest was rising and falling intensely, an unnatural flush of redness appearing on his face, finding his intense emotions difficult to express. Back then, he was also an incredibly talented individual, but in the end, for the sake of walking this path, he became half-crippled, almost dying. If not for a few great opportunities later on, his entire existence would have been finished. Meanwhile, before him and after him, there were also many examples of outstanding individuals, but they fell one after the next, pretty much all dying out. This path was too rough, too difficult, leaving one in despair, almost as if it was there to swallow up exceptional heroes. The higher the talent of people that were without an immortal seed, the more unwilling they were to accept their fate. In the end, they could only nurse a grievance, their bodies and Tao ultimately erased. Now, when this path was mentioned, everyone's expressions would be overcast, viewing it like vipers and vicious beasts, not daring to take it. Even a place as powerful as Immortal Academy had long given up on it, seeing it as a path of death. They took strict precautions, not allowing the disciples to send themselves to death pointlessly. However now, the one Great Elder chose succeeded. He released a great roar, his head of hair wriggling about like snakes, releasing dazzling light, tearing through the void. Then, he laughed loudly, laughing until his waist was about to bend backwards, his eyes carrying tears. Good, good, good. He said the word good 3 times in succession. Shirhao had now achieved the dream of his youth. Senior, I must ask for your assistance. Shirhao was also happy and moved, but time was pressing. He didn't dare tarry on. What is it? Are there any issues with your cultivation? Great Elder was alarmed, because this path was too difficult, with a chance of dying at any turn or having oneself crippled. That is not it. I need heaven-mending medicine to close the damage on the seed. Shirhao quickly said. The Great Elder was stunned, and then he was startled, wishing to peer inside. Don't. Shirh. Ao stopped him. He directly asked if there was any more heaven-mending substance. Great Elder felt inwardly sore. This type of thing was too precious, able to stand side by side with long-life medicines rarely seen in this world. It was difficult to exchange for even with heaven and earth precious scriptures. For creatures of his level, it could save them even when hovering between life and death. There is a creature inside. Shirhao directly replied. What? Great Elder was alarmed. This was completely beyond his expectations, just like when he first saw Shirhao. This truly is. Great Elder didn't know what to say, remaining petrified. Gulong. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out from the depths of the ancient cave. An unendurable blistering heat swept out from within, even melting the rock walls. Even the wondrous stone that was most resistant to melting couldn't hold on any longer. The bright red magma flowed here. A weak bird cry sound rang out from the depths of the ancient cave. Great Elder's expression changed. He even abandoned Shirhao, unable to tend to his body as a seed success right now, unexpectedly rushing inside. One could see just how serious the situation was. Great Elder. Shirhao cried out. Take it. Great Elder tossed over a jade bottle, within it heaven-mending medicine, a hazy light released from within. He previously still felt inwardly sore, but he couldn't be bothered to worry about this now, only wishing to go inside the cave and see what was going on. Moreover, he didn't even have the time to ask about the matter of the seed having a creature, so one could see how frightening the cave was to make even Great Elder lose himself. With a schwa sound, Great Elder disappeared, vanishing from this place. Shirhao didn't hesitate, quickly removing a portion of the heaven-mending substance. It was sparkling like jade. He smeared it over the cut, and then that seed quickly closed. He succeeded just like that. One had to bear in mind that this was a heaven and earth placenta. Once it was opened, it meant that the creature within had fully matured, thus emerging into the world. Meanwhile, the seed membrane and other things would be destroyed, no way of restoring it to its original form. However, now, it had fully recovered, heaven-mending medicine able to reverse everything. Then, Shirhao put away this strange seed. He had previously promised that he would bury this seed in a place no one knew about, so that the woman could reappear in this world in the next great era. In the depths of the ancient cave, a great howl that made one's scalp go numb sounded. Did it come from Great Elder or another creature? Shirhao's fine hairs all stood on end. What kind of blasted place was this? Why was it like this? He really found it a bit difficult to calm down. He brought out the everlasting immortal sword and then rushed into the cave. The ancient cave was dark and gloomy, raging flames surging. Scattered on the ground were countless withered bones. This really was a bit horrifying. These creatures' cultivation levels definitely ridiculously powerful when they were alive, far exceeding the sect master realm, extremely frightening. Right now, their bones were still flickering with radiance. Not long afterwards, Shirhao found Great Elder. He was currently digging in a deep crater within the innermost depths, unexpectedly an ancient pit filled with bone ashes. There were many rotten bones in that place, and even more bone ashes, the scene extremely terrifying. Occasionally, Great Elder would dig out a few frightening claws, skulls, and other things from the giant bone ash crater. Some of them looked like dragon claws, Qilin head bones, and other things. Shirhao was shocked, his entire body going ice cold, feeling frightened once again. What kind of sinister place was this? It really was shocking. This fire cave has powerful fire essence might. The reason why I brought the seed here was to help it replenish energy, fearing that the essence energy would dry up when you cultivated within. Great Elder said. Then, his expression became even more serious. This was previously the residence of an emperor monarch. Too many people died, and true immortals were even destroyed. An emperor monarch of Fire Dao? Shirhao's mind was shaken. He had previously heard that only the most powerful expert of a clan had the qualifications to call themselves emperors. Soon afterwards, Great Elder's body trembled. He simply couldn't believe what he dug up from within the bone ashes. Shirhao sucked in a cold breath. He couldn't help but back up. It was just too shocking. How could it be like this? That was a human-shaped creature, skin wrapped around bones, entire body scorched black. Aside from the layer of skin, it was no different from a skeleton. Aside from this, it also had a pair of wings, carrying a faint golden color. Even though a large part was charred black, there was still a bit of golden light that flowed out. What kind of creature was this? Its eyes were sunken. That was pretty much a skeleton, but right now it opened its mouth, weakly speaking something, releasing gaga sounds. This was the noise produced by the upper and lower teeth touching, releasing a terrifying sound. This scene was too frightening. Great Elder actually produced a living creature that was all skin and bones from the giant pile of bone ashes. After all this time, it still possessed life. A miracle. This cave still had living, unmatched creatures. Great Elder said with a trembling voice. Senior, Shirha shouted. That weak creature was extremely shriveled, lacking life energy. However, the wings that were overflowing with golden light moved slightly, unexpectedly making heaven and earth split apart, making this underground ancient cave shake intensely and then melt, about to destroy it. Shirha was horrified. Just how powerful of a creature was this? Could this be that Emperor Monarch? He was shocked, making the association. Head back to Heavenly Deity Institution as fast as possible. Do not worry about the matters here. If you stay behind, it will be extremely dangerous, and you won't be able to do much to help. Great Elder said. He avoided those wings, feeling great restraining fear. Then what about Senior? Shirha asked. Don't worry about me, I am not in danger. Great Elder's expression was serious. He had Shirha here, but told him not to leak out any information about this place. In addition, he told Shirha that this was an immeasurable heaven. They already returned to this world, so there was no need to worry about being unable to return. Shirha was helpless. He left this place, departing from this ancient cave. Great winds roared. Shirha soared into the sky, hurrying towards Heavenly Deity Institution. In the outside world, 2.5 years had long passed. During this time, the 9 heavens above could be said to be extremely brilliant. It was because geniuses emerged in large numbers, heavenly talents all rising up, many brilliant individuals appearing. This was an era that was brilliant enough to be recorded in the annals of history. During these few years, unmatched heroic geniuses continuously merged with perfect seeds, could be called world-shocking. In addition, all of them produced heaven-overflowing irregular scenes, shaking up the 9 heavens 10 earths. Chapter 1265, Heaven's Pride coming forth in large numbers. Clear winds brushed the ground, the mountains and rivers below clear, incredibly magnificent. Shirha moved like the wind, crossing over a boundless sea, passing endless golden deserts, traveling through lush and verdant great mountains. Immeasurable heaven was quite well known among the 9 heavens. It was extremely vast, limitless. Up ahead, the scarlet mountain peaks were like sparkling coral in the ocean, red and bright, sparkling and translucent, extremely strange. This was clearly an area of divine earth. The mountain was sparkling and translucent, almost transparent, but there were still many plants growing on it, all spiritual stalks. There were also many medicinal herbs that grew between the cracks of the mountain. In addition, there were waves of smoke that rose, revealing a faint redness. This place was like an immortal realm, and together with the mountains, it produced an extremely gorgeous scene, a place that attracted much attention. When Shirha arrived here, he stopped temporarily. There were quite a few cultivators here, everyone coming and going, bustling with activity. There were a few old cultivators reading the future through the clouds, investigating underground spiritual roots. They were clearly preparing for a great project, building a school. Shirha descended in the mountain range, asking some people for guidance. What exactly was going on, and why was there a need to do all of this? Did you not hear? Now, Immortal Acade. Maya's flourished greatly, Sacred Academy at its peak, both of them producing formidable figures. These are their people, here to find immortal caves. Someone replied. Shirha was shocked. Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy were both pure lands, aloof from worldly affairs, places that had the richest spiritual essence under the heavens. Was there a need to come search for immortal caves? Soon afterwards, he learned more about the situation. There were many people who came, and there were some who explained it to him. Right now, Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy are at their peak, flourishing with glory, but the 2 academies aren't satisfied, considering the matter of merging, combining together, promoting interaction between the disciples so that they can better face the great disaster together, prepare against the great changes of heaven and earth. Shirha stared blankly for a moment. This wasn't that surprising, because when the 2 academies came to Heavenly Deity Institution to choose disciples, they had already said that the 3 academies would merge in the future. At that time, the 3 academies' underground mountain range ancestral roots would be uprooted and shifted to one place, to the extent where the academy's immortal caves would also be moved. When that time came, the heaven and earth spiritual essence would definitely be so thick it wouldn't scatter, becoming the most astonishing cultivation holy land in the 9 heavens above. Did they choose this place? Shirha further asked. This is just one of the possible places, they still haven't decided. There are several destinations, all of them scattered throughout the 9 heavens. Right now, they are currently carrying out the final filtering and confirmation. Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy were selecting a suitable site, so they will definitely dig out the most astonishing immortal traces, definitely become extremely astonishing. In reality, there had long been rumors leaked that those old monsters were searching for the few legendary immortal Dao residences. After an endless search, they roughly knew the locations, now truly about to choose a location. They were definitely going to build it on top of an immortal Dao ancient land. Woo! If they really do end up finding the secret territory of an immortal king, that would be unimaginable. They would obtain the ultimate inheritance of an immortal king-level figure. Shush, don't speak randomly. This hasn't been publicly announced yet, be careful or else the Academy's elders might punish you. Someone cut that person off. This left even Shirhao shocked. The legendary ancient lands the old monsters were searching for were actually immortal king's secret realms? This was too shocking. From past until now, just how many immortal kings were there in existence? Shirhao sucked in a cold breath of air. One had to know that now, there were no more true immortals, they were no longer seen. Moreover, even in Immer, Tal ancient times, long-life beings were extremely rare, could be counted. However now, they wanted to unearth an immortal king's secret realm. How could this not be shocking? Without a doubt, this was one of the greatest events in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Not far out, purple energy rose from the east. Large amounts of auspicious energy poured down from the sky like a waterfall, dyeing the mountain range until it even turned purple. Shirhao was shocked. Who was this person? He really knew how to make a grand appearance, arriving on an auspicious cloud just like that. However, his cultivation should be quite unordinary. That should be Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's attendant, here to choose an immortal cave. Someone said quietly, seemingly feeling quite the restraining fear. From everyone's discussions, Shirhao understood that some of Immortal Academy's best geniuses all sent out their followers to seize caves in mountain ranges that might become cultivation holy lands in the future. Once the site really was chosen, the areas with the strongest spiritual essence would definitely be given to those exceptional geniuses. Was Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch that well known? Shirhao shook his head, never heard of this name before. He only knew that Immortal Academy had a 9 Netherworlds AO, as well as a little Sky King. Everyone else he didn't know about. Purple energy was hazy, like a veil as it surrounded the mountains and valleys. There was a mysterious auspicious energy that made everyone's hearts resonate in response, feeling an urge to bow down in worship. Was this really an attendant? Shirhao was a bit shocked. This should already be a sect master level individual, but this person's way of doing things really was a bit high profile. This attendant really is mischievous. Someone wanted to sneer and say something bad, but in the end, he chased his words. Dao brother, please speak cautiously and do not offend him. However, he really is quite young. He has already grown accustomed to Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's indulgence. Now that he has a rare chance to come out, having this type of display is also pardonable. An old heavenly deity said. Shirhao couldn't hold himself back anymore, asking who that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was. Would even his attendant make one feel this much restraining fear? A few people immediately looked at him like they were looking at a weirdo. They couldn't help but give him a few looks, clearly feeling quite strange. This Dao brother definitely cultivated in seclusion for many years, not coming into the world, which is why you haven't heard of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's rise and glory. Someone said with a smile. Soon afterwards, Shirhao found out how formidable Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was. When these people mentioned him, they were all full of reverence. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was born in a long-life family, that place named Purple Manor, one of the richest and most powerful in sight lands in the 9 heavens 10 earths. This clan originated from the last great era, or it could be said to be founded by an imperishable long-life being. In the past, it had unmatched prestige, glorious like a heavenly sun in the sky. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch wasn't that old, he was an exceptional heavenly talent. When he was born, the clan's ancestral land produced all types of irregular scenes. For example, all types of divine beasts and immortal birds cried out. Apart from this, the most shocking was that a heavenly sun descended from the heavenly dome, massive and endless, illuminating all things in the mountains and rivers, filling the void. In the end, it actually shrunk, dropping into the delivery room. Soon afterwards, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was born. This legend was full of mystical brilliance. Many people didn't believe it, but there were some who were convinced, moreover claiming that here was proof, believing that he was a reincarnated immortal Taoist. Meanwhile, ever since he was born, he was sent into Immortal Academy, accepting the old monster's guidance and teachings. He obtained the family's best resources, as well as Immortal Academy old monster's various rare medicinal herbs and other things, his flesh baptized in all types of divine medicines. It was rumored that when he was still a child, he already cultivated the purple gold body that was known to be unbreaking. Then, what was even more brilliant and magnificent was that when Immortal Academy's old monsters dug up an immortal manor, the young Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was also there. A purple seed actually flew out from within, entering his body on its own. Do you know what kind of seed that is? It is the Great Mist Purple Energy Seed, an unmatched precious seed rarely seen in 10,000 ancients, its reputation too great in Immortal Ancient Great Era. Once it is merged with, it could sweep through the 9 heavens 10 earth, that is but an unrivaled seed. Someone said with a sigh. The others revealed looks of jealousy. Even though they had heard all types of legends regarding Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, they still felt like this person was too extraordinary, simply a child of heaven, obtaining the heaven's blessing. As for his fighting strength, it was even more so incomparable. Right now, he already fully merged with Great Mist Purple Energy, harmonizing perfectly with it. The day he came out of seclusion, purple energy rippled out for 30,000 li, shocking the heavens above and earth below. This type of merging and astonishing phenomenon was even deeper than the ancient legends, exceeding those of the past. All of you should know of Northern Sea Forest, right? Those who are powerful can leave behind their name, carve it there. When Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch went there, the brilliance that was released from his name on a martial peak lasted for 9 whole days. When he heard everything up to here, Shirhao was stunned. This Perso N's life trajectory was too brilliant, his brilliance difficult to hide, even if he wanted to. Previously, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch had always remained in seclusion, which was why not many people knew about him. After he came out from seclusion, everyone under the sky all asked about him. Now, Shirhao knew why Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attendant acted so boldly. It was because Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch normally enjoyed reading all types of scriptures, and the one who accompanied him was precisely this attendant, the attendant also comprehending the Tao, his cultivation advancing greatly, exceeding the outstanding talents of various clans. Not far out, intense collision sounds could be heard, making even the Scarlet Mountain peak tremble. There was someone who clashed with Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attendant. Scarlet red color swirled, as if the red sun of morning exploded, also as if endless magma flowed in the void, the expanse of red light brilliant and astonishing. Who is that person, actually daring to clash with Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's attendant? Is he actually trying to suppress him? Everyone became shocked. One had to understand that the current Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch already rose up like a sun into the heavens, illuminating the world of mortals. Many old monsters placed their hopes on him, few people daring to provoke him. There's someone who dares touch Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's people? Who is that? That blood-red radiance seems to be a great hand imprint. Someone said with astonishment. Then, his eyes widened, releasing great brilliance. I understand now. No wonder he dares to take action against the attendant. That is Great Shu Tua's one follower, so he naturally doesn't fear Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's people. It is because it is difficult to say who is higher and who is lower to begin with. Shirhao was quiet. It seemed like during this period of seclusion, a few formidable figures appeared, and he had never heard of them before. Needless to say, that Great Shu Tua was definitely extremely astonishing, or else how could he be compared to Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch? He was naturally going to ask those beside him for guidance. Great Shu Tua, that really is a heaven-defying individual, his accomplishments in the future frightening beyond imagination. He will definitely become an immortal in the future. Someone sighed in praise. There was this type of thing? Shirhao really didn't believe this much. There were already no long-life beings in this world, just how many claimed that they would definitely become an immortal? Do you know the monk type of cultivator? That person said quietly. I do. Shirhao was naturally aware. These types of cultivators had existed in Immortal Ancient, and they were extremely powerful and also extremely mysterious, a type of ancient immortal. Only, this type of ancient immortal had already been wiped out. They couldn't be found anymore in the present world. Great Shu Tua isn't like others, merging with a perfect seed. He is quite special, discovering the ashes of an ancient monk within an area of historical remains. The two of them actually combined together. According to the rumors that spread in Immortal Academy, that ancient monk's ashes were world-shaking, containing power that was terrifying beyond imagination, rumored to be the condensed essence of an ancient immortal's life. The ashes of a true immortal-level ancient monk completely merged with Great Shu Tua. This naturally produced all types of irregular scenes. He obtained the inheritance of an ancient immortal monk, his strength deep and immeasurable. Those ashes' effects weren't inferior to that of a perfect seed. There were some who suspected that the ancient monk who died in meditation might have truly astonishing origins. With a sigh, carrying a bit of surprise, Shirhao went on his way, heading towards Heavenly Deity Institution. He didn't expect the outside world to have changed so much, this type of astonishing geniuses appearing in succession. Not long afterwards, he returned to Heavenly Deity Institution. He discovered that this place was even more active, many people coming, all of them from Immortal and Sacred Academy. These people were discussing passionately, all of them comparing which of those were the most powerful, the one that could become the supreme figure of the younger generation. Why was it this lively? Shirhao was a bit confused. Then, he understood from the discussions of others that there was an immortal cave underneath Heavenly Deity Institution that had never been opened. Now that the three academies were going to merge, this cave was naturally about to see the light of day as well. That was why the geniuses of the two academies appeared one after the other, coming here to divide up the natural luck, seize opportunities. Sigh, what a pity. This is my Heavenly Deity Institution's ancient cave, yet there are no geniuses who could compete with those two academies' people. In the end, we are just making the marriage clothes for another. This really is hard to accept. There was someone who spoke in dejection. It was because now, the so-called geniuses of Heavenly Deity Institution had declined. The truly formidable individuals had all been taken away by the two academies. The ones who remained were only mediocre in comparison. 1. A Southern Buddhism cultivation level, the first of 4 monk stages. Chapter 1266. Great Age of Change. Shirhao had known this entire time that there was an immortal cave underneath Heavenly Deity Institution that hadn't been opened yet, to the extent where he had seen Great Elder angling here, using holy medicine as bait, wishing to draw out the creature in the underground cave, but he had been unsuccessful for many years. This cave was extremely mysterious. Not even the Academy's Great Elder and others were able to undo the seal, so one could see just how firm it was. How difficult it was to move. There was definitely an astonishing immortal treasury within, or else it wouldn't be so difficult to open. Even after endless time had passed, the ancient Great Formation was still perfectly unharmed, stopping all from approaching. Sigh, it really does leave one a bit sullen. This is clearly my Heavenly Deity Institution's immortal remains, yet it is destined to be taken by the geniuses of the two academies. We likely won't be able to fish up anything. Who can we blame for being inferior to others? Who could stop those exceptional geniuses, those supreme beings? A single one of them could sweep through all of the disciples in the present Heavenly Deity Institution, their power impossible to contend against. A few youngsters from Heavenly Deity Institution discussed among themselves, full of dejectedness. They were definitely stunning geniuses in their respective clans, and that was why they were able to be sent here. However, after the two academies' selection, they were the leftovers, not viewed as anyone important by Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy. From a certain perspective, they were failures. Now, the Academy's underground cave was going to be explored by the three academies together, while they became bystanders, lacking the qualifications to compete over these things. They couldn't even get close. It was because this was just how it was, even if nothing was discussed beforehand. The young supreme beings from the two academies were definitely going to be the first ones to enter that cave. When Heavenly Deity Institution's students went down, there might not be much left over already. Haha, isn't this Dao brother from the barbaric ox race? Oh, there is also junior brother from the golden giant elephant race. Seeing you all full of remorse truly makes one feel pity. Not far out, someone carrying a faint smile walked over, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, extremely bright. However, his appearance made these individuals who were currently chatting feel extremely uncomfortable. You're from Immortal Academy? The barbarous ox race's youth asked. He was quite tall and sturdy, having a head of thick purple hair. 2 giant horns grew from his head, pointing directly into the sky. Even though he was in human form, he still carried some characteristics from his clan. For example, his eyes were especially large, and the voice when he spoke was extremely loud and resonant, as if thunder was rumbling. The young man who came from Immortal Academy laughed and said, "Actually, it's not a problem if you all want to enter the Immortal Cave. You can follow us inside." What are you trying to say? Another student from Heavenly Deity Institution asked, his skin golden in color, his build even taller and bigger. He was the golden giant elephant race genius. I have long heard that the barbaric ox race and golden giant elephant race were extremely strong, able to carry mountains and rivers on the IR backs with no difficulty. When the time comes, you all can help us move a few heavy ancient artifacts in the cave. The young man laughed. The barbaric ox race youth was furious, the 2 horns on his head shining. He really wanted to strike this person's face with his palm. This really was bullying others intolerably. They were completely treated as a means to help Immortal Academy's people carry treasures, not seeing them as competitors at all, looking down on them too much. Did they truly see them as brute force or livestock for carrying goods? Dao brother, don't overthink things or be angry. Being able to enter the Immortal Cave with the first group of people is already not bad. You have to understand that you are helping some young supreme beings carry treasures. The youngster was still laughing, a rather calm appearance on his face. The barbaric ox race youth had a naturally explosive temperament, white air shooting out from his nose. The golden giant elephant race youngster grabbed him and then said to that person, "You all have spatial magical artifacts, so why would you need us for? Don't tell me you want us to serve as cannon fodder. You're overthinking things." With so many people watching, Heavenly Deity Institution's elders outside, who would dare do this? It is just because the things in the immortal cave might not be things we can just bring away however we wish. Some ancient artifacts have to be physically transported. Bully others too far. The barbarous ox race youth released a low roar. Up to you, if you aren't willing, then forget it. However, with great changes soon arriving to this heaven and earth, the three academies merging, I feel like it is still better if you have more pleasant interactions with Immortal Academy's experts. That person spoke indifferently, and then he left. Heavenly Deity Institution's people felt inwardly sullen, truly angered badly, yet they felt somewhat helpless. What could they do? With things like this, Heavenly Deity Institution now not having a single well-known expert, there was no way of competing against the two academies at all. The most powerful geniuses all entered Immortal and Sacred Academy. Now, Heavenly Deity Institution only had ordinary disciples, not stunning experts. The disciples of the two academies had never put them in their eyes. This was a corner of the current situation, but it was enough to speak about the general state of affairs. Sure Hao passed by this place, not saying anything, not expressing anything, passing right by them, because he attached no importance to these personal disputes. Who was the powerful enemy? When were the true great changes going to begin? Just how bitter and severe will the future great battle be? These were the things that he paid close attention to. Say, who do you all think is number one? Who would have thought that this generation would have so many heaven-warping figures? They all remained quiet before, but now they am. Erged with perfect seeds one after another in these past 2 years, succeeding one after the other, it really is something that shakes up past and present. There was someone who sighed. When the glory of the past 2 years was mentioned, their minds began to stir with passion. During the past 2-3 years, geniuses from Immortal Academy successfully merged with Dao seeds one after the other, all of them unmatched ancient seeds from Immortal Ancient Great Era, shocking everyone. Who would have thought that unmatched ancient seeds that already had great reputations in the last great era would be passed on to this era, appearing one after the next, moreover perfectly inherited? From this, one could see just how great of a price Immortal Academy paid. Otherwise, why would they have been able to receive so many of these seeds? Previously, there were some who believed that this era was inferior to Immortal Ancient, that this world was destined to have its skies dyed in blood, a dark ending, but now that they saw a few exceptional geniuses appear, many people felt a newborn passion. Some old monsters even full of expectations. I feel that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch might be able to rule over the world. Of course, it might be Little Sky King who is number one under the sky. Someone said. Someone retorted, saying, "The ones you all are bringing up are all people from Immortal Academy. I don't think this way at all." Daoist Shi Gu might be the one who is unmatched. He continuously broke through the extreme, transforming to an unmatched level, already unmatched in present world methods. Daoist Shi Gu, the one who likes to wear gray clothes, the expression on his face always serious, never smiling. I heard that he is quite strong, ridiculously powerful, but I don't think he is number one under the sky. At the very least, in Sacred Academy alone, there are others who can only be above, not below him. There was someone who stood out from the side, saying this. Don't tell me you are talking about that person? The one who was equally famous as Little Sky King even back then, that little saint who had remained in seclusion all this time. Correct, it is precisely him. He was already called Little Saint 10 years ago, let alone now. Woo, I've also heard of this person. He has maintained quite the low profile during these past few years. However, I don't think he is necessarily stronger than the present Daoist Shi Gu. Daoist Shi Gu has now broken through many great cultivation realms limits, undergoing many rebirths like a phoenix, becoming stronger and stronger each time, long becoming unimaginable. A few people were discussing amongst themselves, speaking the names of several geniuses. However, Sure Hao didn't recognize a single one of them. He couldn't help but sigh. The changes really were too great. At the same time, he also knew that he already left for 2 years, now almost reaching the 3rd year. This was definitely not a short amount of time. The outside world already greatly changed. Woo, I heard that a terrifying figure might emerge, also someone from Sacred Academy, also the pride of heaven from this generation, incomparable, likely able to oppress the masses. Who? You all should know about the Long Life family's heavenly talent Wang Shi, right? She has a fiancé who is precisely in Sacred Academy named Jin Zhan. I believe some of you should have heard of him before. There were immediately some who were confused, but a few individuals sucked in cold air. Jin Zhan, this person is still alive? Are you sure? Someone cried out in alarm. Of course he's alive, or else why would Fairy Wang Shi's clansmen speak about marriage? He is definitely alive. Someone spoke extremely confidently. I thought it was someone else for a bit, that it was Little Saint. Turns out her fiancé was Jin John. If that person is still alive, in the future, who would dare offend the Wang family? Who would dare provoke Fairy Wang Shi? There were people who were greatly shocked, their expressions nervous, but also inspired. No one thought that someone who was rumored to be dead was still in this world. Jin John, this was a legendary hero from Sacred Academy, unknown what race he was, only known that his appearance was human. He was unimaginably powerful, known to be the pride of heaven in this generation. He had previously broken through the limits of 2 great cultivation realms within half a year, advancing a step beyond the highest level of enlightenment, restoring the very pinnacle. Later on, it was rumored that he wanted to break through 2 more extremes within half a year, seemingly wishing to merge 10 heavenly passages into one, also wishing to carve an unmatched innate killing formation within his body, but in the end, there were problems. A flame appeared, burning his body, making him die a violent death. It could be said that this person was too frightening, all because the requirements he had for himself were too high, anxious for quick results, thus leading to his body and Dao being extinguished. Now that they heard that he was the one being mentioned, still alive in this world, how could they not feel shocked? Everyone felt waves of fear. They knew that it was now really going to be hard to say who was number 1 under heaven. Shirhao was shocked. There was actually this type of rumors going around. Listening to everyone's discussions, he felt like the 2 academies really had geniuses emerging in large numbers, hiding a few monsters. Wu, since Jin John was mentioned, Wang Shi also brought up, I've thought of another person. When this name was mentioned, everyone was first stunned. It had been too long, few people mentioning this name, almost 3 years. It wasn't that long, but it wasn't short either. However, in this great era of rising winds and scudding clouds, great generation where heroes emerged in large numbers, it really was easy for powerful individuals to be forgotten. After all, Huang was a special. As soon as he was brought up, many rumors related to him emerged again in these people's minds. They immediately felt a bit baffled. This person, it truly is a pity. This is also the hero of a generation, only, things change with the passage of time, he has already become a thing of the past. There was someone who shook his head with regret. Say, back then, if Huang entered Immortal Academy and obtained a perfect seed, what kind of level would he be at now? How great of a status would he have? I believe, he should be strong, extremely strong. There would be a place for him within the young supreme beings. Only, it really is a pity. Shirhao's past power and astonishing battle successes were difficult for others to forget. Even with almost 3 years passing by, when he was mentioned again, they still couldn't help but feel complicated emotions. Haha, I feel like if he really did go to Immortal Academy and obtained a perfect seed, perfectly merging with it and emerging, he would likely be facing great trouble now, unable to escape this generation's pride of heaven Jin John's suppression. Someone brought up this opinion. Chapter 1267, for Great Supreme Beings. Wu, perhaps that really will be the case. There was another who nodded. Many people knew that Huang and Wang Shi previously had a falling out. The Wang family's people had targeted him to the extent where they even placed a diamond band on him, wishing to make him a servant. Back then, this matter had stirred up quite the disturbance. Many people from Heavenly Deity Institution knew about it, and because of this, Huang had previously suppressed Wang Shi, spending a night together. Many people had heard this before. Huang did this for the sake of washing away the humiliation Wang family left him with, but because of this deeply offended a long-life family. There were others who shook their heads, saying, that might not necessarily be the case. Jin Zhang is the pride of heaven in this generation, so he ought to have his own aspirations, boldness. He might not necessarily seek out Huang to look for trouble immediately after emerging from seclusion. What a pity, things change with the passage of time, the Huang of the past. There were some who were shaking their heads, feeling pity. Almost 3 years have passed, the people who merged with unmatched seeds all emerged from seclusion, while the one without a perfect seed vanished without a trace. It was clear that many people already came to similar conclusions. Huang had already disappeared, not appearing again, so the conclusion was easy to predict. One's path is their own to choose, it can't be blamed on another. In the past, Immortal Academy didn't give him a perfect Dao seed, so what if he entered my Sacred Academy? How could the results have been like this? It would be a completely different situation. Someone said coldly. You should just stop, would Huan Ji have been able to get true dragon's heart blood if he went to Sacred Academy, obtain heavenly horned ant's extreme strength blood? Obviously not. They were already divided up, reserved for Little Saint and the others. Someone said. Not far out, blue multicolored light flickered, hazy radiance scattering about, also dyeing this place with faint blue light, appearing cold and mysterious. There was a hazy figure that appeared, her figure tall and slender, legs long. Her blue dress fluttered about, unable to hide her impressive curves. This was a woman who looked like she was in her 20s, her skin snow-white and sparkling, beautiful like jade. She walked out from the blue mist. They could now see her clearly. Her pupils were also blue, and her head of long hair was also blue like water ripples, bright and soft. Her figure moved gracefully as she walked over, long blue hair full of sparkling radiance. This woman was without a doubt exceedingly beautiful, her skin white and translucent, eyes full of intelligence, large and beautiful. Her eyelashes were long, brilliant splendor released when they blinked. It's her, Long Life Family Blue Clan's princess, Lan Xian, 1. Someone released a cry of alarm, recognizing her. A wave of discussion was immediately produced. Everyone turned around to look at her. This was not only because she was a peerless beauty, her looks able to topple cities, it was also because she was a female supreme being, an incomparably powerful young individual. She had previously exchanged a palm with Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. It was just one palm, yet it shaved off a divine peak from the Northern Sea Forest. One had to understand that that place was sturdy and unbreaking, difficult to move. After endless time had passed, many people had previously went there to leave behind their names to test the depth and strength of their own cultivation realm. Different parts of the forest corresponded to different cultivation realms. This was an ancient holy land. Rarely was there anyone able to destroy the forest, let alone a divine peak second only to the Transcendence Peak. Lan Xian had previously traded a palm with Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, no winner or loser decided, both pulling back as a tie. The two didn't continue to fight, so the outside world speculated that they felt mutual apprehension. This woman who was only known for her exceptional beauty before, after this battle, she shook the world. Everyone became aware of her power. She looked weak, beautiful like a fairy, but in reality, her strength was rarely seen. She merged with a sky dome seed, dark blue like a diamond. When the seed appeared, it had previously dyed Immortal Academy's skies blue like the dome of heaven, no one knowing where the seed went afterwards. Only after Lan Xian successfully merged with the seed, fighting against Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, did everyone realize what happened. There were some who muttered quietly, mentioning all types of things related to Lan Xian. Not far out, Sherhao's eyes flickered about. He could clearly sense that this woman was powerful. Was this the strength of the present world young supreme beings? However, he also knew that Lan Xian was restraining her own exceptional aura, or else it would be even more frightening. The reason why he could sense this was completely because of his spiritual awareness. The so-called Sky Dome seed, during the ancient times, was known to be unspeakably precious. A seed that dared take on the Dome of Heaven as its name, how could it not be world-shaking? This seed alone was given the name Sky Dome. In the past, the Great Mist Purple Energy Seed was known as an unmatched seed that could definitely allow one to harmonize with the Tao, the easiest to achieve immortality, long life and undying, a perfect seed. Meanwhile, on the other side of this was precisely the Sky Dome seed. This Sky Dome seed was viewed as something the heavens left for their heirs, the greatest gift, able to forcefully oppress the mortal realm's Great Mist Purple Energy Seed. Now, this woman personally arrived in Heavenly Deity Institution. Did this mean that the young supreme beings were all going to appear? Everyone was quite expectant. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, Lan Xian, Little Sky King, Great Su Tua, these four individuals' reputation shook the 9 heavens 10 earths, representing Immortal Academy's greatest fighting strength. Apart from this, there was Qi Gu, Little Saint, as well as the pride of heaven of this generation, Jin Zhan. These three, one more powerful than the next, previously suffering several rebirths, their depths immeasurable. Who was number one in the present world? Who was the true number one supreme being of the younger generation? Many people were discussing privately. They were all extremely stirred up, wishing to know the result. During this period of time, even the older generation were privately discussing this. In reality, we have to include the Protector's descendant Duguyun, 10 Crown King Tianzi, as well as the most mysterious exiled immortal. Someone said with a light sigh. It was because these three didn't go to the Northern Sea Forest to carve their own names, and they didn't have especially glorious or world-shaking battle accomplishments, so they were difficult to understand. However, everyone knew that they were definitely strong, moreover strong to the point where their true bottom lines couldn't be seen. We should just forget about that exiled immortal. There was no news of him obtaining an unmatched Dao seed. However, that 10 Crown King is definitely frightening. After all, he merged with a world tree sapling. Talking about these things is pointless. As for the truth, who could say for certain? I feel like there are still some who haven't truly revealed their strength yet, and these individuals might very well be even stronger. Just a random discussion, already named 10 Great. Experts, these individuals all the focal points of everyone's attention during these 2 years. Woo, top 10 great experts. Perhaps a few of them can be swapped out because there are some hidden experts, but at least 6 or 7 of them should be there, difficult for others to take their place. For example, the 9 Netherworlds AO, even though Shirhao had previously defeated it, there were some who believed that he still had the qualifications to enter the ranks of 10 great experts. Also, Sacred Academy had rumors that there was a youth named EE2 who resonated with the Heavenly Horned Ant's extreme strength blood, divine force matchless, bravery unrivaled. He was definitely powerful beyond comparison. Aside from this, there were some who were sure that there was someone who obtained the Yin Yang seed. It wasn't exiled immortal who they previously assumed it to be, this person harmonizing with Yin and Yang, an aura of primal chaos around him, possessing generation-crushing aptitudes. Just like that, more than 10 people were mentioned, all of them having the qualifications to enter the ranks of 10 great experts. Immortal Academy's Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, Lan Xian, Little Sky King, Great Su Tua, Sacred Academy's Qi Gu, Little Saint, Jin Zhan, these were already confirmed. They were definitely transcendent individuals. There was also 10 Crown King Tianzi, exiled immortal, Protector's descendant Duguyun, as well as the 9 Netherworlds AO Shirhao had previously fought a great battle against, the mysterious individual who merged with the Yin Yang seed, and others. Not far out, multicolored light surged, all colors surging, the scene extremely dazzling. A group of people immediately rushed over. Then, everyone were shocked, groups moving out. It was because they sensed a strong immortal Tao aura surging from beneath the earth. Everyone knew that there was an immortal manor underneath Heavenly Deity Institution, one that remained closed this whole time. Now that this happened, how could they not make the association? The mud pool. Someone cried out in alarm. This was the place Great Elder enjoyed to angle in, many people speculating that the entrance to the immortal manor was likely here. Now, the mud pool released immortal light, immediately raising a commotion. Scarlet multicolored light surged at the limits of the horizon, the radiance carrying a golden-red hue. It swept in this direction. A pure gold alms bowl appeared there, crushing downwards, wishing to surround the mud pool. That is Great Su Tua. Someone cried out in alarm. The one who obtained the ashes of an ancient monk appeared, the one who was rumored to be destined to obtain an imperishable body, become an immortal monk. That alms bowl was the embodiment of the ancient monk's inheritance, condensed from Great Su Tuo's precious techniques. It could hold the sun, moon, and stars. Right now, it wanted to collect the mud pool. Blue light flashed. Head past, a mysterious mist surged. A blue-clad fairy appeared, gently moving her spacious sleeve, blasting the alms bowl away. She stood there, her impressive figure undulating up and down, beautiful and astonishing. This was precisely Lan Xian. No one expected 2 of the most well-known great supreme beings to take action as soon as the mud pool appeared, opposing each other with equal harshness. Right at this time, a gray-robed Taoist appeared, standing in the mud pool. Crazy winds swept about, sand and stone flying everywhere. Many ancient trees were pulled up by the roots. He wasn't doing this deliberately, this was just the energy that naturally swept around him, the energy already blowing aside all rubbish in his path. This was a type of heavenly wind that ensured he remained untainted by dirt, not contaminated by the aura of the mortal world. There were people who also called this immortal wind. This was the embodiment of a transcendent being's tremendous potential, the profoundness of his cultivation. Qi Gu, he came as well. Someone said with shock. Sacred Academy's young supreme being appeared. He was extremely young, but his appearance was ordinary. At the same time, he looked quite old-fashioned, not a hint of a smile on his face, completely expressionless. This was someone who had undergone rebirth many times like a phoenix, reborn through flames, breaking through the limits of the present world method several times, terrifying to the extreme. Tao brother Qi Gu has come. I have also come to join the liveliness. In the sky, a mist of purple light emerged, an auspicious energy pervading the air, surrounding all directions. Purple energy came from the east. This was an indescribably noble propitious energy, vast and powerful throughout 30,000 li. It was clear that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch arrived. This supreme being among men, a heaven-warping genius whose birth was even blessed by mysterious splendor, had hurried to the scene. An immortal cave unexpectedly drew the attention of several of the most powerful young supreme beings, descending here one after the other. It truly left everyone's minds greatly shaken. I understand now. The manor underneath Heavenly Deity Institution might very well be left behind by an immortal king. The inheritance here is likely glorious and world-shattering. Someone made this deduction. Everyone trembled inwardly, immediately feeling like this made sense. There might be an immortal king's secret realm underground. The mud pool shone, auspicious energy surging as if something was going to rise up, triggering great shock. Everyone rushed over together, wishing to fight over opportunities. In the end, 4 great experts took action at the same time. Great Sutuo's true body didn't move, but the alms bowl did, collecting heaven and earth, the aura of an immortal monk endless, scattering over, making many experts feel reverence, not daring to approach. Then, Lan Xian formed Magi. Cal imprints, the sky dome rumbling, crushing down, the entire dome of heaven unexpectedly forming a sheet of great Tao scriptures, covering everything above. Purple Sun, heavenly monarch, was even more direct, actually exchanging a palm with Taoist Qi Gu from the distance, ripples immediately surging out like ocean waves, shocking everyone around them. Fortunately, there were formations here, stopping the terrifying fluctuations. Wu, all of you, do not crowd this place, don't get too close. There were some people who stood out, keeping order in this place. Immortal Academy and Holy Academy's people can stand at the very front, Heavenly Deity Institution's people, move to the back. These words really were infuriating for Heavenly Deity Institution's people. It went without saying that the great supreme beings at the centralmost position in the mud pool would be the first ones to enter when the Immortal Manor opened. Next were Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's people, closely following behind those 4 great experts. Even though this was Heavenly Deity Institution, the Academy's students were ordered to line up at the very back, not allowed to be at the front. Why should we? This is our Heavenly Deity Institution. How can you treat us like this? There were more than 10 students from Heavenly Deity Institution who were discontent. It is because Heavenly Deity Institution is too inferior, not a single person who can come out and fight, just a declining place. The opportunities are to be left for the strong. Those who are lacking should know their place. Someone said, his voice full of contempt. This could be considered a type of taunting, but for Heavenly Deity Institution students, it was a type of humiliation, truly too hard to take. They were in their own academy, guarding their own treasure, yet had no right to it, had to move to the back. It really made them feel like the other party was bullying them too far, unable to swallow this down. Right at this time, a streak of hazy light rushed out from the mud pool, wrapping around something, triggering a huge commotion. The 4 great young supreme beings all took action. In the end, a great clash immediately broke out between them, a great confrontation erupting. Lan Xian faced Great Sutua, Qi Gu confronted Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. The others wanted to take action and compete, but they felt a bit scared, fearing that they would anger the 4 great supreme beings. Right at this time, furthest out, someone walked out from Heavenly Deity Institution's students. With a raise of his hand, clear light swirled, directly seizing that object, grasping it in his palm. Everyone was stupefied. There was someone who dared to steal food from the mouths of the 4 great supreme beings. Who was this person? Could it be that another young supreme being came? Everyone looked over, all attention focused on this person. Why does he look familiar? That is. Heavens. That is the one who has disappeared for a long time, Huang. 1. Lan equals blue, Zen equals immortal. 2. E equals abundant/graceful, E equals ant. Chapter 1268, Call into Question. There was someone who recognized Shihao, releasing a cry of alarm. This name was one that hadn't been mentioned for a long time. For a year after he disappeared, there were still people discussing him, but this slowly quieted down. However, today, his name was spoken once again. Huang. Was it really him? Everyone turned around, many people's attention concentrated in that direction. He looked extremely familiar. It really was that person. Only, he looked much more ordinary than before, lacking a type of brashness, his entire being becoming much calmer. A large portion of the people here had seen Huang before. Right now, they all revealed looks of shock. Why did he show up again? From what everyone knew, he lost his position as a supreme being, supposed to never appear again. No one expected that he would reappear today in Heavenly Deity Institution. It really is him. Huang has returned. A single leave and almost 3 years passed. Where did he stay during this time? What was he doing? Many people carried puzzlement within. Huang, he was previously the young supreme being of a generation. Only, because he didn't have a perfect ancient seed, he ended up withering away. What does his appearance now mean? Could it be that he successfully merged with the Tao seed? A few people were excited, especially those who remained in Heavenly Deity Institution, the students who weren't chosen by Sacred or Immortal Academy, their faces even more so full of excitement. Our Heavenly Deity Institution isn't without talents, just that he hadn't returned before. Now, a truly supreme being returned, even the 9 netherworlds AO falling under his hands, he even more so dared to challenge Little Sky King. A few people laughed loudly, feeling extremely stirred up. It was because during these 2 years, Heavenly Deity Institution had declined greatly, the true geniuses all chosen away, gone without any intention of returning. The academy didn't have any other stunning students. Under the pressure of the two great academies, it became dim without radiance, losing all of its former magnificence and brilliance. The present Heavenly Deity Institution was extremely low profile, something that couldn't be helped. It was because there were no exceptional disciples here, those who were left behind all rotten wood, in the eyes of a mortal and sacred academy, useless. Heavenly Deity Institution students were extremely inferior in status, unable to raise their heads before the two academies' disciples. It was because none of them could compete against the two academies' disciples. When the two academies' disciples appeared, Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were all rejected, to the extent where they were harshly berated, not attached any importance to at all, lacking the respect they ought to receive. "Huang, is it really you?" Someone cried out, rushing over. When Shihao was in Heavenly Deity Institution before, he didn't really have much interaction with these students, instead having some conflict with a few of the best geniuses, competing against them, for example, Lu Tua, Wang Shi and the others. However, as time went on, only these students and Shihao remained. The so-called heaven-warping geniuses all left. Only a small portion of individuals remained in the academy, so even those that were previously unfamiliar with Shihao developed excellent opinions of him, as if they had seen a close friend. A few people were even crying tears of joy, feeling their blood surge, couldn't help but roar towards the sky. It was because they had suffered just too much unfairness and humiliation. For example, this time, in Heavenly Deity Institution itself, when the underground immortal cave was about to open, Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were berated and ordered to move back, not allowed to remain in the front. Just how awkward was this? Truly a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. They felt ashamed and resentful, yet there was nothing they could do. It was because previously, there were people who expressed their discontent, fighting back, but those who weren't chosen really weren't the other side's opponents. During these clashes, forget about Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, Chi-Gu, Great Su Tua, and the other true supreme beings, even their attendants and servants didn't take action. The others appeared, yet these individuals were still subdued. There were some who had been beaten until they coughed out large amounts of blood, thrown out of Heavenly Deity Institution's gate, yet they could only hold this loss, remain silent, unable to say anything back. They held back their resentment and quietly withdrew. The others didn't rush over, but they were all curious. These were the disciples of the two academies. As for Huang, it could be said that few didn't know about him. He was an influential figure 3 years ago as well, previously displayed a series of brilliant battle accomplishments, such as subduing and taking the young genius Mo Dao with 3 strands of immortal energy as a servant. Even more so defeating the 9 netherworlds AO and other things. 2 to 3 years ago, when Huang was mentioned, many people felt respect and fear, not wishing to stand against him. Only, as time went on and geniuses emerged in large numbers, those who merged with perfect ancient seeds appearing one after another, how could he still hold his previous status? They all felt that there was no way he still had his brilliance from back then. After calmly thinking things through cool-headedly, many people felt that Shihao was definitely going to lose the glory he had at the Heavenly Deity realm. It was because he lacked an unmatched ancient seed. Shihao was surrounded, more than 10 disciples from Heavenly Deity instead. Yushin at his side, their eyes burning with passion, leaving him feeling a bit helpless, but at the same time made him release a sigh. During the past 2 to 3 years, Heavenly Deity Institution really has been shown contempt and scorn, suffering all types of injustice. What is that thing? In the distance, many people were curious, staring at Shihao's hand. Specks of auspicious light moved about. Inside Shihao's hand was a stone box, extremely simple and ancient in appearance, also quite mysterious, wisp after wisp of white mist lingering about, even more so having immortal Dao multicolored light rising from it. This left many people moved. This was a precious box. It actually rushed over on its own, flying out from the mud pool, clearly possessing spirituality. Everyone's minds burned with desire, really wanting to rush over and seize it. Even Lan Xian, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, Chi-Gu and the others were quite curious about what exactly was inside of the stone box. Shihao looked it over and was then about to open it. However, right at this time, someone from the distance spoke up. "Wait, do you need something?" Shihao didn't stop, his tone indifferent, still examining this stone box. It was wrapped in flowing light, carrying a wave of auspicious energy, actually quite sturdy. After trying several times, he actually wasn't able to open it. Dao friend, the stone box flew out from the mud pool, so it should have originated from the immortal cave, an ownerless item. As such, it does not belong to you. A humanoid creature with an extremely large and tall physique spoke. On his head was a single golden horn, his eyes also faint golden in color, long hair shining like a flame, his powerful and straight body giving off a type of pressure. He clearly recognized Shi Hao, knowing that he was precisely Huang. Even if he didn't know about this person before, he definitely heard the others' discussions just now. Now that he stepped forward like this, he was clearly expressing a type of stance. Everyone revealed strange expressions. They all knew that this person didn't have any good intentions. This was challenging Huang's dignity, sizing up his present true strength. Even though this person spoke rather tactfully, not directly ripping up all face, this type of stance, this type of tone were clearly purposely to stand in his way. Since it is an ownerless item, then what is the point in you telling me to wait? An ownerless item fell into my hands, then it means it now does have an owner. Shi Hao swept out an indifferent look. When that single-horned humanoid figure was swept through by this glance, he felt a wave of alarm. His heart jumped. This Huang. Could it be that he was still that frightening? Didn't he lack a suitable Dao seed to merge with? His head of flame-like long hair scattered down, golden pupils releasing sinister light. He didn't shrink back, instead pressing forward a few great steps, saying, "It is an owner. Less item, needing to be transferred to higher authorities, and then after the great family's discussions, only then could they be conferred to someone." Many people became silent, their eyes swirling with light, watching this interesting development. They understood that this person was determined to stand in Shi Hao's way, not allowing him to obtain the stone box. Flames of anger appeared in the eyes of Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples, all of them extremely angry. This truly was going too far. If it was Great Sutua, Lan Xian, or the others who obtained the stone box, would this person dare speak these words? Now that this person saw Wang return, could it be that he didn't think the other party still had his past divine might, and thus purposely walked up to provoke him? Someone from Heavenly Deity Institution angrily said, "You are Jin Jiaoshi, one? I've heard of you. You are proficient in the rhinoceros horn divine ability, your flesh strong, defensive force astonishing, having a set amount of reputation. However, acting this domineeringly really is a bit lacking in propriety. What qualifications do you have to stop my Heavenly Deity Institution's people from obtaining treasure?" Dao friend is making jokes. I am merely speaking with impartial motives. This is how it should be. Could it be that you feel like Heavenly Deity Institution's people don't have to respect the rules? Jin Jiaoshi said with a smile. Then, he gave everyone a look, saying, "What do you all say? It should be the great families who decide what is to be done. This is an ownerless item, so what do you all think?" Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were furious. This person really was determined to provoke them. Did he really think there was no one with strength in their Heavenly Deity Institution? It was clear that everyone had their own selfish motives. Since someone stood out to stop Shi Hao, then quite a few strong individuals weren't willing to see an immortal treasure fall into the hands of another. A few of them began to side with Jin Jiaoshi. These people nodded their heads, expressing that they agreed with Jin Jiaoshi's words. Since it is an ownerless object, then a decision should be made after everyone discussed things. If it was Great Sutua or Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch who obtained it, would you all dare do this? Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples berated. They felt extremely resentful towards Jin Jiaoshi's actions. This person was clearly trying to turn everyone against them. "Brother Huang, I really am sorry. It isn't that I am trying to target you, but this matter has to be treated fairly. Please just hand over that stone box," Jin Jiaoshi said with a slight smile. Not only did golden light surge from his eyes, even his skin released golden radiance. "Look, this is what everyone thinks, not just my own opinion. We all wish for this place to be a bit more peaceful, avoid bloodshed, to have fairness be carried out." Heavenly Deity Insti. Tushan's disciples all clenched their teeth. Jin Jiaoshi truly was self-righteous, actually speaking this type of words. Is it everyone's intentions or your own? Or perhaps the intentions of those behind you? If you want it, then just come for it. Shi Hao gave him a look of contempt. He looked extremely calm, not treating this matter as a big deal at all. "What are you trying to say?" Jin Jiaoshi felt attacked by this type of indifference and disdain, making him feel a wave of humiliation. Someone who had lost his past glory actually dared to look down on him like this. Moreover, the other person's expression was undisguised, not carrying the slightest bit of concealment, just as if he was talking to the most lowly and despicable person. "I have previously heard that the treasures here would belong to whoever obtained it. By changing it suddenly on your own, who are you speaking in the place of? Great Sutua, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, or Lan Xian?" Shi Hao spoke without an ounce of respect. Jin Jiaoshi really wanted to berate and scold him, claiming that this was everyone's intentions, but he was scared of offending the four great supreme beings, so he didn't dare directly speak out, momentarily trapped in a dilemma. "If you want it, then just come over. If you don't want it, then get lost." Shi Hao was extremely direct. "You." Jin Jiaoshi's expression suddenly changed. He only wished to size up Shi Hao in the place of others, but now he found himself in an awkward situation. He shouted coldly, "Fine then, I will come over myself to seize it. I will take it in everyone's place." You only want it for yourself, you cannot represent anyone. Don't try to flaunt whatever righteousness, or else it will only look even worse for you. Shihao said coldly. Everyone's mind jumped. This was definitely Huang's style. Not long ago, he looked calm and aloof, as if he lacked his past sharpness. Now, they saw that he didn't change at all. Jin Jiaoshi really did come up. He was extremely careful, his figure swelling. His upper body turned into a divine rhinoceros, giant body incredibly intimidating, divine skin releasing a faint golden radiance. That single rhinoceros horn was even more so incomparably resplendent, releasing electrical radiance, as well as metal attribute essence energy. It was incredibly terrifying, sword radiance rushing out. His lower body was still that of a human's. At this moment, he charged forward, wishing to forcefully seize the stone box, launching his attack. Only when he approached did Shihao move. His figure shifted, taking action with lightning speed, but there was a type of aesthetic perception, directly striking forward. Eventually, all the brilliance disappeared, everything returning to normal, the other party nowhere to be found. With a blur before everyone's eyes, Shihao formed a type of simple and ancient magical imprint. With a leap, he broke through Jin Jiaoshi's sect master-level defenses and then with a kacha sound, cut down his giant horn. After a moment of peace, the single-horned rhinoceros released a miserable howl that shook heaven and earth, the great earth breaking open. The distant mountain peaks were even about to collapse, rubble rushing into the heavens. His strength was extremely great, possessing terrifying divine might, but now, he lost his most powerful and well-known golden horn from a single clash. Everyone became stupefied. This was just the beginning, yet it already ended. There was only one exchange, yet Jin Jiaoshi's divine horn that condensed all of his essence was lost. With heavenly deity realm power, Jin Jiaoshi's defenses were broken through, his rhinoceros horn cut down. Excellent. Right at this time, the blue-clothed fairy spoke. Everyone was stunned. It was Lan Xian who was commenting on this battle, speaking about the situation. Everyone was stunned. He broke through a sect master-level expert's defenses with heavenly deity-level strength. This was like something out of a legend. This was but crossing a great cultivation realm. Interesting, using heavenly deity-level strength to strike a sect master-level opponent's weakest point of defense, and then borrowing the enemy's power to trigger resonance, thus breaking his own horn. Lan Xian. Everyone was stunned. Was Huang doing this to display his Dao or his techniques? Using Jin Jiaoshi's own power to break his horn, this was extremely frightening. Jin Jiaoshi was in great pain. This was what he was going to use to achieve the Dao, yet it was destroyed just like that. It left him in so much remorse that he had thoughts of suicide. Do you still want to ask for the stone box? Shihao asked indifferently. Jin Jiaoshi released a furious roar, turning around to leave. He knew that Huang was extremely frightening. Even if the other party didn't merge with the perfect seed, he was still not a match. Who said you could leave? I heard that divine rhinoceros meat wasn't bad. You, stay here for now. Shihao said. Ah, Jin Jiaoshi screamed, shivering inwardly. He immediately turned into his original form, becoming a small mountain-like golden rhinoceros, turning around to run. It was because he had previously heard some rumors that at Huang's peak, he loved roasting all types of rare strange beasts the most, extremely frightening, a demon king. Where are you going? Shihao said quietly behind it. Right at this time, great wind swept about in the distant skies. In addition, purple light spread. A young man with auspicious purple energy around him descended from above. Chuizha too, please save me. Jin Jiaoshi screamed, truly frightened badly. He couldn't help but cry for help. Even though Huang had left for many years, his power and influence still remained. After a simple probing, Jin Jiaoshi became completely terrified. Zitong, that is Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's attendant. Someone said softly. The one who came was precisely the powerful attendant who followed Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. Jin Jiaoshi, stand at my side. I want to see just who dares to touch you. The attendant named Zitong had auspicious purple energy around him. He stood there, full of confidence as he spoke coldly. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corners of Shihao's lips. He walked forward. The reason Jiaoshi dared to provoke him turned out to be because of this attendant, someone from Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's side. Zitong, stand back. Right at this time, the skies became incredibly resplendent. A great purple sun descended, incomparably terrifying. In the great purple sun was an extremely blurry figure who released astonishing divine might fluctuations from his body, as if even the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains were going to be crushed. It was precisely Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. So you're Huang? Even though this is the first time we met, I have heard of your great name for quite some time. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch said. 1. Jin equals gold, Jiaoshi equals horn, rhinoceros/sharp. 2. Chui equals pure, Jia equals dregs, slag and mining. Chapter 1269, No Seed. This scene was extremely frightening. A great purple sun rested in the sky, full and majestic, releasing blazing purple light. Purple energy was released strand after strand, filling up the void. In its surroundings, brilliant colors swirled about, purple multicolored light overflowing, crashing down like a waterfall. No one was able to see Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's true appearance, his indistinct figure towering in the distant outer space. Only when he opened and closed his eyes could one feel a surging exuberant life essence energy. No one expected Huang to return. Now, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch stood against him. Were the two going to fight? Only, what about Huang's cultivation? He disappeared for close to 3 years, no one knowing or able to understand his true strength. He didn't have a perfect seed to merge with, so could he compare to Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch? In that instant, everyone became full of expectation. They wanted to know what Huang was like now. Did you have Jin Jiaoshi test me? Shihao's voice was cold, not mild in the slightest. On the other side, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch was the exact opposite. Even though the great sun was dignified, illuminating the world from above, his words were gentle, carrying a peaceful tone. It was my attendant being mischievous, stirring up trouble, please do not take offense. The situation was de-emphasized. With his words, he began to mediate the situation. Shihao's eyes swirled with light, but he didn't say anything. If this heavenly monarch had other intentions, no matter how daring his subordinates were, they still wouldn't have overstepped their bounds. The Nine Netherworlds AO is a longtime friend of the family, a close friend of mine. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch directly said. Shihao was shocked. Was this to stop him from saying something here, fearing that he would say something unpleasant from his interrogation? Was this why he directly explained some karma and relationships? Oh! Nine Netherworlds AO? How is he? It's been some time, I wonder how far his cultivation has reached now. Shihao calmly said. When he fought a decisive battle against you in the past, it was a bitter battle of several thousand exchanges, but he still lost in the end. It dealt him quite the heavy psychological blow, previously experiencing some dark days. However, after suffering shame, he rose up boldly, relying on himself to enter an ancient cave, obtaining a perfect seed and then successfully merging with it. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch said. Rising up from shame, do you think that being defeated by me was a type of humiliation? Shihao looked at that great purple sun in the air. Dao brother is overthinking things. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch still had a calm smile on his face, but he also felt a sense of distance. The great purple sun became increasingly resplendent, moving across the sky, as if it ruled over the lives of this world's creatures. By approaching me, is it because you want to stand against me? Shihao asked. When I came out of seclusion, I heard that the Nine Netherworlds AO was defeated, which left me quite shocked, but at the same time a bit relieved. I knew that with his arrogant nature, he would suffer a defeat sooner or later, and only by this type of sharpening can he truly rise up. At the same time, I was quite curious, wishing to exchange pointers with the one who defeated him. Only, when I went looking for you, I discovered that you couldn't find a suitable Dao seed, and then thus disappeared. This left me feeling quite regretful. I was deeply moved that there was no one in the heavenly deity realm who could go head-to-head with you, thinking that there wouldn't be any more chances again in the future. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch calmly said. When his final sentence was spoken, everyone became shocked. Then, they all revealed strange expressions. It was clear that Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch had transcended above, someone who was exceptionally powerful and confident. His meaning was clear. The two didn't exchange pointers at the heavenly deity realm, and now that he entered the sect master level, there was no meaning left. It was because Shihao didn't have a perfect seed, so the distance between himself and someone like Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch would only be pulled greater, forever unable to catch up. However, when I saw you take action just now, I feel like perhaps I might have misunderstood. Those types of methods aren't something an ordinary person could display. Using heavenly deity realm strength to defeat Jin Jiaoshi truly is impressive. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch sighed with admiration. When everyone heard this, their minds all jumped. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that he suspected Huang also had a perfect seed, successfully merging with it? However, how could this be? There were only those few seeds, it was a set number. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, it is difficult to find opponents. Huang, you can be considered a miracle. I admire you greatly. When I came out of seclusion, I heard many rumors about you. Today, perhaps I might have a chance to have my wish satisfied. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's voice carried a type of charm, a special type of charisma. This was especially the case for female cultivators. His natural talents were extraordinary, known as one of the most powerful great supreme beings of the younger generation. Together with his outstanding style, he was one of the most heroic young men. Not far out, the pearls of various clans, many beauties and female cultivators with moving appearances released brilliant colors from their eyes, gazing towards the great purple sun in the sky. A few outstanding talents from the various clans, a few young men, even though they were jealous, they couldn't help but sigh. Purple Sun, heavenly monarch indeed, had the qualifications to overlook the world, impossible to compare to. You wish to fight against me? Shirhao asked, his head of black hair thick, but also glossy and smooth, reflecting light like a mirror, naturally hanging down before his chest and back. His figure was tall and slender, body naturally swirling with luster. His facial features were delicate and handsome, could be considered a young man with outstanding temperament, untainted by the energy of mortals, having a type of solitary immortal aura. However, in the eyes of some female cultivators, Purple Sun, heavenly monarch's attraction was a bit greater, because he was powerful, mysterious. After he merged with great mist purple energy, this unmatched ancient seed, just how many in these 9 heavens 10 earths could be his opponent? Respecting the strong, revering the pride of heaven, this was a type of natural tendency of life. This was why Purple Sun, heavenly monarch, had extremely high prestige during these 2 years, receiving the admiration and fondness of female cultivators of all different clans. Meanwhile, Shirhao had disappeared for a long time. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be no perfect seed for him to merge with, and he thus lost the qualifications to become a supreme being. That was why right now, his popularity was inferior to Purple Sun, heavenly monarch in the air. Correct, I wish to fight against you. Are you willing to accept? Purple Sun, heavenly monarch nodded. That indistinct figure in the purple sun appeared, purple energy surging, having a sun and moon devouring might. Everyone was shocked. 2 great geniuses were finally going to clash, only it was unknown if Huang can even fight or not. Would he even be Purple Sun, heavenly monarch's opponent? No problem. Shirhao nodded, not minding at all, agreeing joyously. It was because he wanted to examine the results of his seclusion in the last 3 years. He had Lu Ft for too long, many people about to forget him, even Jin Jiaoshi daring to provoke his dignity. Perhaps he needed a battle to intimidate the present world's heroes. Master, is there a need for you to personally take action? How about I fight in your place? The attendant spoke from the side, making many people's expressions change when they heard this. They called him an attendant, but he had long grown up, now 25 or 6, in the golden years of his life. He was well known because of Purple Sun, heavenly monarch. He remained at Purple Sun, heavenly monarch's side every day, reading all types of scriptures, researching and studying world-shaking ancient heavenly arts, his strength rising up greatly. He was indeed powerful and frightening, rarely having opponents. Just an attendant, yet you dare act like this? Truly quite daring. Heavenly Deity Institution students were both alarmed and angry. Someone stood up, loudly shouting. What kind of status did Shirhao have? No matter how strong this attendant was, rarely encountering his match in Immortal Academy, he was still a servant in the end. How could he directly challenge Huang? Step down. Purple Sun, heavenly monarch's voice was deep and low, clearly a bit unhappy, scolding the attendant. The attendant named Zitong had red lips and white teeth, appearance extremely handsome. When he heard this, he curled his lips, but still withdrew in the end, standing together with Jin Jiaoshi, still dissatisfied. Brother Shi is quite mysterious, disappearing for 2 to 3 years in one leave. I wonder which seed did you end up merging with? Purple Sun, heavenly monarch asked. He really was curious. In this world, from past until now, there were only those few true unmatched seeds, able to be counted. Now, based on what he knew, the ancient seeds have pretty much all had owners, merged with people, so where did Shirhao go to find one? He wasn't the only one who wanted to know, the others' breaths were held as well, wishing to know what kind of fortuitous encounter Shirhao had, if he truly had the qualifications to become a supreme being. Everyone focused their attention on Shirhao, their eyes landing on him. You are going to be disappointed. There are only those few perfect seeds. I didn't obtain one, Immortal Academy unwilling to give me one. Shirhao replied as things were. When these words sounded, everyone's reactions were different. There were some who felt unfairness for Shirhao, feeling frustrated for him. He was the genius of a generation before, one of the most powerful supreme beings, yet no one regarded him as important, not giving him a suitable seed. What did this mean? From here on forth, he would start to decline, unable to rise up into the clouds, losing the qualifications to compete against Ziri, One, Great Su Tua, and others. There were many who released sighs of relief, for example, those from Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy. They immediately felt like the pre. Sure, they were facing decreased, no longer feeling restraining fear. It was to the extent where some people began to laugh softly. Not merging with a perfect seed meant that Huang was destined to become more and more ordinary, become commonplace. He couldn't look down on everyone anymore. What a pity, even though the display was powerful, suddenly returning, in the end, he is still too lacking, unable to compare to true supreme beings. Woo, if it was me, I would have definitely found a place to hide and disappear. What liveliness is there to join? Is being suppressed by another that good of a feeling? A few people took joy in his disaster. Shirhao's decline meant that they didn't have anything to fear. There wasn't much to be scared of. Some of Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples felt a feeling of powerlessness, at the same time gloominess. This was reality. After this, it would be extremely difficult for Heavenly Deity Institution to raise their heads. How tragic. Immortal Academy's Wu Tai mocked. He had previously been cut down, and even the Azure Armor Little Sky King lent him was taken, which was why he hated Shirhao bitterly. Nothing more than this. Without a perfect seed, what kind of achievements can you have? I think you should just let me fight him. That attendant spoke again, surging with battle intent. Did you merge with a wondrous ancient seed second only to a perfect seed? Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch asked another question. I was not able to obtain one. Shirhao shook his head. Haha, Wu Tai couldn't hold himself back anymore, now roaring with laughter. He had his azure armor stolen from him, and even had his body blown up, leaving him so ashamed he couldn't show his face. He had previously declared that he would wait for Shirhao in the next great cultivation realm, that if he didn't have a perfect ancient seed, he will definitely decline. This was when Wu Tai would get his revenge. He believed that the chance had come, managed to wait until this day. When he saw how bitter his enemy's circumstances were, he felt incredible joy inside. Lord, just let me. This kind of person who doesn't even have a seed as good as my ancient seed isn't worthy of fighting a decisive battle against you. It is enough if you just leave this to me. The attendant spoke up again. Quite a few people from Immortal Academy began to laugh, feeling incredibly carefree. It was because there were some who previously clashed with Shirhao, and now, they completely felt at ease, no longer worried about this opponent. This place immediately became noisy with voices. Wider's bully my bro. Right at this time, an expanse of light appeared in the air. Those were figures appearing one after another, a group of people hurrying over on divine multicolor light. Dust surged. Those people landed on the ground, at the very front of Fatty, his face like buns, dressed in a moon-white Taoist robe. It was precisely Chao Yusheng. At his side was a young lady with long silver hair that shone like a mirror, looking like she was 15 or 16 years of age, her large eyes sparkling and translucent like rubies. It was the little rabbit. The lunar jade rabbit made threatening gestures, widening her large eyes, baring her little teeth as she shouted, "You think you are anything special? Just a stupid attendant yet you dare challenge Huang? Trash like you. If it were a few years ago, we would have long eaten you already." Behind these two were Chang Gong'en, Witch, Feng Wu, Zheng Gu, Fire Gold Clans Ting Yi, Dragon Girl, and others. Most of these youngsters from the 3,000 provinces chose to enter Sacred Academy, now just arriving. The attendant was annoyed. In these past few years at Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's side, who dared to treat him with disrespect? Everyone was extra careful to be courteous to him, yet today, he was berated like this. He felt that this was absolutely intolerable. You all don't understand the height and depths of heaven and earth. What is so special about Huang? I admit that he was strong before, but what is he worth now? He can't even get a seed with some flaw, his accomplishments will definitely be limited. The attendant screamed. Even without merging with the Dao seed, just because he is Huang, he can still kill you with just a finger. The little rabbit cried out, her sparkling white face starting to become a bit red from agitation. Her large eyes were widened until they were round, clearly angered. Exactly. Back then, when Shirhao had dominated the world, who knew what hole a brat like you was hiding in? Chao Yusheng shouted. Even though I don't know what happened to Huang in these past 2 years, I believe that a single finger of his can beat you down. A single smile from the witch dazzled all life, possessing an extremely seductive appearance, exceptionally enchanting. She didn't need any reasons to believe Shirhao was strong. Correct, a single finger can cripple you. Quite a few cultivators from the 3,000 provinces shouted from behind. Shirhao felt a warm feeling. After all this time, these people defended him as soon as they appeared, making him feel warm. The attendant's face fell ashen, truly angered badly. In his opinion, he had never suffered this much humiliation before. He was immediately angered to the extreme, pressing forward and saying, "I want to see who can cripple me with a single finger." The scene became extremely quiet, only his heavy breathing sounding. Everyone's eyes were drawn, because he was already approaching Shirhao. "As you wish," Shirhao said indifferently. His movements weren't fast, but extremely decisive. He reached out his right hand, his forefinger pointing out. "Just come and try." The attendant sneered. His entire body shone, releasing a type of astonishing precious technique. Purple energy overflowed, engulfing the sky. Shirhao's hand enlarged, his speed still not that fast. It was heavy like a mountain, slowly crushing down, making one feel like they were suffocating. The attendant's pupils contracted. He felt an instinctive feeling that things were not going well. He wanted to avoid, but he discovered that he couldn't do so. After that finger enlarged, it crushed down like a mountain. He couldn't escape no matter what type of secret method he displayed, leaving him horrified. That finger pressed against his body. The attendant's body released a bone-fracturing noise, his mouth coughing out large amounts of blood. Then, his entire body flew out. His chest caved in, other parts also warping, difficult to imagine just how frightening of a strike he received. His entire body seemed like it was going to collapse. 1. Z equals purple, Re equals sun. Chapter 1270, Heavenly Monarch. It was just a single finger. The attendant flew out, withering like a dried yellow leaf, falling onto the ground, his mouth full of bloody suds, the floor dyed red. One could see that his entire body was twisted irregularly, as if a meteor smashed into him, his body caving in. This was a heavy blow. When Shirhao's finger enlarged just now, it was like the monk, type of ancient immortal from the last great era, palm transforming the world, ruler of all. A single finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, casually descending, seriously injuring the powerful attendant. He laid on the ground, unable to crawl back up, already half ruined. The attendant's body was contorting, his limbs twitching, shaking involuntarily. After suffering this type of terrifying strike, he lost all ability to move. It was precisely like how Chao Yusheng, Little Rabbit, Witch, and the others were shouting. A single finger was enough to cripple him. It was as if they were prophesying, this truly the result. This place became dead silent, everyone as if fallen under a magical spell. When they saw this scene, they found it difficult to speak. Was this Huang? Just how strong was he now? A single finger was enough to ruin the attendant, make him lose the ability to fight. It was just too shocking. One had to know that this attendant named Zitong wasn't an ordinary person. After following Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, he was allowed to organize and study the scriptures that the Heavenly Monarch normally cultivated, the benefits he obtained unimaginable. It could be said that in the present Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy, the attendant was also a formidable individual, could be said to be a heroic expert. It was precisely under these circumstances that he was still suppressed by a single finger of another, seemingly crippled. Just how frightening was this? It made everyone shiver with fear. When they recalled that this person was Huang, everyone felt like the situation was now grave. A past young king, someone who bore an unmatched attitude, someone who everyone thought declined, ended up returning like this. In that instant, the atmosphere in this place became a bit stifling. Many people didn't believe that he didn't obtain a perfect seed. He definitely encountered some heaven-shocking opportunity. At the same time, there were quite a few people who looked towards that great purple-colored sun, towards the young Heavenly Monarch. They all wanted to see his reaction. This place was dead silent, the atmosphere a bit suffocating. It was because a battle between young supreme beings might break out soon. Now, even though everyone didn't understand, they wouldn't doubt Shirhao's strength. This was a terrifying king figure, just that they didn't know if he could rank within the supreme beings. Wu, impressive methods, using the true primordial record to break through the methods, transform the decaying into the miraculous. Only those who have read and reread these scriptures, truly understanding, could they have this type of achievements. Lan Xian spoke. Everyone was stunned, from her words learning what kind of wondrous methods Shirhao used. It was actually the ancient scripture true primordial record. Towards this ancient method, the upper piece was named Divine Guidance, this portion existing in the treasuries of a few top-level ancient great sects, so the successors of the clan had the opportunity to read through them. This was why it wasn't an absolute secret. However, the upper piece Divine Guidance's 10,000 spirit diagram wasn't something that everyone had seen. Back then, Shirhao had obtained it from a mysterious altar full of divine bones from the lower realm's western tomb's burial ground. On that place consecrated a golden arm bone, a crystal skull, and a piece of sparkling white bone, 10,000 spirit diagram. Shirhao not only cultivated Divine Guidance's characters, he also achieved enlightenment through this diagram. Meanwhile, at his age, those who had access to true primordial records Divine Guidance found it difficult to fully comprehend. Only a few old monsters were able to research a bit deeper. Shirhao's several instances of Dao comprehension all touched upon the true primordial record, already understanding this bone extremely well, his knowledge far deeper than others, reaching an unimaginable level. Right now, he didn't show any expression in response, nor did he say anything. In the sky, that great purple sun finally calmed down a bit. Even though the young Heavenly Monarch's voice was still calm, it felt even more distant, as if it came from beyond the heavens, giving everyone a chilly and inferior feeling. It is actually the true primordial record. It was rumored that even if one doesn't use precious techniques, only studying this method, if one can comprehend it to the greatest level, it can also fuse all methods, defeat all enemies with the most simple and plain bone texts. It seems like this statement has a bit of reasoning behind it. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch said. Everyone's minds trembled. Was he acknowledging Shirhao, praising his accomplishments in this method? Many people had heard that this way wasn't the hardest to get into, the most frightening only later on. If one truly wanted to delve into it, even a few old monsters felt helpless, just the first piece divine guidance already leaving many people stumped. As for the next piece, transcendence, forget about studying it, just finding it was impossible, unknown where it was. From past until now, not many people had seen it. There were rumors that the transcendence piece was in Supreme Hall. However, it had already withered away, no longer in existence. Brother Shur, I wish to ask you, did you truly not obtain a perfect seed? Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch asked, his tone serious. The others even more so wanted to know what kind of seed Shirhao obtained. They were also listening carefully, wanting to get to the bottom of what was going on. Even though Immortal Academy has a precious seed or two left, I heard that they were all prepared for others. I had no chance. Shirhao replied, saying candidly that he didn't obtain an exceptional Dao seed. When they heard these words, many people were stunned. He didn't have a rare precious seed, yet he still had his present accomplishments. If he did obtain one before, then just how strong would he become? Many people sighed with sorrow and regret, exclaiming in astonishment, but at the same time felt great pity for him. If he never obtained a perfect ancient seed, then regardless of how strong Shirhao is now, how stunning, he was still destined to be inferior to those young supreme beings. After merging with a perfect seed that was acknowledged by heaven and earth, one would become like the child of the heavens, becoming powerful beyond imagination. Others wouldn't be able to compare at all, impossible to surpass. Did you obtain the ashes of an ancient immortal and then merge with them? Right at this time, Great Su Tua suddenly spoke. He didn't reveal his true body, just a pure gold alms bowl floating in the air, a voice released from within it. Everyone was stunned. They understood his intentions, because Great Su Tua rose up precisely because of this, obtaining the ashes of an ancient monk, and was thus viewed as the successor of an ancient immortal. Everyone suddenly understood. So it was like this? I have not. Shirhao replied. This response shattered everyone's suspicions. Right now, everyone was sure that he really had no karma with a perfect seed. With things already developing like this, in the eyes of the powerful, no matter how stunning Shirhao was, he still wouldn't be able to withstand Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's might. It truly is a pity. With Brother Shur's heaven-warping aptitudes, there was still no perfect Dao seed. It is just too unfortunate, missing out on the greatest glory of one's life. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch shook his head, releasing a voice full of regret from that Purple Sun. Heavenly Deity Institution students now completely lost hope, but at the same time felt extremely resentful, feeling that Immortal Academy was unfair. How could they abandon Shirhao, giving the extra seats to others? Isn't it because of your Immortal Academy's old fellas gave in to selfish desires, disregarding talent, giving the immortal seeds to those long-life family successors that they have special connections to, abandoning Huang? Truly hateful. There were people from Heavenly Deity Institution who protested injustice, speaking these words with anger. As for who those final ancient seeds were gifted to, even now, no one knew. There was no confirmation, always remaining a mystery. Immortal Academy is just and impartial, please watch your mouths. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's voice was no longer calm, becoming severe and cold. Everyone shivered inwardly. They knew that this young Heavenly Monarch came from Immortal Academy. The Great Mist Purple Energy Seed was obtained because of an ancient cave opened by Immortal Academy, so how could he tolerate this academy being spoken badly about? It truly is a pity. I originally wished to fight against you to satisfy a desire, but now, it seems like you've disappointed me. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch looked down on this place. A few young cultivators sighed. Huang was already powerful enough. Even though he had only taken action simply just now, it shocked many people. However, in Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's opinion, someone who didn't obtain a perfect ancient seed lost the qualifications to face him, not worthy of being his opponent. Even though his tone was calm, this type of arrogance and powerful attitude immediately made many female cultivators' eyes release brilliant multicolored light, deeply feeling a type of innate dominaringus within him. This was how the strong were. This was especially the case when the one he faced was Huang, someone who had previously forged an undefeated legend, his battle accomplishments splendid, yet he could still act like this. This type of decisiveness, domineeringness made him seem even more enchanting to some young ladies. The Heavenly Monarch is extraordinary after all, a supreme being of this age. Someone shouted. Those who stood against Sher Hao became even more excited now, hoping for Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch to display his power. Even better if he could take action, suppress this person that made them feel uneasy. If Master takes action, all enemies will naturally be suppressed. Huang is definitely not your opponent. Even that attendant endured the pain, speaking with a placid expression. As for Jin Jiaoxi behind him, he was extremely nervous, not daring to speak randomly, hiding there. The Heavenly Monarch is the most powerful, incomparable in this generation. From Immortal Academy, Wu Tai and a few others shouted out, looking at Sher Hao coldly. Truly arrogant. What nonsense, Heavenly Monarch. I've never heard of such a thing before. The little rabbit was furious, annoyed at their words. Chao Yuxing, Feng Wu, and the others also wanted to retort, but they felt like this young Heavenly Monarch was high up above, indeed having the strength to look down on the world. If they went against him, if he fought a great battle against Sher Hao, would it be a good thing? They were fearful that Sher Hao would be defeated and heavily injured. Back then, when Sher Hao was at the very top, how come we didn't see all of you bad characters? Now, all of you feel like you are unmatched, as if you are all supreme beings, ridiculously arrogant. Truly shameless. The Lunar Jade Rabbit grinded her teeth, continuing to mock them. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch pointed out, a pill flying out, entering the attendant's mouth. It turned into a wave of heat, rushing towards his limbs and bones, healing his injuries. This was a divine pill refined from the most precious medicinal ingredients, the main medicine, naturally divine medicine that could bring one back from the brink of death. It immediately displayed its effects, the attendant's body shining, a wave of heat surging, connecting his muscles and bones. Soon afterwards, he stood up. Master, please take action. Huang is too arrogant. Humiliating me like this is also a type of disrespect towards your distinguished self. The attendant beseeched. His teeth were clenched when he looked at Sher Hao, now hoping that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch would suppress this person. Shut up and withdraw. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch berated. Didn't you want to fight me? Sher Hao asked. In this present cultivation realm, there is no need. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said indifferently, a bit cold. It was as if there was a great distance between them, sounding even more arrogant. It was because it was just like he said. For those without perfect seeds, he felt that it was beneath him to view them as opponents. The corners of Sher Hao's lips curled up, carrying a faint smile. How will you know without giving it a try? Fine. Suddenly, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch responded like this, leaving everyone a bit surprised. Wasn't it beneath him to fight? Why did he suddenly agree? I know that you are powerful in the Heavenly Deity realm, then how about the two of us just fight in the Heavenly Deity realm? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said. Everyone was first stupefied. He was not an ordinary person after all, full of confidence. He was actually going to fight Sher Hao like this. One had to understand that Huang was too splendid in the Heavenly Deity realm, unstoppable, never suffering a defeat, intimidating the heavenly talents of all clans. Now, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch actually wanted to fight him in the Heavenly Deity realm. Just how confident and domineering was this? He wanted to decide victory and defeat in this manner. Many female cultivators immediately became excited, a few even screaming out. They felt that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was decisive and powerful, truly like the monarch of a generation, daring to face an enemy in their most powerful aspect. Heavenly Monarch will definitely win. Difficult for you to face a defeat under the sky. Several young ladies who had good opinions of him shouted with excitement. Chapter 1271, Still the Same Huang. A purple sun suspended in the air, divine flame surging, purple energy released by the thousands and tens of thousands of streaks, covering the void. Heavenly Monarch is unmatched, shattering all legends. Many people shouted out. They looked towards that purple heavenly sun. Among these people, many were young women, no lack of pearls from great clans. They shouted loudly for Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, extremely excited. There were also some men, for example, Wu Tai, who had a sneer at the corner of his lips. He was full of expectation, really wanting to see the scene of Huang's defeat. He suffered a great defeat in Realm Tomb, having the Azure Armor seized, nursing hatred until now, constantly thinking about revenge and how to erase his humiliation. The attendant also shouted with a shrill voice, Master, you definitely have to suppress him. What Huang? What undefeated legend? What does this all count as? Once Master steps out, he will inevitably die. Jin Jiaoxi widened his eyes, his golden pupils releasing deep divine light. He was quite stirred up. If Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch suppressed Sher Hao, then he would be completely at ease. He also released a low roar. At this moment, this place became noisy, becoming incredibly lively. Many experts hurried over. The great purple sun moved slowly. When it was not that far from Sher Hao, only then did it stop moving. The indistinct figure within released matchless divine might. Great mist purple energy seed, known to be unmatched through immortal ancient. All those who have merged with the seed in history were the strongest in the 9 heavens 10 earths, absolutely stunning. There were too many legends related to it. Right now, all eyes were staring at that great purple sun in the air, all of their heads raised, feeling great respect and reverence. Purple Sun, heavenly monarch, became the focal point, standing in the air, his blurry figure like an unrivaled immortal, matchless under the sky, overlooking the masses. The great purple sun around him released terrifying flames of light that flourished with increasing brilliance. A few people were trembling, couldn't help but bow down in worship. It was because the radiance that great purple sun released formed ripples that undulated out, making many powerful individuals tremble with fear, their souls even pounding. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shirhao stood there calmly, the corners of his clothes fluttering in the wind, somewhat weak-looking, a bit cold and cheerless. It was as if there was an aloof aura to him, but he just looked like he was missing some domineeringus. Right now, everyone's eyes were concentrated on the large purple sun, staring at that heavenly monarch. Aside from Chao Yuxing, Chang Gong'en, Little Rabbit, and others, there weren't many who were paying attention to Shirhao. It was because the crowd already reached the final conclusion that Huang was definitely going to be defeated today. Even if he used to be glorious and unmatched, he would soon become a stepping stone for Purple Sun, heavenly monarch. A few people sighed, feeling regret for him. Huang's legendary reputation might be completely destroyed today. There were some whose lips curled into a sneer, waiting for the moment when he was humiliated and defeated to arrive. For example, Wu Tai, the attendant, Jin Jiaoshi, and others. Come then, a battle at the heavenly deity realm. Huang, let me see just how strong you were before, if you deserved your reputation. Purple Sun, heavenly monarch's voice was cold, ruthless, making one feel a wave of pressure. Shirhao. From behind him, the lunar jade rabbit, Chao Yuxing, Feng Wu, and the others all revealed looks of worry. Even if it was a confrontation at the heavenly deity level, it was still difficult to say what would happen. It was because after the other party merged with the perfect seed, his body underwent a comprehensive evolution, crushing the heavenly deity realm. Meanwhile, the inner quality of his body remained the same. Don't worry. Shirhao laughed towards them. He began to move forward, facing that great purple sun. Finally, it was about to start. Everyone felt extremely nervous, a few eyes starting to look towards Shirhao. He actually dares to face the enemy head-on? On Immortal Academy's side, a few people said, the words quite stinging. Haha, I mean this is Huang we are talking about, someone who used to be the young supreme being of a generation, so how could he feel no shame and just withdraw? He has to fight to the end no matter what. Wu Tai said, taking delight in his disaster. He finally waited until this moment, really wishing to see the scene of Shirhao's miserable defeat. No one thought that things were going to end well for Shirhao. Regardless of whether it was Immortal Academy's people who were hostile towards him, or those who were unrelated, they all felt that after Purple Sun, heavenly monarch merged with the Dao Seed, he was unmatched regardless of what cultivation realm he was in. Truly is a pity. He had his time of glory before as well, but he is going to quietly fall just like this. Even the somewhat timid Jin Jiaoshi began to speak up, feeling extremely excited. There's nothing to worry about at all. Now that Master is taking action, no one can stop him. From here on out, Huang is definitely going to be knocked down from his pedestal. The attendant sneered. Right at this time, a loud noise sounded. Everyone closed their mouths, because a wave of great Dao energy flowed about, leaving everyone greatly alarmed. They all felt uneasy inside. The large purple sun slowly moved about, as if it had existed for an endless amount of time, as if it slowly moved over from the depths of the cosmos stellar stream, descending into the world of mortals. This was produced by great mist purple energy. It was incredible ancient to begin with, the years impossible to measure. At this moment, it wrapped around Purple Sun, heavenly monarch, carrying mysterious Dao laws. It rumbled down, crushing down towards Shirhao. This time, auspicious energy overflowed, purple energy released in 10,000 streaks. It was as if the mountains and rivers were roaring, the sounds world-shaking. The scene here was shocking to the extreme. Was this even power at the heavenly deity level? Everyone's minds trembled, this power even more frightening than some sect masters. How was one supposed to face this? It was simply like the roar of an undying being. Right at this time, Shirhao moved, slowly pushing into the void. The purple energy that covered heaven and earth began to surge within his palm, releasing the sounds of wind and thunder. The purple energy that swept towards him scattered, unable to approach his body. Everyone's eyes narrowed. In the heavenly deity realm, Huang had unmatched style after all. Was not even the current Purple Sun heavenly monarch able to deal with him? If nothing unexpected happened, the two of us would not have crossed each other. No chance of clashing, but I always wanted to have a look at you in your most glorious time, what you really were like. Purple Sun, heavenly monarch said. His meaning was clear. If nothing unexpected happened, then in the sect master level, he felt that it was beneath him to cross hands with Shirhao. It was because the other party lost the qualifications to become his opponent. Right now, his hands and feet were bound. Only by restricting his cultivation to the heavenly deity realm could the two barely be a match. You are too self-confident, Shirhao said with an ordinary tone. He only had the sentence, not refuting anything. Huang, you should just do your best. I hope you don't disappoint me. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch shouted, his voice like thunder in summer, deafening. Then, he dove down. In that instant, the sun and moon lost luster, the mountains and rivers losing color. This world began to rumble about, the void rupturing open. The large sun created by the great mist purple energy surrounded him. He quickly swooped down, as if the stars from outer space were smashing downwards, bringing a type of incomparable might and pressure. Purple light covered the sky, the world was submerged within. Terrifying energy surged like a sea. This was a type of unmatched great power that couldn't be changed, able to suppress all. Everyone was stunned. Was this the true strength of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch? He was just about unmatched in the heavenly deity realm. If he wasn't suppressed, just how astonishing would he be? The powerful all saw that the figure below was drowned in purple energy, almost no longer visible. That was Hua Ying. He looked extremely frail, extremely delicate, making others sympathize with him. Was it going to end just like this? It was because Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's might was too strong, several times more frightening than the 9 netherworlds Ao Shirhao faced in the past. In Chao Yuxing's eyes, this simply left one in despair. The Lunar Jade Rabbit, Feng Wu, and the others' faces were pale. They were already extremely worried before, but now, they felt even more like Shirhao was most likely finished, that there was danger to his life. I just knew that Huang was not good enough now, he isn't worth anything. He'll be captured by Master soon. The attendant laughed loudly. Haha, Huang, turns out there's a day when even you will be like this. Do you see now? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch strength is several times greater than yours back then. You're not good enough. Wu Tai laughed, feeling extremely carefree. This is only the beginning, but is it already going to end? Someone laughed loudly. The Purple Sun released strand after strand of divine multicolored light, tearing through everything below, gradually submerging everything. At first, that place was still calm, but later on, everyone felt that something wasn't right. Why was it that after that Purple Sun descended, it still surrounded that area, couldn't truly blast it to pieces? Sure enough, the oppression was broken through. A tall and slender figure produced a fist imprint below the Purple Sun, and then with tremendous strength, smashed it into that great Purple Sun. Then, the auspicious energy and purple energy couldn't cover that area anymore, completely blasted through. In the end, a streak of thunder tore through the void, shattering heaven and earth, erupting. The figure below the Purple Sun appeared. Shirhao was still delicate and handsome, looking otherworldly, but when he took action, it was extremely domineering. That fist looked simple and ordinary, not releasing light, but it smashed the great Purple Sun until it shook, about to fall apart. Everyone was horrified, this place immediately becoming dead silent, so quiet a falling pin drop could be heard. What was going on? Just now, they still saw Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch stirring the Divine Sun, pressuring Shirhao, but in the blink of an eye, everything changed, that great sun even smashed to pieces. The ones who were still mocking and speaking coldly all shut their mouths, feeling a wave of chilliness run through their minds. Every single one of them stopped talking. Even the attendant closed his mouth, watching nervously. Wu Tai even more so looked like a duck with its throat cut, his voice coming to a grunting stop. There were others that shivered inwardly as well. Huang was even stronger than before. They were both in the heavenly deity realm, but he was even more formidable than before. Many people felt great waves stir within them, their thoughts all over the place. When they looked at Shirhao En, one of them knew what to say. This person who used to be a supreme being was too pitiful. Why didn't he obtain an ancient seed? Even if the other geniuses were making progress, transforming after obtaining precious seeds, advancing rapidly, Huang still didn't fall behind, still possessing world-shaking aptitude in the heavenly deity realm. Another great noise sounded. Shirhao moved his arms, like a Kunping spreading its wings. He released incomparable might, shaking up the entire place. He blasted that purple great sun until it cracked apart, and then rushed into midair. The great sun cracked apart, turning into tens of thousands of streaks of purple energy, auspicious energy surging, filling up heaven and earth. They all entered the body of Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch who was standing in midair. I said I won't use the power of a higher cultivation realm, so this purple energy can't be used, only affecting my battle. I will put it away, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said. At this moment, all of the purple energy was withdrawn, but his true appearance still couldn't be seen, because it was surrounded by sparkling purple light, even his face indistinct. However, everyone could already see his body, tall and straight, purple hair scattering down, eyes like cold streaks of lightning. He was extremely handsome and heroic in appearance, possessing a type of peerless domineeringness. He was different from before when he was talking calmly, his appearance now grand and imposing, domineering and powerful. Huang, come and fight. Do not disappoint me. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch dove back down. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt as if lightning tangled about them, thunder rumbling. This place was covered in electrical light, the energy terrifying. When Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch took action, it was like thunder, fast like lightning, instantly exchanging 1,000 blows with Shirhao. This type of scene was horrifying. One could see that his entire body was wrapped within purple light, brilliant and world-shocking, as if a comet was flying through the air each time he moved. Behind him appeared an extremely terrifying purple Qilin, as if it was going to obliterate the world. Its roar ran through heaven and earth, massive body even larger than a mountain peak, towering into the clouds. That type of aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. Everyone was astonishing. This was the Qilin Precious Technique. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch immediately displayed one of the vicious 10 precious techniques. One could imagine just how great his family's background and resources were. His attacks were bold and powerful, the Qilin Fist world-shocking. Shirhao's entire body shone, becoming resplendent for the first time, as if he was turning into a Kunpeng. He similarly confronted his opponent with a vicious 10 precious technique. A Peng bird spread its wings at the skies, tearing apart the heavens, its cry making mountains collapse and seas roar. Incomparable, dominating all. Right now, Shirhao was like a demon lord. His body covered the sky, possessing a type of unequaled great might. Everyone finally became frightened. This Huang was even more terrifying than what they had imagined, truly immeasurable. The aura he released could simply directly face Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's power. The Qilin released a long roar, its body even larger than a mountain peak, towering between heaven and earth. Purple light rushed in all directions, the Qilin's massive body filling up this entire world, sinister and terrifying. The Qilin's great claw slapped towards the Kunping, the void in that area directly exploding, many large black cracks covering that area, the heavens shattering. The Kunping released a long cry, shooting straight up as if it was going to break into outer space, instantly traveling who knew how many li. Shirhao didn't cower back, instead attacking head-on, facing the opponent just like that. The two clashed together, Qilin claw facing Kunpeng claw, space itself shattering. The mountainous purple Qilin roared, scattering the cloud layer that filled the sky, lightning hacking down. Its enormous body towered there, expression incredibly cold and ruthless. Then it dove at the Kunpeng, wishing to fight him to the death. In that instant, the Kunpeng's wings struck out, black and gold colors swirling, yin and yang emerging. When they made contact, primal chaos light erupted. The Qilin was seriously injured, blood flowing out from the corners of its mouth, flying out. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch was also injured as a result, greatly shaken up, his body also blown back. Shirhao moved his arms, turning into a Kunpeng, immediately diving over. The two began to fight a life and death struggle. A roar sounded from the void. The purple Qilin tore viciously at the Kunpeng, tangling together, blood immediately splashing out, collapsing the void. They were fighting a great intense battle, instantly reaching its climax. Moreover, the two individual speeds were too fast, instantly exchanging over 100 blows. That was why even though not much time had passed, the rate at which they clashed was shockingly frightening. The Qilin released a mournful wail, blood surging. One of its horns was forcibly broken by a Kunpeng claw, falling together with large amounts of blood. Even though these were produced by precious techniques, they would still affect the user's body. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's body was shaken up greatly, blood flowing from the space between his brows. He suffered an extremely terrifying backlash. He staggered backwards. How could it be like this? He was actually injured by Huang. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's expression suddenly changed greatly. He actually lost. For someone who believed himself to be unmatched, without equal, number one in the younger generation under the sky, this was unacceptable. The others were also petrified. No one expected this to be the result. The space between Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's brows was dyed with blood. He was already injured. A world-shaking great roar sounded. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's body expanded, turning into a divine bird. Purple-colored feathers shone magnificently, plume feathers even longer than a mountain range. This was a purple phoenix, incredibly large, every feather as grand and magnificent as a mountain ridge. Its entire body was swirling with luster, purple multicolored light resplendent, extremely dazzling. Everyone was moved, incomparably shocked. True Phoenix Precious Technique. Someone shouted in alarm. When this type of formidable divine ability was displayed, who could contend against it? In everyone's heart, the true dragon and true phoenix were world-shaking, impossible to win against. There was reasoning behind this. Now that the purple-colored true phoenix appeared, heaven and earth lost color, wind and clouds changing, exceptionally frightening. Rumbling thunder suddenly appeared, descending on its own. Shirhao was still a human-shaped Kunping, resisting the other overlord of the vicious birds, Kunpeng confronting true phoenix. The two individuals turned into streaks of lightning, clashing with extreme speed. In that instant, brilliant divine light erupted, engulfing the heavens above and the earth below, impossible to stare straight at. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, crazy winds howled about. The world overflowed with waves of blood, feathers falling from time to time, sticky with blood. The two immortal bird overlords were tearing at each other intensely, competing ferociously. This was a great intense battle, one that was incomparably bitter. It was clearly a purple phoenix, but it released the roar of a beast from its mouth, leaving everyone shaken to the point where their chi and blood were surging, some even coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This purple phoenix quickly enlarged, instantly towering in the heavens, as if it was going to enter outer space. It was giant beyond belief, and then it opened its mouth, directly swallowing the Kunping. One had to bear in mind that the Kunping was who knew how many times larger than a mountain peak, but it was still swallowed in one mouthful right now. This was the power of the phoenix bird, matchless and domineering. It was going to devour and refine its opponent. Everyone's hearts were pounding as they watched this, all of them stupefied. However, before the attendant released a cheer, right at that time, the purple phoenix stomach swelled, and then a thunderous noise sounded. In the end, it exploded. Light shone resplendently there, extremely blinding. A human-shaped Kunpeng emerged. Shirhao formed a fist imprint, the power unstoppable. Regardless of whether it was the phoenix feathers or phoenix bone texts, nothing could stop him. He tore open the true phoenix stomach with an unmatched fist imprint, breaking free. Even though T.S. wasn't Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's real stomach, it still inflicted serious damage. The phoenix bird shrunk in size, revealing his true body. Then, he flew outwards. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch was struck flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, falling headfirst in the distance. This was a world-shaking great battle. No one was able to count just how many moves were exchanged, because their speeds were too fast. Was it going to end just like this? Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch stood up, his face cold, wishing to keep fighting. However, he clenched his teeth, not continuing in the end. Those people who originally planned to cheer were all silent, all of them dumbstruck and at a loss for words. There was actually this type of result. Still want to fight? Shirhao asked. When this sentence sounded, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's brow stood up vertically, his fists tightly clenched. As for the others, they didn't know what to say. The ones who were speaking against Shirhao all had their mouths tightly shut, finding it difficult to open them. Haha, haha. The little rabbit was the first one to laugh, moreover an extremely unbridled great laughter. Then, Chao Yuxing and the others all began to laugh one after another, this laughter extremely ear-piercing in the ears of everyone from Immortal Academy. Haha, we won. Huang has achieved a great victory. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch is not a match for my Heavenly Deity Institution's Huang. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples shouted loudly, feeling incredibly excited. You all should act less complacent. What can this battle count as? The attendant cried out. He found this result extremely hard to accept. What is there to laugh about? Wutai was also annoyed, expressing his annoyance, roaring loudly. Shirhao took action, still a finger, quickly enlarging, crushing down on the attendant's body, snapping his bones and tearing apart his muscles. He flew outwards, half crippled once more. The attendant was shocked and furious, large mouthfuls of blood coughed out from his mouth. He glared out angrily, but Shirhao felt that it was beneath him to pay this person any more attention, directly sending him flying with another kick. He took action like this in front of Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's face, not showing any mercy, making the attendant's muscles and arteries snap, leaving everyone shocked. Noisy. Shirhao only had this word to say. Then, Shirhao formed a fist imprint. With a single strike, Wutai was blasted until his bones broke inch by inch. He flew outwards, almost turning into a bloody paste. He couldn't avoid the strike at all. Also you, come over, let me have a taste of golden horned rhinoceros. Shirhao chased after the distant Jin Jiaoshi, leaving it absolutely terrified. Everyone was stupefied. Huang didn't feel any misgivings, acting so unrestrained right in front of Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's face, not caring about his presence at all. Chapter 1272, Frivolous. No one expected Shirhao to win, defeating Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. Still not going to come? Shirhao looked towards the golden-horned rhinoceros with disdain, his voice not loud, just like how it was not too long ago. However, in everyone's ears, it was completely different. Huang achieved a great victory. Right now, even though he still looked calm and carefree, he gave others an extremely oppressive feeling. No one dared ignore his words, all of them paying close attention. Jin Jiaoxi's entire body turned cold, his scalp numb, fine hairs standing on end. That calm voice crashed down on his ears like lightning, leaving him so shaken he almost fell onto the ground. How could it be like this? Huang won, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was defeated. This result left everyone stupefied, never expecting things would end like this. Do you want me to say it a third time? Shirhao turned around, his eyes releasing sharp electrical light, his pupils deep, his entire being looking incredibly ferocious. This place immediately became quiet, the quiet gossip and muttering disappearing. Everyone's minds were jumping, quite a few people were staring at Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch who was not too far out. Will he interfere? One had to understand that Huang was but someone who did things his way, disregarding any opponents, not caring about what anyone thought. He did whatever he wanted. This was a type of low-profile might. Huang Great One, please forgive my rudeness. I do not dare act like this ever again. Jin Jiaoxi was scared, bracing himself and walking forward, his legs shaking, trembling uncontrollably. He lowered his head towards Shirhao, using a humble voice to plead for forgiveness. Right now, he felt incomparable regret, as if he had his own mouth slapped a few times. Not long ago, why didn't he obediently wait for the result? He just had to add a few lines, mocking and ridiculing Huang. Now, it was time for retribution. Huang won, completely different from what he had thought. Now, Huang said that he wanted to have a taste of him. For him, this was just too horrifying. The glorious genius of a generation who had risen up to sect master level was actually treated like food. This was especially the case when he recalled the various rumors he heard about Huang. He couldn't help but picture himself propped up on an open fire and roasted until his flesh was golden, almost making Jin Jiaoxi fall on the spot. He became more and more fearful because Huang was but a habitual criminal, eating non-human enemies more than once. For the golden-horned rhinoceros, this was simply a frightening great demon king. Just now, you were taking joy in the disaster of others, hoping that I would be killed immediately. Now that you are asking for forgiveness, isn't this change of attitude just a bit too fast? Shirhao swept out a glance. Great One, please forgive me. I don't dare do such a thing again. Jin Jiaoxi's legs and stomach were trembling, continuously shaking. It was because he discovered that the situation was extremely bad. Huang was so cold, clearly wishing to eat him. Take it all off, take it off. I mean, eat, eat, eat everything. Right at this time, the lunar jade rabbit shouted. She looked pure, her long silver hair sparkling, in her teens, her large eyes red like gemstones, looking like she was carved from jade, like a porcelain doll, extremely beautiful. However, when she cried out noisily like this right now, she was like a little fiend, directly frightening Jin Jiaoxi until he sat down on the ground, his entire body cold, truly frightened badly. Do you think that after mocking and provoking Huang, just a simple apology would fix everything? No matter what, we have to let us get a taste, right? Chao Yuxing and the others were also smiling, speaking up one after the other. Great One, save me. Jin Jiaoxi looked towards Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, as if he was grabbing towards the last straw. Dao brother, where it is possible, one should let others off. It is nothing more than a bit of offense. Is there a need to be so overbearing? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch finally spoke up. Everyone had been paying attention the entire time, waiting for him to step out, see how he would act. After all, Huang first crippled his attendant, then suppressed Wu Tai and Jin Jiaoxi before his face, not giving him any face. In that instant, the atmosphere was grave. Everyone held their breaths, quietly watching from the sidelines, seeing how things were going to develop. The way you speak really is light and easy, but if it was others who continuously buzzed around you, scolding you, wishing you were dead, wouldn't you just slap them to death with a single palm? Shirhao calmly responded. He then continued, I am quite benevolent, not willing to take lives, just wanting a bit of rhinoceros meat to taste. Jin Jiaoxi was both scared and speechless. Did Huang really see him as a moving piece of meat? He was a demon king after all. When the others looked at Huang, the expressions in their eyes were strange, feeling like they couldn't provoke him. Otherwise, they would become living fresh food. Dao brother, please do not be unreasonable. Could you not forgive him? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said with a cold tone, purple light emerging from his skin, sparkling and translucent. There were strand after strand of purple energy that wrapped around his body, hazy and brilliant. You make it sound so easy. Why didn't I see you stop him when he was being so rude towards me? Now, you want to display some noble and unquestionable integrity. Shirhao mocked, saying, you already lost. If I were you, I would choose to back up, not say a single thing. As a loser, you should just obediently stay off to the side. When he spoke up to hear, Shirhao took steps forward, his large eyes bright, his appearance delicate and handsome, temperament otherworldly. Hiari. Ved at the center of this place, calmly sweeping his eyes around him. This type of stance completely disregarded Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. The words were too direct, not tactful at all. Together with his indifferent appearance, it was as if there was a type of powerful and unfettered aura within his peacefulness. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face flushed with waves of green and red. There had never been someone who looked down on him like this, actually not placing him in their eyes at all, calling him a loser in front of everyone's faces. What kind of humiliation was this? He felt like his face was becoming heated, finding himself in an awkward situation. In the past, he had never thought that he would be defeated by another. He never expected to be berated by another like this, ridiculed directly as a loser. Huang really was too direct. Are you forcing me to take action, to fight another battle? Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's voice was hoarse, a wave of anger surging within him. In his eyes, this was challenging his dignity, stepping on his bottom line. Shirhao seemed to not be affected by the severity of the situation at all, instead giving off a wave of pressure, making everyone become even more quiet, no one daring to rashly say anything out of fear that he would misunderstand. It was because a great storm might erupt at any time. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's mind was surging with anger, his intent was extremely clear. If the other party wasn't tactful enough, he would use power at an even higher cultivation realm. This was a type of threat, even more so a type of warning. However, the other party didn't seem to have heard him at all, continuing to look down on him with the stance of a victor, carrying a hint of indifference and contempt. Correct, it was precisely contempt, arrogance, and self-confidence. The other party's head was raised high, looking down on him, facing him with this type of high stance. Great waves surged within Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's mind, purple energy divine light surging, finding this a bit intolerable. How could there be anyone who dared look down on him? This was too crazy. The others were also a bit speechless. Did Huang really not understand his intentions? Of course, there were some who were shocked. Was Huang not scared? He was extremely direct, incomparably powerful, facing Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch head-on. Was this challenging him head-on? Could it be that Huang really dared to fight another round? Was he bluffing, purposely looking powerful, or did he have that type of strength? You are forcing me to take action. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said coldly, his voice not loud, but it had a type of terrifying forcefulness. Do you think you are anything special? If you want to take action, then come at me. After losing to me once, I don't mind defeating you once more. In the heavenly deity realm, you are far too lacking. Woo. For people like you who are sore losers, I feel like defeating you a few more times will make you gradually understand. Shirhao said absent-mindedly. The more he spoke like this, the more Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face fell. Fortunately, his skin was covered in purple multicolored light, so others couldn't see this. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch really began to suspect whether Shirhao understood his intent, or if this fellow was just bluffing, purposely looking down on him. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face completely sunk. Regardless, he wanted to teach Shirhao a lesson. However, at this time, when he inadvertently turned around, he saw Lan Xian, Qi Gu, and the others. They were at the same level as him, all known as supreme beings. Right now, their expressions were all different, a bit strange. In that instant, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch calmed down, but he still felt great anger inside. It was because those people were inwardly mocking him. This type of great defeat could be considered a great shame. Moreover, he really did seem to look like someone who couldn't take a loss, wishing to fight again. If news of this got out, it definitely wouldn't sound good, instead tarnish his name. He was someone who cared about his face. In the end, he endured his rage and coldly said, "Fine, consider it my defeat this time. Unfortunately, it will be difficult for us to ever cross hands again, or else I will let you understand the might of the great mist purple energy seed." This was arrogance, as well as a threat, also a type of anger. He was using these to seek consolation. After losing, you still know some sense of propriety, knowing how to act. Shirhao said while walking forward. He stood at the center of this place, as if he was looking down on everything under the sky. This was an undisguised disdain, even more so a type of frivolousness. Did Huang understand Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's words or not? He actually had this type of response, reacting like this. You still aren't stepping down? Shirhao shouted, berating Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch in front of everyone's faces. He stood with his head raised high, standing at the center of everyone, becoming the focal point of attention. Everyone was stupefied, remaining silent. It was because right now, the situation was completely turned on its head. Jin Jiaoshi, come with me. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was furious. He decided that he was going to take action regardless of the price, randomly using Jin Jiaoshi as the reason. However, Jin Jiaoxi's reaction exceeded his expectations, directly lowering his head towards Shi Hao and saying with a trembling voice, "As long as you leave me with my life, I am willing to receive my punishment." Wu. Shi Hao nodded. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's hair stood on end, his teeth almost shattering from being grinded. This thing was just too disappointing, actually completely giving in at this crucial point. All right, move to the side for now. Shi Hao nodded. Then, he looked towards Purple S. Unheavenly Monarch, saying, "Do you still need something else? If not, just leave." Everyone was stunned. This result, what could they even say? Only, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's face turned green and red, almost erupting into violence. He truly felt an unendurable humiliation. "Huang, what are you acting all arrogant for? You merely won over my master in the heavenly deity realm. If it was a higher cultivation realm, you are nothing. The great mist purple energy seed will crush you to death. There is no hope for you in this life." In the distance, the attendant stood up with difficulty, half his body in tatters, unknown just how many of his bones were broken. "You really are of the same sort as roaches, vitality quite strong." Shi Hao's face fell. With a light kick, a hong sound rang out, the ground starting to shake. The attendant was shaken up, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, his entire body bloody, about to explode. At the crucial moment, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch protected him, or else he would have definitely turned into bloody mist. "What is the meaning of this? You took action in front of me again and again. Do you really think I am someone who is that patient? If you want to be crippled, you can take action and see what happens." Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch said coldly, becoming completely different from before. "You aren't worth shit. We can fight in any cultivation realm you want. If I can defeat you once, then I can defeat you 10, 100 times." Shi Hao replied with a loud voice. Suddenly, the mud pool shone, faint multicolored brilliance pervading the air, divine to the extreme, making everyone feel as if they were bathing in autumn winds. It was extremely comfortable. Lan Xian, Qi Gu, and Great Su Tuo all landed there, appearing in the mud pool. Even Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's body flashed, rushing forward. They wanted to fight over the immortal treasury. At this moment, Shi Hao also moved, his figure like a phantom, like an illusion, leaving behind after images, directly appearing at the center of the mud pool. "You also dare come?" The four great experts stared at him. Qi Gu, Great Su Tuo, Lan Xian, and Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch each occupied a side, while Shi Hao stood at the very center. "You are extremely strong, defeating even Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch in the heavenly deity realm. However, if you want to fight at a higher level, you are still a bit lacking. This isn't a place you can come to," someone said coldly. It was clear that the four great experts didn't see him as someone who could compete against them over the immortal treasury. Shi Hao laughed loudly and said, "Today, I am precisely going to enter this immortal cave, wishing to take a look. What are you all going to do about it?" His voice rumbled like thunder, shaking up all directions, making many people's blood surge chaotically, almost falling on the ground. Right now, there was a great wave of power to Shi Hao's precinct, as well as a type of contempt. He didn't fear the four great supreme beings, not minding it at all even if he was surrounded at the center. "You really are quite bold. There is no place for you here," someone shouted. "What do you count as? I want to see who dares stop me." Shi Hao shouted, his voice cold and intimidating. The strong were all stunned. Previously, Huang was facing Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch alone, but now, he immediately faced four great supreme beings at the same time. Chapter 1273, Void Dao. The mud pools split apart, muddy water surged, strand after strand of immortal energy appearing below. The immortal cave was about to open. Shi Hao stood at the very center, occupying advantageous terrain, ready to barge in at any time. This naturally left the four individuals dissatisfied. Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, do you think that just because you are special in the heavenly deity realm, you can come here and stir up trouble? Someone said coldly. "I am standing right here, so what about it? If you don't want to accept it, then just drag yourself over and fight me," Shi Hao said coldly. Right now, all pretense had been torn apart, a great battle inevitable. This would be a great confrontation between Huang and these supreme beings. However, would he be able to hold on? Everyone had their doubts. Being strong in the heavenly deity realm didn't mean that he could remain unmatched at a higher cultivation realm. "Are you certain that you wish to compete against us?" Suddenly, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch laughed, actually changing from the anger before, calming his rage. "So what if I do?" Shi Hao was indifferent. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch looked at the other three and said, "How do the other Dao friends feel? Does he have the qualifications to compete with us over who is superior or inferior? What does he count as? Just chase him away and that's that." Someone berated with divine will, unknown which of them it was that spoke. It was because the voice passed through the void, surging through this mud pool. "Do you see? You are nothing. Just hurry and leave. Don't overestimate yourself. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, had a smile on his face, but his voice was even colder. This was done to drag the other three great supreme beings in and simultaneously display hostility against Huang, making him have no path of life. Others couldn't save him even if they wanted to. It was because doing so would risk simultaneously offending four great supreme beings. One should know a sense of propriety. Do not forget your own weight. It's better if you just leave sooner. Someone said with a deep and cold voice. Shirhao suddenly turned around, looking towards that pure gold alms bowl. It belonged to Great Su Tua. Everyone had their suspicions. Could it be that it was Great Su Tua who was speaking this entire time? You want to stay behind? You'll have to take responsibility for the consequences. At the same time. Me, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, said coldly, extremely forceful. And what are you going to do about it? Shirhao opposed with equal harshness, his temperament changing greatly, no longer being indifferent and carefree, now looking down on the four great supreme beings. Fine, since you are courting death, we will help you accomplish your goal. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, surged with killing intent, long wishing to make an all-out effort, using power of a higher cultivation realm. Together with the fact that the other three supreme beings were also stirred up, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, felt that it would be difficult for Huang to escape, unable to run no matter what kind of secret method he had. Void Dao Realm, harmonizing with the Dao, using the perfect seed as an intermediary to touch the great Dao, you will never understand the grandness of this. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, said. Void Dao Realm was above the heavenly deity realm, intimate with the great Dao, harmonizing with it, allowing one to sense the intricate reasonings of heaven and earth. It was the first time one would make contact with the Dao comprehensively. One would often even feel the illusion that they themselves turned into the great Dao. Those who were in this cultivation realm could normally establish sects, become sect masters. Of course, not every sect master was in this realm, because sect master was a title, not some definite cultivation realm, just that most sect masters were in this realm. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, erupted, his entire body flourishing with brilliant purple light like a sun, dazzling and resplendent, making it hard for others to open their eyes. Purple energy was originally auspicious, but right now, there was killing intent that pervaded the air. Shirhao sneered. He only had a few words for them, saying, all will be defeated. This was not the time to act low profile, because the mud pool was currently fluctuating intensely, the entrance might appear at any time. The dense immortal mist rising from below was becoming more and more rich. After using the body as a seed succeeded, Shirhao didn't even know himself how strong he was. Now that there were four supreme beings before him, this was the best opportunity to test things out. Lan Xian revealed a faint smile, saying, Huang, you're extremely strong, indeed extremely unordinary. However, the Void Dao realm is different. If you didn't merge with a perfect seed, it is better if you leave a bit sooner to avoid bringing a disaster onto yourself. She was extremely beautiful, her face sparkling white like jade, as if she was a masterpiece of heaven, difficult to pick out any flaws. Her pair of sapphire-like eyes were full of spirituality. Long blue hair scattered down, a blue dress moving with the wind. As she stood there, she was like a solitary immortal riding the wind. Is that so? So it turns out that the Void Dao realm needs a so-called Dao seed. The corners of Shirhao's lips carried a cold smile. He became serious, saying, this is Heavenly Deity Institution. The immortal manor belongs to this place. What qualifications do you all have to fight over it and exclude me? If you don't leave, you might take a beating, you know? Lan Sen was rather carefree, teasing Shirhao. She had an easygoing appearance, not treating this like a big deal. I am someone without too many hobbies, just enjoy eating. May I ask what race you are from? My second fondness is to carry back female fatties back home. Don't provoke me. Shirhao stared at this blue-clad fairy. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This person dared to speak to Lan Xian like this. Towards the first thing he said, Lan Xian could still disregard it, but she was too sensitive towards the word fatty. She grinded her teeth, saying, not able to see goodwill, you'll see what happens. You think who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth suppress? That deep and cold voice sounded again. This time, Shirhao turned around to look towards that alms bowl again, starting at Great Su Tua. Right now, Great Su Tuo's true body already appeared, standing there, Buddhist energy surging, sacred radiance spreading, preventing one from directly looking at him. This was a person with an ordinary appearance, his skin wax yellow, as if a layer of golden paper was covered the surface. His figure was dried up and wrinkled, his hands together, eyes closed, quietly chanting scriptures. So this was Great Su Tua? Everyone was shocked, many people seeing him for the first time. He was extremely ordinary. Apart from his skin color, there wasn't anything exceptional about him. However, he obtained the ashes of an immortal monk, merging it into himself, so he was destined to take a path that exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, perhaps achieving long life. It isn't this poor monk who spoke, it has always been this evil creature speaking. Great Su Tua pointed towards the alms bowl. A giant head suddenly stuck out from within, extremely abrupt, and also extremely terrifying. It was because when that head reached out, it immediately enlarged, becoming like a lofty mountain, filling up the void, its scales chilly, gaze sinister. Everyone was shocked. After a head emerged from the small alms bowl, it actually became large to this extent. Red Dragon. After many people carefully examined it, they couldn't help but become horrified. Was this a dragon? It was entirely scarlet red like blood, its scales as if forged from metal, its figure robust, powerful to the extreme. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. When they thought of the legends, how after Great Su Tua obtained the ashes after cremation, he had previously journeyed the world, wishing to eliminate the demonic, suppressing an evil dragon. Is this that dragon? It was rumored that its cultivation was profound, strength frightening. After Immortal Academy's old monsters learned of its existence, they did. And allow it to be killed, feeling that it was a rare fighting strength. Even Immortal Academy's old monster saw it as a precious talent. One could see just how extraordinary it was. This was a red dragon that was retracing its ancestors' power, bloodline already extremely pure. It was this evil dragon of yours who spoke randomly again and again, provoking me? Shurhao asked coldly. So what if it was me? The Baldy doesn't wish to kill, but I definitely don't feel such things. I'm going to make you yield. That scarlet dragon rushed out from the alms bowl, bringing with it crazy winds, diving towards Shurhao. That giant body frightened many people. It was even larger than a mountain ridge, more terrifying. This region began to rumble, the void starting to collapse. Sand and stone flew everywhere, earth splashing out, the void cracked. Nothing in this place could be seen anymore, powerful winds sweeping about, becoming a scarlet red in color. Whirlwinds swept about, devouring everything. Giant boulders that were several dozen tons in weight were sucked in, immediately crushed into powder. Then, one could vaguely see a black hole appearing. Just how frightening was this evil dragon? Everyone found it hard to imagine its strength. No wonder that after Great Su Tua suppressed it that year, it was attached importance to even by Immortal Academy's old monsters, having its life saved. This was the power of an evil dragon, immediately taking action to suppress Shurhao. Meanwhile, the four great supreme beings hadn't even made their moves yet. Haha, how could the true perfect power of the Void Dao realm be something you can understand? The evil dragon can erase you with just a single move. The master lost only because he tied his own hands. The attendant was in an extremely miserable state, its body already in tatters, but right now, when he saw the evil dragon's might, the red tornado engulfing this place, he still couldn't help but laugh loudly. However, right at this time, everything suddenly stopped, the red evil wind completely disappearing. Only a figure remained on the stage, it was Huang. Where did the evil dragon go? Everyone was stunned. Just now, it displayed great might, powerful to a ridiculous degree. Where's the evil dragon? Why did it disappear? The attendant was confused. Even he didn't know what was going on. The others were puzzled. What exactly happened? Save me. Baldy, great master, save me. Right at this time, the evil dragon's miserable cries rang out, sounding incredibly pitiful. Everyone became dumbstruck one after another. They finally saw it. That body that was even more majestic than a mountain peak released such a great display just now, shocking heaven and earth, making mountains collapse and seas roar, but now, it became a belt, tied around Shurhao's waist, its head and tail like a rope, tied together. Everyone began to feel a bit dizzy. This was that legendary evil dragon. Even Immortal Academy. Wise old monsters saw great potential in it, and it was so terrifying just now, but in the end, it was dealt with just like this. Not simple. The normally quiet Taoist Shi Gu who didn't smile spoke up. He wore gray old-fashioned Dao robes, his face expressionless, extremely inflexible. All will be defeated. Also, that blue-clothed fatty and Baldy, all of you, just come at me. Shurhao looked forwards. Everyone was speechless. Was he mad? He immediately challenged three great supreme beings. Right at this time, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch took action. This was intolerable, being told again and again that he was going to be defeated. If this continued, this was going to leave a mark of humiliation on his life. When his fist imprint smashed over, the fist erupted with heaven overflowing radiance, as if a great purple sun exploded. The divine light flourished with incomparable brilliance. Something astonishing happened. When facing a void Dao realm supreme being who had merged with a perfect seed, Shurhao directly released a fist, facing him head-on, breaking down the purple multicolored light. At this moment, heaven and earth turned upside down, chaotic energy surged. Following Shurhao's fist, The entire world seemed to have been toppled, been destroyed, the aura horrifying. Their fingers tangled about each other. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, released a low roar, shocked and angry, shouting out. Then, everyone saw Huang's figure become like a war god's, bathed in golden divine flames, carrying heaven overflowing might, then rushing powerfully at Lan Xian. In front of his fist, it was as if great heavenly stars were swirling, pulsing with him, resonating. His long hair scattered about, eyes cold, possessing a type of mountain-devouring might. It was just a fist, but the void was shattered, clashing with Lan Xian. Blue multicolored light surged. A graceful and beautiful immortal body swayed, full of shock. The expression on that beautiful face was sluggish, not daring to believe what was happening. This type of power was too frightening, shocking the young female supreme being. Her snow-white slender hand was in intense pain, lightly trembling. At this time, Shihao then rushed towards Great Su Tua, his fist turning into a great silver hand imprint. On it carved all types of symbols, such as Kuan-Peng, Swan-Enai, and others, strange and terrifying. The great hand imprint struck towards Great Su Tua, blocked by the alms bowl. However, as a result, that precious artifact rumbled, and then directly exploded. This ancient artifact was destroyed. Heavens! What am I seeing? Is this real? Someone cried out with alarm. Right at this moment, heaven's shocking changes were taking place. Huang was fighting against 3 great experts by himself. Everyone found this unbelievable. Someone without a perfect seed actually had this type of unmatched divine might. He was just one person, yet he fought 3 great supreme beings at the same time, his WER suppressing the world, leaving everyone shaken. He doesn't have an unmatched ancient seed, so why is he so strong? The attendant's face was pale, his lips trembling. He fell on the ground, body shaking, truly feeling Huang's terror. While the others were shaken, they similarly carried confusion. Was this Huang's true strength? Why was he able to reach the step even without a perfect Dao seed? This place erupted with commotion. Chapter 1274, Return of the King. At the center of the mud pool, a single person stood at the center of the battlefield, looking down on everyone. His long clothes fluttered about, moving with the wind. The 4 supreme experts were stunned. What was going on? It was just Huang, someone without a perfect ancient seed, so how could he be powerful to this extent? He was opposing the supreme beings, exceptional and tyrannical. They didn't believe what they were seeing. This was Huang? This didn't make any sense. His fighting strength was completely different from what they had originally thought. There was no reason why this should be the case. Outside the battlefield, everyone erupted into commotion. Everyone was stunned by Shihao's methods, noisy chatter shaking up the heavens. Forget about the attendant, Wu Tai, and others from Immortal Academy who bore hostility against Shihao. Even those that had favorable opinions, those who understood him a bit felt that this was inconceivable. I feel a bit dizzy, didn't see too clearly. Huang, why is this fella so ridiculously strong? Did he attack 3 great supreme beings at the same time just now? The lunar jade rabbit forcefully rubbed her large ruby-like eyes, looking like she saw a ghost. It really was too hard to believe. Previously, they were still a bit dejected, feeling that Shihao was going to suffer greatly, yet there was nothing to do. However, who would have expected the situation to reverse like this? Wind and clouds suddenly changed. These people were naturally happy, every one of them cheering. Chao Yuxing, even more so, patted his chest, shouting at those around him loudly that Huang was his brother. He even went so far as to hook his arm around the shoulders of an important figure from Immortal Academy, chattering away and saying, "Do you see? Huang and I are sworn brothers. Beating up a group of supreme beings from Immortal Academy isn't a problem at all." That genius of Immortal Academy was an older cousin of Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, from a long-life family. Right now, his expression was as unpleasant as it could get, really wanting to slap Chao Yuxing to death. This fella has always turned the impossible into the possible, rising up again and again when everyone thought that he couldn't hold on any further. The witch's eyes swirled about, a smile able to topple cities, her graceful figure wonderful as she looked at the distant Shihao. Her impression was deep, because she had already known Shihao for a long time. In the lower realm, they had already worked together, having too many dealings. The two of them could be said to understand each other down to the roots. Formidable, truly unimaginable. Brother Shi was actually powerful to this step. Chang Gong'an released a sigh of astonishment. The people who came from the 3,000 provinces were all crying out. Shihao being powerful made them feel extremely excited, all of them happy. When the strength of those coming from the same place they came from was great, it made them feel glory as well. Once a young supreme emerged from any one of the 9 heavens 10 earths, those who came from that place would be viewed in a much more favorable light. Haha, this really is a great feeling. Huang was actually this strong, able to reach this step even without an ancient seed. Heavenly deity institutions people were the most excited, many of them laughing loudly. It was to the extent where a few people's eyes became sparkling, becoming quite moist, tears almost flowing out. It was because during this period of time, the students who were still in Heavenly Deity Institution felt suffocated, even feeling a type of humiliation. They were bullied by others to an intolerable degree, yet they were powerless to retaliate. This was their academy, yet when their immortal cave was opening, they were chased away, forced out, unable to approach this place. For them, what kind of shame and humiliation was this? To be forced out of their own homes, being humiliated to this extent, this was also a type of rarely seen thing. However, what could they do? They had no supreme beings among them, none of them able to stand up to the two Academy's geniuses, had no way of contending against the other side. Those who tried all suffered ruthless suppression. Now, Huang returned, the battle absolutely shocking, leaving them stunned. A great joy filled their minds, everyone feeling like they finally vented out a bit of resentment. At first, they were still worried, feeling that Shihao might be humiliated, suspecting if he really had that type of ability. In the end, after this battle, they were all filled with pleasant surprise. Huang, despite not obtaining an ancient seed, he could still be the very best, able to contend against all so-called supreme beings. Who dares compete against him? Heavenly Deity Academy's people shouted. Shihao's glory was also their glory. Now, they had even more hopes and expectations towards Huang's appearance, wishing that after this battle, he would suppress opponents in all direction. It would be even better if he could suppress those young supreme beings until they couldn't breathe. Immortal Academy's cultivators were the most at a loss. The events now exceeded all of their predictions, full of strangeness. How could Huang be this powerful? They felt a greater headache the more they thought about it. Truly incomprehensible. Someone said with a sigh. Everyone in this world knew that F1 wished to walk the ancient method path, one had to merge with the Dao seed, that was a crucial hoop that had to be passed. However, they also all knew that Huang didn't obtain a suitable seed. Many people felt that if he insisted on walking down this path, he would definitely gradually decline, lose his past brilliance. However, what happened today toppled the imaginations of everyone. Not only did Huang not suffer a defeat, he instead advanced boldly, similarly becoming strong, deep, and immeasurable. There were some from Immortal Academy who didn't get along with Shihao, previously provoking him, later on even confronting him, but in the end, a few geniuses were suppressed by him, suffering losses. Now that they saw that he was still just as glorious, their expressions all became extremely complicated. Meanwhile, those like Wu Tai, who previously had his body blown up and the azure armor seized, were even more alarmed. He had previously declared that he was waiting for Shihao in the Void Dao realm, that he was going to subdue the other party with a superior stance and get revenge. Now, his declaration, his suspicions were all a joke, he would never have this chance. It was to the extent where when he faced Shihao in the future, he had to be extremely careful and tuck his tail between his legs, or else there would be great trouble and suffering to be had. Princess Yaoyu's white clothes were purer than snow, slender and elegant, her beautiful hair supple, eyes like limpid autumn waters, bones like divine jade, snow-white skin flowing with sparkling luster. She said softly to herself, "It truly is inconceivable." What happened to Huang? After disappearing for 3 years, everyone thought that you had declined, that your time was over, yet you actually appeared with this type of stance, teaching everyone an incomparably deep lesson, impossible to see through, mysterious and formidable. Sacred Academy's people also felt a sense of frustration. When they first saw Huang return, they all felt that it would be difficult for him to have any type of display, yet in the end, he was just as powerful as before. One had to bear in mind that 3 years ago, precisely in Heavenly Deity Institution, Huang had previously defeated their most stunning figures, no one able to challenge him. Now, he was still just as glorious. It seems like in the 3 years you disappeared for, you obtained a rare twist of fate. From the mud pool, Lan Xian spoke. The corners of her clothes fluttered about, making her look like a fairy walking on water, her appearance pure and otherworldly. One of her delicate hands was a bit red and swelled, the intense pain just now making her shiver inwardly, feeling as if her fingers were going to break. Fortunately, she was able to avoid the brunt of Shihao's attack, thus not suffering the most serious consequences. Everyone was saying that your 3-year disappearance was because you were running away, that your era has ended, but now it seems like all of that were misconceptions. Right now, the only one who didn't participate in the battle, the habitually silent Taoist Qi Gu spoke, speaking these words. Everyone was stirred. In many people's eyes, Shihao's most brilliant era had ended, these 3 years representing his decline, 3 years for the world to forget about him, separate himself from the wind and clouds, even more so distancing from the peak of cultivation. Now, the truth was revealed. These weren't 3 years of decline, but rather a period where he laid dormant, 3 years of rebirth. Now, he returned, even more brilliant than before. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's face was completely sunken. Even though his figure was shrouded in purple multicolored light, there was a wave of gloomy energy. He really was shocked and furious. This enemy, this declining person actually had this kind of cultivation. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's right hand had red bloody traces between his fingers, the result of his clash of physical strength with Sure Hao just now. In that instant, the pain seeped into his bones, his fist feeling as if it was going to break apart. One had to understand that he had cultivated the purple gold body in his youth, and after merging with the great mist purple energy, he became even more extraordinary, exceeding the limit. Even those body cultivators would find it difficult to compare themselves to him. It could even be said that he had an unbreaking body. However, just now, he was at a disadvantage when he clashed with Sure Hao, suffering a loss on the physical aspect. Even though that was only a brief encounter, an instantaneous exchange, not reaching the greatest confrontation, they could all tell that this was a terrifying person, completely different from the rumors. Right now, Great Su Tua sighed. His skin was a wax yellow, as if a layer of gold was applied to his skin. His appearance was ordinary. His hands moved together, Immortal Monk Sutras chanted quietly from his mouth, the expression on his face complex. On the ground, that alms bowl had cracked into several dozen pieces, directly smashed apart by a single large palm from Sure Hao. This was an ancient artifact, yet it was destroyed just like that. He found it difficult to calm down. Just how powerful was Huang's physical body? It was likely comparable to the most outstanding ancient monk from Immortal Ancient, right? Perhaps it could compare to him during his youth. According to the scripture recordings Great Su Tua obtained, a supreme figure among immortal monks, during his youth, he had achieved greatness through Buddhism, cultivating the Zhang Six golden body, sturdy and unbreaking, unrivaled in power. Extremely formidable. If we are only talking about the strength of the flesh, there are few from past to now who can compare. Great Su Tua said. When these words sounded, all sides were shaken. Just how high of an evaluation was this? Huang became increasingly frightening in their minds. The attendant's face was pale, shrinking back, his expression complex and speechless. He no longer dared to utter another word out of fear of incurring consequences. It was because everyone knew that once Huang became carefree and frivolous, anything could happen. It was rumored that the most powerful inheritor of the Long Life family, the outstanding hero proficient in the Dark Demon Fist, Crucifix Divine Dao Feng Xingtian died precisely under Huang's hands. This was only because the Wind Clan had previously incited Yuan Qing Supreme Being to stand in Sure Hao's path, confine him for 10 years, thus establishing a great grudge. He even dared to kill the inheritor of the number 1 inheritor from a long life family. So what didn't he dare do? Ziri, 1. Do you still want to fight me? Fatty, you were saying some nonsense about me leaving this place. Do you still want to persist with this? Also, Baldy, your rice bowl really isn't all that special. Sure Hao spoke. Outside the battlefield, the group of people were petrified, none of them daring to say anything. It was because these were undisguised provocations, already clashing head-on. Huang was still unwilling to have things end like this, still looking for ways to stir things up. Did he plan to fight 3 great supreme beings on his own? A simple and short exchange of attacks didn't mean that he could fight a prolonged intense battle against 3 great supreme beings. What was Huang trying to do? Did he really want to go 1 versus 3, or even 1 versus 4? If this was the case, just how domineering was he? Who could do this in the present world's younger generation? There might not be anyone who could call themselves number 1, able to suppress all heroes around them, defeat all other young supreme beings. Provoking us like this, do you know not the consequences of facing all 3 of us at the same time? Do you want to die? Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, was annoyed, ashamed, and resentful, which was why his words were harsh, insulting the other party. It was because there was a wave of resentment in his chest. He wanted to roar towards the sky, vent out his rage. Provocation? I only wish to suppress you all. Sure Hao's hair scattered down, his eyes full of divine light, his figure imposing. When this sentence sounded, everyone erupted into commotion. It really was too frightening. Was Huang going to carry out this type of heroic undertaking? He was going to face many supreme beings alone as soon as he returned. At this moment, everyone was shocked, moreover releasing exclaims of admiration. A king has returned. This was what many people, though. Sure Hao disappeared for 3 years not because that was the start of his decline, the loss of his glorious era, but rather because he had been lying dormant, waiting to return powerfully. Right now, there was nothing more to say. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, was furious. He directly too. Okay, action, using the most powerful methods to attack the other party's tall and slender figure, wishing to deal the fatal blow. At this time, clear light surged from within Sure Hao's body, like a seed itself, containing endless vitality. The energy of great Tao pervaded the air. He didn't take any time to accumulate power, directly raising his hand towards Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, erupting with majestic energy to suppress the other party. You. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch was alarmed and furious. The other person was looking down on him too much. An intense dong sounded. Shirhao's casual strike delivered incomparably frightening destructive power, shattering the void. It smashed into Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's great mist purple energy, tearing apart heaven and earth. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch took a few steps back. He roared out, domineeringly releasing a barrage of attacks. Streak after streak of great mist purple energy turned into heavenly swords, all of them hacking down on Shirhao's body. This place was smashed to pieces, turned into ruins. There were spatial cracks everywhere. However, clear light shone deeply. Shirhao stood at the center of this dilapidated land, his stance as if impervious to all methods, the sole sovereign under the sky. He was completely unaffected as he stood there. He raised his hand, large hand imprints hacking out one strike after another, crushing the purple energy heavenly swords, causing them to scatter and disperse into auspicious and dense purple mist. He could barehandedly withstand a perfect seed? Cries of alarm sounded from the distance. Fatty, are you going to leave the stage? At the center of the ruins, Shirhao stood in the void alone. He looked towards Lan Xian and then grabbed at her with a single motion. His hand was like an interweaving bamboo basket, about to wrap around that wonderful body and directly capture her. Bastard, you dare? Lan Xian was ashamed and humiliated. Her exquisite body moved, releasing streak after streak of blue light, displaying the most powerful supreme being force. Immediately afterwards, Shirhao attacked at Great Su Tua, truly fighting an intense battle against 3 people. Why? Without a perfect ancient seed, for what reason can he do this? Could it be that legendary path? There was someone who was confused, starting to make speculations. A king has returned after disappearing for 3 years. Huang is rising up once more. Who can contend against him? At this moment, the disciples of Heavenly Deity Institution were excited and trembling, almost unable to speak. Chapter 1275, Subduing the World Through the Fist. The purple sun was as large and the sky, vast and boundless, covering everything. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's blood was boiling, now going completely berserk. It was because this was the first great decisive battle he fought since emerging from seclusion. He felt wronged, as well as great anger, wanting to wash off the humiliation he faced not too long ago. His body size increased, becoming a zhang tall. His purple body was like metal, flickering with cold radiance. Right now, his body was strong and powerful, his body taut, as if there were dragons coiling around him. All of his muscles swelled. This was the purple gold body, one of his natural forms. It wasn't too tall or too short, 1 zhang in height, just right for him. It was just like the ancient monks of the last great era. The most powerful golden body was 6 zhang in size, the most suitable for the one who claimed to be Buddhist in that younger generation. In that instant, heaven and earth rumbled, thunderous sounds deafening. Countless strands of auspicious energy descended from the heavens, crashing down, submerging Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch beneath. That was but the great mist purple energy seed. It was now completely activated by him, becoming even more frightening than before, accompanied by great Dao sounds, receiving the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, coexisting with the Dao. Right now, everyone was trembling, their souls about to leave their bodies, because under that wave of fluctuations, they all felt that they were insignificant, unable to contend against that purple gold physique. Die! Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch roared, his voice like a roaring sea, deafening. It tore through the void, one could even see the energy ripples of the sound waves sweep in all directions like ocean waves. Heaven and earth collapsed. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch released a great hand imprint, the dark purple palm filling the skies, surrounding the heavens like a great cloud, terrifyingly large. Purple Sky Palm. This was a palm technique from the purple energy from the east, type of ancient heavenly art, passed down from the last great era. The palm was like a sky, able to restrict the sun and moon, seize stars from the heavens. When it was cultivated to the very peak, all things in heaven and earth would be within its grasp, difficult to escape from. Shirhao remained calm, his body standing in the ruined land, still only raising his right hand. Clear light was drizzling down, as if this was the era of primal chaos and creation, his body standing before history, overlooking the common people. He silently struck out with this palm. It blasted through the universe, the palm imprint remaining in the void, continuously moving forward, colliding with the cloud-like great hand. A great quaking shook up everything, breaking the peace. It was extremely resplendent, the multicolored light majestic, as if a great sea suddenly surged. Then, it was as if everything began to burn. The scene unfolded on a magnificent style, so dazzling it was as if endless magma erupted. A ferocious lash erupted once again between the two, the results truly world-shaking. Their movements were grand, extremely fast, too difficult for the spectators to even see clearly. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's hand W. As in pain, bits of mottled blood traces falling. He felt a strong sense of humiliation, extremely unwilling to accept this. He originally believed that after coming out from seclusion, this would be his world, not feeling any fear when facing other supreme beings. He thought that he could travel unhindered through this world, yet this first battle was already so bitter. At the very least, his purple gold body that was known to be unbreaking was not a match for Huang's physical body. After two great clashes, it was always him who suffered losses, his palm flowing with blood. Could it be that he really was going to taste defeat? I am undefeated. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch said with a low voice, as if a dragon or a tiger was roaring, ringing through everyone's souls. Many people couldn't endure it, blood flowing out from their 7 apertures. Immediately afterwards, he released a light grunt and then roared into the sky. A shocking scene happened. Heavenly Deity Institution was extremely vast, the amount of land it covered great. The distant beautiful divine mountains directly exploded from the sound waves, turning into rubble, collapsing the clouds. What kind of domineeringness was this? Just a single roar could make mountains and rivers collapse, blasting divine mountains apart with just sound, smoke, and dust reaching into the skies. The current Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's vital energy rose to the extreme, standing at the peak of his life. His head of long hair scattered down like a waterfall, eyes like 2 small suns. His hands produced imprints, and like a halberd, fiercely brandished about, hacking towards Shirhao. Heaven and earth split apart. A streak of purple lightning flickered, becoming everlasting, illuminating the sky. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's figure was indistinct, purple energy curling around him, his appearance hazy. However, his body that was a zhong tall was astonishing, a terrifying purple war halberd gradually appearing between his hands. Heavens! That's the seed's embodiment. Someone cried out, absolutely terrified. It was because that type of suffocating pressure affected everyone. There was a wave of world-ending aura. The so-called, unmatched seed Great Mist Purple Energy seed now not only displayed power, it even condensed, forming a weapon, becoming a halberd that could cut down gods, wishing to kill Huang. That Great Mist halberd crushed down like the sky itself, impossible to defy. It moved through the air, incomparable, simply as if it could slice through the universe and reveal the everlasting. One could see the void breaking apart inch by inch, the mountains below slowly turning into fine powder. Nothing could stop it, it was impossible to overcome. Shirhao's expression was serious. His hands produced imprints at the same time, his body unfolding, moving forward to face it. He didn't avoid the purple halberd, instead facing it directly, wishing to resist it head-on. Did he go mad? This was what everyone was thinking. Even if only a portion of the Great Mist Purple Energy seed had taken form, it still couldn't be faced head-on like this, right? Unless he had a seed at the same level to protect himself, he would undoubtedly be in danger. The vast great earth trembled. It was as if an imperishable great drum was rumbling, shaking up this world up to the point of destruction. This was the sound released from Shirhao's fist. He struck the great halberd with incomparable strength, withstanding its unstoppable might. Kunpeng first, Shirhao's right hand displayed the Kunpeng's profound mysteries, displaying the majestic manner of the Kunpeng soaring 90,000 li. His fist was like the sky, suppressing all creatures of this world, commanding all under the sky. This fist displayed the quintessence of the Kunpeng method, its greatest profound meanings fully displayed without restraint at this time. He used precisely his right-hand fist to strike that great halberd. With a dang sound, the noise resounded through the world, everyone's ears ringing. There were even more people who couldn't handle this power, coughing out a large mouthful of blood with a wah sound. What was going on? Everyone was in shock. They just couldn't believe that someone was facing the weapon formed from Great Mist Purple Energy head-on. Kunpeng against the heavenly art. That halberd was struck by a Kunpeng, shaking endlessly. Shirhao's body shone, clear splendor moving towards his fist, offering inexhaustible power, shattering the void. Immediately afterwards, the imprint formed by his left hand also arrived. With the body as a seed, those gates within his body that all had a crack open supplied him with sacred force. Wind and lightning stirred about his left hand, lightning flashing and thunder roaring, full of domineering yang force. This was the Lightning Emperor imprint. His right hand a Kunpeng fist, left hand Lightning Emperor imprint, his body as the seed, offering a sea of power. Right now, Shirhao's divine appearance was unmatched, overlooking everything under the sky. Dang! The great purple halberd was struck until it cracked, about to return to being purple energy, the thick and heavy halberd disappearing. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's face was pale, breathing heavily in and out. Never had he experienced such a great pressure before. How could a single person's body be this powerful, blasting apart the Great Mist weapon? Finally, when the Lightning Emperor imprint and Kunping fist resonated with each other, heaven and earth were overturned, the great halberd broken. The Great Mist Dao Seed released scripture sounds, blood flowing out from the corners of Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's lips. His hair flew about randomly. He couldn't help but roar angrily. This was just too depressing. How could a perfect seed be at a disadvantage against another? Great Mist Purple Energy, just fully appear. Condense into a seed, Fu. LLY transform into a true body, suppress all enemies. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch shouted. At this moment, his head of messy hair scattered about like a demonic god. He was surrounded by a great purple sun, this sun continuously enlarging, terrifying beyond compare, becoming as tall as the sky. However, at this moment, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch saw the scene beside him, immediately leaving him shaken, the resentment he felt even stronger. It was because Shirhao still had other battlefields, also exchanging moves with the others. Great Su Tua sat in the void, chanting sutras from his mouth, the scriptures like characters cast from metal, jumping about and appearing in the air, suppressing towards Shirhao. However, Shirhao still remained fearless. When he was fighting intensely against Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, the space between his brows shone, his primordial spirit leaving his flesh shell. A resplendent little figure sat in front of his frontal bone, chanting true scriptures. He began to carry out a contest of the spirit against Great Su Tua. Shirhao's spiritual reading was like demonic sounds, ever present, shaking through this heaven and earth, suppressing Great Su Tuo's chanting. The chanting of a demonic sovereign was facing off against Buddhist scriptures. Meanwhile, Lan Xian's long sleeves fluttered about, her beautiful hair dancing in the air, eyes clear like water. She was like a fairy walking on water, flying over, beautiful without compare, above the mortal world, but her fighting power was unmatched. Brilliant blue light poured down like endless streaks of lightning. Those were precious techniques. At this moment, Lan Xian displayed at least 9 types of great divine abilities at the same time, all of them aimed at Shirhao. When faced with the situation, Shirhao opened his mouth and roared. An expanse of clear light fired out, as if it came from the primal chaos of heaven and earth's creation, dazzling and astonishing. That was a stellar river, stars filling the sky, gathering together. It was beautiful and dazzling, extremely moving. Everyone was stupefied as they watched this. What kind of method was this? A stellar stream rushed out when he opened his mouth. Who else among his peers could face him? This really was bold and magnificent, too frightening, making it hard for the spectators to even breathe. Upon closer inspection, they saw that those were symbols, scripture meanings. They were merged together by Shirhao, surging vigorously as it suppressed towards Lan Xian's 9 world-shocking divine abilities. This was Shirhao's understanding of the Tao. Using the body as a seed, the gates within his body were opened, supplying him with endless power, and then he combined the true primordial records bone texts, sending all of this out, turning the decaying into the miraculous. A type of true scriptures were suppressing Lan Xian's 9 great divine abilities. One could see clear light everywhere, breaking rough the mist, illuminating the everlasting and eternal, stopping the powerful might of that solitary fairy. Right now, everyone was truly stunned. Huang was facing 3 people at the same time, competing against 3 young supreme beings alone, truly accomplishing all of this by himself. At the very least, he wasn't defeated yet, displaying powerful might, his aura vigorous and imposing. He stopped 3 great young kings by himself, shocking everyone in Heavenly Deity Institution. This was already completely a legend about him, an undefeated legend currently playing out. Forget about the young men and women being shocked, even the older generation figures' eyes contracted, not predicting this result. Immortal Academy's living fossils personally descended, the 3 old monsters all becoming silent when they saw the scene. In the past, Immortal Academy had discussed among themselves secretly, decisively choosing not to give Shirhao an ancient seed, abandoning him. However, after remaining dormant for 3 years, silent and without any news, this youth returned, displaying the scene. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, and the others who were raised by Immortal Academy's old monsters couldn't stop that youth. Huang was currently fighting here with exceptional methods, displaying the most glorious and astonishing battle of his life. He was using this type of method to declare that his hibernation had ended, that he would no longer remain quiet. He had returned. His 2 fists were subduing this world. Chapter 1276. 1 breath, 10,000 spirits. 9 types of secret techniques, 9 great divine abilities, all of them able to subdue the enemies of this world, destroy everything in their path. Lan Xian was someone who was a stunning talent, proficient in 9 great precious techniques at her age, truly extraordinary and holy, strength unmatched. She stood there, around her 9-colored brilliance. A gorgeous ring of light surrounded her like a divine halo, wrapping her within, pure and untainted. The heavens collapsed and earth split apart, 9 great divine abilities smashing apart the sky, blossoming around her, about to wipe him out. One had to understand that a single one of these divine abilities was already world-shaking. At their level, which one of their precious techniques was ordinary? She came from a long-life family and was now cultivating an immortal academy, so what she lacked the least were world-shaking divine abilities. Many people trembled inwardly, because that type of power made them feel extremely insignificant. The void exploded, the blast waves making everyone tremble inwardly. They couldn't resist this type of power at all. One person vomited blood, unable to move out of the way in time when some of the blast waves rushed over. They blasted his body, breaking his bones and severing his tendons, almost tearing him to pieces. How could this be? Just how powerful are these divine abilities? An expert in Void Dao realm was stunned. At the same time, he felt his back turning cold, becoming a bit frightened. They were both in the Void Dao realm, yet the difference was this large? Compared to the supreme beings of the younger generation, he was just too lacking, the difference too great. On the other side of him, there were a few heavenly deities who were in even more miserable states. They also refused to believe in the supernatural, not dodging promptly, and as a result, were swept through by some of the light. Their bodies were blasted through, blood flying everywhere, body and Dao almost dying. In a flash, there was only scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. In that instant, this was the type of feeling these people developed. If a young supreme being wanted to deal with them ruthlessly, then it was just too easy. Their strength was just too great, able to directly crush them. However, when they saw the scene before them, they all trembled, their souls shaking, inwardly shocked. That was Huang who was taking action, too powerful, impossible to surmise. He opened his mouth, releasing a stellar stream. Not only did he block those 9 divine abilities, those bone texts were changing, turning into 10,000 spirits, filling the sky and covering the earth. At this moment, not only them, even the others, including the older generation, were stunned, a bit petrified. That type of scene was too shocking. Thousands to over 10,000 creatures covered everything, appearing everywhere. There was a golden mammoth that stood on the ground, roaring into the sky, a mountainous white gold lion with a mane that was like waterfalls, incredibly fierce, its roar splitting the void. There was a sky-swallowing sparrow that loomed above like a dark cloud, casting a great shadow on the earth, its eyes large and scarlet like blood moons. There was a taudai that stood in the void, incomparably sinister, incredibly large, about to devour the stars beyond. There was also a frightening pink bird, its wings like the clouds of the sky as it soared up, wishing to strike down great stars. Everyone felt as if they had traveled back to immortal ancient. All creatures appeared, competing with the heavens, fighting a great battle against terrifying foreign cultivators. All of them were rising up powerfully. All of the most powerful creatures of this world that one could imagine had pretty much appeared, displaying their bodies, spreading their wings to tear apart the world, roaring through the great earth. It was as if their roars were going to make the moon fall. There were figures everywhere, and they were all incredibly large. They were practically covering the great earth, hiding the endless starry sky. All of them were the most powerful creatures. All of this was produced by the Dao stream of stars Shihao released from his mouth. A single breath turned into 10,000 creatures, manifesting into the greatest methods. These divine birds and vicious beasts moved about, crying out, the great earth collapsing beneath their feet, space rupturing. This force was incomparable, not much able to stop it. At this instant, Lan Xian's 9 great divine abilities immediately became dim. At first, Huang released a stellar stream merely to stop the 9 great divine abilities, not wishing to suppress the other party's attacks, but it was still done to withstand the other party's attacks. However, now everything changed. The 9 great divine abilities were destroyed, breaking apart, turning into nothingness. This was just the beginning, yet Shihao already shifted from defense to offense, breaking through the limit, about to subdue Lan Xian. Of course, the main part of what everyone paid attention to wasn't this. Victory or defeat here actually not the most crucial point. Everyone, including those old monsters, were looking at those creatures. How could there be so many? What kind of precious techniques were these, to be able to summon 10,000 creatures with a single will? In the sky, it was as if a mountain sea erupted, an endless flood of vicious beasts rushing out. Everyone's expressions changed, those living fossil-level figures' eyes erupting with light, a pensive expression appearing on their faces. This is a portion of the true primordial record, the method recorded in the 10,000 spirit diagram that had disappeared from the divine guidance segment. Someone realized something, saying this out loud. Everyone was stunned, and then they were shocked. It was actually this technique. Everyone was stupefied. Weren't those primordial bone texts that transformed the decaying into the miraculous? How could it contain a secret method? It was rumored that when one comprehends it to a profound realm, even normal techniques can display heaven's shocking might. I don't know Huang did it. Actually producing 10,000 spirits, countless creatures, it truly is extraordinary. An elder from Immortal Academy said quietly. This was too shocking. Huang was not ordinary after all, comprehending the true primordial record to this extent, rarely seen in this world. Such a thing had never been heard of before. Lan Xian entered a passive state. She was surrounded by all types of ancient beasts in a dangerous situation. A few ferocious beasts even swooped over, wanting to tear her apart. The corners of her clothes were even ripped, torn by a golden wand's beak, almost making her jade-like arm turn into a blast of bloody mist. It wasn't that her divine abilities weren't strong, but rather that the other party's methods were too astonishing. Lan Xian's 9 great divine abilities were incredibly frightening, killing many divine birds, wiping out several hundred to over 1,000 terrifying ancient beasts. This was definitely astonishing. However, there were just too many creatures, every one of them legendary war beasts, aggressive species, powerful creatures. Being able to kill a few would already be impressive, let alone how many she killed. However, she still couldn't hold out in the end. The endless creatures charged over, wings striking the skies, turning this place into a land of ruin, nothing left behind. Right now, forget about other people, even Shi Hao himself was stupefied. This technique was actually this frightening. The innate origin essence energy he sprayed out urged on everything he had comprehended about the true primordial record after undergoing seclusion cultivation several times. There was actually this type of power, such tremendous might. This exceeded Shi Hao's own imagination. He never expected the true primordial record's ordinary bone texts to completely display themselves, actually being like this when he fully exhibited them. However, this transformation also exhausted an unimaginable amount of his divine force. 10,000 spirits appeared, every single one of them like a mountain peak. There was one that was like a purple gold true hoe that wanted to devour the sun and moon, a pang that even more so shot into outer space to strike down stars. Just what kind of domineeringness was this? However, the consumption was too great. Even someone as powerful as Shi Hao felt a bit weak at this moment. After this stellar stream rushed out, transforming into 10,000 spirits, it was as if a black hole continuously ate at his vitality. One breath, 10,000 spirits, how powerful. However, it is also extremely dangerous. Shi Hao said to himself. If it was anyone else, they would have likely shriveled up, completely sucked dry, unable to support the 10,000 spirits' consumption. In the end, he opened his mouth and inhaled. All of the creatures turned into specks of light, gathering together. Like a river of stars, they entered his body. Everyone was completely stupefied, all of them feeling a wave of horror. In Ma, Ba, Hong, right at this time, a grand scripture sounded, as if it could suppress the 9 heavens 10 earths, immediately somewhat disturbing the balance of the world. These scriptures made everyone quickly snap back to reality. Then, they were horrified, all of them turning around towards Great Sutua. He was already sitting in the void, mouth chanting sutras. Only at this moment did they recall that Huang wasn't only fighting a single battle, but rather facing 3 great experts at the same time. Just now, it was just that his battle against Lan Xian was too splendid, which was why everyone forgot about the other 2 battles. One of Immortal Ancient's most powerful heart sutras, precisely established by the cultivators called monks. It was used to form the perfect heart, awaken the truth, seeking heart and Tao. This was precisely their method. These ancient monks all had astonishing spiritual force, unmatched in this domain. They could rely on scriptures, purely through reciting them to surpass their opponents, suppress all opponents and enemies, extremely strange and powerful. During Immortal Ancient, the young supreme being who proclaimed himself to be Buddhist in his youth had displayed magnificent feats, his chanting traveling in all directions, in the end neutralizing all enemies, making them follow at his size, becoming his troops. It truly was matchless divine might. Great Sutua obtained this type of inheritance, and now, he was using powerful spiritual force, activating the Buddha Heart Sutra. The scripture sounds rang out continuously, producing giant symbols that were like mountains one after another in the void. They flickered with an ice-cold metallic light, all of it flying towards Shi Hao to subdue him. At this moment, Huang staggered, his body becoming unsteady. This drew cries of alarm. Everyone looked over, looking towards him. The main reason was because just now, Shi Hao rashly used the 10,000 spirits' profound mystery, expounding the true primordial record to the highest level, the consumption of vitality too severe. This was the reason why he showed a momentary bit of weakness. Divine flames overflowed into the sky. The area where Shirhao stood became resplendent again. His body stabilized, the cracks opened in the gates, within his body seemingly becoming a bit larger, supplying him with unending potential. Shirhao released a loud shout. Before the space between his brows, the seated primordial spirit little figure immediately became brilliant, also chanting sutras. This was a suppression of the spirit, a contest of divine will. Eventually, that primordial spirit figure turned into a sword core that was exceptionally sharp. With a chi sound, it flew out, hacking towards Great Su Tua. Chaos Calming Art. One of the three most powerful sword arts from past until present, this technique could make the primordial spirit sturdy and imperishable, turn it into a weapon, hack away all restraints of the body and slice through all obstructions in this world. The others were also shocked, feeling that this was inconceivable. Why was Huang able to learn this? This was simply impossible? Wang Shi cried out inwardly. Without the true mind technique, there was no way it could be displayed. Great Su Tua was originally incredibly calm, but right now, the corners of his eyes jumped. In the end, he couldn't remain unflustered anymore. He quickly took action, no longer seated, his hands continuously forming imprints. Right at this time, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch also took action. Without waiting for the Great Mist Purple Energy Seed to fully condense, he directly rushed over murderously. It was because in order for a perfect seed's effects to be completely displayed, one needed to use a lot of time. After all, he had only begun to merge with it, unable to use it as he pleased, so when he saw this opportunity, he didn't want to miss out. However, Huang, who was focused on Great Su Tua, actually released a sneer. He suddenly turned around, his hands forming magical imprints, charging at Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch fiercely. The most frightening battle erupted between Huang and Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, flesh flying out with each strike, blood with each palm. This was a direct clash, even more so a bloody struggle. In the distance, Great Su Tua was shocked. He discovered that he had been tricked. The primordial spirit sword core was a void image, not real but fake. Meanwhile, when he saw Shirhao vigorous and lively, fighting intensely against Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, he immediately knew that his primordial spirit had long returned into his body. They tore at each other viciously, clashing ferociously. Shirhao and Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's battle reached its climax. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released an angry roar. He originally wanted to seize Shirhao's flesh shell, but never expected to enter this type of state. He didn't try to seize Shirhao's body because he was scared, but rather because he wanted to humiliate the other party first. After all, he had suffered a loss not too long ago, suffering shame. One could now see that he had miscalculated. The other party had never exposed himself to danger. The heavens split and earth ruptured, ghosts and gods weeping and howling. Shirhao continuously delivered heavy blows, lightning emperor imprints striking down repeatedly, blasting Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch until he coughed out blood. Purple energy and lightning merged together, his body shaking intensely. Great Su Tua hurried over, taking action. He felt like he was made fun of. He no longer used sutras, instead already brandishing a large yellow hand, grabbing out. "Baldy, your physical body is still too lacking," Shirhao shouted. He blasted Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch aside with a palm, causing blood to flow from the corners of his lips, and then his right hand formed a fist, striking towards Great Su Tua. Great Su Tua's Zhang 6 golden body shone, clashing with Shirhao head-on, shaking intensely. Then, Shirhao opened his mouth, releasing a roar. Clear light flooded out, covering everything, about to restrict Great Su Tua. Lan Xian rushed over, her fine jade hands shining, displaying a type of ancient heavenly art. Blue ripples surged, surrounding this place. Shirhao was direct and rough. When faced with this solitary fairy, his fist smashed back Great Su Tua, and then he turned around, throwing himself over. His hands formed fist imprints, smashing forward with full strength. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch chased after him, joining the battle once more. Great Su Tua's body staggered, but a light shining. He also joined back in. Shirhao exchanged a blow with each one of them, and then concentrated on Lan Xian, going all out. In the end, clothes fluttered about. Lan Xian's dress was blasted apart. It really did tarnish her solitary fairy image a bit. Great Su Tua shouted, supporting his own power through incantations. He released a world-shaking strike towards Shirhao. When faced with this type of method, Shirhao's primordial spirit left his flesh shell, turning into a sword core, hacking straight at his head. However, Great Su Tua didn't fall for this again, directly attacking Shirhao, only slightly defending against the sword core. An intense collision broke out between the two. Shirhao's fist domineeringly stopped Great Su Tua's full-powered strike, preventing this attack from achieving any results. Meanwhile, at the same time, Great Su Tuo's fine hairs stood on end. It was because the primordial spirit sword core actually broke through his defense, flying over, not a void figure. He quickly took action, doing everything he could to defend himself. At the crucial moment, that sword core turned into a fist-sized resplendent little figure, moving about above his head, not breaking through Great Su Tuo's body, protecting divine light. However, it displayed some movements. That little figure's palm directly struck down on his head, the noise loud and clear. Even though it struck down on his body protecting light, it was still just as resounding as if it landed on his skin. Everyone was speechless, even Great Su Tuo stunned. This was undisguised provocation. Everyone felt a bit speechless. Huang definitely did this on purpose. Even though he couldn't injure the other party with a single strike, he still had to give him a scare. Great Su Tuo immediately grabbed at the little figure, using a great divine ability, wishing to imprison space, capture that primordial spirit little figure. In a flash, that little figure turned into a rain of light, quickly scattering and rushing back. That was only a portion of primordial spirit force, now returning into the space between Shihao's brows. Shihao's flesh shone, competing with Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch in strength. His right hand was resplendent, accompanied by streak after streak of divine chains of order, Willow Deity's technique attacking, almost wrapping around Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's neck. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released a muffled groan, and then blood flew out. A lock of hair also fell. A golden divine chain crushed his neck, removing a section of his purple hair. Everyone was completely dazzled by the scene, incredibly stirred up. This was a battle at the very peak, unprecedented, a contest at the highest level between the younger generation. This was especially the case for Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples. Every single one of them was trembling with excitement, crying out loudly. There were many others who were also like this, their emotions rising and falling with the figures on the battlefield. Shihao fought 3 great supreme beings on his own, warping and weaving through heaven and earth, his divine bravery unmatched. He continuously attacked the 3 individuals, not being at a disadvantage, displaying an unequaled stance here, looking down on all under the sky. Chapter 1277. The body precisely the seed. Rocks collapsed, the clouds, energy surging like an ocean, raging waves beating against the shore. Shihao weaved about below the heavens, exceptionally powerful, contending intensely against 3 great supreme beings, the battle extremely terrifying. Divine techniques unfolded, continuously erupting, brilliant and intimidating. This place erupted with activity, powerful experts contending for supremacy, supreme beings fighting a decisive battle, fighting from the skies above down to the earth below, and then back from the ground into the heavens. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released a great roar, blood flowing out from his neck, hair disheveled, wrapped around by purple energy, looking like a demonic god. His neck was almost snapped by the golden branches. At this moment, the battle between these people reached its climax, fighting until they were going crazy, risking life and limb. At the very least, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was staking it all, because he was angry. He was suppressed by Shihao again and again and again. For his proud and arrogant self who could overlook the younger generation, this was a type of humiliation. Great Mist Purple Energy Seed, known to be an unmatched seed, in the ancient past, all those who obtained the seed were legends, all of them having world-shaking pasts. Meanwhile, he had just emerged from seclusion, yet he already faced a setback. How could he be willing to accept this? If he was completely defeated today, then that would help Huang establish an unmatched reputation. When the Great Mist Purple Energy Seed was mentioned, what everyone would think of would be Huang's power. For his unmatched seed to set off the other party's accomplishments, just how tragic was this? At the same time, the other party would look incredibly dominant and powerful, able to overlook all of his peers under the sky. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch took action, a purple seed forming before him, ancient and peaceful, carrying auspicious energy. It was as if a world was rising and falling, crushing down on everyone's minds. Everyone was shocked. Was this seed finally going to truly form? No, it is still lacking a portion. Even though the Heavenly Monarch is strong, he has only begun to merge with it, unable to freely control it. It was too rushed, which is why on a portion of the Great Mist energy was used. Someone said quietly, seeing through the truth. However, this was still extremely frightening. As soon as the seed formed, appearing between heaven and earth, wind and thunder would ensue, crazy gales roaring, the world immediately losing color, as if the end of the world was descending. A giant streak of lightning brandished about, as if a true dragon emerged from immortal ancient, splitting the entire universe in half, making this world collapse. All types of cracks extended in the void, incredibly large and densely packed, as if a piece of chinaware shattered. At this moment, both Great Su Tuo and Lan Xian were shocked, quickly acting up out of fear of being caught up in this attack, temporarily giving up their offense, leaving that area. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's right hand formed a magical imprint, fiercely brandishing it. That seed trembled. Even though it only shook once, the world was thrown into chaos, as if the most terrifying earthquake had erupted. The heavens swayed and earth moved, the ancient divine mountains inside the academy all fissuring, about to be destroyed. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, an elder stopped everything. There were sect protecting formations that activated, protecting everything, stabilizing everything. The sky, however, wasn't that lucky. It was being destroyed, exploding to pieces. Tremendous power swept out like an unstoppable ocean wave, surging towards where Shirhao was. That seed had lightning coiling about it, dazzling and sinister. Purple multicolored light erupted, extremely intimidating, making one tremble. They couldn't help but feel an urge to bow down before it. Huang, you will definitely die in battle. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch released a great roar, his long hair dancing about chaotically, eyes releasing 2 streaks of electrical radiance that were more than 10 li long, his entire being appearing mysterious and terrifying within the mist. The purple seed could be said to be activated by him at this moment. This represented the will of heaven and earth, the acknowledgement of the heavens. Many natural laws descended from outer space, pouring down from the heavens like a waterfall, turning into tangible matter that entered the purple seed. Receiving the doting of the heavens, protection from above. Great Mist Purple Energy Seed was currently being cleansed by Tao laws, full of the power of this heaven and earth, suppressing all who dared rebel. This was the power of the Great Tao. Void Tao Realm. This was interacting with the true greatest profound mysteries, the embodiment of being intimate with the Great Tao. The Great Mist Purple Energy Seed raised the power of this cultivation realm to the limit, representing the judgment of heaven and earth, the adjudication of the heavens. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch was, without a doubt, terrifying, bold, and intimidating, standing high up above, both hands forming imprints. The seed before him overflowed with purple light, a thick mist pervading the air. It gradually merged with the Great Tao, erupting with the most terrifying power. Meanwhile, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch was like a child of heaven right now, supporting the power of heaven and earth, able to sweep through everything before him. There was no one who didn't feel fear. Right now, he was connected to the Great Tao, able to destroy everything in his path, unstoppable, nothing he couldn't break through. Huang was in danger. This was how everyone felt, vividly feeling that type of unmatched power. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's essence energy rose to the peak, no holes in his power, able to OV. Erluk all things. His confidence swelled, divine force unrivaled, overlooking all of his peers. After storing up power for a long time, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's voice shook the mountains and rivers, his head of hair standing on end, eyes widened, his eyes like a blazing sun, all of his pores surging with essence energy. He was connected to the Great Tao, harmonizing with heaven and earth. This type of terrifying strike was released, Great Mist Purple energy appearing, wishing to kill Huang. All life trembled, everyone frightened, feeling a type of fear from deep within their bones. This was a seed produced by this heaven and earth. Their minds all trembled, some of them falling weak on the ground with a pu tong sound, unable to hold out any longer. This was a reverence and servitude they felt towards the Tao. This wasn't something that they wanted to do, but was rather uncontrollable, a type of instinct. Everyone felt like Shirhao was in big trouble. Unless he also released the seed hidden within him, he was definitely in big trouble, perhaps even falling. At this moment, a streak of brilliant immortal light blossomed. Shirhao's limbs stretched out, brandishing fist imprints, his body surging with clear light. His body was sparkling and full of luster. Using the body as the seed, right now, his body was precisely the Great Tao seed. Within his body, there were mysterious gates. Under the outside world's pressure, the cracks that were opened in them became wider, releasing a potential that came from his very source, tremendous and sky-shocking. Streak after streaks of divine chains of order winded about, appearing around Shirhao's body. Then, he displayed his own greatest power just like that, blasting at the Great Mist Purple energy seed. Not good. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples cried out in alarm, the expressions on their faces becoming deathly pale. This is bad. How can he just face it head-on? Chao Yuxing and the others also couldn't help but cry out, feeling like things were turning really bad. However, they could only feel worry, unable to help the situation. Right when everyone felt that Shirhao was in danger, something that left everyone stunned and shocked happened. The grand, extremely frightening Great Mist Purple energy seed's speed slowed down. When it landed, it seemed to have encountered some great hindrance. Then, a light sound followed. A fist carrying light golden radiance directly passed through that unmatched seed, piercing through. Everyone became stunned. How could it be like this? The massive unmatched ancient seed was broken through just like that? This was just too unbelievable, almost making their eyeballs fall out. It was completely different from what they had predicted. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's unmatched great might, that type of bold and domineering stance, all of it froze at this moment and then quickly declined. He had gathered power to the extreme, yet in the end, it was all directly popped like a big balloon. How? Even he forgot to feel anger. Right now, he had a perplexed expression on his face, searching for a reason. Impossible. Then, he roared out. At first, everyone was extremely quiet, but then they began to discuss passionately. What exactly was going on? For this type of situation to appear, there is only one possibility. This is a suppression between seeds. Huang's seed is even more perfect than Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's Great Mist Purple Energy Seed, containing more Tao laws, the profound mysteries more world-shocking. An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said. However, how could this be? The Great Mist Purple Energy Seed was already unmatched. Was there anything more formidable than it? Even if they were of equal level, there weren't that many that could be found already. There was no way anything could surpass it. It is because the Great Mist Purple Energy Seed wasn't perfectly displayed, still a portion lacking. It was too rushed, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch not waiting until that moment, which is why it is still a bit flawed. If it is faced with the comprehensive suppression of a same-level seed, then it would suffer a huge loss. An elder from Immortal Academy also produced this explanation. You lied to me. You also had a perfect seed. You actually tricked me. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch shouted, feeling like he was deceived, feeling humiliated, defeated unjustly. If that is how you want to feel, it can't be considered wrong. I am a perfect seed myself. Shurha shouted. The gates within his body cracked open. Many mysterious gates that had existed within the body for a long time were opened simultaneously, the clear light released from the cracks gathering together, raising Shurha's power to the peak. Right now, he stood at the highest point of his life, unprecedented, reaching his most powerful state. Shurha didn't hold back in the slightest, the first time using such great power. He charged at Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, attacking with full power. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was alarmed, greatly shaken. He quickly condensed the Great Mist Purple energy, making the unmatched seed merge with himself and block the strike. Only right now, he was in an extremely disadvantageous state. That seed had just been penetrated by Shurha, unable to effectively and quickly completely return after scattering, leaving him in an extremely passive state. This was a world-shaking strike. Shurha's fist shook up Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, his body sent flying out. Then, the world seemed to be caving in. Shurha was like a war immortal, moving about with an unmatched stance, as if he was going to eradicate all enemies, every strike from his fist collapsing heaven and earth. Dong, dong, dong. This type of power was too frightening. In that instant, as Shurha brandished his fist, the world surged. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch did his best to defend himself, but every single fist made him cough out a large mouthful of blood. His arms also twisted, becoming bloody and badly mangled. Everyone became stupefied, unable to believe everything they were seeing. Shurha's aura devoured mountains and rivers, his black hair scattering down, eyes terrifyingly cold, one step, one fist, every movement grand. There were no tricks or feints, smashing them into his opponent just like that. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch took steps back again and again, coughing blood with each step, his body about to break apart, unable to endure that type of unimaginable pressure. Heavenly Deity Institution was shaken up. Was this Huang's true strength? At the same time, everyone recalled his words. He said that he was a perfect seed himself, not mentioning the use of an unmatched ancient seed between heaven and earth. How could that be possible? Immortal Academy's ancient fossil-like figures revealed looks of shock at this moment, their wrinkled faces full of disbelief. People like them would remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before their eyes, yet right now, their faces were full of shock. Don't tell me he really made it through that path? Right now, these people all recalled that path no one succeeded on before, using the body as a seed. That road was too difficult, unknown just how many matchless heroes died, all of them unable to succeed. Yet today, Huang seemed to have done it. Those living fossils were all stumped for words, momentarily unable to say anything. This youth had been abandoned by them, not even willing to grant him an ancient seed. In the end, he actually took that step none of those of the past were able to succeed with. This was world-shocking news, absolutely earth-shattering. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was sent flying, seriously injured. He was struck horizontally by Shurha, about to collapse, fighting strength weakening. If this continued, he was going to be crippled. Great Su Tua and Lan Xian took action, moving forward together, but they were still unable to stop Huang's great power. He entered a type of unmatched state, with only him reigning supreme, terrifying to the extreme. Blocking my path, kill. Shirhao released a shout. He stared at Great Su Tua and Lan Xian, pressing forward boldly. His methods were sky-reaching, impossible to contest. Did he walk through that ancient path, using the body as a seed, none before him succeeding? At this moment, the other cultivators also heard the truth from the old cultivators. They couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 1278, Undefeated Legend. There were people who had taken that path ever since Immortal Ancient, but everyone failed without exception. Moreover, their ends were extremely miserable. If they didn't die, then they became half-crippled, not a single good result. In the eyes of those of this world, that was an abyss that devoured all those who attempted it, a path that was impossible. Those who took it did not have good endings. One had to understand that none of those who took this path were ordinary. They were all stunning individuals, the pride of heaven, having illustrious reputations. However, when they chose this path, it represented gloominess, death, self-destruction. This was a path that had faults even in theory, not yet completely researched, let alone truly finishing it. It was unknown just how many young supreme beings it had troubled. If one wanted to succeed, settle a matter in one go, how could it be that easy? It would inevitably be more difficult than even ascending to heaven. However, there was someone before their very eyes who seemed to have succeeded, currently displaying great divine might, unstoppable, beating up Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch until he was about to be half-crippled. What kind of scene was this? It seemed real, yet also fake. Everyone really didn't feel like what they were seeing was true. Many people were in disbelief, feeling that Shirhao was hiding something. He definitely merged with a strange ancient seed that they didn't know about, and that was why he had this type of strength. Only, when everyone carefully thought things over, they knew that the number of unmatched seeds from past until now was set, already determined which ones there were exactly. What seed could he possibly find? The few well-known seeds were all concentrated in Immortal Academy. There were a few others that were in the most frightening places of the 9 heavens 10 earths restricted areas, no one able to enter. The seeds could not be taken out. They had long reached this conclusion. Moreover, even now, there were people lingering about those forbidden areas. They were full of unwillingness. The opportunity they were looking for was there, able to confirm that the seeds did exist. When these were eliminated, where else could the seed in Shirhao's body come from? Even if they weren't willing to accept it, Huang really might have succeeded. Using the body as a seed, these 4 words were as heavy as a mountain, crushing everyone until they couldn't breathe. In this place, divine light surged, heaven and earth rupturing, a bloody rain pouring down. All types of terrifying irregular scenes appeared between heaven and earth. This was Shirhao's power. Every move he made sand and rock stir about, ghosts weep and deities howl, accompanied by all types of terrifying scenes of natural deities falling. His fist's power was like collapsing mountains, roaring seas. With every fist that was released, the world would shake intensely, boundless waves of energy roiling out, tearing open the skies, making everyone's minds tremble. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch screamed out, his body greatly shaken, completely unable to stop this power. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, unable to withstand Huang's unmatched power. Huang's movements weren't that fast. Right now, he was only walking slowly moving. Forward step by step, as if a heavenly emperor was patrolling the skies. Right now, every movement Shirhao made was terrifying, because they contained the extreme Dao strength of this cultivation realm, impossible to contend against. Shirhao's expression was cold. His arms moved out, his right fist slowly striking forward, crushing space until it rumbled and then exploded. Endless brilliant multicolored light poured out as if a great ocean dam burst. This type of power was too frightening. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch flew out like a scarecrow, as if a heavy mountain smashed into him, almost about to break apart. It was unknown just how many bones within his body broke. Right now, Shirhao's divine might was generation transcending. Great Su Tua and Lan Xian had taken action just now, but they weren't that much on the initiative. They slowed down the pace of their attacks, now standing not too far away. Right now, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was in an extremely pitiful state. He was first struck flying, and then when he landed, he coughed out blood and took steps backwards, staggering as he moved. His hair was disheveled, his appearance extremely miserable. He was a young supreme being of this generation. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? He had never suffered defeat, yet today, he encountered the greatest setback of his life, experiencing a crushing defeat. He couldn't defeat Huang, unable to rival him. It was to the extent where Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch had a type of feeling that even if the Great Mist Purple energy was fully released, he still might not be able to match up to Shirhao, unable to easily suppress him. This was utterly absurd. This was what he felt the most confidence in his entire life, yet before the other party, he was so helpless. It truly left him dejected. At the same time, he became even more resentful. What he had worked so hard for, the seed that was viewed to be the most precious, was actually forced down by another. This filled him with too much unwillingness. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, roared out, doing everything he could to resist, but his chest was blasted through by a streak of fist radiance. A large bloody hole appeared there, his body almost smashed to pieces. Immortal Academy's elders' expressions changed. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, was defeated, unable to continue fighting, or else he might even die. This was not something they wanted to see. "Stay your hand," an elder cried out. However, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, seemed to have gone crazy. After suffering this type of serious injury, his entire body surged with purple essence energy, flames raging around him. He began to risk everything, not willing to cower back. "I am undefeated, die." His long hair was dyed with blood, his purple pupils becoming scarlet red. Shirhao sent another fist over, looking down from above like a war immortal. He was too far up, impossible to compare to, breaking many of Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's muscles and bones again. How could it be like this? At this moment, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, collapsed, falling. His pupils were like blades as they stared at his calmly moving opponent. In the distance, the attendant was horrified, his expression deathly pale. When he thought about how rude he acted in front of Huang before, he couldn't help but shiver. Even his master ended up like this, not Huang's opponent, yet he previously provoked the other party again and again. He really was tired of living, looking like he didn't know the difference between life and death. Wu Tai's face was also as white as snow, now hiding in the crowd, all of his fine hairs standing on end, waves of coldness running through his body. He had never felt so much fear before in his life. Even someone who had a perfect Dao seed was defeated, so how many were there in this world who could keep Huang in check? Wu Tai shivered with coldness. He felt an urge to immediately run. "Ziri, come back, you are still not his opponent right now. He has already taken that path, using the body as the seed, achieving perfection." An elder from Immortal Academy shouted. This voice rang through this place like heavenly thunder. His voice actually wasn't that loud, but this sentence's effects were too frightening, leaving everyone shocked. Previously, they also had their speculations that Shirhao to take this path, suspected to have succeeded, but those elders weren't too sure. However, now, he spoke this out loud, undoubtedly to confirm everyone's suspicions. Huang was world-shocking, truly surpassing the past. He succeeded. He was the first person to have taken this path. Even if there were still flaws, not perfect, the meaning of this was too extraordinary, creating great waves within their minds. This was a miracle, a legend. It would definitely be spoken about far into the future. As the one who established this, the first one to successfully take this path, this achievement would definitely shine throughout the ages, the glory continuing into the next great era. He would become someone who couldn't be avoided in the records of history. This was truly enviable, as well as making people feel fear. This path was so difficult, yet Huang could still succeed. How stunning was this? Using the body as a seed, there was someone who really succeeded in doing this. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch muttered, feeling incredibly dejected. Which one of those who took this path before weren't the most powerful? Yet they all failed in the end. However, this enemy of his actually succeeded. This dealt too heavy of a mental blow to him. It was just incomparable. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, was arrogant, and he was also self-confident, yet in the end, he encountered such a freak, making his own glory seem not all that brilliant. He felt extremely empty and sullen. "Withdraw now." Immortal Academy's elder warned again. However, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, was incredibly stubborn. His head of purple hair flew about chaotically, a low roar released. He wanted to make the great mist purple energy fully appear, not just in imperfect form, but completely display itself, and then carry out an ultimate battle against Shirhao. Immortal Academy's elder's expression changed. He was about to walk up and stop all of this. Shirhao was completely indifferent, not feeling fear at all. He was about to take action, beat down this so-called Heavenly Monarch. Great Su Tua and Lan Xian couldn't remain uninvolved any longer. The two slowed down their steps, reduced their frequency of attacks, to the extent where they no longer fully participated in the final battle. However, now, they had to do something, had to stop Huang. After all, they both came from Immortal Academy, and the elder even spoke up. If they didn't express anything, it would be too difficult to justify their actions. The two of them knew that if they still didn't go all out, still holding back, then Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, would undoubtedly be dead. It was because he didn't have any time to fully awaken the Great Mist Purple Energy Seed. The battle continued, becoming even more intense. Three great supreme beings joined hands, surrounding Shirhao, aiming attacks at him. The result was still extremely frightening. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, was struck flying by Shirhao, his clothes in tatters. If not for the purple seed that appeared, wrapping around him, he would have definitely been crippled, perhaps even dying. The expression of the elder from Immortal Academy changed. He quickly rushed out, arms reaching out to support Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. He fed him a golden pill, saving his life. Everyone was shocked and alarmed. Huang was fighting 1 versus 3, yet he still seriously injured the Heavenly Monarch of a generation, writing his own undefeated legend. Everyone knew that from today forth, news of Huang's return would spread throughout the world. He had risen up once more. After going missing for 3 years, remaining dormant all this time, he had returned. He was still a king, glorious and dazzling. Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch fell, life or death unknown. This produced heaven-shocking waves. Everyone couldn't help but cry out, erupting into fervent discussions, this place becoming extremely noisy. Chao Yusheng, Little Rabbit, and others were of course extremely excited, incredibly happy. The faces of Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were red, incredibly stirred up, all of them shouting. Even Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's people, even though there were some who bore hostility against Shirhao right now, they still couldn't help but sigh at his unmatched bravery, few able to match him. Wang Shi's expression became complicated. She originally thought that after 3 years, Huang had already declined, no longer being a threat, but now, it seemed like his accomplishments far exceeded her imagination, even that legendary path taken. Just how stunning was this? Her clansmen were likely going to become worried. She was also wondering just how strong the heavenly talent she was engaged to, Jin Zhan, was. After undergoing several rebirths, he reached the limits of the present world methods, achieved unmatched Dao fruits. Would he be able to face Huang? Truly not simple. If he entered a long life family and was nurtured with all of their attention, his accomplishments would have definitely become even more world-shocking. Princess Yaoyu's beautiful eyes released radiance, saying this quietly. She felt like she had to contact her clansmen and steal this genius. In this battlefield, heaven and earth lost color, wind and clouds moving. Shirhao fought against 2 supreme individuals, taking the initiative to attack Lan Xian, forcing her into a passive situation. There was a chance that she might enter a dangerous situation at any time, the battle incredibly intense, reaching its climax. Everyone was stunned. Just how much time had passed? Was another supreme being going to nurse a grievance? Huang was just too frightening. Right at this time, Shirhao's mind trembled. He could feel that extremely powerful figures were appearing in his surroundings. There were more people who came, the auras they gave off full of youthfulness. These were without a doubt the best of the present world's young supreme beings. Shirhao's spiritual awareness was still extremely sharp while in battle. Soon afterwards, he sensed several auras hurry over one after the other. A moment later, a loud noise sounded. The mud pool suddenly exploded, mud flying in all directions. Someone was taking action, wishing to open up the Immortal Manor's gate. In fact, at this moment, the auspicious light became richer, immortal energy dense. After this strike, a great change took place underground. The mud pool caved in, immortal light rushing into the heavens. Waves of immortal music sounded, and the loud noise of a stone door being opened could be heard. The underground world was opened. At this moment, several figures rushed over. They were as fast as lightning, entering the mud pool in the blink of an eye. "Come over here," Shirhao shouted, calling out to Chao Yusheng, Witch, and the others, and also calling to Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples, wishing to bring them in. Many people were stupefied, and then they felt envious. Huang really was bold, daring to do this, using his power alone to shelter a group of people, bringing them with him into the Immortal Manor. Who else would dare do such a thing? Chapter 1279, Underground. Huang was calling a group of people to come with him into the underground Immortal Manor world. Just how bold was this? The others felt envy and jealousy. This was just too crazy. Chao Yusheng, Lunar Jade Rabbit, Chang Gong'en, Witch, Feng Wu, and the others were no exception. They all flew over, entering the mud pool. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples were. And all that calm, every one of them pleasantly surprised. They never thought that Huang would bring them with him. This was an unimaginable great opportunity. They didn't interact all that much with Huang, in the past not exchanging much words, yet now, just because they were from the same academy, voicing a bit of unfairness for him, they received this type of opportunity. Even though the mud pool wasn't that large, it couldn't be considered small either, enough to hold these people. The mud pool splashed everywhere, at the center an enormous hole where immortal energy was rising from. Huang, you are just too unbridled. If it was just you entering, then that is one thing, yet you want to bring a group of people inside. There were people who spoke coldly from the dark. If it's something I wish to do, would it be something you should concern yourself with? Shirhao directly berated. Arrogant. Divine light surged from the dark, rushing over from that underground world. Lightning hacked out streak after streak, thunder crashing down, someone attacking them. Shirhao's right hand reached out, his 5 fingers unfolding, continuously increasing in size, simply able to cover heaven and earth. He immediately grabbed towards that cave entrance, grabbing all of the lightning with a single motion. At the end of his fingers, lightning radiance roiled, extremely terrifying. Right now, his palm was enormous like a dark cloud, every single finger like a pillar that supported the heavens, incredibly shocking. World within the palm. Someone sighed with astonishment. When one's cultivation reached a certain point, one was no longer restricted to the precious techniques they inherently had, but could rearrange bone texts to create great divine abilities. This was precisely an embodiment of this. Shirhao's large hand moved down, completely refining all of the lightning. Then, with a turn of his hand, it was as if the heavens collapsed and earth sunk, thousands to tens of thousands of streaks of lightning crashing down violently. Everyone was stunned. This was just too grand of a display, making many people's scalps turning numb. Huang, you dare. Someone roared out angrily. Could it be that you want to attack everyone? Someone said coldly. I don't want to hear your nonsense. All of you are underground, attacking me, hiding your heads and showing your tails so that I can't tell who exactly it was. So you think that because of this, I don't dare take action? Keep dreaming. Shirhao powerfully responded. Shirhao's palm descended, truly collapsing the heavens and splitting the earth, the mud pool destroyed, the earth below even rumbling and shaking, releasing loud noises. There was also divine light that accompanied this attack, because there was a cave below, an immortal Daorite. After suffering this type of heavy blow, many old formations were activated, thus releasing undying power here. It was as if a hornet's nest was poked, producing great chaos. The people who rushed down earlier all suffered greatly. They hurriedly defended themselves, or else there would likely be danger to their lives. On the ground, everyone was stupefied. Huang was extremely daring after all, tyrannical beyond compare. Someone was secretly targeting him, so he directly put everyone in danger. Huang, you have crossed the line, someone said coldly. Why are you wasting your time? The one who is harming you isn't me. The one who is provoking me is the main culprit. All of you below should know who it is, yet you aren't talking to him, instead think I am easy to bully? If you're discontent, then come up and fight. Shirhao responded coldly. Everyone was speechless. This really was domineering. He was aggressive even when being reasoned with. All those who dared anger him would definitely face fierce retaliation. The one who spoke was also speechless. This person really wasn't someone he could afford to provoke, incredibly unrestrained. If he continued to oppose him with equal harshness, Huang might just directly jump down and fight a decisive battle against him. A moment later, the underground world became peaceful again, the earth no longer quaking, a mist of light engulfing everything. We should also head down, Shirhao said. He took the lead, opening up a barrier of light, protecting the front of the group to guard against ambushes. Of course, he also had confidence that now, normal people wouldn't dare act recklessly. It was because even Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was defeated by him, this producing great intimidation. The mud pool was extremely dark and also extremely vast, an endlessly large karst cave. The stalactites were of all different types and oddities, releasing brilliant radiance like strange yet beautiful sculptures. Huang Great One, what exactly was inside the stone box you seized? A student from Heavenly Deity Institution was curious, asking about it here. Shirhao was moved. Previously, there was a streak of multicolored light that flew out of the mud pool, wrapping itself around a stone box, obtained by him. This was precisely why he entered the battlefield, fighting against others. Shirhao produced it from his bosom. This stone box was flowing with a hazy splendor, currently sealed, extremely difficult to open. After trying several times, it was unexpectedly ineffective. Then, he began to decipher the bone texts, trying to completely break it open. Natural laws of force? Shirhao frowned. After carefully studying it, his mind jumped. The bone texts that were attached to the stone box were extremely strange, forming a wave of great power, preventing it from being opened. Open. When he understood what it was, he shouted, exerting force, using brute strength to break this box. An intense explosion sounded, shaking up heaven and earth, shocking everyone. This was especially the case when this underground world even began to collapse, making faces of the young great supreme beings below fall ashen. Even an exceptional beauty like Lan Xian had dark lines appear on her forehead, her teeth gritted. Huang, you're going too far. It is true that someone has tried to deal with you, but you cannot always deliberately stir things up, right? Someone couldn't help but shout out. This was an accident, but I refuse to apologize. Who told you all to provoke me just now? Shirhao replied. The people below were speechless. This person really was hard to provoke. just too arrogant. However, there really were people among them who were in the wrong. A wave of extreme brilliance rushed into the sky, leaving those on the ground greatly shocked as well. In the underground world, stalactites covered everything, the radiance dazzling. Chao Yusheng, Dragon Girl, and the others all stared at Shihao's hand. After stirring up so much commotion, what exactly was there inside? Shihao was opening the stone box through brute force, using it to deal with the tremendous force natural laws contained within. In reality, the most effective method was to just forcibly open it. After Shihao opened the box, a snow-white head stuck out, looking around, appearing rather amusing. Everyone was stunned. They rubbed their eyes to make sure they weren't seeing things. The stone box that flew out from the immortal manor had a creature, not an artifact. This really was a bit inconceivable. After all these years, there was still a living creature inside? A tortoise. The little fatty Chao Yusheng cried out. After carefully examining it, everyone became speechless. This was a snow-white tortoise that was palm-sized, its shell sparkling like fine jade. Its body was also like this. Unlike normal tortoises, it was quick-witted, its eyes looking rather lowly. What kind of tortoise is this? Don't tell me it is a long-life medicine that developed intelligence, turning into a white tortoise. I remember that in the 3,000 provinces, there was previously a white tortoise carrying immortal wondrous medicine. The little rabbit's saliva was startling to flow out, its large ruby-like eyes about to release flames. When the others heard this, they were all shocked as well. This was not entirely impossible. After all, this was a stone box that rushed out from the immortal manor, so there were naturally immortal treasures contained within. You all thought too much. Shihao shook his head. It was because he recognized the snow-white tortoise. He had met it a few years ago. At that time, the Great Elder was angling here, wishing to fish out that cunning creature out from the immortal manor, but in the end he only fished out this greedy tortoise. This was the Octadic Treasure Tortoise. Even though it wasn't comparable to a long-life medicine, its reputation was also astonishing, its name shaking the 9 heavens 10 earths. Not only was it one of the most well-known delicacies, it was also a great mending medicine. It was known as the #1 blood-enriching food, something that could grant Supreme Being level figures blood energy when they grew old and their bodies dried up. Octadic Treasure Tortoise. This is even harder to find than a divine medicine, something absolutely priceless. A few people cried out in shock. This is the Great Elder's belongings, left behind to replenish blood energy. Shihao said. He placed this tortoise back into the stone case. He used his divine will to ask this tortoise what exactly was going on. The Octadic Treasure Tortoise had long developed intelligence, so it naturally knew how to communicate. It was a bit nervous, telling him that when it was roaming around the mud pool, it was swept into the underground world by a wave of great power. Then, it was mysteriously subdued. It's that creature. Shihao narrowed his eyes, recalling that thing that the Great Elder had always wanted to capture, but always failed to do so. Suddenly, the underground cave released a giant noise. There was a region that ruptured open, many stalactites falling, the ground starting to sink. Rubble rushed out, all types of smoke and dust pervading the air. In the depths of the underground lair, there were sinister Dao symbols that flickered about. There was an underground palace there, grand and ancient-looking, almost like an immortal Dao ancient city. Upon closer inspection, it was unexpectedly made from metal. It was extremely grand and majestic. What a large city! Feng Wu exclaimed in admiration. It should be said that this is a small world, a vast cave. Chang Gong'an said. Everyone flew into the air, gazing forward, feeling that this was reasonable. That city had a few stone mountains that had caves opened in them, all of them releasing immortal energy. This made one's mind tremble. This was an immortal treasure land. Once one barged in, there would inevitably be great natural luck. At the same time, Shihao felt like there were several extremely frightening lumps of energy present. Even though they were hidden well, they still couldn't escape his spiritual awareness. Without a doubt, those were young supreme beings. They had long arrived here, just hiding on the side this entire time. The giant city was entirely greenish gold, like the most magnificent metalwork of art. These green gold structures didn't show any sign of decaying even after all these years, still bright and brilliant. At the same time, everyone felt that this so-called grand immortal city wasn't the main point, that the true great opportunity was most likely hidden within those stone mountains caves. This place was astonishing as expected. Normally speaking, it was incredible for there to be a single immortal cave nearby, but there were 9 stone mountains in the city, the ancient caves dark, all of them releasing immortal energy, meaning that there were 9 great immortal caves. This was an important place, an immortal city. One revealed serious expressions, not daring to act blindly without thinking. It was because Heavenly Deity Institution's Great Elder had previously discovered this place, but had never entered inside. Jia. A noise sounded from the immortal city. Giant green metal doors opened wide, chaotic energy surging. That place was incredibly mysterious. Then, a rumbling noise rang out. There was a stone gate inside that was also large, and right now, it also opened up. The immortal city was opened wide, displaying itself without restraint towards everyone here. This was extremely strange. After endless time had passed, this city didn't display any movements, yet today, it actually opened up on its own. Above the city, the symbols covering the void all disappeared. What did this mean? Could it be that they could directly enter by jumping over the city walls? In the past, that was but a restricted area. Those who dared trespass into the city would be blasted to pieces by the symbols, even supreme beings similarly dying. Immortal City truly appeared in this world just like that. Were they going to see the heavenly sun? Meanwhile, caw-caw sounds rang out from inside the city, several creatures slowly walking over. They all had human forms, their bodies covered in armor, carrying immortal energy. This left everyone alarmed. There were living creatures. Were they true immortals? Chapter 1280, Immortal City. True immortal, was it this type of creature? A group of people held their breath, not moving at all of them petrified in place. This type of ancient city where it was unknown just how many tens of thousands of years had passed, a place that had already existed for a long time when the last great era was destroyed, how could it still have living creatures within it? No one dared to act recklessly out of fear of angering these existences. Otherwise, they would most likely experience a tremendous disaster. Their armors were pitch black, but there weren't any rust stains, and they even flickered with metallic luster, flickering with light, maintained extremely well. One could vaguely sense the sharpness of immortal gold. They looked at their weapons, all black war halberds, heavenly spears, all heavy ancient weapons that carried a bloodiness able to devour the heaven and earth. What made everyone shiver inwardly was that these weapons definitely killed powerful opponents before, cut down exceptional figures. Otherwise, how could they be this tyrannical looking? Those people carried immortal energy, but those weapons were this frightening, making the expressions of everyone here become serious. They have darkness immortal gold. The little fatty Chao Yusheng was extremely daring, muttering this quietly. Those armors and those weapons all had darkness immortal gold mixed in. This was an extremely extravagant squandering. Immortal gold was difficult to find, always measured in the granules in this world. The majestic metal city was extremely vast, the towering city gates like a great archaic peak. The dark shadow they cast down made everyone feel suffocated. The green gold city walls were grand, continuous like a mountain ridge. They were situated there, blocking the road ahead. Those creatures walked over from the city gates, even their faces covered in armor, only the eye areas releasing sharp divine radiance that shot out like lightning. When those eyes landed on one's body, it would make them feel a bit of pain. Right now, those young supreme beings were all quiet, not daring to act randomly. Ta, ta, ta. Sounds of footsteps rang throughout this place. The sound of their feet making contact with the stone floor was clear and loud, as if they were directly sounding in their minds, making them shiver inwardly. They called these creatures immortal Dao creatures, as their bodies had immortal energies around them, and it wasn't wrong, but right they were giving off such a great pressure, not uttering a word, so they couldn't help but feel confused. Right at this time, the space between that humanoid creature's brows split open, revealing a vertical eye. It released a streak of scarlet-red radiance, sweeping it over everyone. "Ayo!" The little rabbit cried out in alarm. It was because when that scarlet multicolored light scattered over her body first, shaking her greatly, it was as if she was struck by electricity. Her entire body was trembling continuously. "What's wrong?" Those beside her cried out in alarm, wishing to go up and offer help, but before they even got close, they were blasted aside by that scarlet multicolored light, unable to reach her. The purest bloodlines of immortal ancient may enter. The one at the very front released a gloomy voice. It was extremely strange, normal people definitely unable to understand it. It was because this was immortal ancient language, something that had long disappeared for many years. However, none of those here were ordinary, all studying it before in the academy, to the extent where they even grasped the characters of that era. Everyone was shocked. Was this city guard examining them? The lunar jade rabbit was the most happy, in high spirits, her large eyes that were even more beautiful than red coral shining about to rush inside. "Why? Didn't you say that my bloodline was the purest? Why can't I enter?" The lunar jade rabbit widened her eyes, her face full of puzzlement and resentment. What creature's bloodline is purer than the young Qilin beasts? It is related to the immortals of Immortal Ancient. That creature with the large black halberd said coldly, a bit ruthless, even more so carrying a type of mechanical tone and rigidness. With a Qilu sound, the young Qilin beast the lunar jade rabbit held struggled free, jumping onto the ground. After 3 years had passed, it had grown quite a bit, but it was still quite lazy, normally still preferring to be carried by another, its body kept at 1 foot in length. The snow-white Qilin beast was incredibly happy, long feeling a sense of intimacy with this place, wishing to rush inside. You little thing really have no conscience. How can you just leave us behind? The little rabbit was furious. The snow-white Qilin young beast stopped, blinking its large sparkling eyes. It communicated with those creatures guarding the gate, asking if those people could be allowed in. The vertical eye of the one in the lead was open the entire time. It passed over everyone's bodies, and then in the end he nodded, saying, "These are descendants of immortal ancient residents, not the creatures of the other side, and there is someone of the Qilin bloodline to lead them. They may enter." Everyone was shocked. These guards were defending against foreign creatures. Was this the purpose for their existence? Shirhao and the others walked up in succession, passing through the city gates, walking inside. They already reached his point. There was no reason to back out now. Even if there was danger, they still had to take the risk. Suddenly, a black heavenly halberd reached out, the sharp blade erupting with dark light. It was extremely dazzling, carrying terrifying killing energy, simply about to engulf the 9 heavens 10 earths. This vicious weapon immediately blocked the path, stopping before one person. "For an intruder, enemy," it shouted, voice like thunder, immediately leaving everyone shocked. There were spies from the other side among them? This simply left everyone horrified. They had no idea before, not noticing. Everyone turned around, looking back. This person indeed came from the other side. Shirhao walked over, saying, "The one who was stopped was Mo Dao, the one Shirhao defeated and took on as a servant." From a bloodline perspective, he was the same as the 9 heavens 10 earths people, but he did live on the other side. Right now, Shirhao could only say things as they were, because he didn't know if Mo Dao would rebel in the end, whether he would change sides at the crucial moment. If this place was extremely important, then there really was a need to restrict him. That tall figure clad in black armor walked over, and then he grabbed Mo Dao with a single motion. The vertical eye between his brows erupted with brilliant light, staring at Mo Dao. A moment later, he loosened his grip, letting Mo Dao go. "He can enter, but it is restricted to a special range in the giant city, may not enter deeper," he said with an ice-cold voice. Everyone released a breath of relief, even Shirhao feeling relieved. If they really sensed something strange from Mo Dao's body, then he really did have to be ruthlessly suppressed and killed. This group wasn't that small, including the witch, Chang Gong'en, Feng Wu, Zhen Gu, Teng Yi, and others, even the disciples of Heavenly Deity Institution included. Then, those that were in the dark, the young supreme beings who had never appeared, all appeared as well, Sta. Ding together with Lan Xian, Great Su Tua, Daoist Qi Gu and others, arriving before the city gate. However, these people had divine light protecting them, mists coiling about, not willing to expose their true bodies. In the end, that seriously injured, previously unconscious Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch also came down. It was clear that Immortal Academy's old monster's divine pill allowed him to quickly recover. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. The city was extremely quiet, not a single figure to be seen on the street. It was as if the entire giant city only had those mysterious city defenders. Human figures flashed. Heavenly Deity Institution, Immortal Academy, and Sacred Academy's living fossil-level creatures descended, arriving before the entrance, wishing to interact with those creatures dressed in black armor. Only, what they received in reply was an ice-cold halberd, stopping their path. "You all are too old. The opportunities in the city have pretty much been used up. If it is used on you all, the effects won't be that great, would only be a waste." Those people were speechless. This really was rather blunt, saying this to their faces. At the same time, their minds sunk. Not even a giant city like this had great opportunities? This really was too much of a pity. I originally thought that it would be something left behind by an immortal king. This really is a pity. Someone said with a light sigh. What is there to feel pity about? This city is naturally one of the most important hidden trump cards. That defender said with an ice-cold voice. What is there inside? The eyes of an elder from Immortal Academy shone, staring at them. Things that were left behind by 2 immortal kings, but they aren't for you all. It can only be granted to the purest immortal ancient bloodlines. One of them coldly said. Right now, the ones who entered the city had heard this as well. All of them were shocked. This was actually the Dao right of immortal kings, moreover 2 of them appearing at once. Just how many immortal kings were there? There were absolutely none in this great era. Their number in the last great era could definitely be counted as well, yet there were actually 2 here. What did they leave behind? Everyone's eyes burned with desire, looking forward to it greatly. This was definitely a place of heaven-defying natural luck, filling everyone with expectations. Only, the creatures guarding the city gates told them that it only belonged to the most genuine descendants. The inside of the city was incredibly vast and enormous, truly like a world of its own. It was many times more vast than what it looked like from the outside. What is that? It's so brilliant. Right at this time, someone cried out in alarm. A group of people looked over, seeing that there was divine multicolored light overflowing from the end of the street. There was hazy white mist, sacred and auspicious. Everyone quickly rushed over, while Shirha held up the rear, defending against the young supreme beings behind them. Inside of his group, he was the only one with powerful intimidation force, the others unable to resist the might of true supreme beings. Huang was enough to intimidate everyone by himself. Sure enough, Lan Xian and the others frowned. They didn't wish to tear apart all relations as soon as they entered the city, so none of them took action, walking forward according to their own pace. Heavens, soul guiding lotus, moreover 3 of them at once. Chao Yusheng cried out, not daring to believe what he was seeing. At the other end of the street was a small plaza. There was a water pool there that surged with waves of divine multicolored light. There were actually 3 soul-guiding lotuses there, all of them divine medicines, flowing with brilliant radiance. This is but divine medicine. Just how many of them could there be of each type? Moreover, they're all growing in the same place. The others were also shocked. Divine medicines weren't completely unique, unable to compare to long-life medicines. However, the number of every single type of divine medicine was definitely pitifully low in number. Even if one searched through the entire heaven and earth, there wouldn't be that many of them, and they definitely couldn't grow in one place, or else the essence energy wouldn't be enough to support their growth. However, 3 stalks immediately appeared at once, all of them soul-guiding lotuses. This type of medicine's most miraculous effect was that they could strengthen one's primordial spirit. As long as there was even a bit of one's divine consciousness left, then it could allow one to revive. We are too lucky. A great chance to refine the primordial spirit is right before our eyes. Many people cried out with joy. Chao Yusheng was even more direct, directly jumping over with a potong sound, entering the pool. How fragrant! The medicinal nature of the divine lotus had long melted into the water, rich with fragrance, so rich that it won't dissolve. He drank large mouthfuls of the pool water while laughing strangely. There were quite a few people who followed him, all of them rushing down to acquire the strong medicinal nature within. This medicinal liquid really is fragrant. Chao Yusheng continuously praised it while gulping it down. Who is the lunatic drinking my bathwater? Right at this time, an extremely tender voice sounded, immediately making all the voices disappear. Everyone was stumped, and then they rose up, moving to the side of the pool, taking precautions. Where did that voice come from? Chao Yusheng was standing at the shore, angrily berating out. He drank a full stomach full of liquid, and as a result was criticized by another, saying that this was bath water. This really was a bit offensive. You big fatty, be careful, you almost stepped on me. That tender voice sounded from the ground. The fatty Chao Yusheng lowered his head, carefully searching about. In the end, he finally saw a creature at the tip of his toes. He was first stupefied, and then he began to laugh crazily. Just a little bean, yet you dare bother me. Be careful not to be stepped flat by me, he said while chuckling. You dare mock me? I can blast you flying with a single fist. On the ground, that extremely small creature who one would easily overlook said. Chao Yusheng felt like this was rather interesting. He squatted out, reaching out a finger to prod at that creature that was less than an inch in size. However, he was immediately stupefied. It was because he was struck by a fist, feeling as if he had been trampled on by a mammoth, as if a giant archaic peak smashed into him. His entire body flew out, rushing into the ends of the horizon, unable to stop himself even if he wanted to. At the same time, he felt intense pain from his entire body, all of his bones feeling like they were broken. Motherfucking, I'm going to. I was sent flying by a bean, I fucking swear. Chao Yusheng released a string of curses, swearing continuously. In the end, he really was quite disappointing, fainting from that punch. Chapter 1281, Extreme Strength. Everyone raised their heads, watching as Chao Yusheng's figure disappeared, turning into a small black point. His body traveled further and further, eventually completely disappearing. This was extremely shocking. Chao Yusheng excelled in both the engravement and formation arrangement cultivation realms, making inconceivable breakthroughs in both of them, carving down the third killing formation. He possessed powerful destructive force, yet this type of scene appeared now, leaving everyone stupefied. His entire body disappeared without a trace from a single fist. He's unconscious, the witch said quietly. It was because everyone saw how distressed Fatty Chao was when he was flying into the distance, punched unconscious by a single fist strike. His eyes were rolling back, going unconscious. Really is embarrassing. The lunar jade rabbit didn't feel any sympathy, giggling and laughing, because she knew that Fatty wouldn't die, just suffering a bit. At this moment, everyone looked at the ground, searching for the culprit. They all became petrified, speechless. That place was too outrageous. After a long time had passed, this place remained extremely quiet. Everyone's expressions were full of shock, as if they saw living ghosts. It was because right now, everyone noticed what kind of creature it was. It was a fellow the size of a finger segment, looking incredibly proud and complacent. It was an ant. Its body was golden, around the size of an inch. This was precisely the creature who sent Chao Yuxing flying. Woo, the fatty really is good for nothing, really losing us face. The little rabbit covered her face, feeling embarrassed in his place. This really left them speechless. It was just an ant, yet a single fist knocked the fatty unconscious. At this time, it was unknown where Fatty Chao fell. From the looks of it, he was at least several dozen li out. No one knew what to say. This scene was too comical, extremely strange, yet they couldn't laugh even if they tried. If you aren't convinced, then this is the result. Next to that divine pool, auspicious multicolored light surged, indistinct watery mist pervading the air. That place was extremely brilliant, the ant incredibly arrogant. The golden body was extremely sturdy, as if it was polished from a grain of sand. Its small body stood upright, looking like a person. Its arms were crossed before its chest, its head raised, large eyes like golden lights, 1 foot in front, 1 foot in back, standing in a rather carefree manner. Haha. Finally, someone couldn't help but roar with laughter. It was precisely this being that sent Chao Yuxing flying, his figure directly disappearing. This was just too laughable. How was that fatty supposed to show himself in the future? Would he still dare boast shamelessly or act cockily? What are you laughing at? If you are unwilling, then all of you can come over as well. The golden ant reached out an arm that was just like a human arm, 5 fingers on that arm as well. This was, without a doubt, a bizarre ant. Even though it was extremely small, it was a bit similar to a person. It moved its hand, taunting everyone, its intention as if challenging everyone. When they heard its immature-sounding voice and saw its jumping motion, everyone felt like it was a bit ridiculous. Even such a little thing dared act so frivolously, this arrogant. You said that this pool was what you used for showering? A disciple from Heavenly Deity Institution asked. Correct. This golden ant nodded, behaving ostentatiously. It was clearly still young and tender, but it put on a mature look, saying, "It is precisely this king's place of bathing. Do you all have nothing better to do, drinking my bath water?" This fella really needed a spanking. Everyone felt the urge to throw themselves over and strike it with their shoes. Their shoes might just directly cover its body. Of course, if it was a normal ant, it would definitely be crushed into a paste under their shoes. Luckily, I didn't drink it. The lunar jade rabbit stuck out its tongue, Feng Wu and the others also feeling glad. It was because as women, they were all extremely reserved. There was no way they would just follow along and jump in to drink it. That type of appearance would really lack beauty, and it wouldn't make them look like wise and virtuous women. As a result, a few people remained silent, all of them staring at the ant. Meanwhile, Shihao treated this golden divine bug seriously the moment he saw it. Chang Gong'en, Witch, Mo Dao, and the others were all carefully observing as well. Heavenly horned ant, Shihao said softly. After observing for a long time, he came to this type of conclusion. When these 3 words sounded, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Then, their minds surged greatly. It was actually this type of immortal ant? It was too inconceivable. Didn't they long go extinct? If one were to discuss who was #1 in courage and strength under the sky, they would all think about the heavenly horned ant. In terms of strength, there was no one who could compare. It was known to be able to sweep through all enemies. Not even the true dragon was stronger than it. This was a bug race that was the greatest not only in name but also in reality. Of course, the heavenly horned ants of the immortal ancient years were different from the present descendants. When they matured, there was no way they would only be the size of a bean, at the very least a zhang in size. There were some that could turn into human forms, carrying some ant characteristics. At that time, they would become exceptionally terrifying. Before they matured, they could easily collapse giant mountains, kick down mountain ridges. They were incredibly powerful, incomparable. Everyone carefully examined it, feeling like they overlooked something. There was a small bulge where its head was. If one didn't look carefully, there was no way they would notice anything. That was precisely the heavenly horned ants, heavenly horn, able to split apart the heaven and earth, break apart the universe. This was the mature heavenly horned ant's most powerful weapon in this world. It was still young, and that was why it didn't completely take form and grow out. The golden body was full of power. Even though it was still extremely small in size, there was still a domain that formed around it, purely created through power. This type of creature had matchless divine strength, able to dominate this entire world through its extreme strength. This left everyone horrified. Was one of the archaic vicious 10 going to appear in this world? A few people's expressions were unpleasant, including the few young supreme beings in the back, their faces serious. It was because the temperaments of the archaic vicious 10 were all quite bad, or else why would they have this type of title? Only Sherhao's eyes released green light, staring at that little golden ant, the corners of his lips carrying a smile, saliva about to fall out. For him, this was heaven-defying natural luck, something that he wanted even while dreaming. This represented the unmatched precious technique of the heavenly horned ant, representing the supreme divine ability of the Tao of strength. If he grasped the small ant, Sherhao's strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It was because his flesh was already domineering to begin with, extremely strong, more like a body refiner than a body refiner. If he grasped this type of matchless divine ability, who would be able to stop him under the heavens? He would be unstoppable in the 9 heavens 10 earths, travel unhindered through the world. At the same time, he remembered that when he was in the 3,000 provinces, when immortal ancient remains opened, didn't exiled immortal enter a heavenly horned ant's nest? He had previously killed hundreds of thousands of people. Wasn't that the residence of the heavenly horned ant? How could there be one here? Moreover, a young one. It seemed like there was more than one nest, and this was an extremely important place. Sherhao never dared to look down on exiled immortal, because he knew that this person should have successfully cultivated the extreme strength precious technique, moreover grasping an ancient horn. Back then, if not for the 10,000 spirit diagram he would have definitely been easily destroyed by that mysterious ancient horn. Little ant, where are your parents? A female cultivator smiled, calling out to the young bug before her. Remove the word little, call me king. This king is here, yet you all dare belittle me, treating me like a child. That golden ant had its arms behind its back, standing with its head held up high, as if it was proud of its age and experiences. However, its voice was just too young and tender, appearing extremely immature no matter how they looked at it. How old are you really? Someone asked. Even though they knew that it was astonishing, perhaps could even be said to be terrifying, they still lacked respect for it, because it was too little. This king has already lived longer than a great era. You tell me how old I am. The little ant said coldly. What? Everyone became shocked. A great era? Was it talking nonsense? Just how ancient was this? How many years had passed? There shouldn't be anyone in this world who is that old. Unless it was an old monster who had undergone rebirth, otherwise, how could it be this ancient? Everyone broke out into a shiver. This wasn't an impossible thing, because according to some legends they heard, a few old monsters acquired the essence of heaven and earth, seizing life energy in this world, from this recovering youth from a fundamental biological level. Where's the bean? Right at this time, Chao Yuxing appeared. He fainted quickly, but recovered quickly as well. His condition was quite miserable, limping as he returned, his clothes in tatters, really looking like he was trampled on by a barbaric cow, almost falling apart, his injuries not light. With this king here, a fatty like you still doesn't come over to bow down in respect? The little golden ant said proudly. Chao Yuxing was furious, his eyes even turning green. It was different from Sherhao's excitement, the fatty was feeling gloominess. The veins on his forehead were jumping. He was actually sent flying by an ant, making him feel completely humiliated. Even though he was thick-skinned, this was still too shameful. Fatty, don't act recklessly, this is a heavenly horned ant, so being sent flying by it isn't shameful. Sherhao reminded. Heavenly horned ant? Chao Yuxing's voice immediately rose an octave, his mood completely shifting. That chubby face gradually produced a smile, becoming even more dazzling than a flower. He wiped away a mouthful of saliva in a rather unsightly manner, tapped Sherhao with his shoulder, and then said quietly, extreme strength blood. Doesn't this mean that we don't lack this type of precious blood in the future? Cough. Sherhao coughed, having him shut his mouth. Ha ha ha. Chao Yuxing laughed in an unbridled manner, his eyes green, not holding any grudge at all, instead feeling happy and excited. In Sacred Academy, there was a bit of extreme strength blood, but it was all occupied by Jin Zhang, Little Saint, Taoist Qi Gu and others. It was too difficult for others to obtain even a drop. For a body cultivator, if they wanted to transform and undergo rebirth, that was the most rare and precious blood, able to allow one's strength to become boundless, changing their constitution through the most shocking transformation. Fatty, what are you muttering about? Do you want to get beat up? Be careful not to be blasted apart by a second fist from me. The golden little ant said in an extremely blunt manner. Chao Yuxing was a bit gloomy. He lowered his head towards that miniature creature. There was such a huge difference in their size, so why was their strength not also proportionate? Ta, ta, ta. Footsteps sounded. Several city defenders walked over, dressed in dark armor that carried a mysterious and cold radiance. They held heavy weapons, looking like extremely serious war gods. There is natural luck here, seize it with your own abilities. However, the true inheritance is only left for the 2 descendants of kings with the purest ancient bloodlines. One of the defenders was extremely direct, speaking like this. Everyone looked towards the young Qilin beast, as well as that little golden ant. They immediately knew that the two immortal ancient bloodlines definitely referred to them. Seniors, are you all immortals? A young supreme being at Great Su Tuo's side said, wishing to learn the answer to this. Everyone listened carefully, all of them wanting to know as well. We are just a few old soldiers. In the past, waves of blood rushed into the heavens, the entire world wiped out, all experts dying in battle. Our wills have struggled to this day, turning our bodies into puppets to carry out the final protection. One of them said. In a daze, it was as if they could hear the shouts of war fill the world again, corpses piling up into mountains, blood flowing like rivers, all species reaching their final days, walking towards the end. That type of terrifying scene seemed to be rushing straight at them. Several old soldiers dragged their ruined bodies here, all for the sake of protecting the final source of flame. They were truly worthy of respect. After exhausting all of our efforts, we finally resurrected the descendant of the heavenly horned ant. It slept for millions and millions of years, and then it revived, completing its rebirth in this world. One of them said. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Great One, the bloodline of immortal ancient is important, but that doesn't mean that the descendants are inferior to the predecessors. The main force of the future battle will depend on us, so you all should not be biased and instead grant us the most important inheritances and opportunities. Lan Xian spoke, trying to fight over the opportunities. Fine, you all will get a chance. Whoever can raise that origin source cauldron, I will acknowledge that person. The one in the lead said, pointing out with the large black halberd in his hand. There was a stone mountain over there, immortal energy released strand after strand from it. This was clearly an extremely important cave. At the top of the mountain was a cauldron. It wasn't extremely grand, only 3 foot tall. It rested there, releasing a simple and ancient aura. Origin source cauldron, I seem to have heard of it before. Lan Xian frowned. It is the #1 treasure of immortal ancient, unimaginable heavy. It is because it is the weapon of the heavenly horned ant. Forget about brandishing it. Normal people can't even lift it, just touching it would send them flying. Great Su Tua said. Is there anyone who wishes to try? If anyone can move it, then I will acknowledge that person. An old soldier spoke in a stiff and blank manner. He had long become a puppet, lacking spirituality. Only some of the ruined defender will infused into the puppet body remained, which was why it was so machine-like. I'll give it a go. A young supreme being stood out, wishing to give it a try. Huang, you have to go as well. You possess extraordinary strength. I feel like you have a chance of succeeding. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples all wanted him to give it a try. Chapter 1282, Raising the Origin Source Cauldron. Green multicolored light scattered down. An individual with a wonderful physique walked over, body swaying like a lotus, leaves fluttering about in her surroundings. There was a great feeling of vitality. In addition, there were some seeds that floated up, taking root in the void, growing into divine vines, precious trees, and other things, crowding her within, carrying out protection. The first young supreme being who was taking action was actually female, her dress extremely long, dragging on the ground, her figure swaying about, extremely beautiful. She had a head of green hair, her skin snow-white, her eyes extremely large, full of spirituality. Her pupils were deep green, as if she was a spirit that emerged from the most primitive mountain forest depths. She was astonishingly beautiful, and also full of spirituality, even more so having a type of unimaginably rich life force, as if a boundless source of life accompanied her. It's her. Someone said quietly, recognizing her. Who is this woman? Many people didn't recognize her, because there were a few young supreme beings who kept a low profile. After truly merging with the perfect seed, even though there were rumors, the number of times they took action was limited. The woman called the goddess of life. Someone said. When has this type of person appeared among young supreme beings before? Everyone was stunned. However, just now, she really did walk together with Great Su Tua, Lan Xian, and the others. Someone who recently came out from seclusion. At first, many people didn't know about her, but an elder from Immortal Academy personally stated that in the era of Divine Tao, she could perhaps claim the title of being Lord of Life, imperishable through endless generations. Everyone was stupefied. How high of an evaluation was this? Just what kind of seed did this female supreme being merge with? Many people were discussing things privately, more and more rumors spreading. This woman came from a long-life family, her entire clan descendants of immortal ancient. They had previously produced immortals, even though those individuals now might have long died, their bones even rotten. However, all long-life families were giants no one dared to look down on, even more so wouldn't provoke. They held frightening trump cards left behind by immortals. A young female supreme being who came from this type of clan was naturally frightening. Together with the evaluation that Immortal Academy's elder gave, it was too hard not to feel fear. Her name is Lu Hong. At this moment, Everyone knew what clan she was from. They weren't a human clan, but had humanoid forms, no one knowing what their original forms were, just that they possessed overflowing magical force, their divine might able to oppress the world. Lu Hong strolled over gracefully towards that stone mountain in the city. She didn't dare fly, instead walking with her own 2 feet. It was because this kind of place wouldn't tolerate anyone acting recklessly. There were long rumors that the void had a few formations. If one behaved too recklessly, they might incur punishment. Those who are not foreign cultivators may fly in the city, however, no killing intent is allowed to be released. An old soldier protecting the ancient city said. Understood. Lu Hong didn't act pretentiously either, rushing into the air, flying towards that stone mountain. When everyone heard this, they all followed her. The metal gate was extremely large, the 9 stone mountains extremely grand. The one before them was cast and majestic. It wasn't shockingly tall either, but it just had a type of loftiness that made one feel reverence, as if it was a great immortal Dao peak. There was an ancient cave halfway up the mountain that was releasing immortal energy strand after strand, but no one was able to approach it because there was an enormous domain there that blocked everything. The bluestone steps led straight to the top of the mountain. On the mountain was a 3-foot-tall ancient cauldron that poured out white mist. There were even reflections of the sun, moon, and stars within. It was as if there was an expanse of cosmos inside, vast and boundless. It was extremely peaceful, nothing unexpected happening along the way. Everyone landed on this mountain peak smoothly, ascending this immortal mountain, all of them extremely excited. Rise. Lu Hong walked up, forcefully grabbing an ear and a foot of the cauldron, wishing to lift it. She looked like she was extremely delicate and gentle, but her power really was extremely great. Around her snow-white fingertips, the void completely ruptured, forming a terrifying great crack that ran through this place. However, she failed. Even though she used heaven-overflowing strength, it was still too hard for her to move the cauldron in the slightest. Move. Lu Hong released a light shout, her entire body shining, life force surging like an ocean. Moreover, she used precious techniques this time, all types of bone techs interweaving, merging together, forming a great divine ability, trying to raise up this cauldron. She didn't believe in the supernatural. Could it be that, even after relying on her own divine abilities, Long Life Clan's exceptional precious technique, she still couldn't move this artifact? A giant noise sounded here, all types of lightning radiance erupting, electricity interweaving, the scene extremely terrifying. Even though she was known as a life goddess, she still had her wild side. However, in the end, the great cauldron didn't move at all, still situated above the mountain peak, calm like a boulder. Chaotic energy surged from within, sun, moon, and stars shining. Attacking this cauldron with divine abilities is useless. No matter how powerful you are, don't tell me you think your power is greater than this magical artifact whose name has reigned glorious throughout the ages. It can neutralize all and can only be raised through true strength. An old soldier said. Everyone suddenly understood. This was the weapon of the heavenly horned ant, so it was naturally something that required great strength to wield. All attempts to raise it through divine abilities and precious techniques would most likely result in failure. Lin Hong tried several times, but she had no choice but to admit that she failed, unable to move this cauldron in the slightest. Origin Source Cauldron, it was as steady as Mount Tai, calm and unmoving. Senior, this is not fair. This is the weapon of an immortal. Even if our aptitudes are unordinary, we are still too far from immortal Dao realm, so how can we possibly raise it? Lu Hong found this a bit hard to accept. The true Origin Source Cauldron is something you all can't even touch, or else you would have been directly blown to pieces. This is merely its projection. An old soldier said. When they heard these words, many people became stupefied. This wasn't the true Origin Source Cauldron. It looked just like the real thing, no difference at all. It was similarly ice-cold to the touch. The city defenders immediately stated clearly that the heavenly horned ant's weapon was incomparable, perfectly preserved from the immortal ancient battle. This was one of the most frightening immortal artifacts. Forget about other inheritances and opportunities, just this weapon ending up here alone was already incredible, the meaning great. This was an unmatched ancient treasure. When the true battle came in the future, whoever could come here and awaken the weapon, use it in attack, they would definitely produce world-shaking matchless divine might. This weapon is a condensed projection. It isn't that heavy, but it isn't that light either, at the perfect weight for the past heavenly horned ant great one when he was young. An old soldier explained. Everyone sighed with admiration, finding it hard to calm down. It was worthy of being a vicious 10, already this frightening when it was young, its power able to oppress the masses. It was clear that the young female supreme being Lu Hong couldn't compare to the heavenly horned ant when it was young. I am not a match for it, she said in dejection. The other young supreme beings behind her also frowned, feeling like it would be extremely difficult for them to succeed as well. Let me try. Right at this time, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch spoke. He bathed in purple energy, wrapped within purple multicolored light. He walked forward, now long calmed down. He didn't even give Shirhao a glance, starting to raise the cauldron. He shouted loudly, using all of his strength. The bones within his body released gag noises, purple light erupting like thunder. However, in the end, it was all useless. That cauldron didn't move at all, not leaving its original location at all. Again! Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch released a loud roar. A sparkling purple seed appeared, turning into a streak of great mist purple energy, hanging from that cauldron, about to raise it. Then, an alarming event happened. That purple energy burst open, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, directly flying out. This place became dead silent, everyone horrified. This was just too frightening. After Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch rashly used the perfect seed, he suffered a severe retaliation, being seriously injured as a result. I failed. Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch sighed, slowly withdrawing. He found this truly hard to accept, but he couldn't do anything to this cauldron. Is there anyone else who is going to give it a try? The old soldier asked. This is my weapon, who can move it? On the ground, that little golden ant that was less than an inch long curled its lips, putting on an arrogant look. I will give it a try. Lan Xian walked up. Her entire body surged with blue multicolored light. As a result, the corners of her lips fluttered about. As she used all of her strength, her face turned pale, unable to move this cauldron in the slightest. Then, Chao Yuxing and the others refused to believe things without trying it out themselves, giving it a try one after another. However, in the end, their faces all turned red, unable to move this cauldron. Let me try. At this time, Great Su Tua spoke. He slowly walked up, grabbing this cauldron. Then, he chanted sutras, the chanting ringing into the horizon. Golden resplendent light appeared on his body, his skin as if cast from gold, his body like a golden, unbreakable body. Right at this time, the origin source cauldron released a trembling sound, actually making a noise. Everyone was shocked. Great Su Tua was formidable after all. Was he going to raise it? However, this was all he managed to accomplish. Great Su Tua lowered his arms, not trying any further. What a pity, why didn't you continue? You even made it release a sound, about to move it, so why did you give up? Many people felt regret. I failed. Great Su Tua shook his head, not saying too much. Then, Qi Gu took action. This individual from Sacred Academy, a man of few words, the young Taoist who was rather inflexible directly walked up, facing this cauldron. The great cauldron rumbled, releasing a noise, rumbling here like thunder. Everyone was shocked. This quiet Taoist really was strong, actually able to go this far, not weaker than Great Su Tua. Only, even though the cauldron released deafening noises, it still didn't move, unable to be lifted. Taoist Qi Gu sighed. He also walked to the side, admitting defeat. Then, there were two more young supreme beings who walked up, but they both failed, no one able to raise the cauldron. The scene became a bit cold, everyone silent. Was there no one in the present world generation who could compare to the heavenly horned ant during its youth? Didn't this mean that the present world was inferior to a mortal ancient, that they were destined to be wiped out even sooner? Forget about others, just those young supreme beings were silent, extremely quiet. There is no need to feel downcast. Strength doesn't mean everything, let alone the fact that the Tao of strength is where the heavenly horned ant is at its best. Just because this is its forte doesn't mean that it is where you all are strongest, and it cannot serve as a standard for weighing whether one is strong or weak. For example, the true dragon, when it was young, its strength similarly couldn't compare to the heavenly horned ant, but did this represent its fighting prowess? It is definitely among the very best among the vicious 10. An old soldier said. When everyone heard this, their moods became much better. This was indeed the case. The powerful true dragon couldn't even compare to the heavenly horned ant in strength, so there was no need for them to feel a sense of defeat. This is destined to be a weapon only I can use, no one else can move it. That little golden ant stuck out its chest, looking down on everyone. Unfortunately, everyone had to lower their heads to look at it. Is there anyone else who wishes to give it a try? The old soldier asked one last time. At this moment, many people's eyes looked at Shirhao. Perhaps only he still had a chance. You did not merge with a perfect seed, but you are also quite strong. How could this be? One of the old soldiers was extremely curious, frowning, extremely confused. I'll give it a go. Shirhao chose to try. Even if he failed, he had to give it a try, weigh how great of a difference there was between himself and the heavenly horned ant during its youth. All eyes gathered on his body. Strange, you indeed don't have a perfect seed, so why are you still so strong? The old soldier leader carried puzzlement, carefully examining him. A clear metal sound was transmitted. The origin source cauldron was grabbed by Sher Hao, and then he fiercely exerted strength. He released a loud roar, using his physical body's greatest strength, exceeding the past, truly displaying how strong his body was after its endless tempering. His body was slender, but it was extremely sturdy, his entire body erupting with heaven-overflowing blood energy. At this moment, everyone involuntarily stepped back. How could one's physical strength be that great, forming a domain of its own, affecting the surrounding time and space? Everyone was stupefied. The origin source cauldron left the ground and rose up, pulled from the ground. How could this be? Could it be? There is someone who finished that path in this great era. An old soldier said with a trembling voice. My weapon, how could it have been lifted by someone else? The little golden heavenly horned ant cried out. It was given a fright, feeling like it was seeing things. Chapter 1283, Imperishable Scripture. The golden little ant rubbed its eyes, and after making sure that it wasn't seeing incorrectly, it was stupefied. It still hadn't matured yet, which was why it still couldn't move this cauldron. However, this person in front of it moved the cauldron first. This left it completely shocked, and then it felt annoyed. What is wrong with you? Fighting with me over my weapon, is it that fun? If you aren't convinced, just come and we can fight it out. It said angrily. Right now, everyone was greatly alarmed. Huang was actually this terrifying. Those young supreme beings were all defeated, unable to move this cauldron, while he could actually directly raise it. Just how terrifying was his divine force? It really was generation dominating. Everyone had already placed quite a bit of their attention on Huang. They knew that he had been laying low for 3 years, that he was still powerful, still one of the supreme beings of this generation. However, no matter what, they just never expected him to be this strong. If it was only in terms of physical bodies, he was likely in the top 3, right? Aside from Sacred Academy's Jin Zhan, Little Saint, and others who stressed body refining, not. Even the few unmatched individuals from Immortal Academy had flesh shells this strong. He clearly exhibits an aura from my immortal ancient bloodline, walking this path, yet he didn't merge with a perfect seed. How did he achieve this? An old soldier said softly, expression serious. Impossible, that path is something no one could take, a broken one. It should have been a path everyone gave up on. The old soldier leader's eyes were deep and cold. They had long seen that Taoist Qi cultivated the present world methods, different from the inheritance of Immortal Ancient. His divine force was exceptional because his methods were different. There was a reason for this. However, that young man named Sher Hao used immortal energy. The symbols that covered his body and surged from his flesh displayed that he walked the path of immortal ancient bloodlines. Meanwhile, this path, if one didn't merge with one of those unmatched seeds, no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to compare to the heavenly horned ant. The power of his flesh wouldn't be this frightening. Seniors, you all guessed correctly. This brother of mine is extremely awesome, taking that path you all speak of, moreover succeeded, transcending the ancients. Fatty Chow acted cockily there, as if he himself was the one who succeeded and basking in glory. Moreover, he even specially pointed out Immortal Academy's people, saying that their elders' eyes couldn't judge others properly, too stingy to grant Sher Hao a precious seed, forcing him to take this path of death. Outside the city, the elders who were surveying this place from above saw the scene, feeling their skin become hot. You use the body as the seed, continuing a broken road, breaking through the trial of death? An old soldier widened his eyes, simply unable to believe everything he was seeing. Succeeded through a fluke. Sher Hao nodded. In that instant, several old soldiers became petrified, unable to say anything. Right now, Sher Hao's entire head was covered in sweat. This cauldron really was too heavy, crushing his arms until they felt like they were going to break. The entire stone mountain was swirling with immortal mist, unexpectedly lightly trembling as well. This was just too shocking. Everyone felt like the ground below their feet was unstable, rocking intensely. This was but an immortal mountain. There were immortal formations here, yet it was still like this right now. Just how heavy was that cauldron? It was just too terrifying. Meanwhile, this was only a projection, not the true origin source cauldron. Hurry and lower it, you are quite excellent, already meeting the requirements. The leader of the Immortal City Guards said urgently, fearing that Sher Hao would become injured due to the weight of the ancient cauldron. The old soldiers had already recovered from their petrification. They were incomparably shocked, staring at Sher Hao as if they were looking at a rare treasury, making him shiv. Inwardly. Sher Hao lowered the cauldron, making the entire mountain shake intensely, as if an earthquake happened. He felt his arms becoming sore, in a bit of pain. He couldn't help but sigh. The heavenly horned ant race was too freakish, using something this heavy as a weapon. How could ordinary people even raise such a thing? Even someone like him could only raise it, definitely not brandish it as he wished, use it like a weapon. That wasn't realistic. Hao felt like his own physical body was already strong enough, but when he encountered this race, he clearly experienced the phrase, in the wider world, there are people more talented than oneself. When they saw his face of dissatisfaction, as if he achieved nothing, everyone became speechless. Chao Yuxing was still boasting loudly for him, campaigning for him, but when he saw how he was now, he didn't know what to say. The young supreme beings all became inwardly vigilant, feeling a great pressure. On the path of physical bodies, Huang now took the lead. If they wanted to suppress and surpass him, they could only try to do so through Dao skills. Right now, those old guards' eyes all released green light, staring at Hao as if they were sizing up a priceless treasure. The leader laughed in an extremely mechanical manner, as if seeing through his thoughts, saying, there is no need to feel disappointment. The heavenly horned ant, in terms of strength, is #1 in the world. Hao nodded, not saying anything. The leader then added, in reality, you are also extremely astonishing, to the extent where your achievements have surpassed the past and present. It is because you didn't truly forge your flesh shell, not a pure body cultivator. If you take that path, you can definitely become comparable to the heavenly horned ant, perhaps even seize the advantage. On the side, that little golden ant didn't like the sound of this, saying, what are you saying? He's just a human, how can he compare to us? When I grow up, I will definitely swing this cauldron around, treat it like a toy. Little Jean, 1, you are unmatched, extremely strong. In the future, you will definitely exceed your ancestors. However, this human is not simple either. He is also extremely strong, not necessarily weaker than your race. The leader said. When they heard such a high evaluation given to Hao, everyone was surprised. They actually rated Huang so highly, putting him side by side with the vicious Ten's heavenly horned ant. I have also studied a bit of body refinement techniques. Hao spoke things as they were, correcting the other party. It wasn't that he hadn't taken this path before. Oh, what technique have you studied? The guard leader asked, appearing quite shocked. Bone tempering method. Hao said. It was something the great elder passed down to him, at the time saying that it originated from Sacred Academy, so he had to search for the latter portions from them later. I have never heard of it. Could you describe it a bit? The leader was quite direct, actually speaking about this type of requirement. One had to bear in mind that all techniques were precious. How could it be easily leaked to others? However, Hao didn't hesitate, secretly passing it over through his divine consciousness, telling it to him. It is not bad, but still not enough. This is a scripture method derived from the imperishable technique, far from being comparable to the true scripture. The leader said. What? You know the imperishable scripture? Before Hao spoke up, someone from the side already asked about this, moreover sounding extremely urgent. It was precisely Daoist Qigong. He normally remained quiet, rarely speaking, almost like an old-fashioned elder. However, right now, his breathing was rushed, extremely agitated. It was because when he was in Sacred Academy, a few people had mentioned that ancient scripture before, talking about its inconceivable power. I do not understand it, and in Immortal Ancient, there weren't many who did either, at most 2 or 3 great ones reading it in the past. Meanwhile, we only know some superficial bits. The leader spoke as things were. How great is the difference between the bone tempering method and the imperishable scripture? Hao asked. If I have to speak the truth, then I can only say that compared to the imperishable method, this piece of scripture of yours is extremely shallow, not profound enough. That leader said. This left everyone shocked. The bone tempering method was already extraordinary, yet it could only obtain this evaluation. If there is no body refinement technique in the present world comparable to the imperishable technique, then this era is inferior to the last, undoubtedly in danger. The leader said with a sigh. There is one established by a senior from Sacred Academy, but my academy is still searching for the imperishable scripture to compare and verify. Daoist Qigong explained directly. The imperishable scripture could also be said to be one of the most powerful scriptures of Immortal Ancient Era, and in the path of body refinement, it is even more so an unmatched canonical text. An old soldier said. Based on what he said, once the complete imperishable scripture was cultivated, heaven would be difficult to bury, earth difficult to extinguish, flesh spiritual. Even if the divine senses are wiped out and scattered, the body would remain undecaying, unbreaking, forever imperishable. It was to the extent where there were rumors that once one achieved perfection through it, even if the primordial spirit was destroyed and wiped out, after a long period of accumulation, the day would come when the flesh could reconstruct a divine soul. In other words, this was imperishable in the truest of meaning. It was to the extent where there was someone who explained that after several decades to centuries later, when the flesh body produced a primordial SP. I read again, it wouldn't be a new body, still having memories prior to the reconstruction. Everyone listened carefully to what he said. All of them were stunned. This is more formidable than that unmatched canonical text of Sacred Academy. They sighed with praise. In reality, if it is assessed based on its rumors, then the imperishable scripture can also rank within the top 3 in the last great era, just that there is no proof that it truly can make one imperishable. The leader said with a sigh. That was why it wasn't ranked in the top 3. When he spoke up to hear, the old soldier's eyes burned with passion, looking at Shirhao. One of them said, if you have the chance to cultivate it, after you reach perfection you might be able to verify if one can truly become imperishable. The heavens difficult to bury, the earth difficult to extinguish. It was because Shirhao used the body as the seed, having enough potential himself already. If he cultivated the imperishable scripture, he would definitely travel even further. Where is the imperishable scripture? Shirhao asked. He really was moved, feeling that he needed it quite badly. Even the others' eyes burned with desire. Even if they weren't body cultivators, reforging the body was still essential. It disappeared. The leader said with a sigh. Everyone was surprised. Their interests were all stirred up, yet in the end, this type of reply was given. It truly left them feeling disappointed. The leader said, back then, Heavenly Horned Ant Great One could only raise this cauldron, but after cultivating that imperishable scripture, he could already brandish this cauldron in his youth, treating it like a firewood rod, his power matchless. This was why they acknowledged Shirhao. Being able to lift the cauldron meant that he was already just like the Heavenly Horned Ant before it studied the imperishable scripture, equally matched. It definitely hasn't disappeared. I still have to learn it in the future. On the side, the little golden ant shouted. We have searched through the city, scoured this ancient place, but we still didn't find the imperishable scripture Heavenly Horned Ant Great One obtained. It really is regretful and something difficult to accept. The leader sighed. Everyone felt disappointed. If such an important scripture was lost, then that would just be too pitiful. Many times, just having great ambition wasn't enough. The so-called forging new methods, treading on completely new paths were all established on the glory of predecessors. Only by having enough experiences to borrow from could one produce even more dazzling martial Dao enlightenment. Based on our suspicions, there are only 3 possibilities as to where the imperishable scripture is. The first is right here, to be left to the Heavenly Horned Ant's descendant to discover as soon as he matured to a certain step. The second is that it was lost on that cruel battlefield. Heavenly Horned Ant GRE. At one fought until the heavens collapsed and earth ruptured back then, killing many undying beings, yet at the same time suffered injuries that were too severe, continuing until the last drop of blood flowed out from his body. Many things Great One carried were lost. The third possibility is that it might have fallen into a restricted land within the 9 heavens 10 earths. The leader said with a serious tone. There were 3 possibilities, difficult to say which one it was. However, there was a chance right before their eyes. If it was here, if these old soldiers couldn't find it, that didn't mean that others couldn't. If outsiders like them were destined to do so, they might be able to get in touch with it, draw out the imperishable scripture. 1. Gene equals gold. Chapter 1284, Place of Natural Luck. The imperishable scripture was this inconceivable, possessing such wondrous brilliance. Once one cultivated it to perfection, the flesh would become impervious to all methods. Even if the divine consciousness was scattered by another, the flesh shell wouldn't be destroyed. Several hundreds of thousands to millions of years later, a new primordial spirit would be produced. How heaven-defying was this? All of them were shaken up without exception, everyone staring at the ancient and magnificent giant city, hoping that they could gain some benefits. Since Shirhao passed the trial, what kind of reward will seniors grant him? Chao Yuxing's skin was extremely thick, directly asking. You are permitted to enter Heavenly Horned Ant Great One's cave. If you can find the imperishable scripture, then it is your natural luck. The leader said. He wanted to smile, but his body had been turned into a puppet, so his expression was rigid. This type of promise made many people feel envious, producing a great commotion. However, most people could still understand this, because this was an opportunity Huang obtained by relying on his own skills. After all, most of them were brought in by Shirhao, like the witch, Chang Gong'en, Lunar Jade Rabbit, as well as Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples and others. However, there were still some who felt jealous, but there was still nothing they could do. For example, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, Lan Xian, and a few other young supreme beings, the ones known as the most powerful of this generation, still couldn't enter the cave. Can I bring some people with me? Shirhao asked. You may not. The leader strictly refused. Where was the cave? Was it the immortal mountain beneath their feet? There were 9 stone mountains here in total, every one of them releasing immortal energy, looking like there were 9 caves in total. They really wanted to know what exactly they were hiding. Please leave this immortal mountain. No one is permitted to remain here. An old soldier said, showing everyone down the mountain. Even though you all are not permitted to enter Heavenly Horned Ant Great One's cave, there are areas in the city, as well as medicinal herbs, divine stones, and other things outside the mountain that you all can acquire based on your own opportunities. The leader turned around and said. When he heard this, Shirhao didn't say another word, turning around to leave. Everyone was a bit stunned. Shirhao turned into a streak of light, rushing in the direction they had just entered the city from. Quite a few people immediately realized what was happening, quickly chasing after him. Even Lan Xian and Lu Hong, these fairies from long-life families, were no exception. They knew what he wanted to do, so they chased closely behind. Soul Guiding Lotus. Chao Yuxing cried out strangely, running out together with everyone. When they entered the city, they saw a pool that had 3 stalks of divine medicine inside that could nourish the primordial spirit, nurture the soul. They were rare, precious medicines. You bastard, are you going to destroy my bathing place? The little golden ant cried out. With a so sound, it pierced through the void, leaving behind a streak of golden afterimages, also chasing after them. Shirhao went all out, a pair of Kunpeng wings moving behind him, tearing apart the sky. Lightning radiance curled about. Lightning Emperor Precious technique was activated as well as he moved, incomparably fast. He was the first one to get here, grabbing towards it with a raise of his hand. The young supreme beings behind him attacked, several great experts taking action to stop him. If it were other divine medicines, then it was one thing, but these were soul-guiding lotuses. They would help them tremendously. Even if one's primordial spirit was scattered, if one could eat this type of thing, the scattered primordial spirit could still be gathered and reconstructed. It really was seizing the natural luck of heaven and earth. With this stock of medicine, it was equivalent to having an additional life. Back then, Shirhao had obtained this type of medicine. At the crucial moment, he handed it over to the Great Elder to refine his body, so it was used up. Now, he managed to find more. Great Su Tua shouted. Even someone as aloof as him tried to fight over it. This was the Dao sound passed down by the ancient monk inheritance, ringing out like heavenly thunder here. Where Shirhao stood, the void directly exploded. One could vaguely make out a Zhang 6 golden body ancient monk condensed from symbols, currently suppressing everything. It was said that the ancient monk line's ancient syllables perhaps displayed the most profound Dao sounds of the universe. It looked like there was a reasoning behind this after all. However, Shirhao didn't feel fear, his flesh undamaged. After the heavenly passage was opened, he stood in a sphere of divine light, impervious to all methods. At this time, he retaliated. His single heavenly passage was compressed, turning into an extreme point, and then it fiercely exploded, expanding in all directions. An expanse of light specks erupted like a river of stars, rushing at Great Su Tua. This really was like a galaxy itself sweeping out, a myriad of different scenes, majestic and astonishing. It made everyone shiver with coldness. Great Su Tua released a shout, his hands forming magical imprints. His body reacted as well, as if an ascetic instantly achieved enlightenment, becoming an immortal monk, entering a seated posture. Golden ripples were released, the tangible light rays like blades as they randomly bashed about between heaven and earth. There was divine radiance everywhere, brilliant and dazzling. Shirhao forced him back, quickly taking action, picking the 3 soul-guiding lotuses. His movements were extremely fast, pu-pu-pu-3 sounds rang out, all of them removed and then sealed in jade containers. He didn't damage the roots, leaving them, because this type of thing was too precious, so he wasn't willing to damage the source of these plants' vitality. The other young supreme beings found this result difficult to accept. There were others who took action as well. Streak after streak of blue light flew over, the radiance incredibly dazzling. These were all arrows, every one of them 10 li in length, thick and astonishing. They collapsed the clouds, penetrating the void as they quickly arrived, shooting towards Shirhao. These were divine arrows, the condensed natural reasoning of Void Dao Realm expert comprehended from heaven and earth that was fired out. Lan Xian appeared to be aloof and spiritual, as if she was a solitary immortal, but when she now moved her hands, it was terrifying and astonishing, her stance wonderful, as if she was dancing. Her blue dress fluttered about. The power of this attack was frightening. These arrows were all released by her, not fired from a bow. With a move of her hand, large amounts of blue light filled the skies, ultimately gathering towards Shirhao. The attack power was terrifying. When some experts who exceeded the heavenly deity level saw this, they were horrified, because those arrows were simply impossible to defend against, able to kill large amounts of Void Dao level individuals. All of you, stop him and seize the soul-guiding lotuses. Lan Xian transmitted sound to the other young supreme beings. A stalk of soul-guiding lotus was equivalent to an extra life, so no one could ignore this type of benefit. Even if they had to offend the powerful Huang, they still didn't hesitate to do so if they could obtain these divine medicines. That was why she began to collude with the others. There were several individuals who took action, releasing divine light, forming a terrifying screen of light that covered heaven and earth. It began to move down towards Shirhao, creating spatial fetters to bind him in place. Everyone was shocked. The young supreme beings were working together, wishing to suppress Shirhao like this. Things happened too suddenly. Right now, the old soldiers remained indifferent, none of them showing any signs of interfering. They all quietly observed from the side. Electrical light overflowed into the sky, blazing electrical arcs rising and falling like true dragons streak after streak, drowning the area Shirhao was standing in. These were irregular scenes, he wasn't displaying the lightning Emperor Precious technique. Then, gates opened one after another within him, all of them cracking open, clear light flowing out. Afterwards, he supported the single heavenly passage. He also began to chant true scriptures, operating the true primordial record, producing terrifying symbols. The single heavenly passage was as resplendent as a blazing sun, surrounding him within. He stood in the divine light, innately undefeated, impervious to all methods. The young spatial shackles released by the young supreme beings could not do anything to him. It was because the single heavenly passage was covered in the bone texts of the true primordial record, densely filling its surface like unmatched armor. Together with the gates within his body that continuously released clear light, endless power pouring out, Shirhao stopped their attack with 3 heaven-shocking methods. What else do you all have? Feel free to use them all. Shirhao said coldly. The blue divine arrows over 10 li in length were incredibly frightening, piercing through the void one after the other, all of them blasting straight at Shirhao. However, they were all stopped outside his heavenly passage. In addition, these giant arrows all began to break down inch by inch outside the single heavenly passage, and then they exploded, the scene terrifying. The single heavenly passage, true primordial records bone texts, and the clear light that flew out from the gates in his body, the 3 were merged together, neutralizing all types of attacks, all methods unable to approach him. Everyone was stunned, completely stupefied. Even the young supreme beings were alarmed, feeling like things were extremely problematic. This person was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Shirhao disappeared. Then, world-shaking divine radiance erupted, his body already appearing at the side of those young supreme beings, starting to take action fiercely. Everyone was baffled. Just how domineering and wild was this? A single person dared to barge into a group of supreme beings, fighting against them head-on, fighting them all alone. Everyone knew that from this day forth, Huang's power would definitely resound through the 9 heavens 10 earths. Once he was allowed to properly grow up, he would definitely become one of the most powerful individuals. After several exchanges, these individuals split up. Shirhao swaggered off, walking towards the heavenly horned ant's cave, no one stopping him. It was meaningless to continue this, because there was no way they could get the soul-guiding lotuses back. Bastard, you destroyed my bath pond. Take a fist for me. A golden speck of light suddenly appeared from the void, and then a fist was brandished. It was like a little sun as it smashed towards Shirhao. Following a loud noise, a figure was sent flying into the horizon. A long cry sounded, becoming more and more distant. A golden line was drawn in the air. The little ant's fist was met with Shirhao's, its body directly sent flying. Haha, Chao Yuxing erupted with laughter, feeling like a bit of resentment was vented. He shouted, "Little bean, how does it feel to be punched into the horizon? Just stay there and clear your head for a bit." Among the 9 immortal mountains, there was one that had more caves, like a hornet's nest. They released strand after strand of immortal mist, forming a hazy expanse. White mist lingered about, giving off an immortal Dao feeling. Shirhao arrived in this place, led here by a few old soldiers. Meanwhile, the others also followed them here, but they could only watch now, unable to go further. It was because up ahead was where Heavenly Horned Ant Great One's cave was. Divide these up amongst yourselves and strengthen your primordial spirit. Shirhao turned around, handing 2 jade cases to Chang Gong'en, Chao Yuxing, and the others. There were 2 stalks of soul-guiding lotus inside. These were incredibly rare divine medicines. He left one for himself for the future just in case. Directly eating this medicine to strengthen his primordial spirit wouldn't do too much for him, because he already did it before, long developing resistance to its effects. Shirhao turned around, walking towards this manor. This was the Heavenly Horned Ant Great One's residence, an extremely important ancient palace. Bastard, you better stop right there. A little golden ant rushed over from the horizon, arguing noisily. What kind of skill is this? Are you bullying me for not maturing yet? If you have the guts, then fight me again in a few years. Also, don't step through my family's door. Shirhao revealed a faint smile, and then said, if you are unwilling, then just follow me at my side. You can compete against me at any time. If you have the guts, then just come. Bastard, you, stand still. Fine. I will still challenge you again in the future. The little golden ant was furious, diving down from above. Everyone sighed, feeling envy, yet there was nothing they could do. In everyone's eyes, even though this little heavenly horned ant had a vicious background, when facing Huang, he was undoubtedly pure like a little white rabbit. It was going to fall into his hands. The inside of the stone mountain was like a giant labyrinth. Countless ancient caves were linked up together, extremely easy to get lost inside. Shirhao and the little ant wandered about inside, walking an entire day and night, and only then did they visit every corner. However, they really didn't discover the imperishable scripture. However, there were a few precious immortal items inside, but they were difficult to move away, the items heavy like the heavenly dome. As the descendant of the heavenly horned ant, do you really have no doubt that the imperishable scripture left for you exists? Where exactly is it stored? Shirhao asked. If I knew where it was, then I would have long cultivated it already. The little ant said with an upset tone. Soon afterwards, it widened its eyes again, feeling a bit of fear. It muttered, there is one other place. Do you dare follow me there? In the depths of the cave was an ancient path that led to a stone wall. When the golden little ant arrived here, it gently touched it with the little bulge on his head, that small golden horn that hadn't fully grown yet. That stone wall slowly showed a response, and then an ancient door finally revealed itself. What kind of place is this? When Shirhao first stepped inside, he was immediately shocked, his fine hairs standing on end. It was because there were traces of blood on the ground, as well as all types of scales and feathers. When standing here, his entire body uncontrollably went taut, about to break apart. Soon afterwards, he understood. These were the blood, scales, and feathers of unmatched beings. Moreover, he saw an ant leg here, within the golden color complex patterns, as if it could crush the entire world. Soon afterwards, he was even more shocked. He saw more and more feathered wings, strange horns, and blood of all different colors, making his body feel like it was going to collapse, about to explode here. In the end, he even more so saw the head of an ant, golden light resplendent, as if a giant sun was resting here. Heavenly Horned Ant Great One? Shirhao couldn't help but cry out. Where was this place? Was it the final area of death where Heavenly Horned Ant Great One dragged down numerous enemies? Chapter 1285, Heavenly Horned Ant. When he saw this head and the blood covering the ground, Shirhao couldn't help but shiver inwardly. This was especially the case when his own skin was already splitting, his bones feeling as if they were going to break. This place had a terrifying pressure that attacked at one's flesh and bones, hacking at one's soul. What was a so-called unmatched expert? It was precisely someone who, after he died, he would still have lasting effects, his blood, his bones, to the extent where even his hair could kill others, make those who came later feel suffocated. Shirhao was inwardly shaken. When he saw the giant head, his entire being became petrified, not moving at all. His body was cracking apart, blood flowing out. This really is Heavenly Horned Ant Great One. He muttered to himself, feeling as if he was dreaming. That ant head releasing blinding golden radiance, as if it was cast from immortal gold. After millions and millions of years had passed, it continued to shine, the strand after strand of light simply about to blast through one's flesh. Heavenly Horned Ant, it was known as an unmatched being, so how could it have died so miserably? It was even stronger than a true dragon, yet someone removed its head. Shirhao shivered inwardly. When he looked at the golden blood, the scales, feathers, horns, and other things in the distance, he was even more shaken up. The battle back then was just too miserable. They actually fought to this extent. Was this the result of it wishing to take down its enemies with it? The blood here was all extraordinary, containing astonishing spirituality and immortal energy. All of this was left by those of the highest cultivation realm. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Does my old man really look that pitiful? From the side, that finger-sized golden ant cried out, seeming quite dissatisfied. You ungrateful kid, after seeing your elders die, how could you not feel sentimental at all? Shirhao reached out 2 fingers, picking it up. The little golden ant was furious, struggling intensely. If it was anyone else, how could they pick it up so easily? One shouldn't judge it from its size. It was extremely strong, able to directly break one's fingers. However, now it was held in place, unable to struggle free, in an extremely embarrassing state. Let go. If that was my old man's corpse, how could I not feel bad? The little ant cried out. Shirhao stared blankly for a moment. He let it free. The little golden ant was furious, punching him with everything it had. As a result, powerful winds stirred, the void cracking, this bean-sized thing actually having this type of might. It was just too shocking. This is only my old man's shed skin, not his true body. The little ant was panting with rage. Shirhao was shocked. Even an ant could shed skin, just like a snake? He really had no idea. However, this was the heavenly horned ant, not a normal type of strange bug, so it wasn't unusual at all for it to have special skills. It might very well be the most powerful bug in this world. He endured the intense pain he felt, and then walked a circle around that head. He discovered with shock that the inside was empty, really just an external shell. If this isn't the heavenly horned ant's true body, Then where's the Great One? Shirhao asked. Dead, body and spirit erased, no longer in existence. The little ant muttered. It didn't cry, didn't reveal great grief, only a type of dejectedness, as well as a type of silence. According to what the little ant said, the heavenly horned ant alone held up too many enemies, fighting everyone with his own strength, sweeping through all before it, fighting viciously against the best from the other side. In the end, however, there were still too many. After killing many foreign top-level figures, the injuries it suffered itself were too great, sinking into the abyss of death. Before losing all of his fighting strength, he dragged down enough enemies with him. This Great One is extremely admirable. In the end, he fell in battle. Shirhao said with a sigh. Without thinking about it too much, without needing someone to explain the events of the battle in the past, just from this place, he could feel how those final days were like. Blood definitely flowed like rivers, bones piling into mountains. The great battle between the heavenly horned ant and the enemy was world-shaking. He dragged his ruined body over, not immediately dying, struggling all the way until the start of this great era before turning into blood and ashes. The little ant said softly. This left Shirhao greatly shocked. Heavenly horned ant Great One actually persisted until this great era? However, the heavenly horned ant was extremely lamentable, his death extremely tragic. He didn't directly ascend, but instead first turned into a pool of blood, and then it burned into ashes. Just how great of a suffering was this? This was an unmatched expert who had cultivated the imperishable scripture, yet in the end, he fell to this extent. The main thing was that his injuries were too serious, back then suffering injuries that could not be recovered from. His vital parts and primordial spirit had been continuously pierced by foreign powerful enemies. It was a pity, too lamentable. The heavenly horned ant's physical body was unmatched, extraordinarily strong, yet in the end, not even a physical body was left behind. From the imperishable scripture's legends perspective, he likely didn't cultivate to a consummate level, or else he wouldn't have fallen like this. In reality, my old man could have lived a bit longer, and he didn't have had to suffer the way he did when he died, but he did it all to save me. The little ant silently shed tears. Even though it didn't cry loudly, this type of grief was even more heartrending. It felt incredibly bad. That year, its mother was killed in battle, its brothers and sisters also completely murdered. At that time, it was still in its mother's stomach, so it also suffered serious injuries. The heavenly horned ant race was clearly fundamentally different from a normal ant. Their reproduction and maturation process were all entirely different. If not for the heavenly horned ant being heaven-defying, there was no way it could continue living. It would have long turned into scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Despite this being the case, its father still had to exhaust the last of his foundational essence to defy the heavens, change his fate, thus finally completing the final portion of the birth. Were you able to meet him? Shirhao asked. I haven't. When I truly emerged in the world, he had already died a long time ago, turning into thick blood, burning into ashes. It was those old soldiers who told me all of this. The little ant wiped away his tears. Shirhao didn't know how to console this little ant. His father was powerful, and even though he never saw his father, the heavenly horned ant already did enough. He used his own essence blood to revive his child, not asking to be able to meet one last time. At the same time, Shirhao was a bit puzzled. Since the heavenly horned ant lived until this great era, why did it not leave behind the imperishable scripture? When he voiced his doubts, the little ant thought for a bit, and then said, there might only be one reason, and it is that I am still not strong enough, so I cannot obtain the inheritance. Then, Shirhao and the little ant searched through this place together. The enticement of imperishable scripture was too great, not even Shirhao able to remain calm. Shirhao forcefully endured the pain his body felt in this place, blood flowing out. This was produced by the pressure of the energy here. He couldn't help but gasp with admiration. The heavenly horned ant's shed skin was already like this. If its true body was here, just how terrifying would he be? Of course, this wasn't the only reason for the great pressure. There were other creatures' blood, crushed bones, feathers, horns, and other things scattered about here, making this place feel like hell itself. Comparatively speaking, the little golden ant wasn't affected all that much, because he had the heavenly horned ant's aura on its body, thus protected by those remains. Is this immortal Dao power? Even though it is only what has remained until now, most of the power long scattering, just some skin and hair left, it still affects me so greatly. Shirhao said with a sigh. The main reason was because this place had remnant wills that gathered murderous energy, this place not peaceful. This was why his body suffered injuries. They searched every corner of this place, but there were still no signs of the imperishable scripture, absolutely nothing. Shirhao found this difficult to accept, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he shifted his attention to those horns, feathers, and other things. He wanted to collect them and refine them into weapons. I advise you not to rashly try things. These things have all been refined by the old soldiers through formations, used to temper my body. It is because I suffer from inherent deficiencies, so their nourishment was needed to make up for those faults. The little ant said. Shirhao was speechless. There were so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They were all unmatched divine goods, yet he couldn't use any of them? There is only baleful energy left. They cannot provide much value anymore. When he spoke up to hear, the little ant carefully pointed out a gray feather, saying, maybe this one can still be used. You can put it away. A bird feather. He gently moved it, but discovered that it didn't hack apart the void. When he activated divine force, his energy disappeared with no signs of returning. It didn't shine, didn't release symbols, not displaying anything. Forget it, I'll just put it away for now. Back then, I wanted to refine a 5-bird fan, but have been putting it off this entire time. When the time comes, I'll add this one and see what happens. Shirhao said to himself. Shirhao felt that it didn't make sense for them not to find the imperishable scripture. How could Heavenly Horned Ant Great One not show consideration for his own child, leave behind the scripture for him? Maybe only when I mature and become strong enough can I open up some type of imprint, obtain the true scripture. The little golden ant said. There is no time, your birth was too late. If things continue the way they are, the foreign army is going to come again. We have to become stronger as soon as possible. Shirhao said. When the foreign side was mentioned, the little ant's eyes immediately became bloodshot, terrifyingly red. His father, mother, and brothers and sisters all died in battle, the grudge he felt too great. Do you have any methods to make yourself stronger, stimulate and trigger your body? Shirhao suggested. I have tried before, but that type of forceful method isn't a power I can control right now. I might lose myself. Also, this place would become extremely terrifying. Even those old soldiers unable to approach this place, no one able to get close. When I am in an involuntary state, I have no idea what is going on at all. The little ant was dispirited. No harm. Try it again. I will protect this place. Shirhao said. We can't, you will be torn apart. Not even the powerful supreme beings and others can stay here. Things will become extremely dangerous. Those old soldiers have been turned into puppets, long becoming inferior to their past selves. They wouldn't be able to support this place. My true body will withdraw, only leave behind a strand of divine consciousness, attach it to a piece of supreme treasure. It should be okay. Shirhao persisted. He produced the true primordial record's 10,000 spirit diagram. This sparkling white bone was able to block what was suspected to be the heavenly horned ant's horn exiled immortal used. In the end, after discussing things over, Shirhao's true body withdrew, leaving a strand of primordial spirit on the 10,000 spirit diagram, protecting this place. The little golden ant's eyes became bloodshot, his body shining. Golden multicolored light surged, and then his entire body quickly grew, enlarging. A world-shaking great roar sounded. The Shirhao on the 10,000 spirit diagram remained in place. The little ant was previously only the size of a large bean, but now its transformation was too frightening. In that instant, he became as large as a mountain. It was still golden, like an archaic divine peak, crushing down from above, his aura surging. Just by relying on this type of power, right now, he could definitely match Great Su Tua, Taoist Qi Gu and the others, his true strength terrifying. One had to understand that the current little ant still didn't mature yet. Immediately afterwards, that head on the ground, or it could be said to be remains, immediately trembled. Then, it released an imperishable aura that engulfed the world. At this moment, the bones, blood, feathers, and everything else all exploded, some even more so directly shattering, nothing able to stop this power. Shirhao was stupefied. What kind of power was this? One had to understand that these were all immortal Tao remains, yet everything broke apart at this moment. The golden ripples and other things released by the heavenly horned ant's remains didn't harm the little ant, but the other things weren't that lucky. The 10,000 spirit diagram shone, protecting Shirhao's strand of primordial spirit, ensuring that he wasn't wiped out. Shirhao couldn't help but feel fortunate. If not for this bone diagram being special, if it was any other defensive armor, they wouldn't be able to hold on, definitely shattering. At this time, he saw an astonishing scene. A middle-aged man's figure appeared from within the heavenly horned ant's remains, floating up. He was tall and heroic, golden hair scattering down, his gaze sharp like cold lightning. Shirhao's fine hairs stood on end, feeling like he couldn't move, as if he was suffocating. Even with the protection of the 10,000 spirit diagram, he was still about to fall apart, his divine senses about to freeze here. Just how frightening of a figure was this? He should precisely be the human form of the heavenly horned ant. It had to be said that this middle-aged man was too heroic in appearance, possessing a type of mountains and rivers devouring aura, as if he was the sole sovereign between the 9 heavens 10 earths. His body was straight and powerful, golden hair thick, brilliant and intimidating. His pair of eyes were dazzling and brilliant, as if they could peer through endless time. Right now, the little ant was going berserk, roaring crazily. He lost his real will, unable to see his most intimate loved one. This middle-aged man stood in the void, around him a boundless stellar region. It was as if an ancient universe was circling around him, his body standing at the very center. As the golden hair moved about, stellar rivers were destroyed streak after streak behind him, growing dim, disappearing, this scene leaving Sher Hao utterly horrified. Was this the heavenly horned ant? In the past, when he was alive, he was this powerful. When his hair moved, the stars of the cosmos were destroyed, suns falling when his eyes opened and closed. Sher Hao simply didn't dare believe everything he was seeing. The middle-aged man's divine might was matchless, his vicious might oppressing 10,000 generations. Millions and millions of years ago, I have met you. Right at this time, that middle-aged man spoke. Chapter 1286, Dark Future. Met before? This really was like something out of a fantasy. How could this be? It was too absurd. One lived millions and millions of years ago, the other in the present world, a great era separating them, so how could they have encountered each other? However, this was one of the vicious 10 of the most powerful long-life beings of the past, his status venerable, so this shouldn't be a lie. This was extremely contradictory. Sher Hao became momentarily distracted, not knowing whether he should believe this. He was extremely puzzled. What kind of unforeseen events had taken place during this period? From the side, the little golden ant released a great screech. He really wasn't small anymore right now, as large as a mountain peak, his entire body golden. Each time he moved, there would be a great disturbance raised, making the void crack apart. Unfortunately, he didn't know that his father's imprint had appeared, unable to face him. Right now, he went berserk, losing his own will. The middle-aged man's long golden hair fell down to his waist, his figure tall and sturdy, the starry sky as a backdrop, illuminating his body. He was unspeakably dignified, his eyes brilliant, overlooking all heroes from past to present. His gaze slowly became gentle, looking towards the little heavenly horned ant. It was different from the temperament a matchless expert should have, no longer exhibiting a mountain and river-devouring might. This was familiar affection, the love of a father. When looking at his own child, even the matchless heavenly horned ant had a soft side. This was originally an overlord, a matchless monarch. I know what happened, Sher Hao said to himself. He recalled a few matters. It was because he recalled the scene 3 years ago when he was searching for opportunities in Immortal Battlefield. Back then, a long river of time stretched across. A giant from endless years ago had previously crossed the Great River, meeting him. If not for the white-clad woman appearing, forcing back the foreign ancient ancestor, then Sher Hao would have undoubtedly been in danger. That woman stood far away, style unmatched, leaving Sher Hao with too deep of an impression. Unfortunately, he didn't see her true appearance. The only thing he had to distinguish her was that face mask. Since there were 2 people who could tower above the great river of time, overlook endless generations, then the heavenly horned ant mostly likely saw him like this as well. It was because the heavenly horned ant was one of the most powerful beings of that generation. It was number 1 if they were strictly talking about the flesh, able to overlook the masses, its might unstoppable. Senior has peered through the future and met me? Sher Hao asked. You don't seem to be too slow, the heavenly horned ant said. It turned around and looked at him. The sun, moon, and stars fell within its golden pupils. Immortal Dao creatures tearing at each other could be seen. This was the scene of past great worlds collapsing, turning into the 9 heavens 10 earths. In a flash, Sher Hao felt a wave of terrifying energy sweep over him. It was as if he was now standing in Immortal Ancient's final days, star systems torn apart, the world collapsing, all things withering. Suddenly, he saw a world-shaking sword. It was green without luster, but it directly penetrated the cosmos, and then it entered the space between his brows, bringing intense pain. Sher Hao cried out, feeling his entire body become ice-cold, covered in sweat. His fine hairs stood on end. Immediately afterwards, he knew that this were heavenly horned ant Great One's experiences. When he was fighting, someone ambushed him, a sword striking him between the brows, blood dyeing the starry sky. This was a type of message that was passed on to Sher Hao to make him more careful when dealing with that unmatched powerful enemy. There was previously a creature who held a long green sword just like that, tearing open the space between the heavenly horned ant's brows, injuring his body that was known to be number 1 in the world. That person is still alive, the heavenly horned ant said. These words made Sher Hao certain that the other party was trying to guide him, tell him who the most terrifying opponents would be. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow appeared in the heavenly horned ant's pupils. His large hand covered the sky, smashing down, covering the dome of heaven. Shirhao felt like he was about to suffocate, momentarily confined, unable to move. And this feeling was extremely familiar, incredibly clear. It was that person, the giant who had overlooked endless time, previously peering through the upper reaches of the great river of time to kill him. In the end, he was forced back by that white-clad woman. This should also be someone the heavenly horned ant faced, someone that had given him trouble. A streak of sky-shocking radiance tore through the everlasting, wiping out the cosmos. That was a spear, the golden spear tip about to directly slice through one's soul, the radiance making one's eyes about to turn blind. This was the Foreign Side's number 3 expert who was attacking. This spear was too fast, tearing through everything unstoppably, impossible to block. With a pu sound, blood splashed out. Shirhao felt as if it pierced his own chest, breaking all of his bones, shattering all of his veins and arteries, the killing energy engulfed towards his soul. This was a world-shattering spear. It was clear that these were the heavenly horned ant's experiences. When facing the spear, the heavenly horned ant had previously roared furiously, many great stars in the sky falling, even more so launching an intense counterattack, fighting this enemy murderously. The original world was destroyed, turning into the 9 heavens 10 earths. It seems like it was tied closely to this. Shirhao sighed with astonishment. Then, he felt everything before his eyes go dark, as if he went unconscious. Shirhao knew that this was the result of the heavenly horned ant's serious injuries, leaving the battlefield. As a result, he also withdrew from this type of feeling. I killed countless enemies, wiped out so-called undying beings one after the other. But these 3 creatures were extremely frightening, all of them managing to survive. The heavenly horned ant said. Those were definitely the most frightening creatures of the other side. Whether or not there were more formidable enemies now, the heavenly horned ant couldn't say for sure. After that battle, he was already half ruined. He was originally a heaven-warping individual, matchless and unequaled, but he fell in the last phase of that age. Needless to say, that battle was definitely brilliant and gorgeous, glorious enough to enter the records of history. The scenes were world-shocking, the intense battles bitter, a true competition between existences at the peak. Unfortunately, everything returned to the earth, not much recorded. Those of the later world didn't know about this battle, forgetting about it. Perhaps only when one went to the other side's prosperous world would one learn about some events of the past from the mouths of the enemy, hear about how lamentable yet brilliant it was. I do not know what kind of opponents the others faced, but the other party really did take care of me well. 3 great world-shaking experts emerged, bringing numerous undying beings. The heavenly horned ant laughed coldly, feeling a bit of regret and unwillingness. In the end, he still fell. I saw from your body the image of your youth. You pursued the extreme Tao, exceeding the most powerful. If you were also of the heavenly horned ant race, then I would be even happier. The heavenly horned ant said. At this moment, his aura was oppressive, his thick, long golden hair falling down. At his side, those stars shattered, erupting, the scenes frightening to the extreme. He towered at the center of the cosmos, overlooking the prosperity and decline of endless generations, watching the 9 heavens 10 earths rise and fall. He was without joy or worries, as if he already transcended above, no longer concerning himself with any of these matters. Senior, what kind of things have you seen? Shirhao asked. He really wanted to know what the future would be like. For the sake of seeing my child, I have also seen you. He is together with you, experiencing bloody battles, the flames of war engulfing the 9 heavens. The heavenly horned ant's eyes burned like flames, his aura oppressive, as if he recovered the majestic and imposing aura of the past, about to enter the battlefield himself. Unfortunately, only a damaged soul was left of him. What happened in the end? I was not able to see it clearly. The heavenly horned ant shook his head. How could you not be able to see it? Shirhao didn't really believe this. The war isn't too far off, this time even more frightening than what we experienced, involving too many. I truly never expected those things to jump out in the end. The heavenly horned ant said. Shirhao was shocked. There were other things in the future great battle? This made one shiver with fear. Was there a way for the 9 heavens 10 earths to survive? The darkest era since the beginning of history is about to come. It is greater than a mortal ancient great era, more terrifying than what we experienced. Have you properly prepared yourself? Are you scared? The heavenly horned ant shouted. What is there to be scared of? We don't even know what kind of things they are. All of them can just come. Shirhao said. A day will come when no one can help you, war ravaging the world until no sounds remain, only a deathly stillness. When that time comes, do you still dare withstand the enemy? I dare. Shirhao spoke without any hesitation. The world is boundless, yet you are all alone. It is a battlefield you have to fight in alone, the blood that flows yours alone, fight from youth to early gray hairs, and then to the bleak declining years, blood energy dried up and withered, all the way until the flames of life flicker. Do you still dare fight? The heavenly horned ant asked. These things you have seen, are they of my life? Sure Hao calmly asked. It is but a passing question. The heavenly horned ant said. What about the others? Why am I the only one left? Sure Hao asked loudly. I saw two endings, this is merely one of them. The heavenly horned ant said. Even someone as powerful as him, when he saw the youth before him, he also felt complicated emotions. He never expected to meet someone who would suffer things even more frightening than their great era. There is only one real situation. There is no way there can be two. Sure Hao said. It is because what I saw wasn't clear, some things overlaying, indistinct. There were two scenes of others and of you. I could only view them as two different situations. The heavenly horned ant explained as things were. I do not believe in a future that is peered into now. I only believe that my two fists will forge their own future, smash open a brilliant world. Sure Hao clenched his fists, his tone incredibly resolute. It was because others had foretold inauspicious futures more than once. He wouldn't accept this, believing firmly in his own strength. He was going to reverse the world, change that result. What kind of enemies will there be in the future? Sure Hao asked. There are many, some of them perhaps not even those that immortal ancient great eras people have thought of. They have existed all this time, and all of them will jump out. The heavenly horned ant's eyes burned like torches. For example, the 9 heavens 10 earths protectors race. Why is there golden blood within their bodies? Where does it come from? When the time comes, everything will be clear. There are also those who come from the same place as them. The heavenly horned ant gave him a serious warning. He felt a type of regret, a great sigh released from his mouth. He truly wished he could borrow another 500 years from the heavens so that he could truly fight a great battle against those people. He was an unyielding expert, a matchless figure, longing for battles against the most powerful in this world. When the time comes, you will discover that the 9 heavens 10 earths aren't all that large. The true battlefield is vast and boundless, the scope that it involves unimaginable. The heavenly horned ant said. He didn't wish to talk about the rest, because Sure Hao hadn't reached that level yet. Speaking about those things now might only make him feel a sense of gloominess. I want the imperishable scripture. Finally, Sure Hao only had this sentence. Those who dared to speak like this, directly asking for the scripture, there really weren't that many. He was extremely candid and straightforward. Fine, I will show you where to obtain it. The heavenly horned ant replied in a rather pained manner. It was because he had seen a corner of the future. That type of great world was too frightening, the battle too fierce. He hoped that someone from this area of heaven and earth could rise up, able to compete, and then truly win. It was precisely because the future was cruel, and the heavenly horned ant attached importance to Sure Hao, which was why he wouldn't waste time, nor would he act overly politely. The heavenly horned ant's finger pointed out. An expanse of stars appeared, directly rushing into the space between Sure Hao's brows. In the past, I cultivated this method, but I was still unable to achieve perfection. It might very well be because I didn't obtain the complete scripture. I hope that when you head to that place, you can obtain the complete ancient scripture, and thus not share the same regret as myself. The heavenly horned ant warned. Chapter 1287, The Entire Opportunity. The heavenly horned ant's regret was precisely that it couldn't truly obtain an imperishable body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have experienced this type of end. However, even though he didn't fully cultivate the imperishable scripture, reaching its perfect level, whether or not those effects really did exist was hard to say. It really made one develop doubts, because that kind of result would be too inconceivable. No matter how the flesh was hacked, it would remain unbreaking, completely overturning common knowledge. If this was the case, wouldn't it make the body even sturdier than immortal gold? The physical shell unbreaking, all methods undecaying, able to coexist with the world, to the extent where even when the stars shattered, he would forever remain. The flesh would become the place of origin, able to reproduce the previous spiritual consciousness. This was an absolutely inconceivable corpse transformation, or it could be said to be primordial spirit transformation. A few imprints fell into Sure Hao's mind, incomparably deep and indelible. At this moment, he knew why the heavenly horned ant didn't directly pass on the imperishable scripture. It was because the heavenly horned ant suspected that there might be something missing inside, so he wanted those of later generations to seek it themselves. If there was an opportunity, he could acquire the perfect ancient scripture. When the time came, perhaps he might really be able to create a miracle, display the imperishable divine legend. Sure Hao was extremely shocked. This ancient scriptures was too ancient to the point where not even the heavenly horned ant knew who the founder was, to the extent where he didn't even know if it was left for immortal ancient great era's people. It was because those characters were extremely special. As long as one's understanding of the Tao was profound enough, they could be understood, interchangeable for any great era. All things to 100 rivers gathered into a sea. Many paths, when they reached their end, were interlinked, sharing characteristics at the very end. This was inconceivable, yet it was the truth. Based on the information Heavenly Horned Ant gave him, all individuals would ultimately undergo extreme transformations. Senior, shouldn't we wake him up and have him meet you? Shirhao calmed down. He spoke to Heavenly Horned Ant and then looked towards his child. There is no need. I have already died. Now just a remnant will. There is no point in adding to his grief. My child does not need to be one who cries continuously. I want him to tower between heaven and earth, stand in that place alone, able to support the heavenly dome with his own strength. Heavenly Horned Ant refused, decisively choosing to alienate himself. Shirhao became quiet. This was perhaps the temperament of the domineering. In the past, those at the very peak usually had extremely serious temperaments, cold to the point where it was difficult to accept. What they attached the most importance to were the cardinal issues of right and wrong, not very good at individual emotions. However, this was also precisely the reason why they had their personal charm and charisma. Goodbye. After this period of silence, perhaps we might never meet again. After Heavenly Horned Ant said this, he turned into a sphere of golden light, rushing towards the head remains. That golden ant head dimmed, and then displayed many fine cracks, unknown how much longer it could continue existing for. A price had to be paid for Heavenly Horned Ant to leave behind his remnant will. This left Shirhao moved. Why did this extreme existence who had previously overlooked the entire cosmos leave behind a remnant will? Could it be that he still had grievances, not willing to be completely extinguished? He was greatly shaken up, his eyes flickering with light. He silently thought to himself, and then he raised his head. It's time to wake up. He released a loud shout, wishing to wake up that little golden ant. The mountainous golden ant's eyes were red, his consciousness lost, moving about here, simply about to destroy all things, destroy all life. Just a light tremble of his body would shatter the void. Black cracks extended Eve. Ryware. This was precisely the Heavenly Horned Ant. Once they went berserk, even if they didn't mature yet, they all possessed this type of exceptional divine might. It was clear that he had unlimited potential. This was not some impure descendant, but the true posterity of a vicious 10, his talents able to overlook past and present. A large golden claw slammed down. He didn't wake up, instead acting out, attacking Shirhao. Shirhao didn't dare act carelessly. He operated the true primordial record, clear light wrapping around him. His body became resplendent, raising his hand and striking out, exchanging a blow with him. It was as if thunder struck down on this place. Not only was space shattered, it even made one's soul tremble. Woo, this is a bit troublesome. Shirhao frowned. It was because this wasn't his true body, just a primordial spirit imprint, so it was difficult for him to display all of his power. He stirred on the 10,000 spirit diagram, leaving this place, and then quickly returned to his body. He stood outside, waiting for the little ant to chase over. Sure enough, the massive golden giant followed him out. It was world-shaking, releasing the aura of the Heavenly Horned Ant, shocking the old soldiers near the cave. The little ant's horn shone, destroying everything. Immortal mist rushed out, as well as large amounts of patterns, blasting through everything in the way. These were immortal horns that could tear apart the great cosmos. With a dong sound, Shirhao's true body rushed over, this time producing a fist imprint, displaying the Kuan Ping method to subdue the little ant. They both used the power of the Vicious 10. After an intense clash, the giant was suppressed by Shirhao, pressed underneath. Then, he refined him with all of his strength. The little ant released a low roar, continuously shrinking, returning to its original size. What happened to me? Did you find the imperishable scripture? He woke up. I have some clues, but it isn't here. We need to go out and look for it. Do you wish to come with me? Shirhao asked, not mentioning its father, not wishing for him to feel more broken-hearted. You're trying to trick me into going out with you? The little golden ant's large eyes were bright, a look of doubt appearing on his face, looking rather shrewd. His meaning was that he wouldn't fall for his tricks. Up to you. Shirhao turned around to leave. Wait, don't tell me you really know where the imperishable scripture is? Let me tell you right now that this is my family scripture. You can't hog it for yourself. The little ant cried out. Then just come with me. Could it be that you are scared that I'll harm you? Shirhao said with a smile. Let me think about it. The little ant thought to himself for a bit. He felt like there was no point in staying here any longer either. The powerful never grew up in greenhouses. Those old soldiers had always told him how miserable things were going to be in T. Future, how bitter the great battle would be. If he didn't go out and gain experience now, when that day came, he would likely be in trouble. Fine, I'll go out. Let's give this so-called world sensual pleasures a look, see what's special about this great era. Otherwise, it'll likely be destroyed anyway. The little ant said. The two of them walked out. Many people looked over, their eyes burning with passion, really wishing to make them spit out everything. Did you obtain that imperishable scripture? Chao Yusheng swallowed his saliva, quietly asking. Soon afterwards, he corrected himself, saying, "Of course you haven't. Everyone, stop thinking about it already. Just get out of here. Don't stare at us like this." It was because he was scared of everyone here surrounding them. After all, there were several young supreme beings, so if they really joined hands, who could withstand their power? No one spoke out. Lan Xian, Lu Hong, Great Su Tua, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, and the others were all looking towards Shi Hao and that little golden ant, wishing to find something from their faces. Outside the stone mountain, immortal energy curled about, white mist surging. However, it wasn't all that peaceful right now, with faint killing energy pervading the air. "There isn't much to hide. I didn't obtain the scripture from the cave," Shi Hao said directly. Up ahead, those people didn't say anything, none of them expressing anything. They still stared at him and the little ant. Behind him, Chao Yusheng, Witch, Chang Gong'en, and Heavenly Deity Institution's people all stood by his side, intending to move with him. There's no need to do this. Then, he walked up alone and looked at those supreme beings, saying with a cold laugh, "I am someone who says what I mean. I don't wish to hide anything. If you all don't believe me, then you can just assume that I obtained it. I am standing right here. Which one of you dares come at me?" In that instant, the eyes of those people from Heavenly Deity Institution widened, hot blood surging, feeling extremely excited. Huang was domineering after all, this bold and powerful, feeling that it was beneath him to try and explain himself, completely giving off a "if you don't want to accept this result, then just come over and fight" type of feeling, his bearing imposing. Recently, Heavenly Deity Institution's people had always been suffering humiliation, bullied intolerably, so they had always been on the receiving end of humiliation and enduring, having a wave of pent-up resentment. "What are you implying? Do you want to provoke the dignity of everyone here?" Someone said coldly. "Don't want to accept this? Then feel free to come at me," Shi Hao directly pointed out, having him accept the challenge. Meanwhile, he himself already moved, pressing forward, about to take the initiative to attack. "Forget it, we believe you." Great Su Tua spoke, mediating the situation that was about to erupt into battle. "Brother Shi, why is there a need to do this? The day will come when we have to work together. We are not enemies. There is no need to fight amongst ourselves." Lan Xian revealed a faint smile. Shi Hao remained indifferent, not saying anything. Not long ago, these individuals had even taken action against him. Their change in attitude really was fast. However, he didn't wish to completely have a falling out either. Shi Hao walked forward. Heavenly Deity Institution's people all followed him. None of the young supreme beings followed him, allowing them to leave. Soon afterwards, a group of people jumped into a lake, this place full of watery mist, forming a boundless white expanse. "This is where I bathe. There are a few stalks of divine medicines planted within," the little ant said. With this undiscovered traitor among their ranks, their gains really were too great. Unfortunately, only 2 mountain peaks were opened. One was the Heavenly Horned Ant's residence, which was the place everyone had just headed to. There were 9 stone mountains in the city, the second one precisely in this area, adjacent to a divine lake. It was extremely regretful. Only one creature was allowed to enter the depths of this place, which was the little snow-white Qilin. It was the descendant of one of the Vicious 10. Those old soldiers had long said that Qilin Great One left some things here, and those things should be left for its posterity. Others could not fight over it. As for the other 7 stone mountains, some were empty, some a bit strange, having immortal Dao formations around them, no one able to forcefully enter. As for those 7, the old soldiers' words were all rather vague, not saying exactly what was going on. They didn't suggest the people here to search for opportunities there. The so-called Immortal King inheritances were partial towards the 2 direct immortal ancient descendants after all. The mud pool here is a bit strange, able to help one cast off their old skin, close to a type of rebirth transformation. Someone discovered a wondrous location not too far from the lake. Back then, there was a long-life medicine growing there, as well as all types of divine medicines, this place previously a medicinal field. Many medicinal herbs rotted here, turning into nourishment for the soil, which is why even though it has become mud, it still possesses astonishing effects. An old soldier said. Soon afterwards, Chao Yusheng, Zhenggu, Teng Yi, and others rushed over, not worrying about appearances as they jumped into the mud, covering themselves in it. It had to be said that this place possessed astonishing effects. Many people's old skin were shed on the spot, producing new skin. In the end, even a few female cultivators couldn't hold themselves back, rushing over. Apart from this, Lan Xian, Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch, as well as Wang Shi, Lu Tua, Princess Yaoyu, and others also moved over, more and more people filing up this place. Shi Hao also gave it a try, but he discovered that the effects weren't that great. It was because in the 3 years of changes, his flesh's refinement had been too freakish. While everyone cheered in excitement, Shirhao interacted with some old soldiers, asking them to help take care of heavenly deity institutions people. Then, he brought the little ant with him, leaving this place. When faced with what might very well be the ancient land of an immortal king's inheritance, he decisively left, heading there with the heavenly horned ant. Where are you going? Can we really obtain the imperishable scripture? The little golden ant was incredibly excited and stirred up. We definitely can, and it might be the perfect imperishable scripture. However, it will most likely be extremely dangerous. Shirhao replied. Chapter 1288, to vie over. On the surface, there were many people, most of them from Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy, the number of true Heavenly Deity Institution disciples instead few. They were previously even rejected. Right now, Shirhao brought the little ant with him to the surface, immediately drawing everyone's attention. They all stared at the mud pool's entrance, watching them closely. Huang came out. What did he obtain from the underground cave? This was what many people were paying attention to. In addition, why did he come up so early? What about the others? Huang is the first one who came out. Did he obtain a great harvest, or did some type of unforeseen change happen? Did the others encounter danger? There were quite a few people who were nervous, speaking softly here. Even the expressions of a few old monsters from the 3 great academies became serious. Even though there were several living fossil-level existences who went down, they still haven't returned yet. N? He brought out a creature with him. The eyes of an elder from Immortal Academy narrowed. He stared at Shirhao's shoulder, seeing a golden speck there. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't see anything at all. However, when one reached their level of cultivation realm, they could clearly sense that even though that creature was extremely small, less than an inch long, it carried terrifying blood energy within it. Once this energy erupted, it would become extremely astonishing. An ant. An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said quietly. A look of shock appeared on his face. He immediately thought of the Great Elder. Several years ago, the Great Elder sat here every day, using fragrant bait here to fish for a creature, wishing to draw it out. Could it be precisely this thing? Inconceivable. That creature was an ant. That elder said softly. However, when everyone else heard this, the result was completely different. It was as if it was thunder striking down. It was because the Great Elder protected this place year-round, angling from time to time. This wasn't a mystery. Many people knew that there was a living creature in the underground immortal cave. In that instant, everyone's imaginations went wild, thinking all different types of things. Those who could stand here were all geniuses, or else how could they enter Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy? There were no stupid people here, which was why they immediately made shocking associations. Finally, someone spoke these 3 words. It was immediately as if a meteorite was thrown into a great sea, producing a tremendous commotion. Correct, many people had already came to this type of speculation. How could a creature that came out from the cave of an immortal king be commonplace? From past until now, those who were in the form of an ant, yet still possessed unmatched strength, there was only one species, Heavenly Horned Ant. This was one of the true immortal ancient races, the descendant of the Vicious 10, not a descendant with impure blood. A true long-life bloodline holder appeared. This really was huge news, leaving everyone shocked. In that instant, Shirhao and the little ant on his shoulder became the focal point of attention. Everyone's eyes began to burn fiercely. This was definitely the greatest reward for entering the underground immortal manor. No wonder Huang came out so quickly. Right now, forget about the others, just Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's old monsters' eyes revealed horrified expressions. They all stared at that young heavenly horned ant. No one understood more clearly than them how astonishingly precious this type of creature was. In reality, the others also knew that the small ant's entire body was precious, its innate precious technique world-shaking and matchless. Also, the blood within its body was even more so an inexhaustible treasury. If one used its extreme strength blood to carry out a body refinement, the benefits would be unimaginable. Which one of Immortal Academy's young supreme beings didn't receive a baptism in precious blood? As for Sacred Academy, there is even less of a need to talk about them. The true dragon heart blood and heavenly horned ant's extreme strength blood were the best that they had to offer. It was precisely because Sacred Academy had several types of world-shocking precious blood that could allow one to change, undergo complete transformations again and again, that their present world method cultivators advanced further and further. And now, Huang caught a true heavenly horned ant. It was still young, but if it was raised at his side, and the things it needed for growth were provided, wouldn't he have as much blood as he wanted? Everyone's eyes immediately became red. It wasn't just the youngsters, even the breathing of some old monsters became rough. For their own later generations, for their respective academies, they had more than enough reasons to seize the heavenly horned ant. This is a heavenly horned ant? Finally, Immortal Academy's elder was the first to speak up, asking Shirhao. It is precisely this king. Before Shirhao replied, the little golden ant already raised his head, his arms carried behind his back, doing his best to imitate a mature appearance. Truly is the vicious Ten's descendant? The voice of an old monster from Sacred Academy even began to tremble. This was just too moving. Even though the hair on the head of the elder from Immortal Academy was already sparse, his complexion was still rosy. Apart from his two eyes, there was also a vertical eye on his forehead. At this moment, he looked towards an elder from Heavenly Deity Institution, saying, Dao friend, this is a heavenly horned ant, an extremely important existence. It should be sent to my Immortal Academy. In the distance, after Shirhao arrived on the surface, he watched in indifference like a bystander this entire time, but at this moment, his face immediately became cold. It was because this elder was too direct, actually scheming against the little ant. Moreover, this three-eyed elder actually didn't ask him or the little ant, directly asking for it from Heavenly Deity Institution's elders. This was a clear act of arrogance, not placing a younger generation individual like himself in his eyes. If this truly is a heavenly horned ant, then we cannot make the decision. We do not have the right to interfere. You should be asking Shirhao or the little ant if they are willing to follow you. At this moment, Heavenly Deity Institution's number 2 walked out. Second elder spoke calmly. Young man, are you willing to join my Immortal Academy? The three-eyed elder asked. He looked at Shirhao and the little ant with an amiable countenance. He already realized that he was too direct just now, ignoring the feelings of those directly involved. I am not willing. Shirhao was extremely straightforward, decisively rejecting this offer. It was precisely at this time that someone from Sacred Academy stepped out at the same time, fearing that Immortal Academy's people would try to bring them away first. You cannot join them. Even if you join someplace, you have to enter my Sacred Academy. A purple-haired old woman from Sacred Academy said. Even though she was already quite aged, her hair was still purple and sparkling, only her eyes carrying traces of endless time past, unable to conceal the feeling of great changes. I will not join your academy either. Shirhao was extremely direct, not hesitating at all, not wishing to beat around the bush. There were many people here. Geniuses from both academies hurried here, and there were some people from long-life families as well. However, right now, they were all extremely quiet, not a single person speaking. Huang was actually this decisive, directly refusing them. At the same time, they immediately revealed strange appearances, feeling like the two academies' elders really were direct, actually stirring up this type of play. Back then, regardless of whether it was Immortal Academy or Sacred Academy, neither of them took in who. One didn't want to give out a perfect seed, the other directly stated that all of the extreme strength blood already had owners. However now, they actually calmly gave out this type of request, inviting him to join. As a result, Shirhao straight up refused them. This left them in quite the ugly situation, returning the favor right back. It was to the extent where some people felt like this was a slap to the face, moreover extremely resounding, fiercely smacking the faces of the people from the two academies. Back then, the two academies didn't attach enough importance to Shirhao. Now, Huang powerfully returned. Not only had he defeated their young supreme beings, he even directly brought back a heavenly horned ant, truly making them feel jealousy, their minds burning greatly. Huang, you're a genius. You should carefully reconsider. You should join my Immortal Academy. In that place, you can go further, your achievements can become more profound, open up a whole new world for you. Immortal Academy's three-eyed elder spoke kindly, maintaining his smile. There is no need. I understand my own path well. I didn't fritter away my time during these past 3 years. This proved that, even when I rely on myself, I can still forge ahead. Shirhao shook his head. Quite a few students from Immortal Academy felt embarrassment in their elder's place. When one grew old, they became crafty and cunning, but they still couldn't just be this thick-skinned, right? Even their own students felt embarrassed. Back then, they didn't attach enough importance to Huang, yet now that they saw Huang rise up, stepping on a path no one had ever succeeded in before, they were actually this direct. It truly was a bit unscrupulous. Huang, I can see that your body is powerful like an unbreaking body, powerful to the extreme, extremely suitable to head down the path of present world methods. You should enter my Sacred Academy, because we have a world-shocking scripture, Sovereign Scripture. It is a work that will take you to the very limits of this path. If you join us, we can allow you to read it. It will allow you to be like a tiger that sprouted wings, a fish that turns into a dragon. Sacred Academy's purple-haired old woman also tried her best to rope him in. Much thanks for your kindness. Currently, I have not finished polishing my own path yet, so I cannot get distracted. Shirhao shook his head. Sacred Academy's geniuses all felt their faces turn hot. Even though Huang's refusal was tactful, no longer as forceful, the result was the same. Truly annoying. The people of this world are just too enthusiastic, just shouting and asking others to join them, so senseless. The little golden ant couldn't help but mutter like this. Haha, heavenly horned ant race's little fella, are you willing to join my sacred academy? The old woman was all smiles. This won't do. The lunar jade rabbit already brought that young Qilin beast into your sacred academy. The heavenly horned ant must join my immortal academy. The three-eyed elder stopped her. That Qilin, the old woman's face was bitter. She had also wished to research it, but she couldn't truly find out the little Qilin's secrets. It was because there was a terrifying seal within its body that, once touched, would become incomparably terrifying. All right, let's go. These people are too boring. The little golden ant urged on Shihao. His voice was soft, extremely tender, but in everyone's ears, it would undoubtedly sound ear-piercing. No, the heavenly horned ant is related to too much. This is but the descendant of the Vicious 10, so we definitely cannot allow anything unexpected to happen to it. It has to be strictly protected and cannot be allowed to take risks with Huang. It has to stay behind. Right at this time, there was someone from a long life family who spoke. Shihao suddenly raised his head in that direction, immediately recognizing that this was someone from Wang Shi's family. The two sides had old grudges, so now that the other party stopped him like this, they clearly feared that he would obtain extreme strength blood as well as the heavenly horned ant's matchless divine ability, fearing that his evolution would become even more immeasurable. I also feel like this makes sense. The heavenly horned ant race can be considered extinct. Now that one has finally appeared, it has to be properly protected. A long life family might not be a bad choice. A middle-aged man spoke, his figure tall and heroic, imposing in appearance, his bearing extremely outstanding. Cold light flashed past Shihao's eyes. This person left him with too deep of an impression. It was precisely Yuanqing. He became quite a bit younger, previously harming him and almost killing him in Origin Ancient Mine, one of the main culprits who prevented Shihao from joining Heavenly Deity Institution. After Shihao arrived in the Nine Heavens, his first enemy was this person. He wanted to cut short his Dao path, suppress him for 10 years. For a young cultivator, this was an incredibly severe persecution. However, Shihao already killed Yuanqing's grandson, so he could be said to have gotten some revenge. Wu, I think you make a valid point. The heavenly horned ant's safety is indeed something that has to be paid attention to. It cannot be lost. Best if it stays behind. Right at this time, another elder spoke. He also came from a long life family, precisely people from Wind Clan. Shihao's eyes became cold. There was definitely no way for this family and himself to get along anymore, because back then, Yuanqing acted precisely due to this family's inciting, and that was why he was going to suppress Shihao for 10 years. From a certain perspective, the one from this long life family was the giant he ought to oppose the strongest against. Shihao suspected if the Wind Clan and Stone Clan's ancestors had some hidden grudge, having some kind of different relationship with the sinner's blood descendants. Otherwise, there was simply no reason for them to target him that early. Right at this time, Heavenly Deity Institution's second elder released a cold snort. His eyes scanned over them and said, "You all are concerning yourself over too much. My Heavenly Deity Institution is enough to ensure Huang and the Heavenly Horned Ant's safety. Dao friend, we had good intentions, because this truly involves too much. Correct, we must be extra careful." The Wind Clan and Wang family, two great long-life families, expressed their opinions one after the other. These were two giants, families where long-life families came from before. They overlooked the 9 heavens, 10 earths, every word carrying great importance. It could be said that the voices of long-life families carried frightening influence. They were the largest powers. Get lost. You all dare to sink your claws into my Heavenly Deity Institution. All of you will be chopped up all the same. Right at this time, a cold shout sounded, the aura terrifying, covering heaven and earth, descending from above. To dare berate those of a long-life family in such a manner, it truly was domineering to the point of leaving one stupefied. The other party didn't leave them with the slightest bit of face, humiliating them in an undisguised manner. Who dares? Wang family's person was shocked and furious. A figure descended here, straight like a pillar that supported the heavens, his aura able to devour mountains and rivers. Gray clothes fluttered about, this individual facing everyone. Great Elder. Heavenly Deity Institution's people were all overjoyed. The Great Elder who had disappeared for 3 years also came back. This was quite the fierce person, someone who didn't fear anyone else in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Haha, Great Elder has returned. It truly is a joyous event. I approve of having the Heavenly Horned Ant remain in Heavenly Deity Institution. Right at this time, a middle-aged man who wore a crown roared with laughter. Everyone was shocked. This person's background was extraordinary, coming from an undying imperial court, also from a long-life family. He was Princess Yaoyu's father. Immediately, quite a few people agreed, feeling great respect for the Great Elder. some of them from long-life families. Chapter 1289, Opposing with Equal Harshness. The Great Elder's gray clothes fluttered about, his face thin, hair scattered about. His figure was tall and lanky. As he stood there, he actually looked calm, not all that intimidating. However, everyone had a feeling that this person's aura devoured mountains and rivers, overlooking the 9 heavens. He truly was someone they couldn't anger, or else there would likely be an absolute disaster. This was a type of vigilance, more so a type of instinctive feeling. All of the experts here felt apprehension, to the extent where it could be considered fear. They couldn't bring themselves to calm down when facing the Great Elder. It really was strange. The Great Elder's expression was calm, not showing joy or worry, but this type of intimidative force was silent, formless. It was internal, making quite a few people tremble inwardly. Turns out to be Senior. The one from Wang family who had just shouted out was now embarrassed, not daring to oppose him directly, and even more so wouldn't act overbearingly. Not long ago, him and his clansmen were still setting their eyes on Shirhao, wanting him to hand over the heavenly horned ant, but now, when they saw this elder return, they threw everything aside. When faced with this person, who among the 9 heavens 10 earths wouldn't feel restraining fear? This would most likely be the case even if the clan's eldest few individuals were invited out, only if that ancestor, whose life or death was currently unknown, came out, would the Wang family have enough confidence. The Great Elder gave him a cold look, not saying anything. The Wang family's people immediately shivered inwardly. After not meeting for a long time, Dao Brothers' spirit is hale and hearty, bearing even greater than the past. An elder from Wind Clan said. His status was extremely high, a senior figure from this clan. Great Elder only nodded. Even though he was disgusted with this clan's way of doing things just now, he couldn't show too much coldness towards this person whose background couldn't be considered that low. Great Elder truly has raised a good disciple. His age is not great, yet he is already stunning, rising above outstanding individuals of past generations. Princess Yaoyu's father, the ruler of a long-life imperial court, spoke. He was dressed in golden robes with true dragon embroiderings. Golden light shone resplendently. He wore a crown, appearing incomparably dignified. This was an extremely powerful cultivator, his age already extremely great, but he still looked young, as if he was middle-aged, blood energy flourishing. Everyone knew that this person had achieved the supreme being status many tens of thousands of years ago, his strength deep and immeasurable. He was one of the creatures with the greatest authority in the 9 heavens above. At the very least, this was the case on the surface. The clan's former emperor who withdrew regarded him as extremely important, placing a great amount of authority in his hands, having him deal with various important matters. No one expected the ruler of a long-life imperial court, the emperor himself even appearing, moreover not long ago, clearly expressing goodwill towards the Great Elder. Were they going to form an alliance? One had to understand that the imperial court and the Wang family didn't get along, always opposing each other. Otherwise, Princess Yaoyu would have always been going against Wang Shi and Heavenly Deity Institution. That was why Wang family immediately trembled inwardly, revealing a look of alertness. Our Heavenly Deities. Titushan should have prepared a grand welcome if we knew Emperor Su was coming. The Great Elder smiled, his attitude completely different from when he was dealing with the 2 individuals from before. This type of difference made Wang family feel even more uncomfortable. Wind Clan was still alright, always maintaining rather peaceful relations with Heavenly Deity Institution. Apart from dealing with Shirhao just now, they had always remained rather low profile. Haha, Great Elder is too courteous. Your distinguished self is a senior, wouldn't this be showing a younger generation undeserved attention? Su Mingxian laughed loudly, displaying another act of etiquette. Many people walked up to greet the Great Elder formally. Only now did all of the geniuses suddenly discover with shock that almost all of the long-life families sent people here. One could see just how astonishing that Immortal King Manor underneath Heavenly Deity Institution was. And now that Shirhao brought out the heavenly horned ant, this also proved how extraordinary the cave was, definitely making their eyes turn red, making a big fuss over it. However, with Great Elder's return, those restless individuals had no choice but to hold back a bit, fearing that they would be suppressed if they went against this old monster. In the 9 heavens above, Great Elder was one of the most powerful individuals. This was definitely the case, because he had lived for just too long, to the extent where some even speculated that he might have touched upon the immortal Dao domain, already having 1 foot into being a long-life being. If this was the case, then he might be the first person in this great era who had a chance of achieving immortality. Of course, there were even more people who were certain that Immortal Academy, Sacred Academy, few great long-life families, and a few other individuals could stand toe-to-toe with him. However, regardless, this type of living fossil-level figure who had lived for an endless amount of time was worth treating with great importance by people of all sides. None of them dared to recklessly offend him. "Worthy nephew, you really are quite leisurely, coming here as well to join the liveliness," Great Elder said to Su Mingxian. "I had to see for myself if there really was an immortal king cave that appeared. I had no choice, this is just too astonishing, the temptation of an immortal king inheritance too great for anyone," Su Mingxian said calmly. Then, he changed the topic, saying, "Actually, I came this time to pick an outstanding youth, see if he could become Dao companions with my little girl." This triggered a huge commotion. No one expected this Emperor Su to be this direct. Wasn't this just too easygoing? Was he going to determine his daughter's marriage right here? The pearl of a long-life family, the princess of an undying imperial court, the weight of this was just too great. If one married and lived with her family, wouldn't divine medicine resources, precious method treasuries, and all other things be in reach? One has to understand that this type of imperial court has existed since the ancient times, never being overthrown, surviving from the last great era. It had previously produced true immortals. No one knew just how extraordinary their backing was. This was simply world-shaking, perhaps something that would devastate the entire great world. "Worthy nephew, you must be joking. This type of event concerns your daughter's entire life. How could you just casually mention it?" Great Elder said. "I was just casually mentioning it. The crucial part will still depend on my daughter. It is because I heard that the young supreme beings of the present world have pretty much all gathered here, so I wanted to pick one that was more outstanding." Su Mingxian laughed loudly, extremely free and at ease. Then, he even more so gave Shihao a look. "He's going to pick you as a son-in-law." The little golden ant stood on Shihao's shoulder, clearly less than an inch tall, yet it still held its hands behind its back, putting on the appearance of some important person. He spoke quietly to Shihao. Everyone's mind trembled. Just now, Su Mingxian's eyes were too direct. Could it be that he favored Huang? Wang family's people's minds even more so jumped. They couldn't help but shiver with coldness. It would be extremely difficult for them to endure this type of thing. One had to understand that back then, Shihao had been treated by them as a slave. They placed a diamond band on his head, about to send him to his death in Origin Ancient Mine just to excavate some type of life stone. They viewed Shihao as their servant for an extremely long time, someone who was of inferior status. Even later on when they found out his talent was extraordinary, they still felt a bit of arrogance, as if they were inherently superior. Of course, this was also the reason why Shihao had a falling out with them. He broke the diamond band, captured Wang Shi, and subdued her for a night, using this to wash away his humiliation. Both sides had already had a falling out, becoming enemies. If they saw Shihao join the Su family, becoming their ideal son-in-law, Wang Shi wouldn't be able to accept it no matter what. It was because all of them already knew that Huang had incomparably frightening talent. If he truly married into the Su family, he would be like a tiger with wings. That would become a type of extremely frightening alliance. If that happened, the outside world might say that Wang family had eyes but no pupils, forcing away an extraordinary genius, chasing him into their opponent's sect. At that time, Wang family would most likely become a laughingstock. I have always had respect for the Wai Su family, feeling great admiration. Huang had previously mined for my Wang family, this truly a bit of a waste of talent. Is Su family attaching importance to him? Really is quite extraordinary tempera. Meant. Right at this time, a young man from Wang family spoke up. He was a student from Immortal Academy, his words at this moment unclear, hiding some implications. He was praising Su family on the surface, yet was actually mocking them. Within these words, he even more so ridiculed Shihao, saying that he was previously a servant of their family. Meanwhile, Su family wanted to choose this person as a son-in-law. Wouldn't that be shameful? Shihao's expression immediately became cold. He looked towards that youngster, only having a single line for him. "Do you want to die?" That young man could be considered a proud and arrogant individual, or else how could he dare mock Shihao in this type of situation, as well as ridicule a long-life imperial court, the Su family, so openly? As a result, his expression immediately changed. He coldly said, "Huang, you are too unbridled. Do you truly think that you can already overlook the 9 heavens 10 earths, that you can do whatever you please? You think that doesn't know life or death? Do you feel like a hero because you can humiliate me in this type of situation?" Shihao's voice was cold, immediately pressing forward. He didn't hesitate in the slightest. A fist smashed over murderously, immediately taking action, not trying to hide anything at all. Many people were stunned. The Wang family senior was right here, so no matter what, no one thought that Shihao would dare do this, directly going to strike him down here. If it was someone else, they would likely rebuke the other party first, and then incite the Wang family's genius into taking action, and only then would it no longer be considered lacking in manners, tactful enough and acceptable. "You dare take action against me?" Wang Monglong shouted, his eyes releasing cold light. He was both shocked and angry, now truly feeling a bit afraid. "You think you are anything special?" Shirhao's fist smashed over murderously, powerful winds sweeping about, tearing apart the void. Before Wang family's geniuses truly faced him, blood was already flowing out from his mouth. It was because this was 120% of Shirhao's power, going all out. Shirhao said coldly, "Forget about you being just one person. Even if your Wang family sent over your 10 best geniuses at me, I can still completely wipe them out." Everyone was stunned. This place became incredibly quiet. He really wasn't giving the other party any face at all, saying this to Wang family's face. This type of undisguised contempt and disdain was likely a direct slap to their faces. Haha, straightforward, this is just how it should be. However, you should just let me deal with this vile person. Su Mingxian laughed loudly. He had already become a supreme being-level creature many tens of thousands of years ago. Right now, he was even more so deep and immeasurable. He immediately vanished from his original position, blocking in front of Shirhao, and then sent a palm flying in Wang family's direction. This slap was extremely loud and clear, smacking on Wang Monglong's face. He immediately screamed miserably, his face warping, flesh and blood ulcerating, bones fracturing, teeth completely falling out. His entire body flew outwards, fainting on the spot, his primordial spirit almost collapsing. This was naturally the result of Emperor Su holding back. Otherwise, with his strength, just a slight point of his finger would wipe out this person's body and soul. Su Mingxian, you dare. An elder from Wang family was furious. This really wasn't giving them any face, striking his descendant's face in front of everyone. Wasn't this the same as humiliating him? Why wouldn't I dare? Your Wang family's discipline isn't strict enough, letting a younger generation make thoughtless remarks in this type of place. Let me ask you, do you wish to start a 10,000-year war between our two clans because of what that young man said? Su Mingxian severely berated. At first, no one thought too much of this, feeling that as the emperor of a generation, Su Mingxuan's action was a bit too trivial, not dignified enough. However, when he spoke like this, they all sensed the severity of the situation. You, Heng. Wang family's elder was full of anger and resentment, but in the end, he could only release a cold snort. With a swing of his sleeves, he backed off, no longer pursuing this. Chapter 1290, Heading North. You aren't bad. Su Mingxian walked over, his movements imposing, emperor aura intimidating. He patted Shirhao's shoulder. The little golden ant hissed out, quickly evading, because that palm almost struck him. He even suspected that the emperor was doing this on purpose, wishing to slap it. Su Mingxuan's head of dark hair was thick, his face like blades, stars collapsing within his eyes, his aura astonishing. He looked like he was middle-aged, but his blood energy was flourishing. His golden dragon robes released brilliance, illuminating the void, looking like an unmatched war god. Senior is wise, divine heroicness unmatched. Shirhao laughed loudly, praising him here. You brat, just now, your temper was quite fierce, yet you know how to flatter others now. Su Mingxian said with a smile. I merely said things as they were. After seeing your distinguished self give that little brat who doesn't know the immensity of this world a slap, it really was domineering. I was moved. Shirhao said with a smile. Many people revealed strange expressions. Wang family even more so hated it as much as they could hate it. This was directly humiliating them before their faces. Huang really was a good-for-nothing, incredibly hateful in their eyes. Wang family, I hope you all stop before going too far. There are some things that cannot be randomly said, not to mention that I still haven't decided who to choose as my daughter's Dao companion. Even if I was certain, it isn't something you all can randomly mock. Su Mingxian said. Then, he looked at the heavenly horned ant on Shirhao's shoulder, revealing a strange expression and saying, Why are you looking at me like that, even displaying enmity? What was you trying to do? Drawing a stupid lizard on your sleeves? Are you trying to show off in front of me? Even if you were going to have something on them, you should have added a great golden ant. The little heavenly horned ant said angrily. There was always something that had gnawed at his clan's minds. They always wanted to compete with the true dragon to see who was stronger. When everyone heard this, all of them began to roar with laughter. Su Mingxian was also speechless. Now that great elder returned, no one dared act recklessly any longer. The ones who originally still desired what was in the immortal king cave below all became obedient, truly not daring to offend this old man. After a few words of exchange, Great Elder and a few esteemed guests entered the Copper Palace on the Divine Mountain to carry out official business. Right now, many geniuses entered the underground world, all of them searching for opportunities. It was because news came out from the underground immortal city, letting them know that that place wasn't dangerous. Shirhao, you come. Great Elder spoke to him in secret. Shirhao wasn't in a rush to leave all this time, because he had long received Great Elder's instructions, which was why he was waiting for him here. After Great Elder accompanied some esteemed guests for a bit and came out from the imposing Copper Palace, he brought Shirhao to the rear mountain. They arrived at a secluded place with only a few fine residences and some ancient bamboo. No one else could come here. Senior, what kind of creature did you end up digging up from that ancient cave exactly? Shirhao had always carried some misgivings inside. That ancient land was too mysterious. Great Elder actually dug out a creature that still hadn't died from the endless skeletal remains. It truly was a bit frightening. One had to understand that that place was extremely strange, many bones about to become ashes. These were all world-shocking experts endless years ago. This meant that the creature buried even deeper within might very well be incomparably ancient, its age unimaginable. After all this time passed, that creature was still alive. It was simply inconceivable. Just how tenacious was its vitality? Moreover, back then, Shirhao clearly sensed that this creature, even though it was weak to the extreme, it was still unimaginably terrifying. When its wings moved, heaven and earth ruptured. If it was able to recover, then it was impossible to measure just how powerful it would become. I called you over precisely because of this. You must keep this matter to yourself. You cannot mention it to anyone, must not speak of it to anyone. Great Elder's voice was incredibly serious. What are you two talking about? The little ant on Shirhao's shoulder was curious. It was because he actually couldn't hear a single word, completely covered up by Great Elder. Then, Great Elder gave Shirhao a ring. It was extremely simple and ordinary in appearance, not looking like anything special at all, not really glowing. It was unknown what type of material it was made out of, the entire ring a navy blue. It was as if it was polished from a blue-green rock, not really having any aesthetics to speak of, to the extent where it was even a bit crude. What is this? Shirhao was confused. He looked towards Great Elder. Wear it on your hand, perhaps it might prove useful one day. The rest you don't need to ask about. You have to remember, you must not speak of the creature that was unearthed to anyone. Great Elder warned seriously once more. Originally, Shirhao used the body as the seed, suddenly succeeding, stepping on a path none before him was able to take, so Great Elder was extremely happy and moved, wishing to celebrate. However, because of this creature that was suddenly dug up, everything suddenly changed. Great Elder attached great importance to this matter, a great load on his mind. Shirhao told Great Elder that he was going to search for the imperishable scripture, the situation urgent. The creatures of the other side might launch an attack at any time, and once they broke past the desolate border, this world would undoubtedly be in danger, which was why he had to immediately leave and quickly strengthen himself. Just go, be a bit more careful. Great Elder warned. Let's go. After leaving the back mountain, the little golden ant cheered, greedily breathing in the outside fresh air. In reality, this place was far worse than the underground manor. That place was full of strong spiritual essence, to the extent where there was even immortal energy mixed in, far greater than the outside world. However, for the little golden ant, everything outside was new, full of exuberant life force, not as monotonous as that underground world. Where are we going to look for the imperishable scripture? The little ant asked. Northern Sea Forest. Shirhao said. This was an extremely important place that had existed from the ancient times until now, a stone forest in the Great Sea. There were just too many legends related to this place. In this great era, all those who had some accomplishments visited this place. They left their names in the stone forest, leaving an inscription on the greatest peaks to display their strength. For example, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, Lan Xian, and others, after emerging from seclusion, all went there to leave their names on the divine cliff's walls. They were all high up above, transcending many heroes of the past, extremely dazzling, auspicious brilliance shining unendingly. It was rumored that roughly half of the young supreme beings left their names there, making some of the divine peaks in the sea resonate and tremble. The only fortunate thing was that Northern Sea Stone 4. SD was an immeasurable heaven, or else crossing realms would be a huge problem for Shirhao. This was something ordinary people couldn't do. Immeasurable heaven was extremely large, the great wilderness full of ponds. There were many great cities, between them several tens of thousands of li. Moreover, there were some central divine cities that were even more so astonishingly large, the distance between them easily tens of millions of li. That was why they all had giant transport formations built. Shirhao borrowed these formations as he advanced, passing from one transport formation to the next, each time being transported several tens of millions of li out. He headed north, about to leave this great continent and enter the Northern Sea. It was hard to imagine just how vast this realm really was. He continued without stopping to rest, passing through transport formations continuously, yet still used up 7 days of time. Only then did he arrive in the northernmost region. The great wilderness still existed here, with all types of ancient beasts roaming about, ferocious birds spreading their wings. Apes cried and tigers roared, a savage and barbaric aura filling this place. Even though they were now close to the Northern Sea, hearing the roaring of the Great Sea, all types of giant beasts were still roaming about the ocean side, figures visible from time to time. Shirhao couldn't help but sigh with praise. Only when he entered the Void Dao realm could he truly walk about outside in the wilderness, roam between the mountains, rivers, and great lakes. It was because there were quite a few vicious beasts that were at the Void Dao realm. If this was in the past, he would have had to avoid them. He definitely wouldn't have dared to press forward, needing to carefully avoid all types of divine bugs and vicious beasts. Right now, he was also a sect master level figure, now able to act much more carefreely. Of course, this was still far from being able to travel unhindered through the world, charging recklessly into the great wilderness. He still had to pay attention, because one of those mountain ridge depths might very well have a giant vicious being hiding within. There might be some ancient vicious flood dragons hidden within an abyss. These type of existences easily lived for several hundred years, their cultivation levels profound. The Northern Sea was extremely vast and boundless. However, when standing by the shore, one couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble, because it was just too frightening. When one gazed forward, they would see a great hazy expanse, the sea covered in dark mist. It was as if it was a spiritual sea, a bit deathly still. There were transport formations that led to the depths of the Northern Sea as well, but none of them were too reliable. Those ancient transport formations had been worn down by years of non-repair, often displaying issues. From time to time, people would be sent into the boundless Great Sea, and thus disappear. Shirhao came here precisely with the same intention as everyone else, waiting for an underworld ship. Even though these ships sounded frightening, they weren't actually that dangerous. In the mist, there were ships everywhere, like guests of the ghost realm as they moved through the black mist. There were some ancient ships that moved about on their own, bright red lanterns hanging from the front of the ships. This was a bit terrifying, but to this day, rarely was there anything dangerous that happened. Soon afterwards, a few underworld ships appeared, floating nearby. They were completely silent, the blood-colored lanterns at the bow of the ships flickering with cruel-looking radiance. Are these the underworld ships? Shirhao said to himself. Really are scary. The little golden ant couldn't help but break into a cold shiver. Did you not know? These are ships that have survived from immortal ancient, existing from the last great era until this world, not decaying all this time. They float along the ocean surface, able to bring people from one shore to the other. Shirhao said. I didn't know. Never heard about them before. The little ant shook his head. It was because he was born in the last great era. In reality, Shirhao was also quite curious, full of puzzlement. The first time he heard that they needed to rely on this type of boat to cross the Northern Sea, he was also shocked. They were now close. One boat arrived at the sea, not all that large, but it was extremely sturdy. The ship body was black-colored, not being damaged even after experiencing endless time. Was this really an ancient ship that had floated over from the last great era? Shirhao found this a bit difficult to believe, it was just too inconceivable. There were previously other great figures who had fished up a few boats to study them, but they didn't obtain any special findings. Let's go, we are getting on the boat. Shirhao said. He was about to set out to sea. He had heard that there was one region at the center of the Northern Sea that was quite lively, flourishing with activity with quite a few cultivators living there. It seems a bit familiar. When he ascended the underworld ship, Shirhao frowned. Why did the boat seem more and more familiar? It really pulled at his heartstrings, stirring up waves in his mind. He found it a bit difficult to calm down. Suddenly, Shirhao remembered. When he was around 10 years old, he had previously set out to sea in the lower realm, heading to the Kuanping nest to fight for a matchless precious technique. In that place, he had seen these before. Only, back then, what he saw were paper ships, ships that had been folded by another. This ship's appearance was exactly the same as those paper ships. Moreover, he was sure that this ship wasn't transformed from paper, it was extremely real. When he touched it with his hands, it felt a bit cold. Bone ship. The ship was polished from a tie of bone material. It didn't sink into the water, and it was incredibly sturdy, definitely had an astonishing background. As Shirhao was baffled, this boat moved on its own, making its way through the black mist and heading towards the Northern Sea. Shirhao sat down. He gently struck the ship, carefully examining it. Could it really be just like the rumors stated, that they were refined from the bones of the rulers of the underworld? Suddenly, Shirhao was horrified, standing up with a sound. He saw a dark red liquid flowing along the ship's surface, seeping out. Blood. On the boat's ship, there was a bit of blood that suddenly seeped out. He didn't notice it just now. He moved his hand over it, his entire hand becoming a dark red. It was extremely terrifying and sinister. He had never heard of it before. When others set out to sea, this type of thing had never even happened before, everything going smoothly. Shirhao was horrified. What was going on? His mind trembled, developing a type of daring speculation. Could it be that he really arrived at the root of it all? The woman who folded the paper boat was actually in the sea? When he thought of this possibility, Sherhao's mind was greatly shaken. That woman was too mysterious, previously leaving him with an incomparably deep impression, to the extent where it even exceeded the Kuanping itself when he was near the Kuanping nest. It was something that was hard for him to forget. Chapter 1291, Netherworld. The black mist was boundless, the location of the Great Sea unclear. There were no sounds, only the underworld boat moving on its own. It was extremely strange. The Great Sea seemed like an endless world, as if there was no limit to be seen. However, there was not even the slightest bit of sound, to the extent where not even a splash was made. This place was like a sea of death, quiet to the point where it was a bit frightening. On the black bone ship that was less than a zhang in length, Sherhao's expression was serious. He stared at the blood on the boat's wall and then looked into the lifeless sea. He wasn't that sure either, never asking others about this in detail. Now, he saw this type of situation while at sea. Was this normal? At the very least, blood flowing out of a black ship was completely abnormal. It should be something that others hadn't seen before. Is there something on me that made it produce some type of reaction? Sherhao said to himself. Otherwise, why was there this type of strange situation? He felt a bit uneasy. The underworld ship moved on its own, so was its destination still the Northern Sea Forest? He wasn't sure. If something unexpected happened, it would definitely be extremely difficult to deal with in this boundless ocean region. What kind of smell is this? Even though I do smell a fishy smell, there is also a faint fragrance. That little golden ant on Sherhao's shoulder said, and then it jumped off. Sherhao was speechless. Hi, was the reaction of the vicious 10 descendant so different? He still carried worries inside, yet this fellow was actually this carefree. Why don't you give it a taste? Sherhao said in a bad mood. Even though the golden ant was less than an inch in length, it directly carried out a copper cauldron the size of a person. It possessed extraordinary abilities, normally able to store massive items. Refine a bit. He pointed out. A few drops of dark red liquid splashed out from the ship walls, landing in the copper cauldron. Great strength, immortal flames, refine all evils. The little golden ant released a light cry, releasing a streak of golden light from its mouth. It turned into flames, burning its copper cauldron. Even though its body was small, the power of the flames that were spat out was extraordinary. The temperature here immediately rose fiercely, the void even warping, releasing pi-pa sounds. Immediately afterwards, that copper cauldron was burned red, moreover becoming transparent. This cauldron was extremely special. It was sparkling and translucent. Just now, it was still a bronze-green color, but now, it became like colored glass, the interweaving patterns inside visible. Those were immortal ancient Great Tao symbols. They formed the internal structure of this cauldron, the patterns complex and profound. Soon afterwards, a wave of black flame surged from within the cauldron, the strong smell pungent, making one feel like vomiting. Sherhao and the little ant quickly backed up. There wasn't that much black smoke, only, it possessed astonishing corrosive properties, making the surrounding mist all release chi-chi sounds. In addition, it carried terrifying energy. The moment it surged, the surrounding void unexpectedly cracked apart. Forget about Sherhao, even the little ant that was previously talking drivel was stupefied. So weird. Is this the ruined blood of a long life being after its blood was cursed? The little ant muttered. Sherhao was even more shocked than him. Just a bit of the blood that spilled out from the boat's walls, the few drops already possessed this level of power. It was clear that this was remnant poison. If it still had all of its characteristics from the past, what would it then be like? It truly was unimaginable, perhaps just a single drop able to wipe out the top-level figures of this world. In the cauldron, there was one droplet of blood that could still be considered red and glistening, containing a hint of spirituality. However, it lacked life aura, similarly carrying a faint fragrance. This was precious blood. It was definitely extremely precious, but after endless time passed, the essence flowing away, for it to still have this bit left was already not bad. However, even though this was the case, this drop of blood still carried terrifying strength. Sherhao stared at it. He saw stars moving one after another through it. These are regular scenes, events that had taken place in the past. Chaotic energy roiled, the great stars colliding in the cosmos and then exploding. This left him deeply shocked. The little ant was extremely nervous. He also stared at the scenes in that drop of blood. After a great noise, they seemed to have heard a great roar, one that was full of despair. Then, a golden spear tore through the great cosmos. With a piu sound, a creature was pierced through. A string of blood shot into the air, scattering into the stellar dome. The blood was like a terrifying supreme being magical artifact, continuously blasting through giant stars. They were clearly just some droplets of blood, but they destroyed many ancient and giant stars, shattering all of them. Heavens, how powerful! Probably not that much weaker than my own dad, right? The little golden ant cried out in alarm. Shirhao's expression couldn't help but change, a chill running down his back. What level of battle was this? The instant a creature was struck down, the blood that was released scattered across the starry sky, yet this already destroyed so many stars. This was just too shocking. A single drop of blood could destroy a starry sky, hacking down several hundred to over 1,000 extremely large stars. This was like a legend of legends, truly a bit frightening. This blood has already been diluted by who knows how many tens of thousands of times, yet there are still these imprints left behind, containing the information of endless time past. It truly isn't simple, the little ant said. Shirhao hinted for him to taste this blood. He shook his head in an exaggerated manner and said, "What blood is there that is more powerful than my extreme strength blood? Not even the heart blood of a true dragon is necessarily comparable." You have a point. Let me take a look then, see just how great the extreme strength blood is. I still never seen it before, Shirhao said with a smile. Get lost. Don't try to scheme against me. The little ant put on vigilant look. The atmosphere was clearly extremely tense and nervous, the boundless great sea lacking sound, like a place without life, but with their bickering, it eased the tension by quite a bit. Shirhao carefully studied this blood, but unfortunately, they didn't make any more discoveries. It gradually grew dim, becoming quiet again. Time flowed on, and then soon afterwards, 3 days passed. There was more and more mist in this ocean region, thick to the point where it wouldn't scatter. Eventually, even heavenly eyes lost their effects. They entered a demonic land, the ocean bottomless, unknown just how deep it was. However, giant bones appeared on the ocean surface from time to time, brought to the water surface. What kind of blasted place was this? It really was strange. According to what he had heard, there was definitely no place like this in the areas the underworld boats passed by. This wasn't a place the boat was supposed to bring them to. Semicircular bones appeared on the water's surface. Upon closer inspection, that was a skull. It floated in the ocean region, incredibly large. This type of head is just too big, right? It could definitely support heaven and earth when it was still alive. The little ant released an exclaim of admiration. Shirhao's expression became grave. He felt as if he was following a tunnel of death that extended through the true 9 heavens and 10 earths, bringing him into the underworld. Otherwise, why would there be this type of terrifying scene? From time to time, giant arm bones and other things could be seen in the Great Sea, stretching into the clouds above the water surface. This was just too strange and sinister. One could imagine just how miserable the battle here was back then. Those who died were definitely world-shaking individuals. If any of them were still alive, it would definitely shake heaven and earth. They could feel the power of time here. There were so many powerful individuals, yet their ends were so lamentable, only a pile of withered bones in the great river of time. Shirhao couldn't help but wonder where he would be after millions and millions of years passed, if he would also become a pile of withered bones. What was it going to be like in the future? Right now, all different types of clues were foretelling that the future was inauspicious, that the order of the world was going to collapse. Foreign creatures were going to completely invade, and then the darkest of times were going to descend. When the next great era started, just how many people of their generation would be left? Would they all become the dust of history? Shirhao clearly remembered that in immortal battlefield remains, there were ancient giants who crossed the river of time to kill him. There was a white-clad woman who defied the flow of time, taking action for his sake. Was that someone from the future, someone from a future great era? Would they have the chance to meet in the future? Or was it to say that she took action that time purely based on coincidence, something that was triggered incidentally? During the darkest times when the most miserable times arrive, Shirhao had no idea what his own fate was going to be like. Suddenly, while he was thinking to himself, the boat shook intensely, and then they left this region. The sky and sea were one color, immediately becoming wide open. The skies were dark blue, connecting to the sapphire-like seawater, beautiful to the point of leaving one intoxicated. There were still layers upon layers of dark mists ahead, an aura of death surrounding this place, the water full of giant skeletal remains. However, this type of change suddenly took place immediately afterwards. The difference was too great, exceeding all of their expectations. What kind of place did we end up coming to? The little golden ant stuck out his head and looked around, feeling a bit stunned. The sea was like jade, the skies blue, water surface like crystals, spiritual essence seeping out from within. This was definitely not Northern Sea Forest, different from that place of legends. Shirhao frowned, not in the mood to admire this type of peacefulness and beautiful scenery. This underworld boat that had blood flowing out from it was strange after all, bringing them to a mysterious place. He just couldn't figure out what was happening. What he experienced was completely different from everyone else. This time, the underworld boat moved extremely quickly. In less than an hour, Shirhao's group was brought into a mist-shrouded place. This place was quite shocking, different from everything they were used to seeing. A golden sun stuck to the water surface, releasing a pure and holy radiance. One could see a golden crow fast asleep inside the great sun. This was an ancient sun, refined from the corpse of an ancient golden crow who had warped and weaved between heaven and earth. There was no deathly energy, only blazing radiance and auspiciousness. Meanwhile, high up in the sky were many mountain peaks, but they were all inverted downwards. There were even more trees that seemed to grow in the sky, but the treetops pointed downwards, aimed at the dark blue seawater. Apart from this, the mountain ridge, dry land, and other things were all upside down, opposite of the things below. The sun was sticking to the ocean surface, far from the sky, the plants growing in reverse from the heavenly dome. There were a few fierce birds and beats that roared out, similarly stepping on the skies, walking upside down. This was an upside-down world, completely opposite of this place. It was a strange world, a different region. This place was extremely bizarre, making one feel rather puzzled. The little golden ant reached out his neck, putting on a stupefied look. He looked around here, sizing up the world around him. What kind of place was this? It really was confusing. Suddenly, thunderous noises rumbled endlessly, simply about to blast apart one's soul. It was just this abrupt, appearing from thin air, absolutely shocking. It was too sudden, breaking the peacefulness of this place. The underworld boat moved slowly, mysteriously entering this region covered in thunderous noises. The water and sky merged into one color, blue light faint. There was a shocking scene in front of the tranquil sea surface. There was a whirlpool that was like a volcano that linked up the heavens above to the sea below. It was like an inverted ocean eye, but unfortunately, it didn't rotate all things, sucking them into the ocean floor, but was rather about to suck everything into the heavenly dome. The lightning radiance was endless, an ocean eye that was coiling with lightning. Perhaps it could be called a world eye. There was no sound before, only when one entered this region would they suddenly hear the deafening noise that made one's primordial spirit unstable, as if it was going to collapse. The little ant held his head and couldn't help but scream out, his expression revealing a bit of pain. This place was too sinister, he almost couldn't hold on anymore. The space between Shirhao's brows also felt like splitting, as if there was a blade hacking at him, directly aiming at his primordial spirit, sharp and impossible to block. What is that? Shirhao endured the pain and strengthened his mind. He looked towards that vortex that connected the heavens above with the earth below. He looked carefully, discovering with shock that the power of time was too strong, fragments of time everywhere, spinning about there. The power of time. I have never seen such terrifying temporal power. The little ant had on an extremely miserable appearance. Once something touched upon time, then it would definitely be frightening, with shocking changes easily taking place. Even though the number of times this kind of thing happened since ancient times was limited, once this type of place was formed, it definitely had to be avoided. Right at this time, a frightening power was transmitted from the boundless vortex, drawing Shirhao and the heavenly horned ant closer, about to suck them in. The little ant screamed, revealing a face full of horror. Shirhao also felt his blood run cold, feeling like he was in incredible danger, the situation not looking good at all. I don't want to return to the past. This damn vortex is formed from the power of time. Once one falls inside, heaven knows what era it will be. I don't want to die. It was because based on the records left behind by his father, once one fell inside, if one's cultivation wasn't incredibly powerful, they might just die halfway or perhaps disappear, falling into reincarnation. Chapter 1292, Passage of Time. That lightning was too terrifying, exploding by their sides, collapsing the void, blasting apart the world, the power incomparable. It was even more horrifying than heavenly tribulation. Every single streak of that lightning was like a stellar stream, descending from the innermost depths of heaven's dome, vast and boundless. They were so dazzling tears would fall from one's eyes when they looked at it. What kind of damn place is this? Why did we end up here? The little ant cried out. The feelers on its head moved about, its entire body shivering, heart even feeling cold. Shirhao also felt his scalp go numb. They definitely couldn't approach that thing. It was already so frightening around it. Once they went inside, it would definitely wipe out their body and spirit. Even though Shirhao had confidence, when he came to this place, his instincts told him that even though his flesh was extremely powerful, his cultivation realm still wasn't high enough to face this. Once he was struck by lightning, he would most likely turn into a blast of bloody mist on the spot. No. The little ant cried out, struggling with everything it had, displaying the most powerful divine ability of its clan. The power could shake up heaven and earth, able to overturn the world. Only, there was a type of domain that silently spread, instantly breaking apart their resistance. They couldn't withstand it. The void distorted, time flowing in reverse, time fragments blooming like flowers one after another, able to erase all power. Fortunately, when that lightning radiance hacked down, even though it was boundless and majestic, able to kill anyone, it didn't land on them. There seemed to be a mysterious wave of power pulling on them. The strong feeling of time, a feeling of great changes poured over like the tide, surging in front of them, spinning intensely. An immeasurable passage was formed, unknown where it headed. Hurry and think of something. Otherwise, we are all going to die. The little golden ant panicked. He still hadn't matured yet, so now that he experienced such heaven-shocking developments immediately after birth, he was already starting to lose his mind. Shirhao raised his left hand, several dozen golden divine chains reaching out from his palm. They were like spider silk, shooting into the distance, about to wrap around a shoal rock. This was Willow Deity's method, only, unfortunately, it couldn't display its effects here. The entire world seemed to be crushing down, making the golden chains turn dim, moreover shattering that shoal rock. Let me out! The little ant screamed, continuously brandishing its fists, using its clan's extreme strength precious technique, wishing to break free of the restrictions and shatter everything. It suffered a backlash, opening its mouth and spitting out blood. Lightning radiance suddenly appeared, not hacking down on the underworld boat, but there was a frightening aura that swept over, as if the world was being destroyed, universe collapsed, all life extinguishing. Break apart! Shirhao shouted, using his own divine ability, displaying the reincarnation precious technique. There were time fragments inside, touching upon temporal power. However, it was better to have not used this power. Once it was activated, they flew even faster, a wave of terrifying secret force pulling at them and the underworld boat. They began to fly towards the sky-connecting vortex with extreme speed. What exactly is going on? Others go straight to Northern Sea Forest when they are on the underworld boat. Why are we this unlucky? The little golden ant screamed miserably. Shirhao was also reflecting over everything that just happened. There wasn't anything that was really unexpected, so why did they encounter this type of misfortune? Could it be that it is because you are the heir of the heavenly horned ant, and that's why some type of natural laws were stirred, which is why we were imprisoned, about to be dragged into the passage of time? Shirhao made this type of speculation. What does it have to do with me? I never heard of natural laws acting differently towards different bloodlines. There is definitely some type of forbidden object that triggered this passage of time. The little golden ant screamed out. Shirhao frowned. He actually had this type of speculation as well, but could some type of artifact really produce such a frightening scene? After carefully thinking about this, he really did have quite a few forbidden objects on him. It was hard to say which item it was exactly that might have produced this type of effect. The ocean roared, great waves striking the heavens. This type of giant wave could crush great mountains, directly scatter the clouds in the sky. It was just too horrifying. Of course, it still wasn't enough to reach those mountains' peaks, plants, and rest of the great world that hung down from the sky. Only, the blazing sun formed from the ancient golden crow on the water surface was submerged, fragmented golden multicolored light emerging from the water that splashed out. It was still extremely brilliant. Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. Even though the little ant was small, his primordial spirit strength was astonishing. However, right now, there was blood flowing out from the space between his brows. The closer they got to the passage of time, the more powerful the pressure was, as if a blade of time was about to cut down on their primordial spirits. Shirhao was starting to panic as well, because they were just too close, about to enter that heaven-reaching passage of time. If they really fell inside, only heaven knew where they would end up falling into. Thunderous light erupted. He first put on the Lightning Emperor's armor, the tattered armor starting to shine. Even though there were holes all over it, rust stains covering its surface, right now, lightning radiance surged, as if an ancient immortal revived, incredibly berserk, releasing undying immortal light. What kind of demonic armor did you end up bringing? Was it this thing that caused this? The little ant struggled, feeling that things were extremely dangerous. If this ended up guiding down all of the lightning radiance from above, they would definitely be blasted into charred coke by the electricity. This type of lighting far exceeded the Void Dao realm. Even supreme beings most likely cooked through if they came, impossible to defend against. However, after the Lightning Emperor armor shone for a short period of time, it became quiet again. It didn't really react with the passage of time. Then, Shirhao produced the true primordial record, holding the 10,000 spirit diagram in his hands. The sparkling white bone was extremely gentle. Even though it was unordinary right now, it didn't resonate with the irregular scene here. Finally, Shirhao produced a sword core. At first, it was dull and without light, ordinary looking, but after being bathed in the radiance of the lightning, it actually began to release jung-jung sounds, about to tear through the sky. Resplendent sword radiance was released, tearing apart the heavenly dome. The everlasting immortal sword was completely suffused with killing energy, surging with killing energy. It was never as bloodthirsty as it was right now, full of murderous intent, simply as if it was going to unleash a massacre in this world. Sword radiance reached into outer space. What was released already not pure sword energy, but more like a great mountain that supported heaven and earth. It towered above, crushing the heavens. Shirhao was stunned, and then his body became ice cold. He never thought the sword's murderous intent would be so heavy, actually this frightening. Was it stimulated by the surrounding power? A wave of bloody mist immediately scattered, surrounding the ocean dome. In that instant, Shirhao's nose felt extremely itchy because he caught a whiff of a bloody smell. It was all produced by the sword core, as if it was going to wipe out all creatures in the present world. It was too strange, too frightening. Right now, he really wanted to throw away the sword core. The difference from how it was in the past was actually this great. The rain of light the sword core released was still brilliant, as if it was ascending to immortality, but 3 feet outside the range of the sword core, precisely outside of where Shirhao was, there was a scarlet redness everywhere, a bloody smell filling this place. What kind of sword is this? Why is it this sinister? The little ant was both shocked and fearful, feeling a bit stunned. Why were all the things this fella carried so strange? The sword core was inauspicious, clearly withstanding the secret force of this place. Even if it was time it was facing, it would still hack through it, vicious light overflowing into the heavens. However, it still stabilized itself in the end, because the fragments of time and lightning didn't resonate with it. Both sides didn't interact, no longer opposing each other. This still isn't it. Is it really something I am carrying? Shirhao felt quite helpless. He then took out a dragon scale that was a foot in length. It carried the power of dragons, something that he obtained from pursuing the inauspicious and ominous back then from the blood-dyed black ancient boat in the void. Draconic energy. The little golden ant's eyes narrowed, feeling shocked inside. It still wasn't this item, unable to calm the power of time. In that instant, all types of scattered artifacts appeared in Shirhao's surroundings. He removed everything he had, forming a large pile. However, it was already too late. A wave of powerful force pulled at them, smashing towards that passage with unstoppable momentum. Lightning hacked, time circling about. This passage made one's soul tremble before they even truly made contact with it, making them feel a wave of chilliness. Time circulated about. It was as if should they be caught within, tens of millions of years might pass in the blink of an eye. That was a gate of time. Once one fell inside, it was unknown just where and when they would end up. No one Old explained for sure why this type of gate opened, because since the ancient times, there were only a few examples, all of them becoming unexplainable mysteries. Meanwhile now, Shirhao was perfectly experiencing this, about to truly witness the so-called unsolvable mystery throughout all ages. No. I don't want to die, I still haven't grown up, still didn't get married, I still didn't leave behind an unmatched bloodline for my clan. Don't take me away, the heavenly horned ant race cannot be wiped out. The little golden ant cried out, its hands and feet struggling about, frantically resisting, completely going crazy. Shirhao was also frightened. Heaven knew what kind of place they were going to. If they really ended up going to an uncivilized generation, or entered the last great era, then it truly would be lamentable. All connection with this great era would be severed. At this moment, Shirhao's mood was complex. He thought of many things. Just how was this passage even formed? Was it man-made, or was it something created naturally by this world? If it was man-made, then just how frightening of power was this? How many people could have this much power? If it was created by heaven and earth, then what kind of conditions were required for it to take form? A man and ant screamed at the same time because their bodies flew towards that screen of light, about to make contact with the lightning and power of time, enter that passage. Heaven and earth shook, roaring seas reaching into the skies. At this moment, light devoured everything, nothing visible any longer. There were only waves, only time swirling about, covered by the power of time. Astonishing changes took place here. The passage split apart, lightning separating in the middle, not striking the two of them. Shirhao and the little ant fell directly into the passage. In that instant, they felt the corrosion of time. Their bodies felt as if they aged several tens of thousands of years, their entire body feeling exhausted and heavy, covered in a layer of brilliance. I don't want to die from old age. Since we came, then hurry up and continue, bring us out. The little ant screamed. Shirhao was also resisting this force, but he felt like a speck that fell into a boundless sea. His individual power was just too insignificant, many giant stars moving about in his surroundings. No! The two of them shouted out at the same time. A muffled noise sounded, and then a streak of eternal light followed, making everything turn in reverse. They felt as if they were becoming younger, things changing in a good direction. At the same time, Shirhao widened his eyes with shock. He saw several small paper boats, not too close but not too far, all of them dyed in blood, words written on them, floating along this passage of time. I am the only one left. It was still those familiar words, as well as the same paper boats. A world-shocking streak of lightning hacked down, accompanied by the most dazzling light. A figure appeared in the distance, and the corners of clothes fluttered about, magnificent style unmatched. She was getting closer. Chapter 1293. One Step One Great Era. Not close, but not that far, a creature appeared. Her magnificent style was unmatched. She entered this place, gracefully approaching this passage formed from time, quickly arriving. That type of bearing was truly moving, difficult for one to forget their entire lives. What was an ascended immortal? In Shirhao's eyes, this was precisely it. This woman's long dress fluttered about, moving through the air, fine black hair fluttering about, her entire being carrying a type of aloof immortal feeling, as if she stood above the realm of mortals. She was indescribably otherworldly, not belonging to this secular world, carrying a type of elegant aura. As her white clothes fluttered about, it was as if she was going to transcend above, enter the 9 heavens above. At first, she looked like a solitary true immortal, but she also looked like a spirit of the forest, untainted by the realm of mortals. However, when she got a bit closer, both Shirhao and the little ant became shocked. This was a woman. When her eyes moved over, it was as if they experienced a reincarnation, deep and extraordinary. There was a type of sharpness within, not like gentle, beautiful pearls. She had a type of restrained domineeringness, a type of generation-suppressing style. In that instant, the little ant's heart began to beat quickly. He couldn't help but tremble, almost crying out. Why was there this kind of woman here? She could actually crush heaven and earth with a raise of her hand, possessing a type of exceptional unmatched style, able to overlook the long river of endless time. This was an extremely contradictory temperament. When she was calm, she looked aloof like a fairy, but when her clothes fluttered about, body quickly approaching, there was a mountain and river devouring might, able to overlook the matchless experts from past to now. This woman, how could she be this strong? Even though I never saw her take action, I know that her methods are definitely heaven-reaching. Don't tell me this passage of time was something she cooked up? The little golden ant's voice was trembling, his entire body couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit and flesh instinctively made him feel fearful towards her. In reality, this could still be considered a good thing. If it were another creature who didn't have the heavenly horned ant race's extreme strength blood, they definitely would have long collapsed on the ground, kowtowing towards this woman in worship. Moreover, right at this time, Shirhao and the little ant saw something that left them shocked, feeling as if they were looking at an illusion. It was because they could vaguely hear a type of sacrificial voice, even more so a type of sound of worship, as if all life in this world were chanting the name of an empress. Was it the woman before their eyes? It was an empress. Even though there was endless time separating them, difficult to determine just how much time had passed, those from her time still remembered her, the sounds vaguely transmitting over. According to immortal ancient secret annals, there was a rumor that wasn't confirmed, but when one had unmatched accomplishments, saved the creatures of an entire heaven and earth during that existence's life or death, there would be this type of incessant sacrificial sound. Moreover, even if there was space separating them, endless time between them, even if her corpse had fallen into the depths of the cosmos, this type of voice would still link up to her, sensing where her corpse is. Just what exactly did this woman do? Who is she? Could it be that she relied on her own strength to save the world, and that was why there was this type of endless time sacrificial voice around her? Wasn't it said that this was a type of reverence for the departed? However, she was clearly still alive. Empress. Shirhao and the little golden ant heard countless people offering sacrifice. This was an empress, a great empress who used to be magnificent and exceptional. She's coming. Is this the passage of light she created? If this truly was the case, then it was simply unimaginable. Just what kind of heaven-shocking might was this? With the endless river of time separating them, a broken expanse of void between them, this was already a legend of legends. From past until now, just how many people could do this? Meanwhile, if one forcefully condensed a passage, making the past, present, and future one path, that would simply be unimaginable. Moreover, to be more precise, it was completely unrealistic. It was because there were people from the past who had deduced that this was impossible. If one tried to do this, unless there was a great collapse, everything going in reverse, absolute annihilation taking place, it couldn't be carried out. If one did things like that, then all walks of life would end up in chaos, the heavens completely wiped out. In theory, this couldn't be done. However, how did this white-clothed empress do this? Was it truly her methods being so heaven-defying that she could forcefully condense this type of passage? Or was it to say that it was a mix of coincidence and opportunity? She discovered a hole in heaven and earth, and then forcefully rushed over. 9 deaths, 1 life? The heavens collapsed and earth ruptured, ghosts wept and deities howled. When the white-clothed empress approached, all types of heaven and earth irregular scenes appeared, truly shocking. Scenes of her killing powerful individuals appeared, a rain of blood scattering down. There were gods and devils that fell, corpses everywhere. The little golden ant was frightened badly. Just now, it felt like this woman was like a fairy, like a solitary immortal, yet now, not only did it see her fierceness, it also saw her killing methods. Right at this time, the passage of time became unstable, about to split apart, unable to exist for a long time in this world. Not good, we're going to be finished. The little ant's expression changed. Once the passage of time ruptured, they would become scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Not even the primordial spirit could be saved, forever erased for all of eternity. The white-clad woman took action, pointing out with her finger. Ascension immortal light pervaded the air, about to lock down this passage. It's her. Finally, when the woman took action, Sherhao's suspicions reached a critical point. Then, he immediately realized something, recognizing this person. White-clothed empress, this person had previously saved him in immortal battlefield. 3 years ago, in those ruins, there was previously a giant from endless time ago who took action on the lower reaches of the Great River of Time. Back then, Sherhao was in imminent danger, about to die at any time, but right at that moment, there was a white-clad beauty who was powerful and exceptional that suddenly appeared, domineeringly forcing back the terrifying creature from the upper reaches. Even though Sherhao had his suspicions just now, he didn't dare fully believe it all this time. Only now, when the other party took action, did he truly understand. That type of forcefulness, that type of power, the feeling of being the sole sovereign was something he had only seen once before in his entire life. The void caved in, the passage still unstable. Time hacked down, blades carrying the power of time, about to eliminate Sherhao and the little ant. At this critical juncture, several black-colored little paper boats dyed in blood gently floated over, arriving by the two individual sides amidst the chaotic stream. Then, there were bright bloody specks that appeared, directly suppressing this place. In that instant, time froze, the void becoming still, locking down everything. It was just a few small paper boats, yet they neutralized the dangerous situation, rescuing Sherhao and the little ant. They subdued the world, protecting this passage. It truly was boundless divine force, exceptional and incomparable. Now, they finally saw her. When the hazy immortal mist scattered, her face was still blurry. A magical artifact that was in the form of an immortal sword turned into a mask, turned into a ring, changed into a demonic pot, continuously transforming before her. Then, a bronze mask appeared on her face. That magical artifact seemed to carry life, attaching to her face, giving off a type of incomparably mysterious aura. In the end, he still didn't see her true face. The bronze face mask was extremely strange, carrying tears, but also a smile, the two interweaving, truly eye-catching, making one's heartstrings couldn't help but tremble. The woman who folded those paper boats was her. Sherhao was stunned, and then he was greatly shocked, heaven overflowing waves surging. Next to that Kunping nest was a gate of light, small paper boats continuously floating out from that place. Were they folded by her? His mind was in complete chaos. What was going on? The one who took action in the Great River of Time was also her. This made Sherhao feel as if he was losing a sense of time. What exactly happened in the past? Immortal ancient secret annals recorded inconceivable mysteries. Perhaps there is someone who could do it, using the sacrificial chance of all life to protect the true body or corpse, and then undergoing reincarnation. Mind and corpse separate, most likely wandering through the great emptiness, ancient times full of chaos. It was as if the little ant was dreaming, speaking these words of nonsense. He felt like he was witnessing the things his father didn't write about in too much detail, seeing some things that might have existed previously only in theory. You wanted to see the two of us? Sherhao asked with a trembling voice. He really was a bit confused. Why did this type of thing happen? However, he vaguely knew that perhaps there really was some type of connection between this woman and himself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have came to save him. Or maybe it was just a coincidence. To meet 2 times in a row, this was definitely not normal. It couldn't be described as a coincidence anymore. The woman didn't say anything, those beautiful and spiritual eyes becoming deep. They were slowly shrouded by immortal mist, eventually not even the ice-cold bronze face mask visible. For some reason, Sherhao felt as if he could sense her mood. It was disappointment. You got the wrong person, right? Perhaps what you were looking for is something I am carrying, these things on me. Sherhao said. I was not guided to the correct time. The white-clothed empress spoke, her voice like the sounds of nature, but it still made one's mind tremble. It was because she carried a type of tremendous regret. Right at this time, all of the items in Sherhao's surroundings moved up, but then they all moved back. Finally, A drop of blood appeared from his body, lightning sounds rumbling within, shouts of war shocking the nine heavens. Shirhao was stunned. He had thought of everything, only overlooking this drop of blood. Back then, there was a cauldron that was swirling with all life source energy, nine-colored immortal gold light covering it. It didn't belong to the past, didn't belong to the present. It had previously sought out Shirhao, leaving behind a drop of blood. He carried this droplet with him. It was precisely this drop. The golden little ant almost screamed out. Turns out the reason why they ended up in this passage was because of the drop of blood Shirhao was carrying. You are looking for this drop of blood? Shirhao asked. The white-clothed woman's fine black hair fell down like a waterfall. As they moved about, there were stars within the strands of hair, as if she was standing in an ancient cosmos and she was the sole ruler. The correct person, the correct destination, but met at the wrong time. She spoke, her voice carrying a sigh, as well as a loneliness of endless time. Shirhao almost cried out in alarm. She was actually looking for him. This truly was incomprehensible. What exactly was she trying to do? I am standing right here. If you have something to say, please speak. Shirhao said. It is useless even if I tell you. You are still not you. The wrong time will wipe out everything. In the end, you will still be sent back to the origin. The white-clothed empress should be someone of few words, but right now, she said a lot. Why? The difference between us is merely a single step. What is there you cannot talk about? What is there that cannot be understood? Shirhao shouted loudly, not believing her. The two of us seem to be a step apart, but if you want to take that step, you might need to cross a great era. Have you properly prepared yourself? The empress asked. What did you say? Shirhao couldn't help but cry out. One step, one great era. Can you take that step over? The current you, is that something you can do? In the end, everything will be erased, no traces remaining, unable to recall anything. The white-clothed empress said. Then, she didn't say anything else, raising her foot. One step, one great era. This type of saying frightened the little golden ant badly. He felt more and more like some things his father recorded were trustworthy. Chapter 1294, Forgotten. One step, one great era. Just how shocking was this? Forget about actually doing it. Just this type of boldness alone was already enough to put one in a daze. Regardless of whether it was Shirhao or the little ant, they were both shocked, stupefied, and distracted, a bit speechless. Isn't it just one step? I'll take the step right now. When Shirhao snapped back, he said this to himself, taking a step out to walk forward. However, at this moment, stars moved and time surged, his body almost broken apart. If not for the paper ship that appeared at his side, releasing specks of radiance, he would have definitely cracked apart. This left him shocked. How could a single step of distance be this frightening? Then, he raised his head and looked about, discovering that the white-clad woman was becoming more and more indistinct, going further and further away. There was a starry sky separating them, endless years between them, separated by an entire great era. These weren't just exaggerated words. Right now, he was sure that the distance between the two of them was too great. This made his fine hairs stand on end. One step, a great era. How did that woman arrive here and meet with him? Just how astonishing skills did she have? It was world-shattering, completely unheard of. However, what was she trying to accomplish by seeking him out? Shirhao thought back to that cauldron again. It also seemed to be either for a similar purpose, as if trying to get him to join the battle, requesting for his help. When he thought of this, his fine hairs all stood on end. Just how miserable of an intense battle was this? Even the white-clothed empress needed to ask for reinforcements? Just what kind of enemies were going to invade in that world? Shirhao felt a chill run through him, his mind starting to become a bit cold. In that instant, he thought back to the present world. It was said that the darkest of eras was about to descend, surpassing the past. What they had to face here was going to be truly terrifying. Where did he have the time to worry about other things? Shirhao's mood was heavy. Perhaps they had to fight until a world collapsed. Moreover, that white-clad empress world seemed to similarly be a dismal one. Was this a battle that involved the heavens, or was it a war that involved all different great eras? Who exactly was it? Was the enemy really that frightening? He felt like he was going to suffocate, his soul trembling. He suddenly discovered that the responsibilities he shouldered were too many, the pressure great to the point where it was difficult for him to breathe. All of these things rushed over like a tide, submerging Shirhao underneath, making him feel like it was hard to breathe, as if his life was going to come to an end. He had never experienced something like this before. Shirhao wished to rise up, become stronger. Otherwise, regardless of whether it was the present or future, there would be trouble and enemies he would have a hard time facing. If he was even a bit weaker, then that would be a bloody tragedy. He had a type of feeling that the future might bring him a lot of pain. He had to change, reverse all of the suffering and grief. He had to do this. He thought back to that scene, Many years later, he was all alone, standing at the peak of the divine Tao alone. The entire world was eradicated, the scorched black willow tree behind him dead. That was a corner of the future he saw when he was still in the 3,000 provinces. All of his old friends were no longer in existence, he alone was the only one left. He found this hard to accept, impossible to endure. Also, last time when the white-clothed empress took action, she had also said that his future would be full of bitterness, that he had to face the endless years alone. Otherwise, the enemies would have their way, at worst. Everything would collapse, be destroyed, wither up, only he alone gazing into the limits of the world. All of his loved ones, friends, old acquaintances, would be buried in unseeable grief. Change, Shirha shouted out. He woke up, discovering that just now, his entire body had been covered in cold sweat, his face pale. This was a great mental shock, a sense of urgency that came from the threat of having his life flame go out. He really wanted to immediately achieve the Tao, become unmatched under the heavens. Arbitrate over end. Less time. This was going to be one of the world's greatest sadness, and also his own misery, but he had no idea. Right now, he could only walk forward, quickly become strong, and then reverse everything. Then, he heard a few voices. His mind trembled greatly. The Empress was talking to him, only the other party was getting further and further away. What? How could it be like this? He screamed out. It is a pity. The time is incorrect. In the end, all traces will be erased. After a sigh, the white-clothed woman became indistinct, the passage becoming unstable at the same time. Immediately afterwards, Shirhao felt as if the world was going to collapse. Then, there was a kacha sound. He heard the sound of something cracking. A crack appeared on the bronze mask the white-clothed woman was wearing, about to break in half. At the same time, he saw a streak of immortal light rush over from that cracked mask. It made contact with his body, leaving him greatly shaken. Then, he saw immortal mists move about. That white-clothed woman staggered backwards, and then that bronze mask split in half, then fell from the night sky. Hong! The world was greatly shaken. Both him and that little ant flew out, separating from the passage of time. In that final instant, he only saw the Empress back up, her mask split apart, falling off. There was a drop of blood that trickled down, and then everything disappeared. She paid the price. Right now, Shirha wanted to cry out, wishing to engrave the imprint that made contact with his mind, not wanting to forget it. However, as the passage of time withdrew, there was a mysterious power that surged. It was as if there was a formless blade in the void, this blade hacking down on him ruthlessly. Shirha struggled about, wishing to oppose and stop this, but all of his efforts failed. A few things in his mind disappeared. Erased, there were no traces left. No. What did I forget? Shirha roared out. In the final moments, that Empress should have said something to him, told him a few things, but now, it was just like what she had said, everything ultimately disappearing without a trace. It was to the extent where even the Empress figure was about to fade from his mind. This touched upon an irreversible natural law power. The sea and sky were of one color, a dark blue. The ocean surface was calm like a mirror, blue and deep, reflecting sparkling radiance, no disturbances at all. It stretched for as far as the eye could see, extremely strange and beautiful. After who knew how much time had passed, Shirha woke up. He exchanged a look with the little golden ant, wishing to recall something, but he felt a great headache, his primordial spirit feeling like it was going to split. We met a white-clothed woman, but what did she tell me? Shirha asked. Right, we met a terrifying immortal, one who was likely not weaker than father. What did she tell you? The little ant was a bit distressed. It felt like it had its spiritual awareness sealed just now, unable to perceive anything during that time, unable to remember what happened. Shirha became silent. What information did that Empress pass on to him in the end? It seems to be the right location, right person, but wrong time. The little ant cried out. Right, I also remember this much. What else? Shirha couldn't recall the other things, but he still had some faint impressions. A bronze mask split in half and then a streak of immortal light flew over. He sat on the ground, observing his own body, examining every inch of his body, including his primordial spirit, wishing to completely see through himself. However, he was disappointed, still not finding anything. This is extremely important for me. Why can't I recall it? Shirha grabbed his own head, releasing a low roar. You'll remember it one day, of course on the premise that you obtain unmatched strength. As long as you are strong enough, then there's nothing you can't do. The little ant said. There is definitely an extremely important piece of information that is related to the life and death of the future. However, I just can't remember it. Shirha muttered to himself. In the end, his voice fell, saying, This day was different, I have to remember this day. When I am powerful enough, I am going to revisit this. The immortal light that flew out from the cracked bronze mask is definitely extremely important for me. Perhaps it is a warning, maybe an imperishable imprint. The black bone ship continued moving, bringing them out from this dark blue ocean region and into the sea of death shrouded in black mist. They saw many giant skeletal remains. Those skulls, arm bones, and other things were exposed above the sea surface, underworld aura extremely strong. Even though their experience just now was brief, Sherhouse still felt like it was related to too much, perhaps affecting him for his entire life. It would definitely trigger something extremely important in the future. However, he had to continue on his way. This ocean region left behind an unerasable imprint in his mind. One day, I will understand everything, Sherhouse said to himself. He wasn't going to think about this anymore. They went on their way. The black ship moved along, carrying the golden little ant and himself towards the ocean depths. This time, there were no unforeseen changes. Eventually, the black mist became thinner and thinner, the ocean surface returning to normal. There were no bones, no deathly energy, only boundless green waves. Giant beasts occasionally moved about, revealing an ocean region thriving with life. Northern Sea Forest, they had arrived. The ocean was extremely vast, but this stone forest was similarly shocking. When one looked forward, they would see stone pillars inserted into the sea one after another, exposed above the water, extremely giant. They were arranged together, forming an incredibly magnificent scene. Instead of calling them giant rocks, it was better to call them mountains, because they were just too large. However, they weren't in the shape of mountains, all of them irregular rocks. Some of them towered like pillars, some like swords aimed at the sky, some winding about like a snail, laying in the ocean. Every single rock was extremely large, and that was why they could be seen above the ocean surface. This was Northern Sea Forest. It faced the multicolored light of morning, dyed in a layer of faint golden brilliance, extremely divine and auspicious, curling with mist and immortal energy. This place was extremely vast, not cold and cheerless at all. It was because in the depths of the stone forest, there was a giant city that had long been established, moreover not just one. It was a place bustling with activity. Northern Sea Stone Forest occupied a large amount of space. There were giant rocks that stretched out continuously here, powerful cultivators previously refining them into something like a continent. Not far out, a mountain peak was surrounded by lightning, sounds ringing out continuously. All types of symbols flickered about in that place. That was a transcending peak, on it great Tao imprints left by those of the past. They could allow one to comprehend the Tao on the premise that they could climb to the highest point. Solar flame essence surged, the golden crow releasing a cry. On a giant pillar that towered into the clouds even further away, fiery light overflowed. One could vaguely make out a golden crow spreading its wings. That was the corpse of an ancient golden crow. It could turn into a sun, but it rested on an extreme peak, making that place a small forbidden area, normal people unable to approach. Is that an extreme peak? The divine peak where supreme beings of past generations left their imprints, Sherhouse said to himself. There was no lack of this type of extreme peaks in the stone forest. Meanwhile, Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, Lan Xian, and the others had successfully left their names precisely on this well-known extreme peak, and that was why they enjoyed such fame. There were some peaks that hadn't been ascended for several tens of thousands of years, to the extent where there were some no one had ever ascended. Is the imperishable scripture here? The little ant's eyes shone brilliantly. Chapter 1295, Extreme Peak. They arrived at their destination. The heavenly horned ant's mind was burning with passion, always wanting to obtain the imperishable scripture, cultivate an imperishable body, recreate his father's unmatched glory. Moreover, from the words his father left him, the true scripture still hadn't appeared yet, only those with karma able to obtain it. I want to surpass my father, become the most powerful heavenly horned ant in all of history. The little golden ant spoke of its great aspirations. The stone forest stretched out unendingly. This place replaced the sea, becoming a bizarre secret world. Sherhouse tried to fly towards an extreme peak. It was extremely hot, a golden crow corpse resting at the peak, unknown just how many tens of thousands of years it had been since someone last ascended it. The pressure is so great. Sherhouse revealed a look of shock. At first, he had thought that the rumors were too exaggerated, but now, he felt that it really was like this. A streak of fire essence flew over, turning into a golden line, directly burning down the void. It was even more powerful than magical artifacts of the Void Tao realm. Sherhouse avoided it. He frowned, and then climbed upwards. He wanted to try and climb the extreme peak to take a look, see just what was so special about it. Heavenly fire descended, fiery light filling the sky. Raging flames burned the heavens, making the temperature of this ocean region rise rapidly as well. From the distance, boundless golden rainbows could be seen. This place was extremely resplendent. On the extreme peak, an ancient golden crow was shining and burning, releasing the greatest power. I'm going to die from the heat. The little golden ant cried out strangely. Rise. Shirhao released a light shout. He resisted the pressure, his hands forming imprints, pushing aside the fiery light, opening up a path to the top. Great winds rose, carrying an expanse of raging flames as they swept upwards. The void immediately distorted and then collapsed. The temperature of the raging flames was just too great, melting heaven and earth. Shirhao moved his sleeves, using the world within the sleeve divine ability. This wasn't a precious technique that he learned, but rather a spatial Dao method he imitated on his own after his own Dao forged ahead, his understanding of the world growing more profound. Of course, there was still a difference between this and that world-shocking divine ability. With a hong sound, the great flames were sucked into his robe sleeves, about to be refined. However, this blaze continued unendingly, unexpectedly still burning, igniting a corner of his sleeves. Truly hard to deal with. Shirhao shivered inwardly. This flame was so powerful, he actually couldn't refine it. Extinguish. Shirhao released a light shout. A large hand turned, grabbing out fiercely, imprisoning all of the flames into his hand, and then he closed his giant fingers. This time, the golden stream scattered in all directions, the flames finally wiped out. This was the result of brute force. However, this seemed to have angered some type of natural order above. Fiery light overflowed, golden divine chains interweaving, and then shooting downwards, crashing down on the mountain. Shirhao really was shocked. It was this difficult, just a random extreme peak already stopping him. This truly was astonishing, no wonder they were called extreme peaks. He quickly evaded, his body like a ghost, leaving behind streak after streak of afterimages. As a result, the original place he was at was Pi. RCD, black holes appeared one after another in the void, all of them blasted open by the chains of order. The fiery light scattered, turning into blasts one after another, arranging themselves like underworld flames. They filled the void, surrounding Shirhao. Shirhao finally understood why Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch, and Lan Xian shocked immeasurable heaven after they each left their names on a well-known extreme peak. This type of mountain peak really wasn't easy to climb. Forget about other young supreme beings, it was extremely strenuous even for someone like him, needing to avoid the attacks. If it was another Void Dao Realm expert, they would have likely been wiped out. Blast after blast of golden fiery light shone like suns, arranging themselves and chasing after Shirhao. This type of thing was formed by the symbols and natural laws of a supreme being level figure after its death. It was extremely frightening. Of course, when different people climbed the peaks, the attacks they encountered would also be different. This was where the beauty of the extreme peaks laid. In the past, it had previously been known as a place of self-tempering because all extreme peaks had strange formations. Regardless of how powerful the people that entered were, as long as they entered the stone forest and began to ascend the peaks, they would definitely encounter powerful attacks comparable to their own cultivation realms. Of course, the so-called matching wasn't necessarily at the same cultivation realm, possibly even more fierce. That was why even if older generation figures were here, they still had to be careful, couldn't recklessly advance. Fiery light overflowed, thousands to tens of thousands of small suns smashing down, forming a stream, burning Shirhao. Shirhao roared. He was stopped halfway up the mountain, unable to avoid them at all. There were too many spheres of light, the small suns just too concentrated. He had no choice but to break through. Shirhao formed a fist imprint, reaching out his arms. He brandished his fist domineeringly, and then smashed it heavily into these blasts of flames. When the first blast of flames broke apart, remnant golden flames flew everywhere like fireworks, extremely dazzling and also extremely terrifying. This only drew even more ferocious attacks from the other blasts of flames. Shirhao smashed out fist after fist. Whenever a small golden sun exploded, this heaven and earth would tremble intensely, erupting with heaven-rushing divine flames. Soon afterwards, irregular scenes appeared here, heavenly flames wreaking havoc, burning the heavens. One could see this scene from several hundred li away. This region was too resplendent, as if there were stars exploding continuously, shocking everyone in the distant giant cities. There is someone attempting an extreme peak. Heavens! How savage! This is directly facing it head-on. Is he tired of living? Who is it acting this domineeringly, directly FAC? ING it head-on, rushing up just like that. Cries of alarm sounded. Moreover, there were large amounts of shadows that flew over, all of them extremely curious. What kind of monster was this, actually daring to face it head-on like this? An hour later, Shirhao stopped. His entire body was drenched in sweat, unknown just how many tens of thousands of fists he smashed out in a single breath, or if it was over 100,000 fists. All of the little golden suns were blasted apart. When he raised his head, there were many people all around him, covering this place densely. All of them were standing in midair, stupefied, looking like they were staring at a ghost, watching him with dumbstruck expressions. So troublesome. This mountain peak was actually this hard to climb, Shirhao said to himself. However, in everyone's ears, it was no different from a joke. Who was this person? One had to understand that unless one cultivated exceptional divine abilities, ranking top 10 among those of this generation, there was no chance of ascending this peak. In many people's eyes, this extreme peak was insurmountable, a divine land that couldn't be blasphemed against. It was because it couldn't be ascended at all. However, this youth was actually this frivolous. It seemed like he could ascend this mountain as long as he used a bit of effort. Who is this person? Someone said quietly. It was because he was just too shocked by Shirhao's absent-minded words. Hurry and go up, I'm going to die from the heat, sweat already pouring down like rain. Stop wasting time. A voice that didn't really seem to match the figure urged, once again leaving everyone shocked. That was naturally the little ant. He really couldn't sit still anymore. Heat roiled all around him, extremely difficult to endure. Shirhao didn't pay him any attention. He was evaluating the surroundings, discovering that normal exceptional young experts couldn't ascend this peak. One really needed to cultivate 3 strands of immortal energy, or reach the very peak in the present world methods in Sacred Academy. He moved again, turning into a streak of flowing light. This time, he continuously smashed out fists, facing the natural laws that descended head-on. Eventually, the entire extreme peak was shaking, collapsing. Divine flames rushed out from that ancient golden crow's corpse, crashing down like a waterfall from the mountain peak. Shirhao released a great roar. He used his greatest strength, smashing his fists upwards again and again, going against the waterfall of flames. Even though sweat poured down like rain, the process draining and exhausting, he finally made his way up. He succeeded. Someone successfully ascended Golden Crow Peak. Someone shouted loudly. It had already been 50,000 years since someone last ascended it. They never expected someone to succeed again after all this time, standing at the very top again. All of the fiery light became completely restrained. As soon as they arrived, all of it disappearing inside that enormous and resplendent golden corpse. An ancient golden crow rested there, vivid and lifelike, feathers all golden, standing there unmovingly. Soon afterwards, Shirhao gained a type of realization. A scripture sounded, allowing him to gain insights. It was as if he was anointed with enlightenment. He immediately sat down. There were benefits for climbing this peak after all. Fire Dao scripture sounded, the entire extreme peak full of spiritual essence. Many people below were shocked, all of them sitting down to listen to the scriptures at the bottom of the mountain. An ancient and aged voice sounded in Shirhao's mind. That old golden crow had left behind imprints, someone who was previously an exceptional supreme being. He didn't talk about precious techniques, nor did he speak of divine abilities, only talking about the wondrous uses of various cultivation realms. They were all the deepest insights of the strong. In addition, this wasn't something that was directly taught, but rather something that was enlightening, having Shirhao think himself first, and then offering guidance. The voice didn't want others to follow his own path. An hour later, the scripture sounds ended. Shirhao opened his eyes, discovering with shock that he made progress with his Dao, actually becoming a bit greater. This really was frightening, leaving him shocked. Only an hour had passed, yet his cultivation took a great step forward. I do not have any scriptures to share. In fact, in the various cultivation realms, your achievements are even greater than mine. All I can share is some experiences of this life. The golden crow imprints grew indistinct, then that voice completely disappeared. Even though it spoke like this, Shirhao still felt like he obtained great benefits. The others felt dejected, because the effects of this scripture weren't all that useful for them. Moreover, it ended just too quickly. What is going on? Only an hour has passed, so why did it end early? There were some who asked in confusion. It is rumored that the more perfect one is in the various cultivation realms, the shorter the amount of time they would spend listening to scriptures. This person is too heaven-defying, ending in just an hour. Someone explained the truth, triggering shock. Who exactly was he? This was what many people were wondering. It was because Shirhao continued without stopping to rest, hurrying here all the way from Heavenly Deity Institution. News related to him haven't spread yet, many people still not knowing about him. He seems a bit familiar, like Huang. At first, this person spoke with a tone of doubt, but later on, he directly cried out in alarm, because now it completely matched, recognizing him. There were a few people who had seen Shirhao's appearance before. Something's not right, didn't Huang disappear? He didn't obtain an unmatched ancient seed, and that was why he declined. No news of him for the last 3 years. Someone said with regret. There is no need to doubt, this is definitely Huang. I have personally seen him before. This triggered an uproar. Then, there were people who hurried over from the depths of the Northern Sea forest. It was because they obtained news, knowing about heavenly deity institutions matters. When news spread, this place immediately erupted into commotion. What? Purple Sun, heavenly monarch, was defeated under his hands. This place was in an uproar, great waves produced. Then, Shirhao didn't stop, starting to face another extreme peak. During this day alone, he climbed 9 peaks in one breath, breaking a record. Northern Sea Forest was in chaos. Huang arrived, establishing a record here, continuously ascending extreme peaks, triggering tremendous waves. It was unknown just how many people hurried over. There were many people in the giant cities within the ocean region depths. Many of them rushed over to listen to the scriptures of the extreme peaks. Shirhao frowned, because the benefits he obtained were becoming less and less. The scripture sounds were already ineffective for him. Why are the effects becoming less? He carried doubt. He began to ask some of the natives here. Huang, you're a genius. Being able to ascend 9 extreme peaks in one day is truly a world-shaking event. However, the extreme peaks are also separated into grades, some mountain peaks never having people ascending them for tens of thousands of years, some more than 100,000 years. There are also a few that haven't been ascended for millions of years. Someone explained. Shirhao nodded. Soon afterwards, he understood. Clues of the imperishable scripture definitely rested on an extreme peak that hadn't been ascended for 1,000,000 years. Apart from these, there is also an ultimate land of refinement. That elder continued. The Northern Sea Forest had previously been called a land of refinement, so one can well imagine what kind of place that ultimate land of refinement was. Shirhao was shocked, and then he immediately asked, where is it? That is a restricted area. Are you sure you want to enter? The elder widened his eyes in shock. Chapter 1296, No One Visiting. We're going. Shirhao nodded decisively. He came for the imperishable scripture, so these clues had to lead to the final destination. Huang was going to head to the most terrifying place, the ultimate restricted region. These news swept through the entire ocean region like a storm, triggering a huge commotion. Northern Sea Forest was extremely large, not any inferior to normal large continents. Of course, it was formed from giant rocks, stretching across the oceans, seawater clear and crystalline between these rocks. For most people of immeasurable heaven, this place could be considered outside the city, a cultivation land in the sea. Huang made his appearance, defeating Purple Sun Heavenly Mon. Arch, returning powerfully after disappearing for 3 years. This triggered a huge storm. Meanwhile, the place where he continuously challenged extreme peaks became the focal point of everyone's attention. Could it be that he really is going to the ultimate land of refinement? After entering this ocean region, heading towards the stone forest's innermost depths, Shirhao saw several grand and majestic mountains. They were several tens of thousands of zhang tall, like the backbone of heaven and earth. There were more than 10 peaks no one has ascended for 800,000 years. Lan Xian had previously ascended this peak, moreover succeeded. An elder pointed at one of the giant mountains. Shirhao was shocked. He never expected that blue-clothed woman who was beautiful like an immortal to be this powerful, even a bit more formidable than he had originally thought. Are you still going to continue? Someone asked in a quiet voice. These were young ladies who were extremely beautiful and pure. Back then, they had seen Lan Xian's extraordinary performance, even more so saw Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch's Mountain and River Devouring Might, so they were full of admiration. Now, when they heard that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch was defeated, they all found this hard to accept, not believing that Huang was this formidable. It was mainly because Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's display was too outstanding, completely the appearance of an unmatched young hero, the impression he left them with too deep. That was why, purely because of their fondness of him, as well as their fervent admiration, they felt a bit of enmity towards Shirhao. Even most of the people further back, when they saw Shirhao was going to continue without stopping, they all felt that he was a bit too arrogant. Was he going to walk right past even these mountain peaks? In reality, if there was enough time, Shirhao didn't mind visiting them one by one, treating them like cultivation. However, right now, time was pressing. He feared that the longer he waited, the more unexpected things would come out. He had to enter the ultimate forbidden region and search for clues of the imperishable scripture, acquire that unmatched text. The forest and pathway were connected by a bridge, forming an inseparable entity. The pathway was desolate, the stone forest showing a lack of human habitation, the scenery becoming more and more serene and hidden. Almost no one visited this place normally, because there was no need. This was a divine peak that no one had treaded on for over 1,000,000 years. When one entered deeper, it was as if they reached the limits of the world. This peak towered into the clouds, majestic and boundless, the pressure so great everyone felt that it was hard to breathe. There were 6 ancient mountains there in total, each more vast than the last. The amount of space they occupied was vast like plateaus, supporting outer space, holding up the stars. They towered HT here, blocking the path ahead. Not many have ascended these mountains in this great era, perhaps some no one had ever stepped foot on. A good-natured old woman explained. The shortest mountain a million years, the mountains in the back only more and more ancient, easily adding several dozen or even another 100,000 years. Meanwhile, that shortest mountain also far exceeded all of the peaks that were seen thus far. It is rumored that on those peaks, some have empty coffins, some having unmatched experts seated on them who might have stepped foot into the long life domain. Shirhao listened to all of this, feeling greatly shocked. Are there corpses as well? They should have passed away a long time ago, right? Should have long died in a seated posture. However, behind these giant mountains, in that ultimate land of refinement, it is difficult to say. There might even be a true immortal sitting there. A middle-aged man explained. This was a king from Northern Sea Forest, his magical strength profound, strength exceptional, a great expert in the sea domain. Even though he was an older generation authoritative figure, he didn't look down on Shirhao, partly due to his respect for Heavenly Deity Institution's great elder, partly because with Shirhao's current momentum, he was definitely going to be like a fish transforming into a dragon. The final land of refinement might have a true immortal? Shirhao stopped. Perhaps not, because no one has entered inside, so no one knows for sure. This city king explained. At the same time, he gave a few examples. The few mountains before his eyes hadn't been climbed for millions of years, but that didn't mean that no one went up before. It was rumored that after powerful individuals of the past climbed them, some of the things they saw were shared, thus making those of the later world making many speculations. On these ancient immortal mountains that towered into the clouds, after someone went up, they saw that the corpses were still soft and flexible, not rigid. Moreover, having the temperature of a normal person, it made one suspect that they were merely asleep. There were also empty coffins on the mountains, but there were some feathers, old skin that matched the recordings of the past, and as such they were suspected to have borrowed death to achieve immortality. From corpse to life, from death to immortality. That was why after all these speculations were made, everyone believed that the ultimate restricted region that no one had entered might have a true immortal inside. This exaggerated? Shirhao was stunned. This was only the few mountains they had seen along the way. This meant that there might be something truly shocking waiting for them at their final destination. True immortal, an existence who had lived from the past until now. Was it waiting for someone all this time? Shirhao wasn't too convinced. Unfortunately, when the vicious 10 heavenly horned ant told him about Northern Sea Forest, he spoke in a rather vague way, not talking much about the details. I refuse to believe he defeated Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch. There was a young lady in the crowd in the back who was currently glaring at Shirhao. He plans to enter the ultimate land of self-refinement, so he most likely has the strength to defeat the Heavenly Monarch. Another young man said. Wanting to enter and really entering are two different things. In my opinion, he won't even be able to walk in. A girl at the prime of her life said. It was clear that Purple Sun Heavenly Monarch's reputation here was extremely great, at the very least obtaining the fondness of some of the young ladies here. There were people who discussed in the rear as well, all of them feeling like Shirhao was too arrogant, actually going to enter the restricted area. Could it be that he didn't hear about the rumors that those who failed never came out again? Little friend, please think things through carefully. That city lord warned seriously. How do I reach the ultimate destination? Could it be that I have to go through these demonic mountains first? Shirhao asked. It was because there were several great mountains in the way that stopped him from continuing. According to what the city lord said, that final destination was surrounded by several large mountains, so it was the same even if they went from a different direction. There is a small path. It is over there. The city lord pointed it out. There was an extremely narrow road that stretched forward, winding about several giant mountains before reaching into the innermost depths. However, it is extremely dangerous. That path is extremely difficult to walk through, risk of death around every corner. An elder reminded from the side. In the past generations, there were those who were curious, wishing to see what the ultimate land was like. Even if they couldn't completely reach it, just giving it a look from the distance, this would still be enough to satisfy them. However, once they treaded on this path, disaster would already descend. Shirhao thanked them, and then he went on his way again, directly taking that overgrown pathway that had no signs of usage for endless time. He really is going to enter. Everyone's expressions changed. Huang really was too daring, could be said to be absolutely reckless. As soon as Shirhao stepped foot on this path, he was stopped by a wave of formless energy, a type of domain that was extremely powerful. It immediately made him stop, preventing him from going further. He fiercely brandished his fist, and then the heaven and earth felt like they were going to collapse, the path ahead cleared of all obstructions. However, at this time, several giant mountains moved, continuously rumbling as if they were going to collapse. This truly was horrifying. Nothing like this had happened in the past. Why did these giant mountains at the millions level in slightly start to tremble as soon as Huang took this path? Shihao pressed on, only, when he had just taken a few steps, he shivered inwardly. It was because a pressure approached, the energy simply about to tear him apart. He shouted loudly. His entire body began to shine, all of the gates within his body opening, releasing the most powerful strength to resist. The great mountains rumbled with noise. The giant mountains no one had climbed for millions years trembled, as if they developed life and revived at this moment. As they rocked back and forth, rocks tumbled down, smashing towards Shihao. Shihao raised his head, and then he was immediately stupefied. He wasn't shocked because of the giant rocks, but rather because he saw an extremely terrifying scene. At this moment, he opened the heavenly eyes, seeing an ancient coffin resting on top of a giant mountain cliff. Right now, the coffin's lid opened, someone removing it. Apart from this, on the cliff of another giant mountain, a humanoid creature sat down, his eyes opened, currently looking at him. A living creature? Or was it a ghost that ascended to immortality? Shihao was horrified. Chapter 1297, Terror. Shihao became absent-minded. At the same time, he felt a chill run all the way down, from head to toe. There really were many strange things that were hard to explain in this world. Wasn't it said that the extreme peaks only had corpses? How could there be something that seemed to be alive? Ghost achieving immortality. Did this type of thing really exist? It really was frightening, chills running through his body. Is that a living creature? Why do I feel like he is looking at me? The little golden ant began to develop doubts. On that precipice, a creature was seated there, his eyes opened. Radiance spilled out from his eyes as if they still carried life, still extremely brilliant. One had to understand that this was a corpse that had existed for 1,000,000 years, maybe even 4 or 5 million years ago. How could it still be alive? One has to understand that back then, it was precisely because their ages were too great that they died in a seated posture. How could they have this type of death-to-life transformation? If they were injured and then they entered a state of sleep to recover, then that was one thing, but just too much time had passed. Time over 1,000,000 years was enough to make a supreme expert's primordial spirit decay, their flesh die. Even if it was a long life being, once his life's spiritual essence withered up, decaying for more than 1,000,000 years, there was no way he could continue living, only able to leave behind an empty shell. Woo-ah. Suddenly, a terrifying voice sounded. A shadow threw itself over, screaming like a malicious spirit, making one's scalps turn numb, all of the fine hairs on their bodies stand on end. Forget about the man and ant below the mountain, even everyone else was trembling with fear, their knees shaking, Abu. To collapse on the ground. What kind of thing was that? Someone cried out loudly with alarm. Why is that sheet of skin alive? The little golden ant was frightened, jumping up, extremely nervous. Its little fists released dazzling golden light. Even Shihao felt a wave of horror, sucking in a cold breath of air. This was just too strange. Just now, that creature drew his attention, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Now, he discovered that the thing he overlooked was actually this frightening. It was because on another mountain, an ancient coffin that was suspended above the cliff was opened up. A sheet of skin fluttered down, but then it actually began to swell up. That shrill cry came precisely from that thing's mouth. This was something that was already dead, just a set of human skin, so how could it do this? Hurry and run. Ghost achieving immortality, it is going to devour essence blood, suck out everyone's yang energy. A young lady screamed, turning around to run. This triggered great panic, many people backing up. There were only cultivators here, so how could they be scared of evil spirits? Only, this thing was too frightening, something that fell from an extreme peak, its origins unordinary. That was but the skin of one of the most powerful individuals, perhaps even a ghost immortal skin. What kind of situation is this? In the rear, everyone didn't understand what was happening. People always developed fear towards the unknown. It got closer and closer. That set of human skin expanded, turning into a creature, eye sockets empty like the depths of the cosmos. Its mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth. It spread its arms, and then dove down just like that at Shihao and the little ant. Who cares what kind of strange creature you are? Shihao shouted out. His right fist shone, brandishing and striking out. Lightning interweaved, striking towards the sky. This was the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. He smashed out a lightning fist. Lightning shone resplendently, great waves overflowing into the heavens, immediately crushing the void, blasting at that strange creature. Woo-ah, an ear-splitting cry tore through the air. In the electrical light, within the waves of energy, that creature was struck, its body turning about intensely. However, its flesh wasn't damaged, no sign of scorched black color to be seen. What was going on? Shihao's eyes rapidly contracted. His current powerful strength wasn't even enough to injure this thing. However, under everyone's puzzled eyes, this creature didn't attack again, instead continuing to turn about in the waves of energy. It rushed into the skies under the divine strength of Shirhao's fist. Moreover, during this process, it gradually dried out, no longer expanding, turning into a sheet of human skin once more. So weird. Damn it, who can tell me what is going on? The little golden ant cried out. Everyone stared blankly, truly confused. Why did TH? At said of human skin back off, not continuing its attack? The malicious old skin flew up. A young lady screamed. Shirhao stared at it. That sheet of skin dried up, now hanging from the precipice under his divine force and energy waves, fluttering about. The old skin was like a malicious spirit's remains, extremely frightening. However, he also discovered some abnormalities. As the mountain winds blew past, it would swell and dry up from time to time. And could it be that it only swelled up because it was blown by the wind, the screaming sounds it released also because of this? Shirhao said to himself. The little golden ant suddenly understood, starting to nod its head again and again, believing that this should be the case. When those cultivators in the back heard this, they were also stunned, feeling like this made sense. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this. Shirhao didn't say anything. He stared at that precipice. The sheet of skin was still tough and durable, but this was still something he expected. After all, it was left behind after a supreme individual died, so it only made sense that it was impervious to all methods. However, just now, the abnormalities weren't something that he could explain with just those simple words. He just felt like there was some type of incomprehensible power controlling it. Wait, there is something on the mountain. Right at this time, an elder cried out. He was someone with extraordinary status, normally extremely calm, but at this moment, he couldn't help but cry out, his face completely changing color. All eyes began to flicker about, but most people couldn't see anything. Only a few people who cultivated heavenly eyes were able to discover some clues. What? A hand? What is that? On the cliff was a hairy hand with long fingernails. They looked like iron hooks, black and gold, sharp and dazzling. Meanwhile, on that palm grew long red fur. It reached out towards the old skin, grabbing it in one go carefully, as if it was protecting a sacred object. Then, that hand dragged the human skin, bringing it back into the ancient coffin suspended from the cliff, then closing the cover. Unfortunately, there were mountain rocks that blocked the way, so they couldn't see what exactly it was. They only saw a blurry figure, as well as that hand that reached out from the cliff. Then, everyone heard a cry like that of a malicious spirit, extremely faint. That creature knelt down, prostrating in worship before the ancient coffin. At this moment, everyone felt cold from head to toe. This was too horrifying. Abnormal and terrifying things really did happen on these extreme peaks? How could there be living things? Did a malicious spirit really appear, or was it to say that a ghost immortal was born? This was different from all of the ancient books' recordings. This should be a place of self-refinement, a holy land, one able to listen to the scriptures when they went up, instantly gain realiza. Tian. However now, there was this type of terrifying thing that happened, making one shiver with fear. That place quieted down, no sound could be heard. Shirhao didn't know how that set of human skin fell, nor did he know what kind of thing was protecting it. He just felt like he couldn't stay here for a long time. At the same time, he looked towards another giant mountain. There was a figure seated on top, eyes wide open, overlooking the world below, as if they were looking at him and the little golden ant. Shirhao wasn't sure if he was alive or not, because if it was just a corpse, it was still possible for its eyes to not rot and still shine like divine stone. However, he was trembling down to the soul, just feeling uneasy. He couldn't help but shiver all over. Could he still continue forward? The surroundings of this small pathway were full of unpredictable dangers. Those giant mountains seemed to have evil creatures living there. In the back, those people all carried similar misgivings, feeling like this ancient land became mysterious and terrifying. There were people who previously ascended these giant mountains millions of years ago, seeing the truth. However now, it already became like this. The ultimate land of self-refinement was a place no one had truly succeeded in coming back alive from. Just how frightening would it be? That place most likely had even more strange and terrifying things happening inside. It was to the extent where they had reason to believe that the reason why they discovered malicious spirits on these giant mountains was precisely because they crawled out from that ultimate land of self-refinement. When they thought of this, everyone shivered inwardly, no one daring to enter. That was simply the source of evil, a sinister and malicious place that exceeded all of their imaginations. Are we still going inside? The little ant asked. In a small voice, he said, "Why do I feel like something isn't quite right?" "We are going." Shirhao's reply was extremely simple. Then, he began to walk forward again. Everyone in the back was completely shocked. It was because after experiencing what happened just now, Shirhao already saw such terrifying and ominous things, so he should have stopped here. They never expected him to continue forward. "Young man, you must rethink thrice," the old city lord reminded. Many thanks for Senior's good intentions. I know what I must do. Shirhao continued into the small pathway without even turning around. Right now, all of them couldn't help but admire his boldness. His actions made others feel respect. Shirhao walked forward with large steps, following the craggy stone pathway, walking beneath the great mountain, resisting the great pressure. It felt as if he was walking with a star on his back. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely been crushed by the pressure. It was because this was originally prepared for unmatched beings who exceeded this era, those who reached a certain extreme of a cultivation realm. It was the land of self-refinement for the most powerful. The little ant grimaced, but it held on, so one could see just how extraordinary it was as well. Shirhao's footsteps echoed out, walking extremely far with a single breath. There were no irregularities or danger, the giant boulders that previously fell down stopping, not continuing to tumble down. Eventually, he reached the end of the small pathway, just a few dozen steps left before entering the ultimate land of refinement. Meanwhile, that place just happened to be a corner. Shirhao was about to see the truth, find out what kind of place that was exactly. Chapter 1298, Final Land of Refinement. This wasn't normal at all. When he had just stepped onto the pathway, he saw a sheet of old skin fall, screaming sounds endless, extremely mournful. Why was it this peaceful now? There were only a few dozen steps left on this path. This region didn't allow flight, so he could only walk. There were great Dao traces in the air, like a lightning pool. Those who dared attempt flight would definitely be blasted to ashes. He is about to go inside. What is there over there? In the rear, many people were paying close attention, more nervous than Shirhao. They all wanted to know what kind of cave was inside the ultimate land of self-refinement. However, if Shirhao took a few more steps, they wouldn't be able to see him anymore, because he would walk around the corner, enter the central land. After a deep breath, Shirhao adjusted his mind and spirit, completing all preparations. He gave the little ant on his shoulder a look, asking, "Ready? Let's go." The heavenly horned ant was quite direct, already throwing all caution to the wind to obtain the imperishable scripture. 5 steps later, stellar streams moved in reverse, heaven and earth changing greatly, everything changing. The heavens collapsed and earth ruptured, giant mountains rumbling. Great Dao light was released, world-shocking divine chains of order crashed down, hacking down murderously at Shirhao, blocking the path forward. Sure enough, there were unforeseen events, dangers here. Shirhao just knew that there was no way they could continue smoothly. They saw such strange things right from the start, so how could the final steps be peacefully crossed? Shirhao roared, doing everything he could to attack. His entire body was covered in symbols, lightning everywhere, Kuan-Peng wings resisting the divine chains of order crashing down from above. Sparks flew in all directions. Everyone discovered with shock that Shirhao's fist was comparable to immortal gold. It smashed into a silver divine chain, releasing ear-splitting noises. One had to understand that this was but a great Dao chain. It was extremely thick, formed from natural order itself, yet it was blocked by his physical body. Shirhao roared angrily, erupting with divine might. He formed fist imprints, directly stopping a dozen or so divine chains of order, blasting them all to pieces. However, these were great Dao divine chains, the embodiment of natural laws. There were some chains that were ridiculously powerful, impossible to defend effectively against. One of them abruptly appeared from the void, piercing through Shirhao's shoulder, immediately causing blood to gush out. Huang was injured. Everyone was horrified. Shirhao's strength spoke for itself, hard to find others who were comparable to him in the same cultivation realm, but he was still injured here. Was he going to die here? Things were looking extremely bad. It was because from past to now, no one had been able to enter and exit alive. At the very least, no one in this great era had succeeded. Another black divine chain of order descended, rushing at the back of Shirhao's head like a viper. He didn't turn around, instead flipping his hand, grabbing it. Then, with a fierce tear, it was directly ripped apart. Everyone saw some symbols flickering between Shirhao's palm and fingers, some fingers flickering. Those were his methods. He was using great divine abilities to resist the divine chains of order in the sky. Kill! The little golden ant cried out loudly. He stood on Shirhao's shoulder, helping him resist these attacks. Brandishing his fists, he fought back against these natural laws. Large amounts of brilliance crashed down, countless chains descending, rushing down like 10,000 vipers, about to submerge Shirhao within. Shirhao supported a single heavenly passage, forming a screen of light, impervious to all methods. Meanwhile, at the crucial moment, he even more so compressed his heavenly passage into an extreme point, and then let it explode. A world-shaking noise rang out. The gates within his body were opened, withstanding the power of the outside world. As the extreme point erupted, terrifying power was released. In the sky, many divine chains of order continuously broke apart. This scene really was shocking. Everyone knew how heaven-shocking Huang's methods were. There was a reason why he could suppress Purple Sun, Heavenly Monarch. He was too powerful, actually relying on his own strength to break so many divine chains of order. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely been long nailed to death here. The void became quiet. Moreover, divine irregular scenes appeared. Large amounts of light scattered down, as if someone was ascending to immortality. Together with that corpse seated above the mountain that was staring forward, as well as the malicious spirit next to the ancient coffin, this scene looked extremely strange. What was it that was falling? They were feathers, falling down one after another like heavenly blades. They were extremely large, hacking down towards Shirhao. These were things from the coffin that came out when it opened previously, just that they had been hanging from the precipice, only displaying their power now. Apart from this, there were a few scales that were extremely thick, their surface carrying cold light. Shirhao took action, attacking with full strength. However, these things were too sturdy, impossible to break. It was because they were all left behind after the most powerful creatures died. Meanwhile, when that creature was alive, it stepped or perhaps already set foot into the long life domain, only dying because of unforeseen changes. Shirhao moved forward, resisting the pressure, attacking these feathers and scales. Apart from this, the mountains collapsed, giant boulders tumbling down, smashing at him. These things all carried symbols, not things that could be dealt with normally. Sure enough, when Shirhao faced them head-on, his arms felt sore. There were patterns engraved on the mountain rocks, sturdy and imperishable, unbreaking. At the crucial moment, Shirhao pulled out a sword core. Snow-white radiance erupted, as if a river of stars crashed down. Chi. He brandished the everlasting immortal sword, hacking with all of his strength. It was because he didn't want to waste time here. If he already used up all of his strength here, how was he going to go inside and explore? Shirhao understood well that the ultimate land of self-refinement was definitely going to be a dangerous place. There were feathers that were broken, erupting with dazzling sparks, some scales that were also shattered, gold light flickering about. At the same time, on the giant mountains, there were malicious spirit howls by the ancient coffin, the noise incredibly shrill and mournful, making one's scalp go numb. In the back, everyone's expression turned white. That thing on the mountain won't come down, right? In everyone's opinion, Shirhao truly was daring. Things already developed like this, yet he was still moving forward, not willing to stop. There was but a ghost immortal staring at him from above. Right at this time, an eagle-headed person appeared in the skies above. It had a human body, but an eagle head, as well as a pair of red wings. It dove down with extreme speed, a blood-colored battle spear in hand. That war spear was broken, but it was extremely frightening, carrying a strand of immortal energy. It erupted with unmatched might. Shirhao's expression fell. Was this still a trial? The magical artifact the other party held was extremely terrifying, and it was powerful enough on its own. That might very well be a damaged immortal Dao magical artifact. This was a desperate situation, one without any chance of life. Right now, he was starting to believe that some unforeseen event took place here, that it was no longer that land of refinement. In the final moment, Shirhao only had one movement. He fiercely flung out the everlasting immortal sword, throwing it into the sky. When the everlasting immortal sword rushed into the heavens, it unexpectedly erupted with endless light. A rain of light scattered about, as if it was ascending to immortality, and then, here was a great explosion. Following a long howl, a fishy rain of blood scattered down. That eagle-headed person returned to the precipice. The everlasting immortal sword fell down, entering Shirhao's hands. What happened? Shirhao was incredibly shocked. The light the sword erupted with was too dazzling, not even him seeing what truly happened. After this strike, he became even more certain that this sword core that was first dug up from an underground mine had an extraordinary background. This time, the mountain path became calm. When Shirhao continued again, there were no more obstacles, no more dangers either. Then, he disappeared from everyone's line of sight. He headed inside the innermost depths of the land of refinement. Huang went inside. Can he succeed? Is he going to come back out alive? A loud clamoring filled this place. After all this time, there was someone who entered the ultimate land of refinement again, moreover making it through the beginning stages. However, they didn't know if he could return alive. Not a single person left. They all waited right here, wishing to see the result. In reality, regardless of how things ended up, the name Shirhao was destined to be left behind in Northern Sea Forest, a name that wouldn't be forgotten. Shirhao entered, arriving in the ultimate land of self-refinement. When he looked at what was before him, he was immediately stupefied, his entire body petrified. He didn't move for a long time. It was because what he was seeing was too astonishing. This desolate land was extremely vast, the limits couldn't be seen from a single look. There was black mist lingering about, adding a type of mysterious and terrifying atmosphere to this place. There were too many corpses on the ground to count. The most important thing was that these creatures seemed like they had just died. They were collapsed in pools of blood, some still bleeding, their bodies seemingly still carrying warmth. The earth was scarlet red, blood flowing like a river. Moreover, he hadn't seen most of these creatures before, every single one of them extremely large. Many of them held weapons, but most of these weapons were broken. This was a battlefield, a land of decisive battles. There was a divine bird that looked like green sky pangs, large like a mountain, entire body green-golden in color. A thick divine arrow pierced it between the brows, its corpse laying right there. There was a giant golden ape that was 10,000 jung in height, behind it an alligator tail. Its skull was smashed apart by a club, its brains smashed open, primordial spirit erased, dying extremely miserably. There was a creature that was like a true dragon, only it had 8 heads, its massive body winding about a giant mountain. But right now, its body was broken, long separated into more than 10 pieces. It had been hacked by a sword, but that sword was also broken, inserted into a giant mountain just like that. This place was too cruel, powerful creatures everywhere. All of them were laying in pools of blood, weapons stabbed into their bodies, their deaths extremely miserable. Meanwhile, what left Sure Hao the most horrified was that this battle seemed to have just ended, because the blood of those powerful creatures' bodies was still releasing steam, still carrying a temperature. This was just too shocking. How could it be like this? Sure Hao could tell just from his intuition that the creatures here were all ridiculously powerful. In his eyes, this was a group of supreme individuals. Why was there this type of situation? Did the battle just end? Did those who survived just leave? Sure Hao stepped in the blood, continuing step by step, extremely careful. He was going to enter the innermost depths, see what exactly was going on here. Chapter 1299. Doomsday Battlefield. The ground was covered in corpses, bright red blood dyeing the great earth. This battlefield scenery was just too astonishing. Just who were the ones who died? Where did they come from? Why was it that no matter how he looked at it, it seemed as if a great battle had just ended? However, why was it that the outside world had no idea? Could it be that this place was connected to a bizarre great world? Sure Hao and the little golden ant felt a great headache, both of them feeling like this was inconceivable. At the same time, they felt a wave of chilliness. This place was too dangerous. In their perspective, those giant corpses all belonged to the most powerful individuals. The appearance of any one of these in the outside world would trigger a huge commotion. There were many different races among these creatures, and they weren't quite the same as those of the present world, even though there were some areas that were similar. What is going on? If it wasn't because the blood is still releasing heat, I would have thought that I arrived in Immortal Ancient's final years, seeing the scene of the final battle. The little ant muttered. Sure Hao nodded, expressing his agreement. He truly couldn't figure out what power in this present world could send out this many experts. Only a doomsday battle could have this many participants, right? Only, how could the two of them have arrived in that type of place? This didn't make sense. Something's not quite right. When the blood energy of so many experts gathers together, it is enough to tear apart the universe, but this place is extremely quiet. Sure Hao said. In his perspective, these giant creatures were extremely terrifying, many of them at the top of the food chain. However, right now, they were all over the ground, and the blood energy they released wasn't that oppressive. Let's try and walk a bit closer. The little golden ant said. They were originally already standing in the middle of the boundless battlefield, below their feet dark red blood. Sure Hao squatted down, carefully removing a drop of blood from a small puddle and studying it. He was immediately shocked. The essence in the blood was gone. It was to the extent where even the killing intent the blood originally possessed disappeared, the most mysterious and complex substance no longer in existence. What happened? These creatures were clearly all exceptionally powerful, so how could their blood possibly be this weak, lacking spirituality, lacking the biting cold killing intent? Then, Sure Hao climbed onto the body of a golden violet ape. It was the size of a mountain, its brains already smashed open. He removed essence blood from its body, and then he discovered that this one also lacked spirituality. Then, Sure Hao chose several extremely powerful-looking creatures, examining them one by one. In the end, he discovered that all of them lacked spiritual characteristics. Even though the blood was shining, it had long become turbid, lacking the divine characteristics left behind by the most powerful beings. It didn't match their statuses as powerful creatures. Sure Hao and the heavenly horned ant were both confused. After exchanging a look, they decided to continue forward and see what exactly was going on. It had to be said that this battlefield was too large and boundless. They still didn't see any sign of its limits after speeding along all this time. Meanwhile, there were just too many powerful beings from all different species everywhere, all of them corpses. Truly is hard to believe. I feel like aside from a War of the Last phase, how could there be this many experts? There were corpses everywhere, floating on blood. This wasn't an exaggeration, but rather what they really saw. It truly was too bitter. The large corpses were like mountains, to the extent where they were comparable to stars, the small ones only a few feet in length, all of them rare powerful species. Along the way, there were a few valleys and basins that were completely filled in by the blood of those giants, forming blood lakes. When had he ever seen a scene like this? It was something that was only mentioned in ancient books. During Immortal Ancient's last phase, the most miserable final great battle was precisely like this, slaughter engulfing this world until it became quiet, almost all creatures killed in battle. The little ant said. It felt more and more like this was a scene that would only be seen during the final days. They turned into two streaks of rainbow light, rushing into the limits of the horizon to see what exactly was going on. They wanted to know how vast this battlefield was, and then use this to determine how many creatures had died. Huh? Suddenly, Shirhao and the heavenly horned ant both shivered inwardly, feeling like something wasn't right, as if Judgment Day had arrived. Even their souls were shaking, about to break down here. This feeling was too terrifying. They didn't know what the reason behind this was, and it happened just this abruptly, as if the greatest crisis appeared out of thin air. It's up, EAD. After Shirhao closed his eyes and thought to himself, he came to this conclusion. The two of them continued forward, moving with extreme speed, traveling 8,000 li. They passed over the large battlefield, and then finally knew why they felt the way they did. It was because 3,000 li out, smoke rose into the sky, directly reaching into the heavens. They rose up streak after streak, all of them extremely thick, scarlet and dazzling. They shot into the heavens, entering outer space. It was too frightening. The undulations that were released gave one a feeling of suffocation even from several thousand li out, making them feel an urge to bow down in servitude. Shirhao was shocked, inwardly filled with horror. This was a feeling he had never felt before. He actually saw such a grand and majestic scene, definitely a marvel since the ancient times. What is that? The little golden ant's body was trembling. He suppressed the shock he was feeling, staring 3,000 li beyond. He refused to believe that his soul would tremble like this even from this far away. Don't tell me that is a gathering of essence blood? The little ant's voice was shaking, the words spoken out with difficulty. You're exactly right, it is precisely heaven overflowing blood essence. Shirhao nodded. Even though the scene there was extremely horrifying, hard to believe, they still had no choice but to admit that this was real, not a so-called mirage. Streak after streak of blood energy reached into the heavenly dome. What kind of concept was this? Just how magnificent of a scene was this? It was something that was rarely seen throughout all of history. This meant that the heavens were torn apart purely through blood energy, heavenly dome blasted apart. This was the embodiment of the strong, and there was not just one, but a group of them. It was because when they looked forward, they saw that every streak of blood energy was different, all of them like smoke signals, rushing into the sky. Their colors, fluctuations, and other things were all different. Shirhao really was stunned, completely speechless. The reason why their souls were trembling, minds uneasy, was actually this. Could they still continue forward? Shirhao and the little golden ant ultimately decided to withstand the pressure and continue. They finally saw what was going on. When they were still 1,000 li away, there was a type of terrifying feeling, as if their bodies were going to break apart. Blood energy appeared streak after streak, all of it surging from those skeletal remains. They were incomparably frightening, surging into the world beyond, blood energy blasting down the stars from outer space. Shirhao was stupefied. What kind of scene was this? This wasn't because of the blood energy, but rather because there were just too many powerful individuals here, all of them killed in battle. Their blood energy shot straight up, some intertwining, forming mouse streaks of blood energy. They tore apart outer space, blasting down stars. Shirhao felt his blood run cold. If this blood energy wasn't aimed into outer space, even this entire battlefield might be blasted to pieces. It was too strange and terrifying. That region couldn't be approached. It was because blood energy surged, interweaving together, forming the most powerful domain of this world, constructing an impassable restricted area. This blood still had spirituality, divine force not lost. In this battlefield, experts were like trees in a forest, too many to count. When so many corpses gathered together, they created an irregular scene that was terrifying to the extreme. That place collapsed, the floor rupturing, mountains shaking, and earth moving. Even though those experts had all died, it was still extremely shocking. We cannot go forward. These corpses' blood essence still remains, covering heaven and earth. No one can break in. The little golden ant said. Who was the one that killed all of these creatures? This was the greatest question in Shirhao's mind. Also, exactly what kind of backgrounds did these creatures who died have? Suddenly, a strange noise sounded. It was like a crying or sobbing voice, sounding from the distance, shaking up everything within hundreds of thousands of li, making Sure Hao and the little golden ants' bodies instantly go rigid, difficult to budge an inch. Right now, their scalps all tightened, chills running through their bones. They both couldn't move, their hands and fingers going rigid. The strange voice from the distance wasn't all that resounding, nor was it that sharp, but it was just that horrifying. If it was a normal person, they would have definitely already fallen weak onto the ground, unable to support themselves. It was to the extent where the primordial spirit would crack because of fear. This was a type of formless suppression. At the limits of the horizon, a black hurricane appeared. It was just too vast, absolutely enormous, moreover producing astonishing scenes. Wherever the black whirlwind passed, all of the blood energy would be sucked in. The smoke signal-like blood energy no longer shot straight into outer space, but was rather disturbed by the whirlwind, obstructed. Just how astonishing was this? One had to understand that this blood energy could even blast down stars from outer space, but it was disturbed and intercepted by these great black winds. Soon afterwards, the black winds stopped. Something appeared there. It was pitch black like ink, resembling an abyss. It was a pot, not that big, almost a foot in length. It floated above the sky dome like a dim black sun, rather frightening in appearance. What is that? Sure Hao was incredibly bewildered. He still couldn't move. He was outside the battlefield, yet he was still imprisoned. That black magical artifact was too abnormal, as if it could destroy the entire great realm. Heavens, this legendary thing really exists. The little golden ant couldn't help but cry out. You recognize it? Sure Hao was astonished. I'm not too certain. It is extremely similar to that item from Legends, but didn't they all say that it no longer existed? However, from its appearance and the terrifying power it's releasing, it's clearly that thing. What exactly is it? Sure Hao urged. The little golden ant's face became pale. It swallowed down a mouthful of saliva and then looked at the corpses everywhere on the ground. He then looked towards that black pot and then with a rough voice said, Immortal Smelting Pot. Chapter 1300, Immortal Smelting Pot. Immortal Smelting Pot? What is that? Sure Hao knew that this thing was formidable the moment he heard it. Was it going to refine all immortals in this world? The black pot was less than a foot in size. It floated in the void, precisely its appearance that cut off the blood energy, preventing it from continuing to rush into the heavens. Immortal Smelting Pot is something that belongs to the other side. However, I heard that it never appeared in the great battle of Immortal Ancient Great Era, only some ancient beings knowing about it, feeling like this type of thing might exist. The little golden ant said. What? Sure Hao was shocked. Just how ancient was this thing, to be considered a thing of legends even in Immortal Ancient Great Era? Not even the people of that era had seen it before. However, now that it appeared here, what was it trying to accomplish? The most important thing was that it belonged to the other side, a foreign item. Could it be that this battlefield was connected to that world? Sure Hao broke into a cold shiver. Eventually, he said to himself, don't tell me that this is the desolate border. If this was the case, then this was where Stone Clan's ancestors fought, the edge of the world they protected. That black pot moved, releasing a noise that sounded like weeping. It made one feel extremely uncomfortable, their moods greatly affected. Something terrifying happened. The immortal smelting pot swayed, starting to take big gulps, devouring all of the blood essence in the battlefield. Streak after streak of scarlet-red light rushed at it. Just now, the blood energy rose like smoke signals, shooting into the sky, but now it was being devoured, everything quickly entering the immortal smelting pot. One had to bear in mind that when this blood energy gathered here, it was enough to hack down numerous stars, yet now it was easily devoured, forcefully removed by the immortal smelting pot. Sure Hao felt a wave of coldness. This time, he finally understood why he saw so many corpses along the way, why even though there was blood, there was no spirituality. Everything was devoured by the immortal smelting pot, the blood's essence sucked out. The battlefield was extremely vast. There were countless corpses, blood essence all disappeared, all of this because of this pot. Just how astonishing was this? This was a vicious weapon, and it might be one of the most powerful ones since ancient times. It is rumored that the immortal smelting pot is something an unmatched being's ancestral teacher previously grasped, but it had never appeared in the last great era. The little golden ant's voice was trembling a bit, extremely unnatural. It was because, based on the information it obtained, that unmatched figure's ancestral teacher had long died in the beginning period of Immortal Ancient Great Era. He had lived for far too long, ultimately dying in meditation. This pot also disappeared with him, so why did it appear here? Something's not right. I feel like things are strange, extremely abnormal. Is this the present world? I refuse to believe that there are this many corpses. I am starting to suspect that we arrived in Immortal Ancient's last phase. The heavenly horned ant shook his head fiercely as he spoke. Sure Hao had previously made this association as well. Could it be that after he stepped foot into the ultimate land of self-refinement, he ended up going through a passage of time, arriving in the scorched earth following immortal ancient Great Era's destruction? It really was too similar. Otherwise, why were there this many corpses, moreover all of them this powerful? Perhaps only in that Great Era, that battle that wiped out the world, could create this type of disaster. The immortal smelting pot floated there just like that, frantically absorbing blood essence. Large amounts of scarlet multicolored light surged, entering inside. Only heaven knew just how great of a wave of lifeblood energy it sucked away. Shirhao was shocked, the little ant also stupefied. Was this immortal smelting pot prepared specially for slaughtering true immortals? Its name was astonishing, its actions making one tremble. This immortal smelting pot definitely doesn't need this blood itself, it is only an artifact, used to store this essence blood. Shirhao said. This is just too frightening. Is this the scene of the final battlefield's cleanup after the other side won? The little ant's voice was bitter. The scene was too frightening. At the same time, it felt lamentable. Many creatures' bones were buried here, unable to change the situation. They were still wiped out by those of the other side, all of immortal ancient buried. There was such an exuberant blood energy force, countless experts here, all of them the most powerful cultivators. They were all cut down here, and then had their blood essence sucked out. In the end, the black immortal smelting pot tore through the air, and then disappeared without a trace. Shirhao and the little ant recovered their freedom, no longer feeling that feeling of collapse. They stretched out their bodies, unblocked their blood vessels, and then released a breath of relief. When they looked at this battlefield again, their eyes carried dismal expressions. Sure enough, when they continued forward, they weren't inhibited anymore. The blood energy those corpses released was all sucked away, no longer affecting this battlefield. Everything became peaceful again. The corpses here became just like the ones that they saw earlier, lacking divinity and power, all becoming ordinary again. Why are we seeing these things? There is no way we arrived in immortal ancient's final years. The little ant was confused, carrying grief. He thought back to his loved ones who all died in that calamity. Shirhao thought to himself, and then said, in order to obtain the imperishable scripture, some inconceivable trials definitely have to be experienced. Perhaps we are inside of one right now, just completely unaware. The battlefield became quiet. They continued forward towards the ultimate land, wishing to see what there was exactly. After flying out tens of thousands of li, there was faint golden light that could be vaguely seen up ahead, incredibly divine, as if it was the most blissful, auspicious land. However, a ripple transmitted over from not too far away. A terrifying vicious beast appeared, one that was extremely bold and powerful, sinister and terrifying. It released a powerful life aura, its eyes deep and ice-cold. It was 100 jung in height. When compared to the other corpses in this battlefield, it wasn't that large, but it was extremely frightening. It was in the shape of a lion, but its entire body was scarlet red like blood, its fur extremely long. Meanwhile, there was a pair of blood-colored wings at both sides of its body, as if they were phoenix wings. Blood Phoenix Lion. The little golden ant cried out with alarm. Even though it wasn't born an immortal ancient, those old puppet soldiers had taught it many things. Are they extremely strong? Shirhao asked. Extremely formidable. Not inferior to a Void King, a terrifying vicious beast on the same level. The little ant responded. Shirhao was shocked. Back then, he had personally fought against a Void Beast King in Immortal Battlefield, a young supreme being who had cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, definitely a terrifying creature. He actually encountered another type of vicious beast from the other side here. According to what the little ant said, the Blood Phoenix Lion was the posterity of a declined Blood Phoenix and the ancient monk bloodline's fearless lion. It possessed extraordinary strength and exceptional magical force. This type of vicious beast was extremely rarely seen, but they were all extremely powerful. A living Blood Phoenix Lion? Why would it appear here? Shirhao stared at it. There were fish that escaped the net after all. It seems like cleaning up the battlefield is needed after all. Foolish creatures, why are you all not prostrating yourselves after seeing me? The Blood Phoenix Lion spoke. The 100 jung tall body was scarlet red like blood, a pair of eyes even more so releasing deep cold radiance. It looked down at Shirhao, carrying call. Intent and a type of murderous energy. What is this place? Is it the other side? Are we in Immortal Ancient Era? Shirhao quickly asked. I am the one asking the questions. What qualifications do the defeated have to interrogate me? Will you submit or die? The Blood Phoenix Lion said coldly. Of course, their interaction was done purely through divine will. Otherwise, there was no way for them to communicate at all. Woo, there is also a little ant. Let me think what species you are. It seems to be the heavenly horned ant, a rather well-known one. I remember, I previously ate one, its essence blood too tasty. However, it was much larger than you. It really was a great mending medicine, greatly increasing my strength. The Blood Phoenix Lion spoke with a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow. This type of arrogance and this type of contempt made Sure Hao's eyes go ice cold. The little ant's eyes went red. He couldn't help but cry out. You ate a heavenly horned ant? It almost cried, because it had a few older brothers and sisters, but they were all killed, their corpses not even seized back. Precisely, it looked just like you. Don't tell me it was one of your relatives. The Blood Phoenix Lion sneered in a bloodthirsty manner. Courting death, Sure Hao shouted. He formed a magical imprint, already about to take action. No, I am going to do it. Let me do it. I am going to kill him with my own hands. How could this type of mud have killed my siblings? I am going to kill it with my own hands. The little ant's eyes were scarlet red, going crazy. Immediately afterwards, its fists shone, smashing towards that frightening vicious beast. At the same time, a large mountain in the distance erupted with golden multicolored light, pervaded with brilliant colors. Scripture sounds were produced. One could vaguely see that there were a few sheets of golden beast skins that were moving about, floating in the skies above the great mountain. Imperishable scripture? Sure Hao said quietly. He felt like if this was a scripture, then it might very well be what he was looking for. At the same time, the heavenly horned ant and the Blood Phoenix Lion began to fight murderously, clashing intensely, divine force surging in waves, the space around them exploding.